In a certain condition, Mu Lin was rescued by the system and reincarnated into a world of diverse universes. Yearning to shed the burdens of his past and fueled by curiosity for this new realm, he embraced a carefree existence as a liberated drifter. He believed that daily life would accompany him indefinitely until a looming crisis threatened those he held dear. Chapter 0, Prologue. In a dungeon devoid of sunlight, rust and blood stained the ancient cell doors. Withered grass littered the damp, gray stone floor. A rat, having emerged from an unseen corner, scuttled toward a leg that was nearly decomposed, sniffing cautiously. Confirming the presence of death, it opened its mouth to bite. Suddenly, its eyes glazed over and it collapsed lifelessly. With a clattering sound, iron chains rattled. The deceased man exhaled a breath of warmth into the frigid air, kicking the dead rat away. Cough, cough. He struggled against the noxious fumes that pervaded the air, turning his gaze coldly toward the purple liquid simmering nearby, which released wisps of white steam. He reflected on his solitary confinement. For 3 long months, he had endured torment in this dungeon, suffocated by toxic air. His emaciated form, though resilient, bore testament to his diminishing time. His pale skin, purpling visage, bloodshot eyes, and lifeless pupils signaled his impending demise. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of footsteps echoed through the abyssal corridor. A snap of fingers rejuvenated the stale air of the prison. A beautiful man, clad in white robes and leaning on a cane, entered slowly. Upon seeing the prisoner, he momentarily closed his eyes in pity before reopening them, revealing his enchanting violet gaze, awaiting inquiry. Cough. How much longer? Who would have thought that one day, the most loyal knight of the king would yearn for the kingdom's downfall? It is the sole method to awaken her. Perhaps. Rome is formidable. Britain stands no chance. Without your betrayal, we might have still possessed the strength to fight. I did not betray. Yet the entire nation believes you have committed treason. Not even the king can shield you. What did you witness in Rome? A king far superior to the current one. You regret it. Perhaps that it is unfathomable to consider that had you withdrawn the sword from the stone, what Britain would resemble now. Cough, cough. The poison had thoroughly ravaged his lungs. Pain overwhelming even a prisoner who had faced countless battles and numerous mortal wounds. Perhaps unprecedented events would unfold in history. A marriage between kings, the unification of Rome and Britain. The king's greatest dissatisfaction stems from your refusal to belong solely to her. Of course, she remains unaware of your current plight, and I am powerless to assist you. Buzz. An unusual wave surged forth. A colossal surge of magic enveloped him. You will not survive the moment of Britain's demise. With this proclamation, he leaned on his cane and departed slowly. The dungeon fell once again into a perpetual darkness. The prisoner seemed resigned to his fate. Closing his weary eyes, he prepared to sleep and conserve his dwindling energy. But soon, an unexpected voice jolted him awake. Transaction. This system can assist you in escaping. Conditions? Investigate historical anomalies in another world. What historical anomalies? Indescribable entities that influence world history. Emerging evils that threaten all existence. Including us. Yes. Just an investigation? Indeed. Agreed. Warning. This escape will sever your ties with this world, and you will be reborn in a single-parent womb that will inevitably face difficulties. Without you, I'm doomed, I know. Longer have a reason to exist in this world. However, no mother or father. I have long since grown accustomed to it. Equitable transaction established successfully. What happens if the deal fails? The emergence of new evils will significantly increase, and we will face unprecedented calamities. Is that so? If the sky falls, they'll have someone tall to hold it up. I shall merely conduct a brief investigation. To evade fate is also to be manipulated by it. Everything in existence is beyond the individual will's unique defiance. Note, this is a modified version, not adhering to the original work. The narrative undergoes substantial revision, authored by university students. After 3 years in confinement, enlightenment comes in the dragon's lair. Since I have entered this realm, do not blame me for being unrestrained. The 7th volume will completely unleash my creativity. Chapter 1. I just want to ask a name. Time flows swiftly like an arrow. As summer wanes into early autumn, the temperature is pleasant. Outside the window, cherry blossom trees shed their pink petals. Just a few days prior, the private school, Fengzazaki, had concluded its orientation for freshmen. Today, all the first-year students, still reveling in the remnants of summer, began their regular classes. The teacher, chalk in hand, animatedly lectured at the blackboard, while students appeared lost in thought, feigning attentiveness. Only Mulin, seated by the window in the back row, with his black hair and above-average features, gazed outside, chin resting on his hand, seemingly lost in contemplation. To evade fate is also to be subject to its whims. Ah, life, Mulin murmured, reclining in his chair, hands clasped behind his head, legs crossed, as he gazed at the ceiling, reflecting on existence. The teacher, fully aware of the students' clandestine activities, could clearly see Mu Lin's blatant disregard for the lesson, which incited the teacher's displeasure. Just days into the semester, Mu Lin, a student of Chinese descent, had already become a thorn in many teachers' sides due to his inattentiveness. Now, as a stern history teacher, he felt it necessary to instill a sense of respect for authority in this student. Mu Lin, the deep voice erupted in the quiet classroom, drawing the attention of students, who turned to observe the scene with anticipation. Mu Lin, who had been called out numerous times already, did not respond but continued to gaze at the ceiling, lost in thought. At that moment, his unassuming classmate with a bob hairstyle poked him gently. This subtle action surprisingly went unnoticed by others, yet it was more effective for Mu Lin than the teacher's voice. He lowered the book from his face and turned to the girl beside him, asking, "What's up, Hui? The teacher is calling you, Dodo." With that nonchalant reply, Mu Lin remained seated, unfazed, as he looked up at the irate teacher and inquired, "Teacher, is there something you need?" Classmate Mu Lin, if you possess even a modicum of respect for your teachers and the principles of education, please rise and speak. Mu Lin furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering whether or not to comply. However, the girl beside him grew irate, frowning and scowling as she pushed him. Under pressure, Mu Lin had no choice but to stand in an instant. Amidst the seated students, even those in the back row by the window, his upright form became strikingly conspicuous. A normal person would likely feel a sense of humiliation and awkwardness. Yet Mu Lin calmly inquired, "So what is it? Please answer the question. When was the Tokugawa shogunate established?" Mu Lin instinctively replied, "The Tokugawa shogunate? What on earth is that?" His words rendered the classroom utterly silent, and even the history teacher's expression froze. Realizing his misstep, Mu Lin hastily added, Oh, I understand now. Just a moment, let me think. I just covered this. Yes, I comprehend." Mu Lin nodded. Regardless, he was at a loss and needed to concoct a more palatable response. A response lacking emotional intelligence. Why should I care when the Tokugawa shogunate was established? A response demonstrating emotional intelligence. Mu Lin suddenly turned to glance at the concerned Kato K, who was silently gesturing the answer with her lips. Though he could decipher her signs, as a person of integrity, he adhered to the principle of admitting ignorance. He would not resort to such trivialities. "K, what bread would you like to have later? I can buy it for you." Kato K looked baffled. Lunch is about to begin, and the bakery will surely be crowded. I'd rather buy it early to spare you the agony of waiting in line. I just want something like what you get. Would you like a cola? No juice. Mu Lin, the history teacher almost bellowed. Startled, Kato K quickly lowered her head, pretending not to know Mu Lin. All right. I've thought of an answer, teacher. Speak. I believe that this historical event, which holds no significance for me, need not be memorized. Thus, although I listened to your lecture, I did not retain it in my heart. I sincerely apologize. Get out. Okay. As if anticipating this outcome, Mu Lin took the wallet Kato K handed him and strolled towards the classroom door. Upon closing the classroom door, a sense of freedom washed over him, prompting an involuntary sigh, especially in the empty school corridor. Hey, Mu Lin, you're out too. Standing outside the classroom, Aki-run appeared as if he had spotted a kindred spirit, visibly excited. The camaraderie of kindred spirits was palpable. What are you doing out here? I was caught with a light novel and was punished to stand for the entire morning by the homeroom teacher. I see. Well, it'll be on my way. Wait. You can't leave. Why not? If the teacher finds out, it will be dire. It's better to stand quietly outside the classroom. The teacher told me to go out, not to stand here. Going out means standing outside the classroom, right? Ah, I thought my Japanese was poor, but it seems you're worse than I am. Never mind. Lunch is approaching. I'm off to buy some bread. Wait, what now? Could you buy me a yakisoba bread? Mulin, at a loss for words, extended his hand, money. Of course. Aki-ren bowed respectfully and handed over the money. Thank you. The denomination is a bit large. I can't be bothered to give you change. Consider it my escape fee. Not a problem. All right. Mulin nodded and headed towards his destination. At that moment, the bakery was quite desolate. It was hard to believe that in just 5 minutes after the class bell rang, this bakery would be besieged by a horde of zombies. Yet apart from Mulin, there was indeed another student in front of the bakery. It was a well-known senior, renowned throughout the school, that a second-year student from Class C, the scholarly girl in black stockings. Tall and slender with long legs, her exquisite features radiated the vibrant allure of youth, captivating the hearts of all restless young boys. However, her aloof demeanor, lack of social interaction, and sharp tongue kept suitors at bay. Having been at the school for just a few days, even the carefree Mulin, indifferent to the outside world, had absorbed enough gossip to recognize this prominent figure. Yet, due to his lack of interest, he had forgotten her name. Damn! The compulsion to remember gnawed at him. Thus, as the girl in black stockings prepared to brush past him after purchasing her bread, Mulin curiously asked, "Oh, by the way, what's your name again?" Kazunaka Oka's gaze turned peculiar. "Classmate, knowing my name, yet approaching me in such a manner is quite juvenile, don't you think?" With that, she walked away without a backward glance. Mulin scratched his head, resigned to proceed into the bakery. The vendor, a jovial uncle, had recognized Mulin due to his frequent visits just before lunch. Chuckling, the uncle remarked, "Hey kid, your flirting skills need some improvement." Mulin was puzzled but dismissed it, directly stating 2 pineapple buns, 1 bottle of cola, 1 bottle of orange juice, and 1 yakisoba bread, please. Sure thing. As the uncle selected the bread and placed it in the oven, the wait grew somewhat dull, and he envied the youthful exuberance of the teenagers. Are you planning to pursue her? Not all. Young man, one should seize the opportunity for love early, otherwise, later on. Never mind. Just remember, you must be proactive and honest in matters of the heart, or you will regret it. However, she's quite a challenge. She is the most renowned beauty in the school and consistently ranks first academically. Her icy demeanor means that to win her over, you'll need considerable experience. Perhaps you should practice on someone less formidable first. Mulin frowned, believing the uncle was spouting nonsense. What? Are you questioning my wisdom as a seasoned individual? Yes. Wow, such a blunt admission. The uncle's eyes widened in disbelief. Honestly, women like her are relatively easy to pursue, but I simply can't be bothered. You speak as if you're exceptional. The uncle scoffed. I've nearly lost faith in love. Mulin's eyes reflected a profound weariness. To the uncle, however, it appeared as though the young man was merely posturing. Youngster, it's better to watch fewer soap operas without female leads. Indeed, the bread is ready, handed over. Okay, hey, race your juice. We welcome your next visit. As Mulin accepted it and turned to leave, he could not suppress the urge of his compulsion, turning back to ask, "By the way, uncle, what was her name again?" Chapter 2. K. Pay close attention in math class. Thank you. I am immensely grateful. Aki-ren received the yakisoba bread, which he had not had since the start of the school year, moved to tears. Mulin nodded nonchalantly and approached Kato K, who awaited at her desk. He placed a pineapple bun and juice on her table. K, here is your bread and juice. Thank you. Mulin returned to his seat, delighting in his meal. In this mundane school life, his sole interest lay in dining. I must say, Mulin Kato K suddenly adopted a serious tone, as if imparting a lesson. You certainly are bold. Why do you say that? I feel like you're the only person in the entire world who would dare to challenge a teacher like that. Is that a challenge? It's merely an equal dialogue. I believe that teachers and students are on equal footing. Your attitude of always placing teachers on a pedestal is incorrect. Teachers are here to impart knowledge and teach us basic morals and how to be decent human beings. Is that so? Mulin frowned as he gazed at the half-eaten pineapple bun in his hand, nodding as if he understood. But Kato K, familiar with his thoughts, sighed and said, "Are you feeling like you bought too little bread and won't have enough to eat?" "Yes. I admire your carefree spirit." Kato K sighed, tore open the bread bag, and handed it to Mulin. "What are you giving this to me for? Just eat it for now. And what will you eat? I believe someone like you wouldn't be heartless enough to finish 2 buns, leaving me starving, would you?" Mulin was speechless, contemplating for a long while before saying, "You should eat it. I can go without food for the afternoon." "Absolutely not. You eat it, you know my appetite, right?" Fine." Mulin nodded, taking a small piece of the bun and putting it in his mouth. This action, however, caused Kato K's previously exasperated expression to suddenly turn neutral. It seemed as if Mulin had done something wrong, as she pouted slightly, opting to remain silent, sitting upright and leisurely eating her bread and drinking juice. Mulin relished the quiet, enjoying his bread and cola, feeling utterly content. He was ready for a nap. "Oh, by the way, Kay, your wallet." "No." "Huh? No." "Yes." "All right, then it's mine now. Just be sure to return it to me when we get home tonight. If I find any money missing from my wallet, I won't cook dinner for you for 3 days." Kato K, with a cute frown, reminded him sternly. "Huh? Then why not let me return it to you now? This is a test. Why must you test me? What are you testing me for? Stop with the nonsense." "Fine." Mulin reluctantly put Kato's adorable pink wallet back in his pocket, leaning over the table to prepare for sleep. "Honestly, eat and then sleep," Kato K muttered in complaint. After finishing her bread and placing the remaining half bottle of juice aside, she took out the math homework assigned in the morning and began to write. She racked her brain, meticulously drafted calculations, and finally confirmed. She couldn't solve this problem. A helpless sigh escaped her lips. The feeling of being unable to solve a math problem was indescribably frustrating. After much inner turmoil, she couldn't help but slap her pen down on the table and poke Mulin. Mulinkin, had he fallen asleep so quickly? Kato K was astonished and raised her voice. "Mulinkin." "Huh? What is it?" Mulin stirred awake. "How do you solve this problem?" Mulin frowned in slight annoyance, glancing at the math problem pointed out by Kato K, and bluntly said, "Choose C." Having said that, he buried his head back into sleep. This action caused Kato K's face to darken. "Choose C? You can't possibly be suggesting that just because you can't decide, you automatically choose C?" Mulin raised his head, confused by Kato K's words. "Remember yesterday, when we were doing homework at home, working on a language assignment, you mumbled, 'For 3 long and 1 short. Choose the shortest for 3 short and 1 long. Choose the longest when in doubt. Choose C.' And you picked C, and this morning the correct answer was a doubt. Are you questioning my math skills? You just glanced at it and casually said, 'Choose C.' That's hardly reliable." "I thought about it for a second." "Okay. I don't believe you." "Yeah, considering that you make dinner for me every night." Mulin shook off his drowsiness, took Kato K's homework, leaned forward, and grabbed her pen and scrap paper from the desk. As Kato K leaned in the opposite direction, their bodies were suddenly very close together. Mulin's nostrils were filled with Kato K's soft fragrance and the scent of her hair. Kato K felt a flush creep into her cheeks as she inhaled the appealing scent that naturally emanated from Mulin. But Mulin, displeased, jotted down a few formulas on the scrap paper and handed it to Kato K, saying, "I truly don't understand how you can't solve such simple math problems at the start of the semester. Here, I've already calculated the answers. Take a look yourself." Mulin shoved the homework, scrap paper, and pen into Kato K's hands, entirely oblivious to her face darkening. "What do you mean?" A soft voice sent shivers down Mulin's spine. "Are you indirectly calling me an idiot?" "Not at all. Absolutely not. But what you just said was quite infuriating. However, I spoke the truth. Harsh words often conceal kindness. Okay, you need to pay attention in math class. I'm not some genius in math who slept through elementary, middle, and high school classes, relying solely on self-study to consistently rank first in the subject and be praised by the math teacher. Exactly. So you should work harder. But I have to study language, history, physics, biology, English, and so on. My little brain can't handle it all. I believe, if I truly want to work hard, I need to do more homework after school every day, which leaves no time for play. And without time to play, there's even less time to prepare dinner for someone who is unrelated to me." Mulin suddenly became serious, placing both hands on Kato K's shoulders, and solemnly declared, "K, from today onwards, your math problems will be my responsibility. Under Mulin's intense gaze, Kato K, feeling shy, averted her eyes and couldn't bear to meet his gaze. Moreover, his warm hands resting on her shoulders made her heart race. Mm, Fine. I'll let you off the hook this time. Feel free to wake me if you have any questions. I'm going back to sleep. Okay. Kato K sat upright, pretended to study the math homework, and softly responded. After a while, she couldn't resist turning to glance at the napping Mulin, muttering, "What a fool." Suddenly, Mulin jolted awake, sitting up abruptly and startling Kato K. "Oh, right. That scoundrel uncle still hasn't answered my question. Kay, tell me." "Huh. Tell you what. That famous black stocking senior, what is her name?" "Huh." Kato K first sighed in relief, but her expression turned flat. "Why are you asking this? You know, that feeling of having heard it before, remembering it, but suddenly forgetting it. No, it's like a torturous amnesia." "Is that so?" Kato K's brows relaxed, utterly speechless. Knowing Mulin well, she understood he was likely telling the truth. Yet, despite understanding, there was still a hint of annoyance lingering in her heart. So, she replied, "I forgot too." "Huh?" Mulin was bewildered. Suddenly, a male voice erupted beside them. "Her name is Kaza no Okashiha." The voice was incredibly excited, filled with gratitude. Chapter 3. This novel is truly awful. At this moment, Kato Megumi felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. She was acutely aware that her interactions with Morikawa resembled the playful banter often seen between couples. Initially, she believed her presence was so subtle that her exchanges with Morikawa would go unnoticed by others. However, when an unexpected voice interjected, she felt utterly mortified and quickly straightened up, feigning concentration on her homework while her ears were wholly attuned to the conversation between the two. The person responding to Morikawa was, of course, Anri Ryu. "Oh, I see. I remember now. Her name is Kasumi no Shiyu." "Yes. Moreover, she possesses a rather unique identity. I only wanted to know her name. There's no need for extraneous details. I intend to take a nap." Although Morikawa stated this, Anri Ryu seemed to be speaking about a topic that excited him greatly, continuing unabated. "Morikawa-kun, as a token of gratitude, allow me to quietly inform you of her special identity. She is none other than the author of the best-selling novel Love Metronome, Kasumi Shiko, a newly debuted author whose first book was recognized by the Undying River Publishing House, achieving sales exceeding 10,000 copies. Truly, she is an exceptional prodigy. Her talent for writing novels is astonishing." As he spoke, Anri Ryu suddenly produced a copy of Love Metronome from seemingly nowhere, preaching its merits. "I strongly urge you all to read it. This book kept me up all night, bringing me to tears throughout." "Oh, so, the senior from Kasumi no Oka is so impressive?" Kato Megumi remarked in awe. Yet, Anri Ryu paid her no mind, his focus solely fixed on Morikawa. At that moment, Morikawa, under ordinary circumstances, would have continued to ignore the conversation and remained engrossed in sleep. However, for a particular reason, he abruptly lifted his head and exclaimed, "The Love Metronome? Yes. Is this the one? How? Morikawa-kun, have you read it? Could it be that you are my destined confidant?" "Apologies, no. A good friend of mine has read it." Morikawa reached for the Love Metronome that Anri Ryu held, casually flipping through the pages, and stated nonchalantly, "Yes. This is indeed the one. But it's written so poorly. I truly cannot comprehend why Shinji would weep over it." What? Poorly written? How can it be considered poorly written?" Anri Ryu exclaimed in shock, springing to his feet, drawing the curious gazes of nearby students. "Indeed, I've heard that it was deemed so bad that the Undying River Publishing House suggested the author refrain from continuing the series. I refuse to accept that. It is clearly well written. I have done my utmost to promote it on my blog. There will undeniably be more people who come to adore this work. Hey, Morikawa-kun, you must agree, right? Your good friend, Shinji, cried his eyes out over this book. Doesn't that signify its excellence?" "To speak frankly, the book is indeed somewhat lacking," Morikawa replied candidly. "Truly, Morikawa-kun, your directness in critiquing someone's beloved work is commendable," Kato Megumi mused softly. "How is it lacking? You must provide some reasons," Anri Ryu insisted, unwilling to concede. "The plot is cliché, the alterations are severe, the logic is bizarre, the developments are strange. And it's a hodgepodge of elements. It's simply incoherent. But that's enough for you all. I'm merely stating the truth." "Morikawa-kun, you actually showed restraint." Kato Megumi marveled quietly as an observer. In truth, Morikawa simply found himself at a loss for adjectives. And no, I refuse to believe it. Even if you say that. I love this work. I will prove to the world that it is a good piece. Anri Ryu inexplicably became fervent, shouting passionately, standing up, adjusting his glasses, and holding love metronome aloft. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating him as if he were basking in divine light. Even if you promote it, it won't matter unless the author possesses true substance. I shall endeavor to identify the novel's shortcomings and assist her in perfecting it. Oh, she is willing to engage with you? I'm still striving. I must make her understand that I genuinely appreciate her work. Is that so? However, your fervent admiration may not yield useful suggestions for the work. Is that so? Otherwise, do you genuinely believe this light novel has no deficiencies? Not at all. It is simply perfect. Then why is it so obscure that even a light novel published by the Undying River Publishing House has only sold a few thousand copies, ultimately leading to its discontinuation? Hand me the book. Are you suggesting that because my friend holds it in such high regard, I can only do my utmost to assist her? Anri Ryu's eyes widened, and he excitedly shook Morikawa's shoulders, exclaiming, Morikawa-kun, although you repeatedly assert that this work is terrible, you secretly hold it dear, don't you? You are undoubtedly the type to claim disinterest while harboring a profound affection within your heart. Indeed, you are my kindred spirit, my future dear friend. Stop. Morikawa, feeling utterly uncomfortable from the vigorous shaking, quickly pushed away the overly enthusiastic Anri Ryu and reclaimed love metronome from his grasp. I told you, I'm merely attempting to help her out of consideration for my friend. If there's no continuation, Shinji will go mad. Now, please leave me be. Yes. Regardless, I am immensely grateful to you. I entrust this matter to you. Anri Ryu bowed deeply to Morikawa with utmost respect. It appeared that he truly cherished this work to an extraordinary degree. With the departure of this tenacious enthusiast, Morikawa let out a sigh of relief. Morikawa-kun, Kato Megumi interjected. Are you genuinely planning to help because of Shinji? Why else? Surely it's not because Kasumi no Oka is the epitome of admiration among the boys at school. A captivating beauty with the alluring attribute of being a senior in black stockings? Thinking too much. Even if she were a celestial beauty, I wouldn't bother assisting with such a troublesome matter. I have encountered countless beauties in my time. Indeed, Morikawa-kun's indolence continues to meet expectations, Kato Megumi remarked, a sense of relief washing over her. After all, in comparison to Kasumi no Oka, she felt inadequate. Shinji truly was a troublesome fellow. Morikawa buried his face in love metronome, struggling to suppress his impatience as he flipped through the pages. For someone with his extensive experience, this novel was genuinely abysmal. Although his grades in language, history, and other humanities subjects were dismal, he excelled in mathematics and possessed a keen sense of logic. He could always identify illogical elements within the narrative. Having weathered many storms in life, upon reading this purely imaginative novel, he discerned it to be devoid of genuine emotion. Mere fabrication. Is it truly that dreadful? Kato Megumi pondered with curiosity. However, Morikawa had already buried his head in the book, fast asleep. Surely you aren't using it as a pillow? Kato Megumi thought to herself, exasperated. In this book, Kasumi no Oka and Iri Riri were ambitious, driven, and intelligent. Their affections were not merely bestowed upon them due to childhood friendships or simple assistance from others. Chapter 4. I am angry. Let me tell you, the school bell rang. Morikawa awoke as if stirred by an internal clock, sitting upright. Beside him, Kato Megumi complained, how can you sleep for so long? From the moment we are born, our waking hours are predetermined. If you sleep longer, you'll live longer. Such nonsense. Thankfully, the afternoon teachers are familiar with you and can't be bothered. Or else you'd be in trouble. Kato Megumi rolled her eyes. What homework do we have today? 2 pages of mathematics exercises, 2 reading comprehension questions in Mandarin, history notes to memorize, 2 pages of physics exercises, and biology notes to memorize. Has so much homework already accumulated after just a few days of school? It is simply hard to believe. If this is the amount of work now, how much will there be in the future? Kato K raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat proud. How so? I finished mathematics, Mandarin, and history during lunchtime, and completed biology during the afternoon break. Only physics remains. Is that so? Mu Lin exclaimed in astonishment. Humph. Who told you to sleep? If you had worked on your homework with me, perhaps we would have finished it all by now. Well, I do feel a bit regretful. Mu Lin nodded, his eyes flickering with deep thoughts. Kato K immediately became alert. Let me be clear. I will not help you with your homework. Otherwise, I won't have time to prepare dinner for you. I understand, K. I won't burden you. Humph. Help me carry these books, Mulin said, pulling out his homework from the drawer and handing it to Kato K. She reluctantly accepted, her eyes resembling those of a dead fish, and stuffed them into her own backpack. Hey, Mulin-kun. Yes? It's quite rare to see a student without a backpack. Is that so? Moreover, it's quite awkward for a boy to stuff books into a girl's backpack and ask her to carry them. Fine, let me help you. Mulin was speechless. That's more like it. Kato K confidently handed her backpack to Mulin. Soon, the two departed from the school and strolled back home. Kato K walked comfortably, her hands behind her back, taking adorable steps alongside Mulin. She consciously matched his pace, and before long, their footsteps fell into sync. On the empty road, only the sound of their footsteps echoed together. As a prestigious school in Tokyo, Shikozaki Private School had a rigorous freshman curriculum. The dismissal time was rather late. The sunset in the island nation was exceptionally beautiful, casting a crimson hue across the sky and draping a layer of orange silk over the narrow road. The setting sun elongated their shadows dramatically. Wow, today's sunset is truly beautiful, Kato K exclaimed, running a few steps ahead, twirling like a fairy in front of Mulin before locking eyes with him. Indeed, it is quite lovely, Mulin replied, gazing at the magnificently enlarged sun on the horizon due to the refraction of light. The setting sun always evokes nostalgia. What's wrong? Kato K returned to Mulin's side, curious. I was just being profound. Not again. But you know, Mulin-kun, when you try to be profound, it gives off a rather melancholic vibe. Even though we grew up together, you still make me feel like you have a story to tell. Then it seems I have mastered the art of being profound. What do you plan to do with such a skill? To continue being profound. You're not using it to chase after a girlfriend, are you? Kato K asked, folding her hands behind her back and looking down at her toes. No, really? I have already lost faith in love. You've said that many times. It's hard to believe you haven't been hurt by love. Yet you can say it so nonchalantly. There's a reason for that. What reason? Sigh, it's complicated. It's a long story. Stop. You're being profound again. Kato K playfully hit Mulin. Why are you hitting me? Mulin replied, bewildered. Just because. I'm upset with you. Humph. You're not upset. I am upset. Don't talk to me. You're so petty. You owe me a compensation. Ugh. I'm done with you. How do you plan to compensate? Mulin halted, approached a nearby vending machine, took out Kato K's wallet, inserted a few coins, and selected a drink. Clink. He grabbed a can of cola from the tray, popped it open, and took a big gulp. Ah, refreshing. Mulin sighed, turning to Kato K, who appeared slightly displeased. All right, I have accepted your compensation. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Huh. I just happened to pass by a vending machine and decided to ask for compensation. You must be doing this on purpose. Honestly, I don't quite understand what you mean, Mulin feigned ignorance. Previously, a light tap wouldn't have upset you. Seeing Kato K's darkening expression, Mulin instinctively took a step back. Mulin-kun, you should know that for a girl without an income, money is just as precious. Despite her delicate tone, Kato K's irritation shone through, giving her an endearing yet fierce demeanor. But Mulin was not easily swayed by her tone. He took off running. Kato K chased after him in a huff. Don't run. Stop. Mulin leisurely sipped his cola and called out, don't chase me. You want to catch up. Do you still want me to make you dinner? Her words struck a chord with Mulin, causing him to stop abruptly. Kato K glared at him. Run. Go on. Keep running. K, I really don't see anything worth being upset about. There is. Where? Everything is a reason for me to be upset. All right, I admit my fault. Punish me. Hit me. Anything as long as you still make me dinner. Do you know, without your dinner, I would starve tonight. You. Humph. I don't want to talk to you. Kato K huffed. But Mulin's previous words made her feel needed, and her anger dissipated instantly. How annoying. She stomped her foot and walked ahead, with Mulin closely following. Actually, I was indeed being a bit intentional because I wanted to drink some cola. You still dare to say that. Why not use your own money? Cola bought with someone else's money tastes better. Are you trying to drive me crazy, Mulin-kun? Not at all. Not at all. You should consider my feelings. I'll buy you a bottle of juice with my own money. Mulin dashed back to the vending machine, watching his retreating figure. Kato K crossed her arms and pouted. He only bought a bottle for himself. What a fool. Chapter 5. Parting moments at the entrance marked with the words Kato Residence. Mulin said. Here's your wallet and your backpack. Huh. Kato K looked puzzled. Logically, her backpack should be at Mulin's house. Considering she would be going over later for dinner and to finish homework together. I have something to do tonight, so I might be a bit late. Just prepare dinner for me, and I'll heat it up myself. What are you doing so late? Shinji and Takashi, those two idiots, are coming from afar to hang out with me. Do I need to prepare dinner for them? No, they will take the last train back to Chiba. Oh really? By the way, tomorrow I'm visiting a friend with them. Please help me request a day off. Huh? Which friend? Natsuko. The one I told you about in high school who was bullied at another school. I'm worried she might face the same issues in college. So I'm taking them to see her. Oh, okay. Just remember to come back early tonight. I heard there have been many delinquents on the streets lately. Yes. And please remember to put the books from your backpack on my desk. I'm off now. Goodbye. Kato K watched Mulin's figure recede, filled with reluctance and concern as he disappeared around a corner. The chilly evening breeze tousled Kato K's short hair. The houses ahead glowed with light, illuminating the dim entrance and casting Kato K's solitary figure in shadow as she contemplated Mulin's departure. Kato Megumi often finds herself enveloped in loneliness. For without him, she feels as though she does not exist in this world, lacking any sense of presence. From childhood to adulthood, only Mulin, who consistently noticed her, bestowed upon her the feeling of being alive. Exhaling a deep breath, Megumi cast aside her melancholy and pushed open the door to her home, stepping inside. I'm back. Her soft voice echoed through the house, yet it stirred not a single ripple in the lively household. At that moment, her parents were in the kitchen, enjoying dinner and engaging in idle chatter. They failed to notice her arrival, her greeting, and even her movements before them, as if she were a mere specter. She stood there, watching her oblivious parents converse and laugh, her mind drifting solely to Mulin. How could I be so pathetic without Mulin? She chastised herself softly. Megumi hurried to her room, organized her belongings, then sat down in the kitchen to partake in dinner. Having no intention of asserting her presence further and interrupting her parents' affectionate banter. Suddenly, her mother exclaimed, Megumi, you're back. This remark only deepened Megumi's feelings of helplessness and sorrow. It would have been better if they had continued to ignore me. Then I could have simply stayed with Mulin-kun. Yes, Mom, she replied gently. Let's eat dinner. Eat plenty, as your father got promoted today, and the meal is quite lavish. The family dined slowly. Megumi, struck by a thought, spoke up. By the way, Mom, about this week's allowance. Dear, I must tell you. There seem to be many delinquents fighting on the streets lately. Please try to come home early. Indeed, it's become quite chaotic. Those little rascals, honestly. Even the police can't handle them. I've heard that there are just too many of them, and they're too cunning. When the police arrive, they vanish without a trace. And even if they're caught, they're only given a few words of admonition, as they're still minors. The law can't touch them. Megumi watched as her parents resumed their conversation, feeling utterly overlooked. Forget it, I'll ask for my allowance later. She quickly finished her meal, then announced, I'm going to cook dinner at Mulin-kun's house. Without waiting for her parents' response, she retreated to her room, grabbed her backpack, and headed next door, while her parents continued their chatter, seemingly oblivious. After a while, they finally realized, where's Megumi? Wasn't she just here eating? In contrast to her bustling home, Mulin's house provided Megumi with a profound sense of comfort, even in its emptiness. Once sparse and only filled with essential furniture, it had transformed into a cozy abode adorned with potted plants and plush toys due to Megumi's presence. Some of these toys encapsulated the beautiful memories shared between them. Spotting a palm-sized panda plush on the desk, Megumi smiled as she approached it, engaging it in conversation. Panda-kun, Mulin-kun says he'll be back later. So please don't worry too much. This panda plush was a gift from Mulin during a summer outing, a token that signified her true sense of belonging. After placing the panda back in its spot, Megumi arranged her backpack, donned an apron in the kitchen, hummed a tune, and began preparing dinner. Once finished, she sat on Mulin's bed, cradling the panda as she awaited his return. However, after a lengthy wait with no sign of him, anxiety crept in, intensified by the recent conversation between her parents. What should I do, Panda-kun? Should I go look for him? If only you could talk. Why is he still not back? Feeling defeated, Megumi placed the panda down and collapsed onto Mulin's bed, which still carried his scent. The loose loungewear draped over her as she lay there, exposing a hint of her fair skin. Pulling a pillow closer, she nestled her head upon it, her feet kicking back and forth. From her pocket, she retrieved her phone, propping herself on her elbows as she quickly located the one contact that mattered most to her. She typed a message, "Why aren't you back yet?" After a long wait, she lay on the bed, feeling utterly drained. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. She quickly picked it up to see, "Megumi, just focus on your own things for now. These two fools are a bit troublesome, considering it's been a while since we last met." "Sai, is that so? Could you send me a photo?" In his characteristic, efficient manner, it wasn't long before she received a message back. "File transferring. Soon." A picture appeared, Mulin with his two friends, all huddled together. Shinji was making a silly face, while Takashi wore a goofy grin, and Mulin, caught between them, wore a slightly exasperated expression. The intimate snapshot of the three friends brought a smile to Megumi's face. Her gaze lingered on Mulin's face for a moment before she saved the photo and replied, "You really are a handful. I'll head home now to take a shower and sleep, so remember to come back early." Putting her phone away, Megumi addressed the panda plush on the table, "Panda-kun. This man is truly a source of worry. Isn't. I hope he listens to me and returns soon. I'm heading home now, bye." Chapter 6. Under the moonlight, three brothers in a park somewhere in Tokyo. The recent surge of delinquent activity had left the streets notably empty at night. Normally, this beautifully lit park would be bustling with couples and fitness enthusiasts, but now only a few oblivious elderly folk strolled about. The dim glow of streetlights illuminated a neatly arranged area of exercise equipment, though the dense foliage cast many dark shadows. On top of a pull-up bar and the highest point of a slide stood two figures, their lower halves illuminated while their upper bodies remained shrouded in shadow. Their peculiar poses caused many parkgoers to keep their distance, resulting in an absence of anyone else in the vicinity. This is so painful. Hey, Takashi. It's been an hour. How much longer do we have to stand like this? This hour of suffering has been for nothing. Hang in there. My legs are going numb. If I jump down now, I'll fall. Humph. Don't underestimate me, Shinji. You better not make me look down on you." Just then, familiar footsteps echoed behind them, prompting them to straighten up, striking their awkward yet dramatic poses. "You two are?" Mulin asked, puzzled. From a distance, he had thought he was witnessing two bodies suspended in the air, haunting the place. As he approached, he realized they were just two living individuals engaging in some ridiculous stunt, though he wouldn't have dared to come closer if he and T made plans to meet his friends here. Suddenly, a deep, theatrical voice erupted. "Huh? Since you have sincerely inquired, we shall benevolently enlighten you. I, Mitsuhashi Takashi. That is who I am." Yay! Shouting this, Takashi leaped down from the 2-meter-high bar with a thud. After landing, his already weakened legs were further compromised, nearly leading to paralysis. A misstep almost caused him to fall flat on his face. Fortunately, he quickly regained his balance, triumphantly brushed his hair back, and struck a dramatic pose. Immediately following, Shinji Ito, shouted with exuberance. Bang! Oh no! In stark contrast to Takashi Mitsahashi's frail physique, this more substantial body leapt from the top of the slide, only to stumble and fall hard. Blood oozed from his scalp, yet Ito stood up as if nothing had happened, brushed off the dust from his clothes, adjusted his quirky hair, and struck a rehearsed pose, leaning back against Mitsuhashi while glancing sideways at Mulin. The latter, speechless for a moment, finally spoke. "Who are you two?" The transformation of these two fools was indeed remarkable. Once a standard, unassuming black-haired otaku, Mitsuhashi now sported unruly golden curls and an air of delinquency, resembling a full-fledged hoodlum. And Ito was even more outrageous. What on earth was that spiky hairstyle? It seemed to tower over a meter high. Haha, didn't he recognize us, did you? How do you like our hairstyles, boss? Aren't they magnificent? Mulin embraced the two goofy brothers before sitting on 3 swings not far away, reminiscing. The swings creaked ominously, and Mulin sighed. It's been months since we last met. Indeed, time flies. We've gone from high school to university, the carefree Mitsuhashi mused. By the way, boss, which university are you attending? Private Toyonosaki. Damn it. Had I known, I would have studied harder. We agreed to apply to that university together. Ito lamented, suddenly feeling a warmth on his face. Touching it, he realized he was still bleeding but couldn't be bothered to care. Tokyo universities are incredibly difficult to get into. Mitsuhashi exclaimed, stomping his foot on the ground, causing the swing to soar higher. I merely got lucky. Right? I concur, they nodded in agreement. This prompted Mulin to respond with a frown. Oh? Is my academic performance so poor in your eyes? Isn't it? Ito widened his eyes. Boss, Aside from mathematics and physics, have you passed any subjects? I apologize. It was my perfect scores in math and physics that got me into private Toinosaki. Humph. A math genius. Mitsuhashi scoffed. Ito encouraged. Boss, you must become a mathematician and contribute to the world. Huh. Why contribute to this world? Mulan and Mitsuhashi exclaimed in unison, looking at Ito quizzically. Isn't that a given? Ito replied. Have you forgotten the shocking words the boss once said? Did he really say something that exaggerated? Of course. Mitsuhashi leaped from the swing, arms outstretched like wings, landing perfectly. He executed a graceful turn, mimicking Mulan's tone as he solemnly declared, I am a complete waste. I will not contribute to this world. I will not harm this world. I aspire to be the new king of apathy. Mulan too. Damn you, Mulan retorted, swinging down and delivering a flying kick that sent Mitsuhashi screaming as he flew 5 meters away and landed, convulsing. Did I say that? Huh. I certainly didn't say that last part. So you admit to the first 3 statements then? Ito gaped at the unconscious Mitsuhashi, recalling that Mulan indeed had uttered such words. At that moment, Mulan retrieved a few tissues from his pocket and handed them to Ito, saying, wipe it off. Oh, thank you. Ito replied as he dabbed at the still bleeding wound on his head. Meanwhile, Mitsuhashi got back up, seemingly unfazed, and scampered over, taunting, Hey, Shinji, why is your head still bleeding? Mind your own business. No way. This shouldn't be happening. In the past, such a minor injury would have healed by now. Shut it. Ito shot a disdainful glance at Mitsuhashi, who was dusting himself off, and made his way to a nearby restroom to wash up. After cleaning the blood from his head, the 3 resumed their positions on the swings. Suddenly, Ito exclaimed, Hey, wait a minute. What is it, boss? Are you and Sister K already? What do you mean, already? Mitsuhashi's eyes widened with jealousy. He could not tolerate the thought of being single while others had girlfriends. Even if it was his boss. Well, it's about being a couple. Ito stumbled over the words. No, Mulan shook his head. Great. Mitsuhashi whispered. But we can all see that Sister K seems to have an interest in you. Right, Takashi? I don't know. I'm not sure. Mitsuhashi looked up at the stars, whistling innocently. See, he noticed it too. What nonsense are you talking about? Which of your eyes saw me noticing anything? Mitsuhashi leaned forward, sporting a comically fierce expression, glaring at Ito. Ito merely pushed his head away and turned to the silent Mulan, continuing, besides, boss, the only person you've been close to is Sister K. Don't you have feelings for her? Although he was aware of the truth, Mulan remained unable to cross that mental barrier, replying helplessly, Shinji, I'm only doing this because she is lonely. Don't think too much about it. Is that so? But if that is the case, she might feel quite sad. Ito lamented, regretting steering the conversation into such a heavy direction. They finally reunited. They should be happy. Mitsuhashi interrupted suddenly. By the way, boss, how is Toinosaki as a school? Boring. It's a bit competitive. With many courses and assignments. What are you talking about? You know exactly what I mean. No delinquency, no opportunities for fights. That is way too boring. Ito interjected. Yes. On the very first day of school, we scared the teachers and defeated the old boss of Softleaf High, becoming the new top dogs. Mitsuhashi boasted. Is it that impressive? Mulan was taken aback. Actually, our school isn't filled with delinquents. That old boss of Softleaf was quite weak, lacking any challenge. Is that so? But you two are really determined to become full-blown delinquents? Of course. Our hairstyles are prepared for that purpose. In the future, no scoundrel will dare mess with us. Is that so? I think no sane person would dare approach you too. I now wish to inquire, is it because of your lack of confidence in your height that you adopted this hairstyle? As Mulan spoke, Mitsuhashi Takashi turned his gaze to Ida Shinji's hair. That towering hedgehog hairstyle, illuminated by the dim golden light, was indeed striking. Although I had grown accustomed to it over the past few days, Mulan's remark made me chuckle once more. Uffed. Ha. Truly, Shinji, your sea urchin hairstyle is absolutely hilarious. So, it turns out you're insecure about your height. Uffed. Ha. Ida Shinji, embarrassed and furious, leaped off the swing, pointing at him and shouting, Mitsuhashi, you scoundrel, how dare you laugh? Come on, come and fight me. Mitsuhashi also jumped off the swing, and the two began to circle Mulan like a pair of playful children. Their shouts and laughter filled the park, making it lively despite the 3 of them being the only ones present. Mulan, watching these 2 fools, couldn't help but smile. Finally, after a considerable amount of playful tussling, Mitsuhashi and Itu collapsed on the ground to rest. Mulan took the opportunity to buy 3 bottles of cola to share. Pop. Gulp. Ah, refreshing. The 3 of them sat on the ground, unbothered by the dirt, and in perfect harmony took a sip of cola together. Mulan said, "By the way, Itu, I finally found out who Kasumi Shiko is." Really? Who is it? Itu's eyes widened. "She is a student from Tonisaki." "No way." Itu and Mitsuhashi exclaimed in disbelief. "Darn it. I should have studied all night back then. I should have burned the midnight oil and studied tirelessly. I must pass the entrance exam for Tonisaki." Wow. Shinji just spouted so many idioms at once. Mitsuhashi Takashi was always oddly surprised. Right. Mulan could only shake his head. "Boss, can you please get me an autograph? I beg you. You must help me get it. I'll do my best. I love you, boss." It is Shinji exclaimed excitedly, lunging toward Mulan, who promptly kicked him away. "Get lost. I'm not into that." Even as Ita rolled on the ground, he sprang back up, shouting, "Boss, you have to help me get that autograph. I'm seriously counting on you." "I got it, just stop shouting." Mulan was speechless. "Yes." Ita saluted. "I really don't understand why you like Love Metronome so much." "Indeed, I'd like to ask that too," Mitsuhashi interjected. "Because it's truly wonderful. I stayed up all night watching it again last night and cried the entire night." Finally, I discovered the reason why Shinji was sleeping in class today. Ugh. Class is so boring. I can't even fall asleep. I must find a good novel to read all night. Mulan glared at Mitsuhashi with dead fish eyes. At that moment, Ita suddenly looked dejected. However, this afternoon, Kasumi Shiko posted in the top comment of Love Metronome that she seems to have no plans to continue writing, saying she prioritizes her studies and will consider whether to continue writing light novels after graduation. Darn it. She writes so well. Why is she suddenly giving up like this? Woo. If she doesn't continue, I will die. I will die. No way. Boss, where's your school? I need to find her and tell her that she must continue writing. Telling her to continue won't help, Mulan replied, exasperated. Why? I heard that the Busukuwa publishing house thinks her writing is subpar and has advised her not to continue. Bakayuru. Who is Busukuwa publishing house? I want them dead. Ita Shinji exploded in anger, crushing the cola can in his hand, showering soda everywhere. Mulan and Mitsuhashi stood frozen. The atmosphere grew awkward. Silence lingered for a long time. Itu, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong?" "Taha." Mitsuhashi Takashi clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. "Mitsuhashi, what are you laughing at? What is so funny?" I ha. Wawaha. Cough cough. Yahahaha. Mitsuhashi laughed so hard he fell to the ground, struggling to catch his breath, nearly dying from laughter. You, Shinji. Ita looked at Mulan, whose face was flushed, somewhat puzzled. Then, pft. Ha. Mulan began laughing as well. Thunderstruck, shocking him. He began to question his existence. Even the boss is laughing. Does this world no longer love me? Mom, Dad, I miss you so much. Woo, I want to go home. Ita Shinji cried, turning to leave. This action caused Mitsuhashi to gasp a few times. Laughing so hard, he tilted his head and fainted. Those unaware might have thought he was poisoned, collapsing and convulsing on the ground. Mulan hurriedly ran over to stop Itu, saying, "Shinji, let me explain." "What explanation? We're done being friends." Well, Busukuwa Publishing House is a light novel company, not an individual. Is that so? Yes. ISNT Kasumi Shiko printed beneath the title of Love Metronome from Busukuwa Publishing House. I didn't realize that. So, now you understand what we were laughing about. Right? What? Why didn't you say it earlier? I knew you were just laughing. You scoundrels. Ita shouted in embarrassment and fury. At that moment, he wished he could find a knife to commit seppuku. This is definitely a dark chapter of my life. All right. Look, Mitsuhashi has fainted. Consider that your retribution. Oh, he has fainted? Ita raised an eyebrow, walking over to kick him in a vengeful manner. Serves him right. That said, back to the topic. He exclaimed angrily. No way. Boss, where is Busukuwa Publishing House? I want to confront them. This novel is so good. Why won't they let her continue writing? Calm down. It's not their fault. What do you mean? The real reason is that the author's skills are lacking, leading the company to not allow her to continue. How could this be? It's impossible. It's clearly so well written. I've cried several times while reading it. Enough. Shinji. Mulan's tone turned serious. Ita was taken aback. I'm speaking the truth. Don't act irrationally. But I feel so dissatisfied. I understand your frustration. Rest assured, I will try to assist that author. Upon hearing this, before Ida could respond, Nanny, Mitsuhashi suddenly sprang back to life. The supposedly useless boss is actually going to contribute to the world. Get lost. Mulin and Ita both punched Mitsuhashi, causing him to bleed from his nose and return to his state of unconsciousness. Ita was now excited. Boss, are you really going to help? Of course, for your sake, I'll put in some effort. Whoa, boss, I love you. Ita's eyes brimmed with tears. Mulin kicked him away in disgust. I'm warning you, you know my language skills, even if I help. It doesn't mean Busukuwa Publishing House will recognize her, and she seems rather unsociable. No matter what. Boss, I believe in you. In the past, even though you aim to be useless, you have resolved every important matter perfectly, right? So, I, Ita Shinji, unconditionally believe you will help Kasumi Shiko gain recognition from Busukuwa Publishing House. Shinji Ito unexpectedly knelt before Kurabayashi, causing the latter immense discomfort as he hurriedly helped him back to his feet. I truly cannot comprehend you Japanese people, always kneeling at the slightest provocation. What a disgrace. Ito, with a foolish grin, stood up and dusted off his clothes. If I failed to assist her, I would be utterly mortified. So, I must trouble you, boss. Ito bowed deeply. What a fool. Kurabayashi was left speechless and gave his head a firm slap. A sharp pain tore open the recently healed wound on his head, and blood spurted forth. I'm bleeding again, Ito remarked nonchalantly as he covered his mouth with his hand. Chapter 8. The wind today is particularly boisterous. Buzz. The vibration of a phone interrupted the idle chatter of the three brothers. Kurabayashi pulled out his phone, and before even unlocking it, he sensed the presence of two figures behind him. Ito and Mitsuhashi appeared almost instantaneously, peering over his shoulder in a rather intrusive manner. What are you two up to? They began whistling as if admiring the stars and the moon. Shinji, I've just realized how round the moon is tonight. Oh, Takashi, there are so many stars tonight. They're so beautiful. Kurabayashi rolled his eyes and opened his phone. The two fools leaned in closer. Not bothering to address them, he noticed a message from Kato. Why hasn't she returned yet? Ito read aloud, his eyes widening in excitement. Oh, Mitsuhashi's face twisted with jealousy. That detestable boss. He claims he isn't in a relationship with Kei. This is clearly a message from a worried wife asking about her husband out late. They continued to surreptitiously observe Kurabayashi's conversation with Kato, which resembled a display of affection. After a while, Kurabayashi said, let's take a picture. All for Kei's peace of mind. Ito shouted, quickly fixing his spiky hair and wiping away non-existent dirt from his face, striking a pose. Mitsuhashi followed suit, adjusting his golden curls and hiding in a corner unseen by Kurabayashi and Ito, making an ugly face to disrupt the moment. After sending the photo, Kurabayashi noticed the last message from Kato. He looked up to find the dim streetlights had transformed into stage lights, illuminating the two fools who had somehow appeared in front of him. The duo wore solemn expressions, gazing deeply into each other's eyes. Mitsuhashi chimed in, darling, why haven't you returned yet? Ito replied gravely, I'm sorry, I have obligations to attend to. Mitsuhashi, in a teasing tone, questioned, what could possibly be more important than me? You too, do you wish to perish? Not at all. We sincerely apologize. The two fools instantly cowered, standing respectfully and bowing in unison. All right, it's getting late. You both must return. Going back already? No way. We haven't had enough fun yet. Mitsuhashi waved his hands in refusal. Ito nodded in agreement, saying, yeah, after finally meeting, boss, you must take us to some fun places in Tokyo, right? It's quite late, isn't it? The two men approached Kurabayashi, linking arms with him, acting overly affectionate. Kurabayashi felt a chill run down his spine and pushed them away, exclaiming, you two are utterly bizarre. Yes, we embrace our eccentricity, Mitsuhashi boldly admitted, fueled by jealousy over Kurabayashi's earlier interaction with Kato, seeking to annoy their boss. Ito, realizing something, exclaimed, Mitsuhashi, you scoundrel, don't drag me into your madness. What a fool. Why did I suddenly go along with your antics and become so absurd? This thought sent a shiver down Ito's spine. Fine, I give in. Let us just go somewhere fun. But we must return early. We need to check on Shoko tomorrow. Agreed, Ito and Mitsuhashi nodded. Subsequently, Kurabayashi led the two towards the nearest bustling district. Oh, by the way, boss, on the way, Ito interjected. Speaking of Shoko, she seems to have some interest in you. Mitsuhashi interrupted, don't be ridiculous. Ito, When did you become so self-important? Thinking you can read a girl's mind. Why haven't you ever had a girlfriend? Oh, good point. Ito nodded earnestly, choosing not to elaborate further. Kurabayashi, however, had already seen through their banter. He decided to set aside the matter of Natsumi Shoko for now. He remarked, Mitsuhashi, there is something I'd like to point out. What is it? Speak freely. Boss, you claim you want to live your life as a bachelor, yet you secretly harbor jealousy towards other men with girlfriends. You must be a tsundere at heart, yearning for a girlfriend, aren't you? As if struck at his weak spot, Mitsahashi's expression faltered, and he shouted, Absolutely not. I am not a tsundere. At this moment, Ito pointed at him and proclaimed, Oh, with that reaction and your golden hair, you perfectly fit the tsundere archetype. Ito, if you want to challenge me, just say so. Mitsuhashi angrily chased after Ito. Come on, let us have it out. Remembering how he had just been chased, Ito felt a sense of vindication as they all circled around Kurabayashi like a playful game, leaving him speechless once more. Amidst their playful bickering, the trio arrived at an arcade. Inside, numerous unruly youths were noisily engaged in various games, racing motorcycles, shooting zombies, playing fruit machines, and fighting games, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Ito surveyed the arcade with amazement, exclaiming, Wow, this is impressive. No wonder it's Tokyo. This arcade is enormous. Mitsuhashi scoffed, Ito, look at how everyone is staring at you like you're a country bumpkin. You should be more mindful of your behavior and not embarrass us from Chiba. Kurabayashi retorted, Isn't it because of your hairstyles? This observation was spot on. Upon entering, Ito's spiky hair brushed against the door frame, while Mitsuhashi's golden curls were equally eye-catching. The arcade was filled with delinquent youths, all sporting flamboyant hairstyles, but Ito's outlandish look surpassed theirs, drawing their curiosity and ire. Consequently, Kurabayashi and Mitsuhashi were also noticed. Many delinquent youths glared at them menacingly. Ito, oblivious to the tension, shyly covered his face and mused, Why are they all staring at us? Is it because we're too handsome, making us seem out of place? Regardless, the trio's presence commanded respect, and they naturally ignored the surrounding glares. Approaching the front desk, Kurabayashi spoke first, saying, Just so you know, I already treated you to cola. So it's your turn to treat me to some games. Cola doesn't cost much. Ito and Mitsuhashi protested. Kurabayashi's expression turned serious as he replied, You too must understand. Money is merely a material possession. Courtesy is the weight of friendship. I treated you to cola, and you should treat me to games. This is a matter of reciprocity, not something to be measured by money. Ito feigned enlightenment, declaring, I see. This is why you are the boss. Mitsuhashi, exasperated, glared at the naive Ito and kicked him hard. Mitsuhashi, what was that for? You fool. What? Do you wish to die? At that moment, the heavily made-up manager at the counter, irritated, interrupted, Hey, you three aren't here to cause trouble, are you? With those words, several burly men nearby stood up, glaring coldly at them. Sanxiao trembled with an exaggerated fear, stammering, No, of course not. If you want game tokens, hurry up and buy them. Enough with the nonsense. Yes. Sanxiao nodded eagerly, quickly accepting the money handed to him by Ito, combining it with his own to purchase several game tokens. The proprietress observed the three of them with disdain, curling her lip, and with a very unpleasant demeanor. She slapped a few tokens onto the counter. Ito, unable to contain his temper, exclaimed, That wretched proprietress. What kind of service attitude is that? Sanxiao waved his hand dismissively, saying, TSK, what can we do? Under someone's roof, one must bow their head. Mulan interjected, All right, let us just play for a bit. You need to catch the last train back to Chiba soon. Ito replied, Hey, with the attitude of that proprietress, I can't play here anymore. If you're not playing, we will. Sanxiao grabbed the tokens and pulled Mulan over to the King of Fighters machine to begin playing. The sound of buttons being smashed and joysticks clashing echoed throughout the area as Sanxiao and Mulan played with such fervor. It seemed as if they were determined to destroy the game machine. They even shouted exaggerated battle cries in a rather juvenile manner. I'm coming. Whoa, take that. Sanxiao remarked, You're truly despicable. Mulan sighed him. When it comes to despicability, only the boss can surpass me. Otherwise, how could I ever acknowledge you as my superior? This round is over. I'll return that statement to you. Die. At a crucial moment, Mulan's character defeated Sanxiao's. Damn it. Sanxiao gritted his teeth in frustration. Mulan triumphantly declared, Sanxiao, you still can't beat me. You were so close. I don't believe it. Let us continue. Wait. Seeing how much fun they're having, I want to turn, Yitong declared, attempting to shove Sanxiao aside. But Sanxiao, eager to regain his dignity and avenge his previous defeat, refused to yield. The two began pushing each other with their bodies. Yitong, move aside. Didn't you say you didn't want to play because of that proprietress's attitude? That was just in anger. I also spent money on tokens. You move aside. No way. You want me to move just as I'm getting warmed up? What a joke. Just like before. The loser has to step down. You can't break the rules we had. That was then. Now we are college students. Who still follows those childish rules? Their argument escalated, drawing the attention of several unsavory characters nearby. Mulin, exasperated, finally said, "All right, since you two can't get along, let us settle this with a decisive battle." Good. Sanxiao, you're finished. Yitong, I see you haven't learned from past lessons. I will knock your teeth out. TSK, you'll knock my teeth out? The idiot with dyed hair can still come up with a proverb. Mulin observed helplessly as the two continued their fierce bout against the game machine. However, in the end, Sanxiao resorted to underhanded tactics, cornering Yitong, who could only crouch down to defend himself, ultimately being defeated. How despicable, Sanxiao, Yitong lamented, slumped over the game machine in despair. Sanxiao, on the other hand, jumped up like an Olympic champion, standing on a high stool, arms outstretched as if embracing the sky, illuminated by the overhead lights of the arcade. Ignoring the bewildered stares of onlookers, he proclaimed, "Ding ding ding. Now, I, Sanxiao, officially declare myself the new king of fighters in this arcade. Everyone remember, I just defeated Yitong 3 o'clock." As he spoke, Sanxiao shot frantic glances at Mulin, signaling him not to undermine his victory. Mulin indulged him, patting Yitong on the shoulder. "Yitong, every character has a dodge move. You could have used that to avoid his underhanded tactics." "I know, but I can't find the rhythm." "Then you'll never beat Sanxiao. Damn it. Can't this game limit those underhanded tactics?" Suddenly, a group of unruly punks could no longer tolerate the ruckus caused by the trio. The leader, a scarred thug, kicked over a nearby stool with a loud crash, drawing the attention of the three. He glared at Sanxiao, who was still standing on the stool, eyes closed, imagining himself on a victory podium, and shouted, "Hey, you three. You're too loud." These delinquents, with unbuttoned shirts revealing their muscular upper bodies and their dark, twisted abs, appeared quite imposing. In comparison, the noticeably smaller Sanxiao quickly backed down, jumping off the stool and bowing nervously. "I'm sorry. We didn't mean to disturb you. My sincerest apologies." Seeing Sanxiao's sincere demeanor, the delinquents turned their attention to Mulin and Yitong. Mulin was the first to speak. Yitong, who is that curly-haired blonde?" Yitong replied quizzically. "I have no idea. He was just shouting and suddenly stood on the stool declaring himself a king. Seems a bit insane." With Sanxiao still bowing, he turned and glared at Mulin and Yitong with an ugly, fierce expression. "You two bastards. You sold me out like this. I'll use my laser eyes to kill you both." However, the thugs were not naive either. Bang! The thug leader kicked another stool, sending a shiver down Sanxiao's spine. Just as he shivered, he deftly dodged the flying stool. The thug leader roared, "Stop pretending to be foolish. Are you messing with us?" One of the goons chimed in, "Boss. They're clearly messing with you." "Yeah, we're not blind. You three were just playing King of Fighters together. Right. You're so bad at it. And you dare call yourself the king of this arcade. What a joke." However, that last taunt pushed the already cowed Sanxiao over the edge. "What did you say?" he bellowed, as if he intended to swallow them whole. The sudden shift startled the arrogant thugs, and one of them hurriedly hid behind the leader, stammering, "What? Want to fight? The Suzerain 5 will not fear you." The leader ripped off his shirt and tossed it aside, cracking his neck and preparing for a confrontation. The other goons also began to move. Yet Sanxiao shouted, "You can call me stupid. You can say I'm loud. You can even say my hairstyle is ugly. But you cannot say I'm bad at King of Fighters. You say I'm bad. Then you're bad. Huh, bad. Let us see who is better." "What a joke. Who has time to compete with you at King of Fighters?" "Oh, I'm so scared. You're from Suzerain, right? Besides fighting, you can't do anything else. So it's no wonder you're terrible at King of Fighters. Bring it on. Let us compete. Who is afraid?" The provocation tactics employed by Mitsuhashi were remarkably effective. Let it be known that we are devoid of any extra game tokens. Look at the pitiful state of the three of you. We have them. Chapter 10. This has nothing to do with me, just to clarify. Initially, The three-person King of Fighters tournament was enlivened by the addition of the 5 ruffians from Suzerain. Even the other delinquents in the arcade gathered curiously to witness the battle between Mitsuhashi and one opponent. Mulan and Ito watched from the sidelines. Observing Mitsuhashi, who was at a disadvantage and struggling against his opponent, Ito expressed his concern. Is Mitsuhashi capable of handling this? If not, I shall step in. Ito, do not rush. Mulan replied. What do you mean? Mitsuhashi delights in instilling hope in others, only to shatter it at the critical moment, ensuring his opponent's defeat is thorough. Are you implying he is deliberately losing? Just watch. Mitsuhashi is cunning. No, he is strategic. Among the 3 characters he selected, the first 2 are ones he plays poorly, deliberately giving his enemy a false sense of security. But the last character is his signature hero, Iori Yagami. He intends to employ this character to triumph over 3 opponents in one fell swoop, leaving them utterly defeated. Hey, you're pathetic. I've already taken down 2. You won't let me take down 3, will you? The opponent mocked, while his companions laughed derisively at Mitsuhashi's inability to perform even basic combos. Oh no, I'm going to lose. Mitsuhashi lamented, his hands leaving the joystick in despair. Haha, then allow me to finish you off. The opponent guffawed, advancing towards Iori Yagami. Suddenly, an eerie laughter erupted. Mitsuhashi wore a sinister grin, his tongue out, deftly maneuvering Iori to launch a surprise attack on his unsuspecting foe. A powerful combination of moves left the opponent dazed. You scoundrel! How despicable! The opponent was furious, rapidly recovering to retaliate. Yet, it was evident that their skill had risen several notches. Each of Mitsuhashi's attacks was expertly blocked, followed by counterattacks that left him staggered. Akin to striking a pillow with all one's might. This felt akin to having played several rounds against a simple AI that could not block, only to suddenly face a formidable opponent that effortlessly overpowered him. The stark contrast filled him with doubt about life itself. Despair and fear enveloped him, compounded by Mitsuhashi's manic demeanor, grinning grotesquely and cackling as he toyed with his psyche. The victory banner appeared. Mitsuhashi's Iori Yagami executed a flawless sweep. Incredible. You played the fool, didn't you? The audience gasped in astonishment. Ito, wide-eyed and unwilling to concede, muttered, That scoundrel Mitsuhashi. He was clearly letting me win. Mulan discerned. You're mistaken. He deliberately chose a weak character to torment you. Ito, infuriated, clenched his fists, wishing to land a punch on Mitsuhashi's smug face. Mitsuhashi leapt onto a chair, striking a pose of triumph, exclaiming, Yes. I, Mitsuhashi, am the champion of this arcade. Where's the applause? Come on, give me some applause. Mitsuhashi looked around at the silent audience, oblivious to the 5 visibly enraged ruffians from Suzerain glaring at him from behind. Mitsuhashi began to clap for himself. Clap, clap, clap. His solitary applause echoed throughout the arcade. Then, although reluctant, Ito joined in, clapping for his brotherhood from a distance. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught the 5 ruffians making their move, and he shouted in alarm, Mitsuhashi, be careful. But the warning came too late. Unbeknownst to him, the 5 ruffians had approached Mitsuhashi from behind, their leader seething with rage at being humiliated by Mitsuhashi in front of his crew. Veins bulged on his forehead as he bellowed, You despicable scoundrel! You shall pay. He swung his muscular arm with ferocity towards Mitsuhashi's waist. The blow, if it landed on the slender Mitsuhashi, would yield dire consequences. As the onlookers braced for yet another round of violence from the Suzerain group, a surprisingly slender arm shot out from the side, deftly grasping the ruffian's wrist. Smack! The force of the punch came to a halt. What? The ruffian leader stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Mulan, who had managed to intercept his blow. The others, especially his 4 lackeys, were equally astonished. They knew all too well the sheer force behind their leader's punches. Only Mitsuhashi, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned with an exaggerated expression of fear. Ito rushed forward, shouting, Scoundrel! You sneak attacked. If we are to fight, let us do so face to face. As he rolled up his sleeves, Mulan's other hand restrained him. Ito, stand aside and observe. Why? If there's a fight, I want to help. Trust me. Mulan insisted with solemnity. Frustrated, Ito had no choice but to retreat, grumbling, What are you plotting? Meanwhile, Mulan exchanged a fleeting glance with Mitsuhashi, who seemed to think, indeed, only the boss understands me in this world. As the 5 ruffians remained in shock, Mitsuhashi taunted, Ha! You 5 trash! The only way you can defeat me, Mitsuhashi, is through a sneak attack. Look, your leader's full-force punch could be caught by my little brother. TSK. What a disgrace. I heard you're students from Suzerain? The infamous Crow's school is apparently so pathetic. At Mitsuhashi's deriding words, Mulan was taken aback. Holy smokes. Mitsuhashi, are you serious with that last comment? Don't blame me for not covering for you if you get into trouble. Not only Mulan was shocked. Even the onlookers were taken aback by Mitsuhashi's audacity. The 5 ruffians from Suzerain were now enraged. You bastard. Suzerain is not a place for scum like you to insult. You'll pay for that. Roaring with fury, the 5 ruffians charged at Mitsuhashi, who, agile as a monkey, skillfully dodged their attacks while weaving through the arcade. Coincidentally, Mitsuhashi's back was against a game machine. Crash. The screen shattered under the force of the ruffian leader's punch. That wasn't me. It was you who broke it. I'm completely innocent. While shirking responsibility, Mitsuhashi nimbly leapt to evade a flying kick. Boom. The ruffian leader kicked the game machine, leaving it dented. That's still not my fault. I'm innocent. I'm the victim here. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of the machine being smashed echoed throughout. Mitsuhashi's continued attempts to deflect responsibility were relentless. From a distance, Ito watched as his leader dashed towards the arcade counter. In an instant, he finally understood the scheme concocted by his leader and Mitsuhashi. He looked upon the 5 ruffians with pity. Chapter 11. The train has left the station. Trouble. Boss lady, Mulan, gasping for breath, rushed to the counter while shouting. The proprietress, recognizing Mulan as a penniless wretch, responded with dissatisfaction. What do you want? 5 people are beating up my boss. Please help him. Help? Why should I care? But those 5 are lunatics, indiscriminately attacking others, even smashing the arcade machines with chairs. They've gone mad. What? The proprietress slammed the table in fury. How dare you smash my store on my turf? You're asking for death, she roared, leading a few bodyguards towards the direction indicated by Mulan. As they approached, Sanxiao stumbled and fell at the proprietress's feet, crying out, Woo! Please save me, proprietress. You are so kind, beautiful, and charming, with an excellent attitude towards customers. You wouldn't just stand by and watch, would you? Sanxiao's flurry of compliments successfully deflected the proprietress's wrath. With a cold huff, she turned towards the 5 members of the Linglong gang and shouted, You 5. How dare you smash my store? You're courting death. Go and teach these brats a lesson. Yes. A few burly bodyguards charged forward. Compared to the trained bodyguards, the 5 delinquents from Linglong were clearly outmatched. Except for the leader and 2 others who managed to put up a fight for a few rounds. The rest were mercilessly pinned to the ground and beaten. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists meeting flesh was chilling. Help! No more! Spare me! Spare me! Cries of terror erupted. Suddenly, a raucous laughter broke through the fray. The proprietress turned coldly to see Sanxiao, who had fallen to the ground, kicking his legs and laughing heartily. Realizing the proprietress was watching, Sanxiao abruptly ceased his laughter, then awkwardly forced a few chuckles, exclaiming, You 5 scoundrels. Remember this. I am Sanxiao Yoshimura from Kikyu High School in Shiba Prefecture. Come and seek your revenge if you dare. After saying this, he shot a frantic glance at Mulan and Ito, who nodded in understanding. Before the proprietress could react, the 3 turned and fled. Hey, don't run. Someone catch them. The proprietress exclaimed in astonishment, realizing she had been played. These 3 rascals. However, Mulan and his companions were swift, leaving even the trained bodyguards in their dust. After running for a while, their pursuers were long gone. The trio reached a bridge, leaning over the railing while laughing heartily. Ha! Yay! Ito exclaimed, Sanxiao, you're amazing. Sanxiao replied, Humph. But it's all thanks to my understanding boss. It's so much fun. It's truly with you 2 that I can enjoy myself so much. Mulan smiled. The 3 laughed for a while longer before leaning against the bridge railing, gazing up at the starry sky. The arcade was stifling, and stepping out into the refreshing environment of the bridge instantly made them feel invigorated. The cool evening breeze caressed their flushed faces, and the fresh air filled their nostrils. I suddenly feel like the arcade wasn't all that great, Ito mused. Sanxiao raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Is it because you're terrible at King of Fighters? How could it be? I just find the fresh air outside more enchanting, Ito retorted. What with this sudden outburst? Honestly, Sanxiao scoffed. Mulin then glanced at the time on his phone and said solemnly, "It seems we've forgotten something." Upon Mulin's reminder, both Ito and Sanxiao's eyes widened in realization. "Oh no, we haven't gotten our game money back," Sanxiao exclaimed. "Damn it, we might miss the last train." As Sanxiao reached into his pocket for the game coins, he froze upon hearing Ito's shout. His hand trembled, and the few coins he held fell to the ground, bouncing several times before ultimately landing in the river below the bridge. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, not from the sky, but rather a figurative thunderclap striking Sanxiao's head. He knelt helplessly, clutching his head and crying out, "Ah, this is disastrous. Trouble comes in pairs." Mulin, speechless, lifted him up and shoved Ito, shouting, "Hurry up. If we run at full speed, we might still make it." "Oh, right. We must catch it. Otherwise, our parents will kill us." They wailed as the three sprinted towards the train station, moving like the wind. Bystanders were astounded. The gust of wind created by their sprint caused many young ladies in short skirts to instinctively cover their garments, letting out shrieks. At that moment, a petite figure, wearing a Sherlock Holmes hat and a green tracksuit with strands of golden hair peeking out, stepped aside in fright to avoid being knocked over by the trio. Observing their distant figures, she grumbled, "What the heck? Are they rushing to reincarnate, or what?" After running for a long time, the trio leaned against the railing, panting as they watched the last train, which had just started, gradually move away. "Ah no, we just missed it." Mulin's words pierced the hearts of the other two. Ito and Sanxiao collapsed to the ground, extending a hand toward the train that was fading into the night, crying out in anguish, "No. Don't leave. We haven't boarded yet. We want to go home." Woo-woo. Under the night sky, the cicadas cried out, and the evening breeze blew gently. Only the dim light from the nearby train station illuminated the area. Sanxiao and Ito knelt there for a long while before Mulin helped them to their feet, looking dazed. "Well, it's just one night without going home," Ito said. "I promised my parents I'd be home by 10 p.m. The problem is, where are we supposed to sleep?" Mulin fell silent, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition. The two of them looked at him with shining eyes, asking, "Boss, you wouldn't really leave us to sleep on the streets, would you?" "I would." "No. Boss, how could you be so cruel? Have you forgotten about us?" "No, not at all. This is entirely your fault for choosing to go somewhere fun and missing the last train." Ito suddenly grew serious, patting Mulin on the shoulder, saying gravely, "No, boss, I believe in you. You are a good boss who takes responsibility for his subordinates." Sanxiao sighed, "Indeed. Otherwise we wouldn't have chosen to follow you, right? You two fools." Mulin was at a loss for words. "Enough of the jokes. Let us go to my house." "Oh yay. What yay? You still need to come up with an excuse to tell your parents that you want to be home tonight." "All right. What excuse should we use?" Chapter 12. The Sound of Heaven. Sorry for the interruption. Ito and Sanxiao entered Mulin's home, politely speaking. "What interruption? There's no one here." They grinned widely, unceremoniously slipping off their shoes and rushing inside, not at all sure what they were in a hurry to do. Mulin quickly cautioned, "Just so you know, the dinner in the kitchen is mine. You're not allowed to eat it." After this warning, he took off his shoes and entered the house, heading to the kitchen. Upon seeing the dinner covered with a lid on the table, he smiled knowingly, took it, and placed it in the microwave to heat. Then he followed the sounds to his bedroom. As the door swung open, Lin was met with the sight of two individuals rummaging through his bedroom, seemingly in search of something elusive. However, this impudent behavior irked him greatly, prompting him to exclaim, "What on earth are you two doing? This is my home, not yours." Ito paused, standing upright and bowing apologetically. "Ahem, my apologies, boss, it was unintentional." Noticing Lin's silence, Ito followed his gaze and discovered Mitsuhashi wedged beneath the bed, unable to extricate himself. With decisive strides, Lin approached and yanked him out. "Ouch, that hurts." Mitsuhashi winced, rubbing his sore back, which had scraped against the bed frame. "Mitsuhashi, what were you searching for under my bed?" Lin demanded. "I wasn't. I didn't mean to," Mitsuhashi instinctively retorted, but upon seeing Lin's expression, he reluctantly admitted, "Ah, boss, your home is rather dull, isn't it?" "Dull? In my bedroom, aside from the bed, desk, chair, and television, there's nothing else. What more do you need?" Lin replied incredulously. "Heh, you know what I mean." Mitsuhashi smirked slyly. "I completely do not," Lin shot back. "Ito, if the boss doesn't understand, you must surely comprehend, right?" "I don't know anything," Ito insisted. "You were just searching with me," Lin exclaimed in exasperation. Of course, we were looking for something colorful, Mitsuhashi declared. Get lost. Lin kicked him sharply. I don't have anything like that in my home. Furthermore, you two better behave. The bedding is over there. Spread it out on the floor. Otherwise, you'll be sleeping on the ground tonight. Yes, boss. The two responded with exaggerated salutes. Suddenly, the sound of grumbling stomachs filled the awkward silence of the room. Ito and Mitsuhashi synchronized their groans, faces contorted in distress. Boss, we're hungry. Is there anything to eat? Sorry, there isn't. You'll have to endure the night without food, Lin replied nonchalantly. At that moment, both Ito and Mitsuhashi caught a whiff of something delicious. Lin realized that his dinner had been warmed in the microwave and cautioned, "This is my dinner. Boss, how could you be so cruel? Did we not agree to share both joys and hardships? Even if it's a single portion, we should all share it. You missed the train on your own. So as a consequence, enduring hunger for a meal is no great tragedy, is it?" Lin countered, ignoring their lamentations. Having not eaten much at lunch himself, he made his way to the kitchen, dismissing their complaints. The two, with furtive glances, followed him closely. Soon, the trio found themselves seated at the kitchen table. Lin savoring a delectable meal prepared by Kato, while Ito and Mitsuhashi watched enviously, saliva pooling at the corners of their mouths. What are you staring at? No matter what, I will not share, Lin declared. Woo-woo, Ito whimpered. It's all right. Ito, there's an idiom. Looking at plums quenches thirst. By watching the boss eat. Perhaps we'll feel full, Mitsuhashi suggested. Boss, don't you have any snacks at home? Ito inquired. Unfortunately, there are none today. That fragrant dinner must have been made by Kay, right? Ito pressed. Indeed, Lin replied, taking another bite. Mitsuhashi's face twisted with jealousy. How infuriating. A girl of our age helping to cook dinner. Aren't they a couple? Exactly, Ito chimed in. And boss, hasn't TK been cooking for you daily for quite some time? More or less, Lin replied dismissively. Mitsuhashi, with a mischievous glint in his eye, suggested. How about you ask Kay to cook dinner for the two of us? Not a chance, Lin retorted. Mitsuhashi scoffed. TCH. You must be jealous. Humph. You still claim they are not a couple. It's not that. It's far too late to ask her to come over and cook dinner, Lin argued. Oh, is it that you can't bear to tire Kay? Yes, whatever you say. So, do we really have to endure hunger for the entire night? Mitsuhashi and Ito lamented, resting their heads on the table. Looking at you two in such a pitiful state, Lin began, only to be interrupted as they sat up abruptly. Could it be that the boss has had a change of heart and will share his dinner with us? No, I've already finished. Then does that mean we'll have Kay come and cook for us? They exclaimed eagerly. However, there should be ingredients Kay bought in the fridge. Can you two cook? No, they both shook their heads. Then I'll prepare it while you wash my dishes, Lin instructed, rolling up his sleeves to begin. However, he failed to notice the terrified expressions on Ito and Mitsuhashi's faces as they rushed to stop him. No, please, boss. Put down that knife, and you will surely find enlightenment. They recalled the time Lin's dark culinary skills had caused them to faint for an entire afternoon, a memory that still haunted them. Then you two can starve for the night, Lin said, annoyed. Fine. We'd rather endure hunger than eat your cooking, they agreed. Just then, a gentle female voice, as sweet as a melody, resounded from outside. Excuse me. It's Kay. Ito and Mitsuhashi exclaimed joyfully, bolting out of the kitchen. Moments earlier, Kay Kato had just completed her physics homework, taken a shower, and turned off the lights to go to bed. However, her concern for Lin kept her tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Upon hearing the commotion from Lin's house and seeing the light turn on, she felt relieved that he had returned. Yet, a persistent urge to catch a glimpse of him lingered. Without seeing him, she found it difficult to rest. Thus, she donned her adorable pink panda pajamas and approached Lin's door to call out, "Excuse me." Just as she was about to open the door, two familiar voices called out, "Kay." Immediately after, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from within. Bang! The door swung open forcefully, revealing two rascally youths, one with golden curly hair and the other with a spiky hairstyle, startling Kay. Chapter 13, The Path Ahead. Kay. It's us. Mitsuhashi and Ito shouted in unison, visibly frightened. Finally recognizing them, Kay sighed in relief. Oh, it's just you two, but your hairstyles. Mitsuhashi interrupted with exaggerated horror. Don't mention that. Kay, you must save us. The boss said he wants to cook personally, and he might poison us. He shot a furtive glance at Ito, who nodded vigorously. Yes. Kay, you know about the boss's dark culinary skills, right? We've suffered greatly in the past. We don't want to eat it. Please, you must help us. Is that so? Kay frowned, clearly annoyed with Lin's antics. All right, I'll help you prepare something. Thank you, Kay. We're eternally grateful. Mitsuhashi and Ito bowed deeply, stepping aside to allow her entry. As they watched Kay remove her shoes and head towards the kitchen in her panda pajamas, Ito couldn't help but exclaim, Kay in panda pajamas is just too adorable. How infuriating. That scoundrel Lin actually has feelings for her. He deserves to suffer. Meanwhile, Mitsuhashi smirked slyly. Hee. Kay seems angry. There's going to be a good show, Ito. Let us go watch. Meanwhile, Lin, aware of Kay's arrival, felt no need to greet her, focusing instead on washing the dishes at the sink. Upon hearing the footsteps drawing nearer from behind, Lin turned around after washing the dishes and remarked, Hui, why are you still awake at this late hour? Kato Hui, hands on her hips, replied with dissatisfaction. You know it's late. Lin, bemused by her adorable frown, questioned, why the anger? Didn't we agree you'd return early? It's primarily because of Ito and the others. The streets are perilous at this hour. Apologies. And I heard you're planning to cook for your two good brothers and poison them? Who said that? Lin furrowed his brow, glancing at the two heads peeking through the door, wearing mischievous grins. Those golden curls and that spiky hair were unmistakably conspicuous. Honestly, he exclaimed, since Mikahashi and Ito are coming, you could have informed me so I could prepare extra dinner. It was unexpected. They were supposed to go home but missed the last bus. However, since they have missed it, you should have called me to help cook before they returned. I thought it was late. Kato Hui interrupted with emphasis. Lin sighed. All right, I apologize. You can make dinner for them. Humph. Kato Hui huffed, striding to the fridge to gather ingredients and begin cooking. Hui, make sure to cook enough. I didn't eat much. By the way, are you hungry? You should be by now. Want to share a late-night snack? Sure. By the way, your culinary skills seem to have improved significantly. Humph. Who is it that begs me daily to help with dinner? Do you need assistance? Yes. At the doorway, Mikahashi and Ito observed the interaction between Lin and Kato Hui. From Kato Hui scolding Lin to their current collaboration in the kitchen, the couple-like chemistry was undeniable. This was the sentiment shared by Mikahashi and Ito. The love-struck Ito sighed. Hey, ever since we arrived, the usually dominant leader has turned submissive. How could he not adore her? Isn't that right, Mikahashi? He glanced at Mikahashi, only to find him resembling a jealous hamster, gnawing on the doorframe. Mikahashi, are you losing your mind? Yes, I'm going crazy. Why must I endure such a sweet scene? Dog couple, may they meet a miserable end. What a harsh curse. But Hui is currently cooking dinner for us, and you're cursing her. That's true. Retract the curse against Hui. Damn it. The leader has such a virtuous girlfriend like Hui. It's infuriating. So enviable. All right. The leader and Hui are childhood friends. I want a childhood friend too. How infuriating. The leader's enviable luck. You possess quite the jealousy. Are you jealous? I am merely envious. My desire for love has intensified. Humph. Mikahashi, it seems you secretly long for love too? Humph. Hey, no retort. Humph. You too. What are you still doing outside? Come in and sit. Lin's sudden voice startled Mikahashi and Ito. The two hesitated, fearing the leader might reprimand them. Thankfully, Kato Hui reassured them, don't worry, with me here, Lin won't casually kick you out. Since we said so. Mikahashi and Ito coughed and entered, but before they could sit down, they felt something was amiss. Wait, how does Hui know the leader would kick us out? Lin asked. Hui, did you see it? See what? Me kicking them out. Oh, that matter. I happened to see it in secret. If I were there, you would certainly never be so rude. Because when I'm around, you always pay attention to me first. However, someone as violent as you should sincerely appreciate Ito and Mikahashi for their tolerance. Right. Hui is absolutely correct. Mikahashi and Ito nodded in agreement. Huh. Appreciate? Shouldn't they be the ones appreciating my patience? Always causing trouble. It's infuriating. What? Damn it, leader. Where's the trouble? Mikahashi and Ito widened their eyes, completely forgetting the mischief they had caused before. I envy the bond you three share, Kato Hui remarked wistfully. Before Lin could respond, Ito suddenly exclaimed, no, Hui, compared to our bond, your relationship with the leader is even deeper. Upon hearing this, Kato Hui's cooking motion froze, and she softly said, is that so? Of course. Mikahashi and I only met the leader in high school by chance. But you knew him since elementary school. Kato Hui turned to Lin, who appeared somewhat awkward and helpless. This expression caused Kato Hui, who had long understood everything, to feel a pang in her heart. Perhaps he only extended his hand in friendship out of pity for me. But if I have to leave you now, where will I go? My presence is so insignificant that even my parents fail to notice me. Chapter 14. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. The atmosphere in the kitchen felt somewhat awkward for reasons unknown. Ito, the instigator, was oblivious to the tension, while Mikihashi rolled his eyes at him. Ito, you're such a mood destroyer. Shortly after, dinner was ready, and Kato Hui brought 2 plates of food to the table, along with 4 bowls of rice. Thank you, Hui. Ito and Mikihashi expressed their gratitude, receiving the rice and placing their chopsticks aside, hands clasped together. Let us eat. The two, famished, devoured their meals ravenously, while Mu Lin and Kato Hui, not as hungry, ate leisurely. Mu Lin Kuan, didn't you say you weren't full? I did say that. Then hurry up and eat. Otherwise, they'll finish before you. Saying this, Kato Hui picked up a piece of meat for Mu Lin. However, he declined, shaking his head. No. Let them eat first. After all, they're starving. Kato Hui's chopsticks froze in midair, and she fixed a steady gaze on Mu Lin. After several seconds of tension, he finally relented and accepted the meat she offered. Aren't you eating? No. Watching you two eat has made me suddenly lose my appetite. All right then. So where did you go tonight? You returned so late, missing the last bus. Before Mu Lin could respond, Ito and Mikihashi had already emptied their bowls in a mere 2 minutes, slamming their chopsticks on the table, both exclaiming, I'm full. Thank you for the meal, Hui. You're welcome. Ito said to Mikihashi, oh, by the way, Mikihashi, after eating and drinking, we should take a walk outside to aid digestion. That makes sense. Kato Hui cautioned. It's late, so don't wander too far. Understood. Well then, Hui leader, we're heading out. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. After bidding farewell, Mikihashi and Ito left the kitchen and headed outside. Under the dim night, the two walked in silence for a considerable distance before stopping in a secluded area where Mu Lin and Kato Hui couldn't hear them. Ito's eyes were filled with envy. So sweet. Mikihashi's face twisted with jealousy as he painfully clutched his head, shouting, damn it. Dog couple, torturing us. It's unbearable. Meanwhile, the departure of Ito and Mikihashi added to the awkwardness in the kitchen once again. Mulin and Kato K sat in silence, gazing at the table for quite some time. It was Kato K who broke the stillness first, saying, you haven't answered me yet. Answer what? Of course. Where did you go just now? Coming back so late. We just strolled around the streets, nothing to fuss about. Your response feels rather dismissive. Kato K stood up, rolled up her sleeves, and began to tidy up the dishes, while Mulin remained seated, keeping her company. The gentle sound of water trickling from the sink, the distant hum of the electric water heater, and the soft rustle of her delicate hands drying the dishes created a warm and serene atmosphere in the kitchen, especially since Kato K was humming a cheerful tune. One that Mulin remembered from a summer vacation when they had dined together in a restaurant where this song was playing, a lovely, heartwarming, and beautiful melody that seemed to convey affection. He recalled how the waiter had mistaken them for a couple back then. However, as he watched Kato K busying herself with a cheerful demeanor, Mulin felt a weight in his heart. Kato K mistakenly believed he was pitying her loneliness, unaware that he had long admired her simplicity. Yet, an internal barrier prevented him from expressing his feelings. It seemed that every woman he loved was doomed to a tragic fate. After all, history records that the last monarchs of ancient Rome and Great Britain were women like her. Empires fell, and their rulers met grim ends. If only he could ensure a mundane life for her, he would undoubtedly take her as his wife. But he was uncertain about what the future held. The words spoken to him echoed in his mind. You can never remain ordinary for long. He hoped they would not prove true. Mulin Kuan, snapping back to reality. Mulin noticed Kato K standing before him, waving her hand. Her brow was furrowed, seemingly annoyed. What are you thinking at a time like this? Nothing, sorry. Here. Mulin took the towel she offered, puzzled. What is this for? You clearly didn't hear me. I asked you to help wipe the table and the grease on the stove. Oh right. Mulin got up to assist her, while Kato K continued washing the dishes. The task of cleaning was uncomplicated, and Mulin completed it swiftly. He approached her with the towel to wash, then noticed her pink pajamas were stained with water and grease. Kay, your pajamas are dirty. It's fine, I can change when I get back. Those fluffy pajamas must be hard to wash, right? They are a bit tricky. But no need to worry. All done. Kato K stacked the cleaned dishes neatly in the cupboard and wiped her hands with a dry towel. You're going to Glass's place tomorrow, right? Yes. Then remember to sleep early. I'll head back now. Okay. By the way, I've left the homework on your desk. Make sure to finish it. Understood. Kato K walked towards the kitchen door, and Mulin watched her figure vanish from sight. Feeling somewhat wistful, suddenly, like a sprite, she poked her head through the door, pouting, "Aren't you going to walk me to my door? It's so close, it's unnecessary." Though he thought this, seeing her frown made Mulin nod. All right. They changed their shoes at the entrance and stepped outside. The night was dark, and the chilly evening breeze brushed against their faces. They walked side by side, the distance of just a few steps stretching into several minutes, due to Kato K's deliberate slow pace. She stopped, gazing up at the starry sky, and exclaimed, "There are so many stars tonight. Indeed. I wonder where Mitsuhashi and Ito went. They still haven't returned." Despite saying this, Kato K was acutely aware that their departure was intentional, allowing her and Mulin some time alone together. A sense of gratitude filled her heart. No matter where they were, it wouldn't be fatal. "What are you talking about?" Kato K playfully slapped Mulin on the shoulder. All right. We've reached your doorstep. Should I go in?" Kato K looked at her home, resting her chin in thought. "Stop joking. You have school tomorrow." "Humph. You're just afraid I want to go to school. And you want to get your excuse." "Not at all. And speaking of that, Mulin Kuan," Kato K suddenly complained seriously, "you don't think about how you appear in front of the teachers. Asking me, a girl with no presence, to help you get an excuse is too much. You only need to tell them. I really don't understand why you're so timid." All right. Just go home and get some sleep." "Are you that eager to send me back?" "Then I want to go." Kato K began to act stubbornly. Mulin found himself at a loss for how to respond to her antics. Seeing his helpless expression softened Kato K's heart. "All right then. I'm tired too. So I'll head home now." "Okay." Kato K pushed the door open and walked inside. Just as Mulin turned to leave, she suddenly poked her head out through the gap, exclaiming, "Oh, Mulin Kuan, there's one more thing I forgot to mention." "What is it?" Kato K gestured in the air, saying, "The moonlight is beautiful tonight." "Huh, don't misunderstand." Bang! The door slammed shut, and the sound of her playful footsteps echoed inside. The soft patter of bare feet against the wooden floor evoked an image of cute little feet in white socks dancing across the polished wood. The owner fleeing in a playful manner. Chapter 15. Help me with my homework. Did Kei-chan already go home? Ito and Mitsahashi's first words were this. "What else? Boss, you're back so soon. Are you two hiding something?" Ito grinned mischievously. "Hey boss, how did we do? We left just in time to give you and Kei-chan some alone time. Top marks, right?" "Top marks my foot. You two haven't even set up your bedding." Mulin kicked Ito and Mitsuhashi. The two hurriedly retreated to the bedroom. After turning off the kitchen light, Mulin opened the bedroom door and saw Mitsuhashi and Ito hastily laying out two sleeping mats, lying down with their eyes closed, seemingly already asleep. Mulin ignored them, took off his coat, lay on the bed, turned off the light, and closed his eyes to sleep. However, he hadn't slept long when Mitsuhashi suddenly spoke up. "Hey, boss, what is it? Don't you wash up before sleeping?" Mulin couldn't be bothered to respond, turning onto his side, facing away from him. Seeing Mulin's silence, Mitsuhashi shifted his focus. "Ito, we don't wash up because we don't want to mess up our hairstyles, right?" "Exactly. We didn't bring the tools for such hairstyles." "Humph, seems like the boss isn't very particular about cleanliness." Mulin was speechless. What was there to discuss on such a topic? "I'm not washing up because you two are here. This place is so boring," Mitsuhashi lamented. "If it's so boring, just go out. There's nothing to do. No computer, no game console, nothing at all. Right, Ito?" "True. The boss really has willpower. He doesn't indulge in any distractions." "That's true." Mulin was at a loss for words. "Aren't you two going to sleep?" "Boss, let me tell you. True waste should engage in genuinely wasteful activities." "What activities, you ask?" "Nowadays, many people believe that gamers are merely indulging in frivolity. Perhaps you can immerse yourself in gaming to allow others to perceive you as a genuine wastrel." "Is that so?" Mulin furrowed his brow. "Indeed. Therefore, I must hastily procure a gaming console. Could it be that your parents disallow you from purchasing one, leading you to contemplate playing at my place every day?" "How could that be?" "Precisely," Mulin affirmed. "Thus, to prevent you from being a nuisance, I shall refrain from buying one." "Boss, are we so unwelcome by you? We were so joyous upon our initial meeting." "That was merely the first encounter. After spending some time together, it is evident that my sentiments have changed. Currently, I find you all quite distasteful. Sanxiao and Itu were left speechless for a while. Suddenly, Itu exclaimed, "Thin guy. I've comprehended it. I recalled that when summer vacation just commenced, my parents were elated. However, just days later, they grew quite disdainful of me. Boss, you must be feeling the same way now, right?" Sanxiao frowned. "Is that so?" Mu Lin replied, "Perhaps. Quickly sleep. We have matters to attend to tomorrow." "I cannot sleep," Ida lamented, for he had napped during class earlier and was not tired now. Insomnia. Sanxiao, troubled by Mu Lin and Kato K's antics, also found it difficult to sleep. "Then hush. Allow me to rest." "Yes, boss." The room fell silent for a brief moment. Giggles and cackles erupted from the two fools hidden beneath the covers, their actions unknown. Finally, after much commotion, Mu Lin could no longer endure it. He abruptly flung off the covers, turned on the light, sat up, and shouted, "Do you two wish to die?" With that, he uncovered a small mountain of bedding to reveal Sanxiao and Itu. What mischief were they up to? It appeared that the two had, unbeknownst to him, brought the desk lamp over to read a comic book together. Upon the covers being lifted, they quickly reacted, concealing the lamp and comic behind them. Gazing at Mu Lin in terror. "Hand it over." "Huh? Hand over what?" "Hand it over." "Yes." Trembling, the duo surrendered the lamp and comic to Mu Lin. He placed them on the desk, scrutinizing the two miscreants kneeling before him. "We're doomed. We're going to die?" Sanxiao and Itu exchanged frantic glances, then in unison, they knelt and pleaded, "We sincerely apologize. We shall never dare again. Please, spare us this once." Mu Lin looked at them with exasperation. To be honest, their antics had also robbed him of his drowsiness. He was at a loss for how to punish them. Scolding seemed too tedious, and hitting felt unnecessary. Finally, after surveying the room, his gaze landed on the homework on the desk, and a mischievous idea struck him. Suddenly, Sanxiao and Ida shivered. It felt as if a great terror was about to descend upon them. "Thus, as punishment, you shall assist me with my homework." "What?" Ignoring their astonished expressions, Mu Lin fetched a low table, tossed the homework and a pen upon it, and said, "Begin writing, rest assured. It's just the beginning of the semester. These questions are quite simple." Seeing Sanxiao and Ida hesitate, Mu Lin casually remarked, "Do you prefer to be punished or to write your homework?" "Punishment." "Oh, I misspoke. Do you wish to be punished until you are willing to write your homework, or would you rather write it now?" Sanxiao and Ida's faces twisted in anguish. "Boss, your heart is indeed ruthless. Write for me." "Yes. I will handle the math and physics myself. The rest is for you two to write." "Woe is me. The language homework is the most exhausting." "Woe is me. Boss, you can complete the math and physics assignments in a few strokes, right? Please help us copy a bit." Chapter 16, Nishimiya Shuko Chiba Prefecture. Morning. In a room within an apartment building. In the uniquely feminine chamber of a young girl. A tuft of flaxen hair peeked out from under the covers. Suddenly, the covers were flung aside. A cute girl rubbed her drowsy eyes awake. Her name is Nishimiya Shuko. A girl afflicted by hearing impairment, thus unable to communicate verbally like others. Today marks her first day of school, due to her hearing issues. Attending a regular university entails cumbersome procedures, causing her start date to be several days later than her peers. Currently, she is anxious that her late arrival may lead to her being isolated, as cliques have already formed in her class. Nevertheless, she must muster the courage to persevere. Nishimiya Shuko made a gesture to motivate herself. Just as she prepared to rise from bed, "Good morning, sister." A dark-haired tomboyish girl suddenly leaped out, startling Nishimiya Shuko. "Hee. Did I scare you?" Nishimiya Yuzuru grinned mischievously. With a sense of resignation, Nishimiya Shuko got out of bed, dressed, and washed up alongside her sister. "Yuzuru, call sister for breakfast." A warm, gentle voice emerged from outside the door. It was their grandmother. "Oh," Nishimiya Yuzuru replied loudly, then signed to Nishimiya Shuko to indicate it was time for breakfast. Nishimiya Shuko nodded. "I'll head over first." "Sister, hurry." Upon seeing Yuzuru leave, Nishimiya Shuko washed her face with a towel, glanced at the mirror, patted her pretty face, and shouted, "I'm adorable." The sound was peculiar. It was difficult for her to produce a normal voice, contributing to her speech impediment. Next, she hurried to her desk, grabbed her bag, and cast a glance at the IV in the vase on the table. A hint of nostalgia washed over her. On June 7th, 3 months prior, her birthday, this vase of ivy was gifted by someone very important to her. The vase bore a message. "The adorable me is the most deserving of love in this world." How absurd. How could I possibly be worthy of love? Sweet joy welled up within her, yet she still thought this way. Nishimiya Shuko retrieved 2 hearing aids from her desk drawer, fitted them onto her ears, and exited the bedroom. Shuko, come quickly. Her gentle grandmother and sister waved at her. There stood her usually stern mother, expressionless as she looked on. Despite her hearing impairment, her mother wished for her to be as resilient as any normal child. Attending a regular school was her request, but her mother also harbored the same expectations. In elementary, middle, and high school, she had someone to care for her. However, in university, she did not wish to burden him any longer. She aimed to prove to him that she could live independently. I'm coming, Nishimiya Shuko stammered, joining her family at the table for breakfast. Her grandmother kindly helped her and her sister with their meals. Only her mother remained silent, burdened with unspoken worries. Finally, Nishimiya Shuko's mother, spoke. Yuzuru, please accompany me outside for a moment. Shuko, you head to school by yourself. Mom, Nishimiya Yuzuru said anxiously. But at that moment, kind-hearted Nishimiya Shuko interjected. I'm fine. I can manage. Really? Nishimiya Shuko nodded, quickly finishing her breakfast, and declared. Then, I'll be off. Take care, Yuzuru and their grandmother said in unison. Nishimiya eyes reflected concern, but she suppressed it. The fresh morning air was invigorating. With a mix of anticipation, anxiety, and unease, Nishimiya Shuko walked towards the school. Along the way, she encountered many fellow students, all of whom were accompanied by friends, chatting merrily. In stark contrast, Nishimiya Shuko felt utterly alone in her solitude. She tightened her grip on her backpack, forcing a smile as she stepped forward. Before long, she entered the school campus. Heading to the office to greet her teacher. You must be Nishimiya Shuko, remarked the bespectacled male homeroom teacher as he scrutinized her. Huh. Nishimiya tilted her head in confusion, quickly retrieving a notebook from her bag and writing. I'm sorry, could you please repeat that? The teacher, noticing her expression, slowed his speech and said, You have a hearing impairment, right? Yes. Nishimiya nodded. All right, no problem. Please have a seat, and I will take you to your class shortly. Okay, she replied, nervously sitting to one side. As a student, being in an office filled with chatting teachers felt suffocating. She took deep breaths, staring at the floor, too anxious to look up. Meanwhile, a few teachers began conversing. Hey, Kazaki, is this your new student? Yes, indeed. Oh, she is only just registering now? But such a lovely girl will surely be very popular. Perhaps. Wait, didn't I hear that a disabled student was joining your class? It seemed a bit strange when I saw you two talking. It wouldn't be her, would it? It is her. She has a hearing impairment. What? Such a cute girl has a hearing impairment? What a pity. A female teacher lamented. Other teachers chimed in. At least she is not my student. Indeed, that would surely cause many issues in class. Managing students these days is already tough. Adding a deaf student would be a real headache. Mita, mind your words. What is the problem? She has a hearing impairment. She can't hear me, right? But really, it's true, a hearing impairment in a regular school. I can't imagine how much effort it would take to bring her grades up. Kazaki, you're in for a tough time. Kazaki, brace yourself. The average grade in your class might just drop. Under the cruel banter of the teachers, Kazaki felt a surge of frustration, clenching his fists and muttering, Damn it. Why does the principal have to assign such a troublesome student to me? If she has a hearing impairment, she should go to a school for the hearing impaired. Why trouble us at a regular school? Seriously, unbeknownst to him, Nishimiya had lowered her head even further, gripping her backpack tighter. With severe hearing loss, even wearing a hearing aid made it difficult for her to catch sounds. In the noisy office, she could only vaguely hear snippets of their conversation. However, her heightened sensitivity due to her deafness allowed her to grasp the general content of the teacher's discussion. Kazaki's discontented murmurs left her feeling utterly humiliated. She had hoped that university would be an improvement, but to her dismay, it was even worse than middle school and elementary school. Back then, she had that person's support. Now, what was she to do alone? I must try my best. Even if the teachers don't accept me, I will strive to gain the recognition of my classmates. I need to prove myself. Nishimiya silently encouraged herself. Chapter 17. I truly do not deserve to be liked, Nishimiya. Let us go. I'll take you to your class. Kazaki said with a warm expression, gently addressing her. The forced smile was easily seen through by Nishimiya, yet she still nodded with a tender smile. Kazaki guided her towards the classroom, soon reaching the door. The classroom was silent, awaiting the homeroom teacher's arrival. This is the spot. I'll wave you over shortly. Okay, Nishinomiya nodded, but suddenly stopped Kazaki, bowing and saying, thank you. Yes, that's an apology, right? Why the sudden apology? Kazaki was taken aback and felt awkward. This unexpected apology left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Looking at Nishinomiya's innocent and gentle demeanor, he couldn't shake the feeling of discomfort. However, this inexplicable discomfort also stirred a slight irritation within him. Ignoring Nishinomiya, he pushed open the door to the classroom. After a few days of study, students were almost ready for summer vacation. Kazaki scanned the obedient students seated in their various spots, as expected from the top-ranked class. However, he secretly hoped they would ignore her, isolate her, and pressure her to transfer. Today, we have a new student joining our class. Really? Is it a boy or a girl? Is he handsome? I can't wait. Is she beautiful? The students buzzed with excitement about the new arrival. Catching the attention of a boy sitting in the middle of the back row. As Kazaki signaled for the new student to come in, the boy's eyes widened, and the pen he was gripping fell to the floor. Several other students in the class reacted similarly. A curious classmate at the adjacent table asked, Hey, Ishida, what's wrong? Are you interested in her? Ishida ignored him, instead recalling terrifying experiences from elementary and middle school, his face turning pale. Meanwhile, the other oblivious students whispered, Wow, she is so cute. Yet, an eerie silence soon enveloped the classroom. This was due to Nishinomiya opening her notebook for everyone to see. Hello everyone. I am Nishinomiya Shoko. I hope to be friends with you all. If you want to communicate with me, please write in this notebook. I look forward to your kind guidance. Kazaki then explained, Nishinomiya has a hearing impairment, so she will need your extra support. Now, please take your seats. Nishinomiya, who couldn't hear, still maintained her shy smile, holding up her notebook without reacting. Kazaki gently patted her shoulder. Only then did Nishinomiya respond, moving towards an empty seat as indicated by his gesture. The strange gazes from her peers made her look down at the floor. However, she felt a few different stares and, guided by some unseen force, looked up to find several former classmates from elementary and middle school. A joyful expression brightened her face. How wonderful! Since they were my former classmates, surely they would be willing to be friends with me under such circumstances. Class time commenced. However, due to the peculiar new student, the other students lost focus on the lesson and occasionally glanced at her. Soon, the bell rang for recess. A group of girls surrounded Nishinomiya, eager to communicate with her through the notebook. Hi there. I didn't see your name clearly. What is it? I'm Nishinomiya Shoko. What about you? We are. After satisfying their curiosity through the notebook, the girls lost interest and wandered off to play elsewhere, leaving Nishinomiya feeling somewhat desolate and helpless. Rising to her feet, she approached her former middle school classmates, only to find them turning away as if avoiding a plague. After several failed attempts to engage in conversation, a reluctant Nishinomiya approached the last person, Ishida, and presented him with her notebook. It read, Hello, I remember you. You are Ishida, right? Ishida awkwardly glanced at the strange looks from those around him and exclaimed, You must be mistaken. I'm not him. Nearby students chimed in. Ishida, her notebook clearly has your name on it. How could she be mistaken? Shut up. I don't know her. Let me pass. I have to go to the restroom. As he spoke, Ishida gently pushed Nishinomiya Shoko aside and headed towards the restroom. During their elementary school years, he, along with most of their classmates, had mercilessly bullied Nishinomiya Shoko. It was only when a devilish boy suddenly kicked open the classroom door and delivered a thorough beating to them that they ceased their torment. In middle school, he witnessed other classmates who bullied her also receive a stern lesson from that same boy. The sight of their bruised faces and the sounds of their anguished cries were indeed terrifying. Consequently, he never dared to bully Nishinomiya Shoko, nor did he feel bold enough to approach her. Nishinomiya Shoko watched forlornly as the last of her former classmates distanced himself from her, remaining frozen in place, utterly helpless. She had once experienced such isolation herself. Only when that boy came to play with her did she feel joy. He had rescued her countless times and offered her immense support. In her heart, she felt grateful to him and missed him, yet she also wished not to burden him. She aspired to rely on herself, to become strong and independent, for her mother had told her that he would not always be there to help her. Contemplating this, Nishinomiya Shoko's heart ached with sorrow. Why wouldn't he always help me? Was it truly because I was unworthy of affection? After all, he had given me that bottle with the flower language label. The silence in her ears rendered her world desolate. In her line of sight, her classmates whispered among themselves, occasionally casting her strange glances. A shroud of loneliness enveloped her. A flicker of resentment and sorrow surfaced within her heart as she slowly made her way back to her seat, feeling utterly isolated from the class. This morning, she had vowed to push forward, yet it seemed that no one was willing to befriend someone like her. Nishimiya Shoko rested her head on the desk. Her mind flooded with thoughts of that boy. If only they could be together always, how wonderful it would be. Ah, my pen. At that moment, a flippant male voice echoed throughout the classroom. However, Shoko did not hear it. She merely noticed a pen drop at her feet. Instinctively, she bent down to pick it up and raised her gaze, only to find 3 boys surrounding her. This was an opportunity to make friends. With that thought in mind, Nishimiya Shoko hastily grabbed her notebook and wrote, "Whose pen is this? Ah, who could it belong to?" A boy who appeared to be the leader of the trio spoke up first. His name was Nagumo Hisao, a notorious academic overachiever and bully at the university, who had also been a prominent figure at the affiliated high school. He frequently took advantage of his good grades to bully his classmates, earning a notorious reputation that continued to instill fear in many at the university. Ironically, due to his academic prowess and unruly demeanor, he attracted the attention of many infatuated girls. Understanding Nagumo Hisao's intentions to tease Nishimiya Shoko, the surrounding classmates cast sympathetic glances her way. A kind-hearted female student interjected, "Nagumo-kun, please don't. Are you misunderstanding? Doesn't she want to make friends? You all are being too cruel. It seems only I, the kindest in the school, can help her." Nagumo Hisao replied with a smile, gazing at Nishimiya Shoko, whose face was filled with anticipation. Chapter 18. Concerning the 3 brothers' fear of being set up by Yui early in the morning, Kiri, Mitsuhashi, and Ito walked along the roadside after taking the train to Chiba. Ito sighed dramatically. How frustrating. I thought being delinquent would mean no homework. Mitsuhashi, looking helplessly at his trembling hands, lamented, who was the devilish teacher who assigned such copywork? It's absolutely terrifying. Kiri remarked, copywork is the most unnecessary task imaginable. If it were for children who needed to memorize, it would be understandable, but in university, it's absurd for a teacher to assign it. That teacher truly isn't fit to teach. Boss, do we really have to copy? They whined. This is so painful. My hands are about to give out. At least it serves as a form of hypnosis, Kiri explained lightly. That is not hypnosis. Which 2 fools fell asleep while copying last night? They recalled having spent the night slumped over their desks, now suffering from sore backs. Yeah, boss. You have such a cruel heart. You didn't wake us up, leaving us to sleep on the floor. You 2 finally managed to sleep. How could I bear to wake you? Kiri retorted. The 2 sulked while Kiri walked ahead, uninterested in their complaints. As the 2 lagged behind, they continued to express their grievances. Ito, thank goodness we didn't get into Toyonazaki. Right. I was just thinking that. It's only been a few days. And that school already has so much homework? What will it be like later? Boss, take heart. Kiri shrugged. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. If worst comes to worst, we just want to do it. Truly the boss destined to be a slacker. Mitsuhashi and Ito gave Kiri a thumbs up. Speaking of which, Ito, Kiri said, aren't we delinquents feared by teachers? It seems we could get away with not doing our homework. That seems feasible? Ito's eyes lit up. Mitsuhashi's eyes sparkled like laser beams. All right. It's settled. From now on, we'll completely part ways with homework. The 3 strolled along, chatting amiably, oblivious to the 4th individual observing them with a peculiar gaze from a distance on the empty road. Hey, what is up with these 3 self-proclaimed brothers? A boy with a disheveled hairstyle and a hunchback, named Hikigaya Hachiman, walked by with a backpack. His motto was, if you can't force it, give up. Turning back is the way to go. He was a man indifferent to others' opinions, aspiring to become a house husband. How annoying. It's the first day of school. And before I even step into the bustling Sobu University, I see these 3 delinquents ruining my mood. With such discontent, Hikigaya Hachiman deliberately kept a safe distance from the trio to avoid trouble. Just then, he heard a dog bark behind him. Woof. A frantic female voice followed. Sable, don't run away. Without turning, he heard the sound of hooves pounding the ground as a dachshund joyfully dashed past him. Instinctively, Hikigaya Hachiman stepped aside to clear a path. A cute girl with pink hair and a delicate figure ran by, and for a moment, the scent of her presence left him momentarily dazed. Yet, he quickly snapped back to reality, muttering to himself, calm down. Calm down. I've seen through these women. As he turned to continue on his way, he suddenly noticed a luxurious car speeding along, while in the distance, he saw the dog named Sable excitedly darting toward the road. Not good, he thought, feeling helpless. At this distance, I can't save it, so forget it. However, he then saw one of the delinquents, the only one with a normal hairstyle, step forward and firmly grasp Sable's leash, preventing it from running into the street. Hikigaya Hachiman sighed in relief. A slight improvement was noticed in the behavior of the three delinquents. Meanwhile, upon hearing commotion behind them, the trio turned in confusion to see a panting girl rushing towards them. With a gentle gesture, Mulin bent down to pick up the leash and handed it to her. The girl gratefully accepted it, exclaiming, "Thank you." Mulin nodded, glancing down at the dachshund that had fainted due to the sudden halt caused by the leash tightening around its neck. "I apologize, your dog might." Yubihama Yui finally noticed her beloved dog lying on the ground with its head tilted. A strange silence enveloped the atmosphere. The wind stirred by a luxury car passing by felt particularly awkward. Mitsuhashi and Ito squatted beside Saber, playfully poking it and dramatically leaning in to listen to its heartbeat. They then exclaimed in exaggerated horror, "Oh no, this dog has been choked to death by the boss. We're doomed." "No, that can't be true," Yubihama Yui exclaimed in disbelief, covering her mouth, trembling all over as sorrow welled up within her. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at the seemingly lifeless Saber. "Mitsuhashi, Ito, do you two wish to die?" Mulin shouted. Mitsuhashi and Ito paused their antics, apologizing. "Sorry, we were just joking. It's merely unconscious." Yubihama Yui rushed over. Normally, she would have checked for a breath, but following the guidance of Ito and Mitsuhashi, she simply lay down to listen for a heartbeat. This Na'vi enthusiasm was rather endearing. After confirming that Saber was still alive, Yubihama Yui let out a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, she noticed the three delinquents suddenly sprinting away at a speed that suggested they were fleeing from an impending disaster. They shouted back, "We're so sorry. We didn't mean to knock it out." "Hey, wait. You all wait," Yubihama Yui called out in shock. But her shout only made the trio run even faster. This entire scene was observed by Hikigaya Hachiman from a distance. "What kind of bizarre development is this?" he remarked in bemusement. Chapter 19. My apologies for being bullied. Nishinoya. Shuko heard it. The boy in front of her seemed genuinely interested in befriending her, which filled her with joy. However, her primary concern at the moment was to scribble in her notebook. "Whose pen is this? I want to return it." Nagumo Hisao chuckled. "Huh? Who could it possibly belong to? Didn't you just hear who made the sound?" Nishinoya Shuko scribbled with a hint of guilt. "I'm sorry. Please speak slowly. I can't hear clearly." "I say, you. Guess whose pen this is." Nishinoya Shuko tilted her head in confusion, adopting a cute expression to endear herself to him. Nagumo Hisao, growing impatient, snatched the notebook and wrote, "This pen belongs to one of us three. Take a guess." Seeing this, Nishinoya Shuko's spirits lifted, and she quickly wrote, "Are we playing a game among friends?" "Ha ha." Nagumo Hisao laughed heartily at Nishinoya Shuko's innocence. His laughter contagious. Nishinoya Shuko looked puzzled, but then, after a moment of contemplation, she handed the pen to Nagumo Hisao. Just then, a strange sound echoed through the classroom. It captured the attention of many, further amplifying Nagumo Hisao's amusement. That has such a peculiar sound. So funny. As Nishinoya Shuko observed their reactions and noticed the curious gazes of those around her, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and lowered her head to the floor. Yet, she still extended her hand to pass the pen to Nagumo Hisao. "Congratulations. You guessed correctly." Nagumo Hisao snatched the pen and, under Nishinoya Shuko's astonished gaze, carelessly tossed it onto the floor, adding, "But I've used this pen for a month, so it has to be discarded." Yet, as a reward, he approached her with mischievous intent. Nishinoya Shuko, feeling uneasy, retreated to her seat. Just then, Ishida Masaya, returning from the restroom, interrupted, Nagumo Hisao turned his displeasure towards him. Ishida Masaya, summoning courage, warned, "I suggest you refrain from bullying her." "Bullied her? Who is bullying her?" Nagumo Hisao's expression darkened. "And no, it's nothing, I apologize." "Huh, are you trying to be a hero?" Nagumo Hisao stepped closer to Ishida Masaya. "I'm truly sorry, I didn't mean to." Ishida Masaya retreated several steps, eventually leaning against the bookshelf at the back of the classroom, causing several books to tumble to the ground. Nagumo Hisao clenched his fists, ready to retaliate, but suddenly felt his shirt being tugged. With veins bulging on his forehead, he turned to see Nishinoya Shuko anxiously pleading, "Please, help me. This is really annoying." Nagumo Hisao swatted at her hand, but she stubbornly held onto his sleeve. Enraged, he swatted again. Smack, smack, smack. Nishinoya Shuko's hand turned red from the slaps, yet she persisted through the pain, her expression resolute, as if to say, "If you don't stop, I'll endure it to the end." The surrounding students cast sympathetic glances, while Nagumo Hisao's anger reached its peak. He transformed his palm into a fist, poised to strike. Yet, ding! The school bell rang, halting his actions. With a scowl, he watched as his classmates hurriedly returned to their seats. Noting Ishida Masaya retreating to his own spot, and Nishinoya Shuko finally releasing him to return to her seat. Filled with fury, Nagumo Hisao kicked the student sitting behind Nishinoya Shuko. "You take my seat." Okay. The student hastily gathered his belongings and vacated. Nagumo Hisao took the seat. Casting a malevolent glance at Nishinoya Shuko, who was nursing her sore hand. Sensing his gaze, she turned and offered a shy smile before handing him the notebook. Nagumo Hisao looked down to read, "I'm sorry." This inexplicable apology churned his stomach with discomfort. Was she mocking him? As these thoughts flooded his mind, his anger intensified. Meanwhile, the teacher entered the classroom and commenced the lesson. Nishinoya Shuko listened attentively, while Nagumo Hisao, inadvertently glancing through the gaps in her flaxen hair, noticed the hearing aid she wore. Curious, he reached out to touch it. However, upon brushing against her hair, she suddenly turned, looking at him with confusion. "What is that on your ear?" Nagumo Hisao tore off a piece of paper and wrote, "What is on your ear?" Nishinoya Shuko replied in writing, "A hearing aid." "Let me see." For a moment, Nishinoya Shuko hesitated, recalling her past experiences in elementary school, glancing towards Ishida Masaya, who was looking over. As their eyes met, he quickly averted his gaze. Unbeknownst to Nishinoya Shuko, Nagumo Hisao, feeling neglected, could no longer contain his anger. Ignoring the teacher's ongoing lecture, he rolled up a book into a trumpet shape and shouted into Nishinoya Shuko's ear, "I said, let me see." The loud sound pierced through the hearing aid, causing a sharp pain in her eardrum. Nishinoya Shuko let out a painful cry, clutching her ears. The commotion drew the attention of their classmates, while the teacher, caught up in his lecture, paused momentarily upon recognizing Nagumo Hisao and the new student he had been warned to dismiss, but then turned a blind eye to continue the lesson. This scene only served to embolden Nagumo Hisao further. He rose abruptly, grasped Nishimiya Shuko's hand, intending to seize her hearing aid from her ear. "Hand it over. I want to see it," he demanded. No. Nishimiya Shuko desperately clutched her ears, struggling fiercely against him. The two were nearly locked in a violent tussle. Several female students anxiously called out to the teacher. "Teacher." The teacher, coughing in resignation, called out, "Nagumo." Yet, Nagumo Hisao paid no heed to the teacher's feeble attempts at intervention. He forcefully shoved Nishimiya Shuko to the ground. The desk was struck by Nishimiya, scraping across the floor, producing a sharp, jarring noise. Crumpled beneath the desk, Nishimiya bore the pain, tears brimming in her eyes as she looked helplessly at the vicious expression on Nagumo's face. Ignoring the stares of the surrounding students and the teacher's powerless pleas, Nagumo approached her slowly. "You disabled person. You should listen to what a normal person like me has to say," he growled, raising his foot to stomp down on her delicate form with all his might. The force was tremendous, the speed blinding, sending the nearby female students into shrieks of horror. Yet, even louder than their cries was a thunderous sound that erupted just as Nagumo's foot was about to descend upon Nishimiya. Suddenly, the classroom door was kicked open with immense force. The impact shattered the bolts securing the upper part of the door, sending it crashing against the wall. This unexpected turn of events filled the classroom with screams of terror. Nagumo's assault faltered as he looked toward the entrance in confusion. "What's the meaning of this? You three, what do you intend to do?" Outside a university gate in Chiba Prefecture, a security guard clad in riot gear and wielding a baton looked sternly at the trio before him. With their golden curls and spiky hairstyles, they were the epitome of troublemakers. "As a security guard, I simply cannot allow such individuals to enter our sacred institution." Thus, Mukurin muttered discontentedly. Their demeanor resembled that of individuals poised to cause chaos. The guard, sweating profusely, shouted, "What do you want? If you come any closer, I won't hold back." However, Mukurin paid him no mind, turning instead to berate his companions. Mitsuhashi, Ito, can't you at least reflect on your hairstyles? Sorry, can't do that. Just moments ago. The trio had traversed several streets, and many had steered clear of them like they were a plague. Mukurin sighed in exasperation, while Mitsuhashi and Ito took pride in their appearance. Forget it, let us go, Mukurin decided. The guard's job was no easy task, and he wouldn't press on. He led Mitsuhashi and Ito away under the guard's relieved gaze. Yet, the moment they vanished around a corner, they stealthily approached the school's wall. Because of you two. We have no choice but to scale the wall. It's simple enough. The key is whether it truly is simple. All right, let's hurry inside, boss. Mukurin sighed, took a few steps back, and with a running leap, vaulted over the 2-meter-high wall. Mitsuhashi and Ito followed suit. The three of them stealthily darted along the shadowy corners, racing deeper into the campus. Mukurin pulled out his phone, glancing at the message from Nishimiya Yuzuru regarding Nishimiya Shuko's classroom. Seizing the opportunity during class, he maneuvered past various teachers until he finally arrived at the first-year classroom on the 3rd floor. This is it. Whereas Shuko, the trio peered through the window, observing the chaos within. They witnessed Nagumo's heinous actions toward Nishimiya, and to their outrage, that despicable teacher was turning a blind eye. That bastard. He is courting death. Mitsuhashi and Ito exclaimed, turning to see the eerily calm expression on Mukurin's face. An unsettling atmosphere enveloped them, thick with tension. A murderous intent chilled Mitsuhashi and Ito to the core. This is bad. The boss is angry. Someone's going to get hurt. Just then, a patrolling teacher approached. Noticing Mukurin and his companions, his expression shifted, and he hurried over, sternly demanding, "Hey, who are you three? Get out." Mukurin cast a sidelong glance at him, muttering coldly, "Back off." The icy aura emanating from him caused the patrolling teacher to falter, rooted to the spot, unable to approach. He could only watch as Mukurin and his companions approached the classroom door. With a mighty kick, Mukurin shattered the classroom door. Boom! The resounding crash echoed throughout the eerily quiet teaching building, disrupting the ongoing class. The violent impact even caused the walls to tremble slightly. Under the horrified gazes of countless classmates, Mukurin and his companions, like bullies, glared at Nagumo Hisao, shouting, "Stop this at once!" Their voices struck like a heavy hammer against the uneven floor, silencing all screams. The classroom fell into a profound silence, with every student, including the teacher, staring blankly at Mukurin and his companions as they advanced toward the terrified Nagumo. "Hey, who are you three?" Nagumo snapped back to reality, his face contorted with rage. Yet, the trio remained silent, their focus unwavering as they closed the distance. "Don't come any closer," Nagumo shouted, stepping back in fear. As Mukurin approached, he could no longer contain his anxiety and swung a fist toward him. However, Mukurin effortlessly caught his fist, stepping forward and grabbing him by the neck. The immense grip contorted Nagumo's neck, rendering him breathless, his face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead. The pain around his neck caused him to wail in agony. "Do you wish to die?" Mukurin asked coldly. The chilling words dropped like ice upon Nagumo, causing him to tremble. Tears of pain filling his eyes as he attempted to shake his head, but Mukurin's grip tightened. The pressure on his throat made it impossible for him to scream. As Nagumo's face began to turn purple, a sign of impending asphyxiation, a delicate hand tugged at Mukurin's pant leg. He turned to see Nishimiya Shuko, sitting on the ground, looking utterly distressed. Tears welled in her eyes as she shook her head vehemently. Bang! Mukurin violently hurled Nagumo against the bookshelf at the back of the classroom. He fell like a marionette with severed strings, emitting a heart-wrenching scream as he was buried beneath the books that toppled from the shelf. Mitsuhashi Ito, "Boss, give him a good beating, or I might just kill him." "No problem." Fueled by their own rage, Mitsuhashi and Ito charged toward him. But Ito suddenly interjected, "Mitsuhashi, leave the scum to me." With a cold expression, Ito rolled up his sleeves and lunged at Nagumo, pinning him to the ground and unleashing a barrage of punches. Bang! 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 The dull thuds of fists meeting flesh intertwined with Nagumo's agonized screams. He was left bloodied and battered. Meanwhile, Mukurin crouched down. Concern etched across his face as he looked at Nishimiya Shuko, signing, "Are you all right?" Nishimiya shook her head bravely. Mukurin signed back, "How could you be fine after all this?" His gentle gaze made Nishimiya Shuko, longing for him, unable to hold back her tears any longer, and she broke down sobbing. Alas, this time, Despite the peculiar sounds of weeping, no one in the classroom dared to muster even a smidgen of courage to mock. Mulin stepped forward, cradling Nishigumi Shoko in his arms, while she buried her head in his chest, her tears swiftly soaking his attire. However, after a brief moment, the kind-hearted Nishigumi Shoko spoke. "Please, do not strike him again." Mulin, gently caressing her head, communicated through gestures, "It was not I who struck him. Tell Ito to cease his actions." He then addressed Ito, who was still mercilessly beating Nagumo Hisao. "Ito, stop this at once." "What? Just stop like that?" Ito, holding the nearly unconscious, battered Nagumo by his collar, was dissatisfied as he prepared to deliver another blow. This scoundrel who bullied Nishigumi Shoko. He has only endured this much punishment. It is too lenient. Nevertheless, compelled by the boss's order, he reluctantly halted, only to see Mitsuhashi pat his shoulder. "Now, it is my turn." "Huh." Ito was taken aback. Mitsuhashi charged forward, continuing to pummel Nagumo Hisao. In an even more disgraceful display, Mitsuhashi audaciously stripped Nagumo of his pants, leaving him clad only in his undergarments, subjecting him to public humiliation. Following this, Nagumo Hisao, of such a character, would undoubtedly find it unbearable to show his face at school in the future. Surely, he would be too ashamed to return. Chapter 21. The Nagumo Group Smack. Nishigumi Shoko pouted, discontented, as she gently tapped Mulin's shoulder and signed, "Please, do not hit him anymore." Mulin affectionately patted her head, saying, "Shoko, you are far too kind." Sensing that enough was enough, he called out, "Mitsuhashi, let it end here." Mitsuhashi unceremoniously tossed the limp Nagumo to the ground, retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands, and then tossed it to Ito. "Wipe yourself." "Sure." Ito nodded in agreement. At that moment, Mulin wrapped his arm around the blushing Nishigumi Shoko's waist, assisting her to her feet and guiding her to the podium. "Get down," Mulin said coolly to the trembling teacher. The teacher, in fear, nodded hastily and descended from the podium, yet the dread within him made him feel that standing would provoke the wrath of this demon, leaving him flustered and unable to find a place to sit. Ultimately, he simply squatted in a corner. Bang! Mulin slammed his palm on the desk. The resounding impact stirred a cloud of chalk dust. Everyone looked at him in terror. "I warn you, you must also alert the entire school. If anyone dares to bully her again, they will suffer the same fate as him. Do you understand?" The classroom fell into a profound silence. Bang! Mulin slammed the desk once more, startling everyone. "I will ask again, do you understand?" The response was a scattered echo of acknowledgement. Mulin coldly surveyed the room. "I will ask one last time, do you remember?" "We remember." The entire class responded in unison, loud and clear. "Very well," Mulin nodded. Then approached the teacher, who was squatting not far away. Nishigumi Shoko tugged at Mulin's sleeve. He turned back and gently patted her shoulder. "Do not worry." After a long hesitation, Nishigumi Shoko finally nodded and released him. Mulin advanced, seizing the terrified teacher, stating, "People like you are unworthy of being educators. I suggest you never return to teaching again, understood?" "Yes, yes." The teacher nodded vigorously. Mulin released him, and the latter slumped to the ground. Watching as Mulin led Nishigumi Shoko and the two oddly coiffed individuals out of the room. At that moment, the classroom was surrounded by students and teachers eager to witness the spectacle. Mulin's ferocity instilled fear in the teachers, rendering them reluctant to intervene. They fearfully parted to create a path, watching the four leave. Meanwhile, in another location, the principal's office. "This is bad. Principal." A teacher burst in, startling the principal. "What has happened?" "3 delinquents have invaded our school and assaulted Nagumo Hisao." "What?" The principal sprang to his feet, horrified. "Should we call the police?" "Call the police?" "No. If this matter escalates, it will tarnish our school's reputation and adversely affect our future admissions." "But how do we explain this to the Nagumo Group?" The Nagumo Group, established by the Nagumo family, is a well-known social organization in Chiba Prefecture, comprising many formidable brawlers who frequently clash with other groups over business disputes. Just 3 days prior, a confrontation erupted on the street between a dozen members of the Nagumo Group and over 20 from the Rokusei Group, resulting in a chaotic scene that terrified passers-by. Subsequently, the Nagumo Group, against the odds, fled before the police arrived, while most of the Rokusei Group was apprehended. Due to the severe blow to the Rokusei Group, the Nagumo Group appears intent on absorbing them. But that is a tale for another time. The crux of the matter is that the Nagumo group is also a stakeholder in this school. The principal's face darkened as he inquired, how severely was Nagumo Hisao injured? Very badly, the teacher replied. Damn it. The principal slammed the desk, shouting, why did you not stop those 3 delinquents? They were too terrifying. Why did those delinquents attack Nagumo Hisao? It seems it was because he bullied a new student who just arrived today. Who? The teacher struggled to recall, but the principal immediately stated, Nishigumi Shoko? Yes. That's her. Damn. If I had known, I would never have allowed this hearing-impaired girl to enroll. What shall we do now? No need to call the police. We will declare a school holiday tomorrow, gather all the teachers, and kneel before the Nagumo family to beg for forgiveness, hoping they will show us leniency. With that, the principal slumped helplessly into his chair. As for Nishigumi Shoko and those 3 delinquents, the Nagumo family will handle it themselves. Boss, we will take our leave now, Ito said, grinning as he looked at Mulin and the blushing Nishigumi Shoko walking hand in hand. All right. Seeing Mulin nod in agreement, Ito pulled along the envious Mitsuhashi, leaving the scene. Damn it. Is one sister not enough for you? But you also covet Shoko? How infuriating, Mitsuhashi exclaimed, kicking an innocent stone by the roadside in frustration. Come on, Mitsuhashi, with such jealousy, I advise you to hurry and find a girlfriend, Ito remarked, exasperated. A girlfriend? Huh. I, Mitsuhashi, do not need one. Then why are you jealous of others? You're the epitome of foolishness. Blah, blah, blah. I'm indeed foolish. What can you do about it? Your obnoxious behavior leaves me speechless. Thanks for the compliment. Suddenly, Mitsuhashi turned serious as they approached a corner. Ito, let us go. Huh? Where to? Ito asked, puzzled. Back to that school. Huh? What for? Perhaps the police will have apprehended them. Right now, they might not be caught. But who knows what the future holds? Besides, it's the boss who ordered us to return. Huh? When did he say that? Ito was bewildered. Mitsuhashi handed his phone to Ito to show him the message. Ito read aloud. Go delete some unnecessary surveillance footage and copy some useful footage. Hurry. I see, Ito nodded, feeling that this task had a somewhat dark undertone. Sometimes, playing the hero by punishing bad guys can be illegal. Damn it. Your preachy tone annoys me. Nevertheless, although every classroom has cameras, are they all operational? That's true. I've heard they only work during examinations. But if the boss says so, they must be functioning, right? Perhaps, maybe. Crap. If that's the case, is it not true that everything we do in class is being monitored and recorded? If the teacher shows this to my parents, I would be utterly devastated. We must hurry and delete those surveillance recordings from our school. Chapter 22. Kiriko Mukurin. The departure of Mitsuhashi and Ito left Mukurin and Natsumi Kiriko with a rare moment of solitude. Under such circumstances, Natsumi Kiriko found herself reluctantly having to leave school early. To request a half-day off on the very first day of school felt undeniably awkward. Moreover, Mukurin's previous actions had already made Natsumi quite well known at that school. Who knows how her days at school will unfold from here on? Perhaps it will be reminiscent of her elementary and middle school days, where everyone held her in awe and dared not approach her. All of this was instigated by the very person standing before her. Yet, Natsumi bore no resentment towards him. Instead, she was filled with gratitude and emotion. The thunderous sound she heard while desperately waiting for Nagumo's kick was so beautiful. How moved she was to see Mukurin suddenly appear. Her pitiable and insecure heart stirred with wild ripples. Indeed, if he could remain by my side forever, assisting me, how wonderful that would be. Natsumi Kiriko blushed as she looked at her small hand being held tightly by his larger one. The weighty warmth of his touch made her heart race. Arriving at a pharmacy, Mukurin purchased some antiseptic, gauze, band-aids, and ointment for bruises, all while Natsumi watched in confusion. He then led her to a park bench where he instructed her to remove her coat. Complying obediently, she shed her outer layer. Mukurin, noticing her flushed cheeks, gently grasped her arm to examine the scrapes upon it. He knelt down to help her remove her shoes, holding her delicate ankle, which instinctively recoiled from his touch. Natsumi quickly apologized, fearing Mukurin might misunderstand her reaction as unwillingness. She then extended her foot towards him, biting her lip to endure the embarrassment as he checked her leg for injuries. Fortunately, it was merely a minor scrape. Mukurin sighed in relief and communicated with her through gestures, urging her to bear it a little longer. Natsumi nodded, watching as he poured antiseptic onto the gauze and applied it to her wound. She gritted her teeth. enduring the burning and tingling sensation as the antiseptic soaked into her injury. Gradually, she became accustomed to it, her gaze lingering on Mukurin as he knelt before her, gently tending to her wounds with unwavering focus. All done. Is there anywhere else that hurts? Natsumi shook her head, but Mukurin continued to scrutinize her for several seconds. Seemingly unconvinced, she shook her head again. He then pressed his hand against her back. Ah, Natsumi yelped, looking at him with a mix of indignation and urgency. She quickly signed, I didn't mean to, I'm sorry. Mukurin displayed a look of exasperation and gestured, please don't deceive me next time. I understand my mistake. Mukurin gestured for her to turn sideways, and as he pinched the hem of her shirt, she instinctively clutched her clothing, refusing to let him lift it. Observing her bashful demeanor, he reassured her, there is no one around. After much internal conflict, Natsumi finally surrendered, closing her eyes and releasing her grip. Mukurin did not intend to remove her shirt, merely lifting the back of it slightly. A large bruise, shaped as if she had been pushed and collided with a desk, came into view. Mukurin's expression darkened, filled with concern. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his anger and gently massaged her back with the ointment-soaked fingertips. Fortunately, treating such wounds was child's play for him. Natsumi, initially gasping in pain, soon found herself blushing with warmth. It was her first experience of a man touching her back, especially one she deemed so significant. It was a blend of shyness and sweetness. Finally, as Mukurin completed the treatment of her injuries, he exhaled in relief and signed. You might need to sleep on your side for the next few nights. Natsumi smiled and nodded. Let us go have lunch. As she instinctively reached for his hand, Mukurin, caught off guard, withdrew his. In an instant, her expression stiffened with disappointment, her heart heavy with sorrow. The earlier hand-holding had been an accident. Once he regained his composure, Mukurin quickly explained, I apologize, my hands are covered in ointment. Let me wash them. Natsumi's heart leaped with joy as she smiled and signed, I don't mind. To her delight, she then took the initiative to grasp Mukurin's hand. Observing her joyful demeanor, Mukurin felt a weight in his heart. Let us go have lunch. All right. Before long, they were greeted warmly by a server at the restaurant. Seated in a corner, they perused the menu together. Natsumi, what would you like to eat? I'll have what you choose. How about this? Mukurin pointed to a dish on the menu. Natsumi shook her head. This one. Still, she shook her head. What about this? She continued to decline. Weren't you just saying you'd eat whatever I choose? We don't need to order something so expensive. In the midst of the server's sympathetic gaze, they communicated through gestures, quietly conversing amidst the bustling restaurant. For Mukurin and Natsumi, their world felt vibrant, despite the tranquility surrounding them. After much discussion, they settled on 2 servings of omurice and a plate of sushi. As the server took the menu away, Mukurin led Natsumi to the restroom to wash their hands, which were reeking of antiseptic. The cool, clear water cascaded over their hands. Natsumi comically waved her hands in front of her nose, feigning disgust at the odor. Is it really that bad? Looking in the mirror, Mukurin signed. Natsumi nodded vigorously. Weren't you just saying you didn't mind? I don't mind you. Is that so? Mukurin chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek with his damp fingers. She frowned at him. In retaliation, she playfully splashed her wet hand on his face. Instantly, his warm cheeks were met with a frigid touch. They frolicked for a while until someone behind them finally piped up. Hey, how long are you going to take? Oblivious. Natsumi wore a puzzled expression as Mukurin pulled her out of the restroom. Returning to their table, Natsumi signed. What happened? Mukurin explained. Someone was urging us from behind. Natsumi suddenly understood, turning to glance back at the restroom. Indeed, she spotted several people waiting in line to wash their hands. In an instant, she realized that their playful interaction had been witnessed by those individuals. Her cheeks flushed with heat as she instinctively covered her face with her cool hands. Chapter 23. Reluctance. The sky was shrouded in clouds, and the early autumn rain was about to fall. The once sweltering wind had turned cool. Such a shift in weather inevitably influences the moods of people. The afternoon's joyful moments felt all too fleeting. Under the cherry blossom grove of Chiba City Park, they admired the flowers. They also visited an amusement park to ride roller coasters. After a considerable time, Nishigami Natsuko finally recovered from her ethereal state. The two were now seated in an ice cream parlor, savoring sundaes while observing the sudden, overcast weather outside. It was about to rain. As he spoke, Karaki picked up his phone to check the time. He signed, It's getting late, I must head back. After taking a bite of his sundae, The sweetness turned bland in his mouth. Natsuko, unwilling to part so soon, quickly sighed. Are you leaving already? I'm sorry. Let us wait until the rain stops. She lamented. Who knows how long we might wait for it to start? It should arrive shortly. This could be the rainy season. It might last several days. Then let us return in a few days. She insisted, moving to block Karaki's exit. Her expression was earnest. If we wait a few days, where would I stay tonight? She asked. I can stay at my place, she suggested, but he shook his head in refusal. It's been 47 days since you last invited me to play. Will the next time be just as long? She questioned, her voice tinged with uncertainty. I am unsure, Karaki admitted, feeling at a loss for words. His visit today was purely to check on her during her first day at the new school, to see if she was adapting. He couldn't foresee what would compel him to visit her again. Natsuko seemed to sense his inner turmoil, and a wave of sorrow washed over her. Perhaps she was merely a burden, consuming his time and compelling him to offer help for someone so ineffectual. With her limited hearing and speech abilities, she struggled to forge friendships with classmates. Was she truly deserving of affection? Were the kind words merely empty gestures? Her tumultuous journey had taught her resilience, and this strength prevented her from shedding tears. Lowering her gaze, she returned to her seat, consuming the sundae that had once been delightful but now tasted like cardboard. Kuraki gently patted her head, but she remained unresponsive. He signed, I will take my leave now. Please be safe on your way back. He stood up and exited the ice cream shop. However, after only a few steps, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps behind him. Suddenly, his shirt was tugged. Kuraki halted and turned to see Natsuko, her head bowed, gripping his clothing tightly. In that moment, Natsuko felt an unfamiliar fear. This was her first act of defiance, and she was afraid Kuraki might be angered by her impulsiveness, fearing he would never play with her again. Perhaps the gloomy weather had influenced her heart, allowing her reluctance to overcome her anxiety for the first time. Silently, she kept her grip on his shirt, while Kuraki was uncertain how to respond. As she looked down, he signed, but she could not hear him. Moreover, passers-by glanced at them with curious expressions. This girl looked so pitiful. Was she dumped by that man? What a jerk. Surely he didn't toy with her feelings? How cruel. Why is he silent? Is this emotional neglect? The whispers of onlookers did not faze Kuraki, yet Natsuko's unusual behavior made him hesitate. Ultimately, he took her hand and began walking in the direction of her home. Kuraki's taciturn demeanor made Natsuko uneasy. She stammered, Daibusaki? Kuraki looked puzzled. Daibusaki, she yelled, drawing odd stares from strangers. Huh. He continued to feign ignorance. Natsuko paused, inhaled deeply, and was about to shout again when she suddenly noticed Kuraki's amused expression. Realization dawned that he was teasing her. With a swift motion, an irate Natsuko lightly slapped his chest. He then sighed. I pondered that when playing with a girl, one ought to escort her home, so I shall begrudgingly see you home. Thank you, Natsuko exclaimed joyfully. Logically, one would expect dissatisfaction with my earlier comment, no? How could I be displeased? The fact that you said begrudgingly is amusing. Really? Your escorting me home is already much appreciated. Is that so? Yes. Thank you. Suddenly, bang. Natsuko, lost in her thoughts, collided with a lamppost. Ouch. She stumbled back, crouching and clutching her forehead in pain. However, after a moment of silence without Kuraki's comfort, she looked up in confusion. To her surprise, he was laughing uncontrollably. Her bewilderment deepened. Standing up, she furrowed her brow and signed. What is so funny? I'm laughing. Kuraki replied straightforwardly. What is amusing? To this day, Natsuko did not realize he was laughing at her. I did it on purpose. I saw the lamppost ahead but chose not to warn you, watching you crash into it instead. What? Natsuko's eyes widened. Gradually, she comprehended Kuraki's earlier amusement. He had been playing a trick on her. How infuriating, she exclaimed, stomping her foot in frustration. Sticking out her lip, she advanced, playfully punching Kuraki's chest repeatedly. Her soft punches revealed her inherently kind nature. All right, I concede. Kuraki relented. Natsuko glared at him, still miffed. He approached her, gently blowing on the red mark on her forehead. This should earn me your forgiveness, right? Humph. Natsuko remained unyielding. Seizing Kuraki's hand, she firmly pulled him in the direction of her home. This was her second act of defiance in life, and her earlier apprehension had vanished. This is the emotion you should embrace, you fool, Kuraki thought, obediently following her lead. But as they walked, Natsuko suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. Realizing she had perhaps overreacted, Her mind conveniently overlooked Kuraki's teasing, leaving only her own impulsiveness. The anger dissipated, replaced by remorse. Hey, Daibusaki. Pop. A playful finger flicked her forehead. Ouch. Natsuko cried, covering her head and timidly glancing at Kuraki. He sighed, contemplating for a long moment before signing. You're truly adorable. Chapter 24. The apartment. Kuraki and Natsuko arrived at an apartment building. We've arrived, he announced. Natsuko gazed at him reluctantly. I should head back now, she said. But Kuraki waited, expecting her to release his hand. Although he had loosened his grip, she clung to him tightly. Without uttering a word, Natsuko raised her gaze to the darkening sky as if waiting for something. Kuraki, puzzled, looked up as well. After a while, he reached out with his other hand, gently tugging at her wrist, but she remained steadfast in her hold, not wanting to pull too forcefully. He could only watch her in silence as she gazed at the sky. Drip. Suddenly, a cool drop of water landed on his cheek. Kuraki frowned, reaching up to touch his face, observing the water on his fingers. Moments later, more droplets began to fall. Drip, drip, drip. Then, a gentle rain began to pour. A cold breeze swept through, causing the delicate raindrops to fall at an angle. At that moment, the radiant smile of Nishinomiya Shirako, her hair glistening with drops of water like diamonds, turned towards Mulin, signing, It's raining, such heavy rain. Let us seek shelter at my home. Mulin contemplated the intensity of the rain, yet he finally understood what she had been waiting for. Truly, he thought, I am an utter fool. Given that the situation had developed to this point, Mulin could only nod in agreement. Overjoyed, Nishinomiya Shirako took his hand and led him to her apartment. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Nishinomiya's home. Shirako grasped the doorknob, hesitating for a moment. Ultimately, she gathered her courage and opened the door. Pardon the intrusion, Mulin stated, adhering to Japanese customs as he entered. At that moment, Nishinomiya Yuzuru and Nishinomiya Yaezi approached, having heard the commotion at the door. Sister, you're back, Yuzuru exclaimed, her surprise not stemming from Mulin's presence, but rather from the sight of his hand intertwined with Shirako's. Yaezi, arms crossed, furrowed her brow at the scene. And as they drew closer, the faint scent of disinfectant filled the air, deepening her frown. Yuzuru, linking arms with her sister, teasingly pointed at their joined hands, eliciting a startled reaction from Shirako. Oh no, she exclaimed, quickly releasing Mulin's hand and flailing her arms in a desperate attempt to clarify. It's not what you think. Yuzuru's expression was one of disbelief as she turned to Mulin, asking Mulin, what brings you here? It's raining outside. So I came in to take shelter, he replied. I see. Mulin is here? Nishinomiya grandmother interjected, surprised while preparing shiso juice. I apologize for the interruption. No need to apologize. It's been over a month since we last met. Shirako has been eagerly awaiting you. Come in and sit. I've just made some shiso juice. Oh, shiso juice. How delightful. It's been ages since I've had it, and I've been craving your shiso juice. Mulin exclaimed, causing Nishinomiya grandmother to beam with joy. They settled onto the living room sofa, engaging in light-hearted conversation. The Nishinomiya family bombarded Mulin with various questions. Mulin, which university are you attending? Grandmother inquired. Toyonosaki, he replied. What? The Toyonosaki in Tokyo? Yuzuru gasped. What's wrong? Is it that surprising? Mulin frowned. Yes. How could you possibly get into Toyonosaki? Your grades in Japanese, history, and biology are worse than mine. You may say that in those subjects I am lacking, but to claim I am inferior to you is unacceptable. My lowest grade in elementary school was 49 out of 100. Your highest in high school was only 15 out of 120. How can that not be considered worse? Elementary and high school Japanese are two different concepts. I am now in high school and understand the difficulty. Your argument is quite weak. Let me tell you, during the Japanese exam, I could select answers for the multiple choice questions without even attempting the others, and ID still surpassed 15 points. Isn't that clear enough? What do you mean clear? Mulin retorted. I obviously received leniency on my Japanese exam. I don't believe you. The facts are as they are, if you choose not to believe me. There is nothing I can do, Mulin shrugged, exasperated. Is that really true? Yuzuru questioned, observing his demeanor and beginning to doubt herself. At that moment, Shirako, who had been smiling at their banter, interjected using sign language. It's a lie. See, even my sister says it's a lie. Mulin feigned ignorance. Shirako's expression shifted as she animatedly signed. A lie is still a lie. Don't cover it up. Your Japanese has always been poor. And your luck has been terrible. You can only get one right regardless of how you choose. Wait, in a sense, that's quite impressive, Yuzuru remarked. Her eyes wide as she looked at Mulin. The latter frowned, replying, how could that be? Shirako, we're not from the same school, so don't make wild claims. Shirako defended, it's what Kay told me. She said your Japanese is beyond saving. What? When did she tell you that? Mulin exclaimed, shocked. I want to tell you. Haha, I knew it. Mulin, your Japanese is worse than mine. And you're still arguing. Yuzuru, the only subject where you can regain your confidence against me is Japanese. You wouldn't dare challenge me in math or physics. Humph. I want to compete. All right. The three of you, the shiso juice is ready. Come taste it. Nishinomiya grandmother said kindly, bringing over 5 cups of shiso juice and distributing them. Thank you, grandmother. Thank you. Yazi replied. Grandmother Nishinomiya handed a cup to Yazi, who had remained silent thus far. This is delicious. Yuzuru exclaimed, her delight evident. Mulin agreed, indeed. It's quite tasty. If it's good, drink plenty. Grandmother smiled. Then she sighed. Toinosaki seems quite far from here, doesn't it? That makes it inconvenient for Shirako to come play with you. I truly worry about her life at school. By the way, Mulin, how has my sister been doing at school? Those university students must be much better than high schoolers, right? As soon as Yuzuru spoke, Shirako's expression darkened. Mulin responded, actually, it's about the same. As long as I'm around, you needn't worry about Shirako being bullied at school. Really? Yuzuru frowned, glancing at Shirako and noticing her gloomy demeanor, understanding something was amiss. She exclaimed, oh, by the way, I've taken several great photos recently. I'll show them to you. Chapter 25. The Nangong Group and Yukinoshita in the Nangong family of Chiba Prefecture. Nangong Jiyun gazed at his younger brother. Battered and unable to care for himself in the hospital bed, his expression dark and foreboding. What a disgrace. Being beaten to such a state brings shame to our Nangong family. I'm sorry, brother, Nangong Jiyun replied hoarsely. With a cold scoff, Jiyun seized the collar of the nearby doctor, demanding, fix him. If there are any after effects, believe me, you will suffer them too. Why yes, Jiyun-sama. The doctor stammered. Releasing him, Jiyun exited the medical room. As he stepped outside, a servant approached him. Jiyun-sama, Xiong-sen has returned. Bring him to the office. Yes. Soon, in the Nangong family office. Jiyun sat behind his desk, observing Ando Xiong-san and Ando Koichi. One had returned after several months to manage the Nangong Group's affairs, while the other had just come back from investigating the incident involving Jiyun's beating. Jiyun-sama, Ando Koichi began, but Jiyun waved him off, directing his attention to Xiong-san. Have we obtained the business license for Nangong on Tianlai Street? I'm sorry, Jiyun-sama. We requested several times from that county councilor, but he hasn't responded at all. It seems he doesn't take us seriously. So damn it. The land has been purchased. The staff has been recruited. Yet we still don't have the business license. What are we feeding you for? Xiong-sen knelt in apology. That bastard county councilor. Others have already cleared the way. He thinks he can keep us down, does he? Jiyun's face was stormy as he contemplated a strategy, eventually saying, forget it, Xiong-san. You take over the merger with the Lushin Group. We'll deal with that county councilor, Yukinoshita, once we've grown stronger. Understood, Xiong-san replied, leaving the office. Jiyun then turned to Ando Koichi, asking, has the school's surveillance footage been retrieved? I'm afraid, Jiyun-sama, the recordings have been deleted. What? Nangong Jiyun suddenly stood up, strode over, grasped Ando Koichi by the collar, and shouted furiously, due to the brawl on Tianlai Street. Our Nangong Group is currently in a precarious situation, and you dare to tell me that the surveillance footage has been deleted? Yes, that's the case. Bang. Nangong Jiyun forcefully threw Ando Koichi to the ground and kicked him twice with great intensity. The loud thuds echoed ominously. Ando Koichi clutched his abdomen in agony, too pained to even let out a scream. Returning to his desk, Nangong Jiyun's expression darkened as he pondered. The Nangong Group was under scrutiny, and fighting was absolutely out of the question. He had initially planned to use the surveillance footage to seek legal retribution against those who assaulted Jioxiong. However, those individuals were rather clever, having deleted the footage in advance. Consequently, they were left with no idea of the assailants' appearances. A reasonable person would not have anticipated such a move, indicating that Jioxiong's beating was likely orchestrated by adversaries of the Nangong Group, deliberately arranged. Nangong Jiyun spoke in a low voice. Get up. Yes. What are the physical characteristics of the assailants? One has curly blonde hair, and a rather peculiar hedgehog hairstyle. The other lacks any notable features. Based on these descriptions, track them down, capture them, and ascertain who sent them to harm Jiuxiu. I want those responsible to understand the consequences of provoking the Nangong group. Understood. And that woman who was bullied by Jiuxiu, handle her expulsion. Assign several individuals to keep a close watch on her and determine if she has any connections with those who attacked Jiuxiu. Yes. Dismissed. Yes. Ondai Koichi left the room. The office fell silent. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Nangong Jiyun picked up the phone to call the Yukinoshita family in Chiba Prefecture. Under the guidance of her parents, Yukinoshita Yano had no choice but to learn to deal with the sordid affairs of society. The morally bankrupt and despicable successful individuals truly disgusted her. Yet, in order to confront them, she too had to transform into someone akin to them. Recently, the Nangong group had been lavishly bribing high-ranking officials in Chiba Prefecture, aiming to establish their organizational base in a central area of Tianlai Street to expand their influence. Yukinoshita Yano resolutely rejected such a nefarious, corrupt organization. However, she had just been reprimanded by her parents. The Yukinoshita family already had numerous enemies in the political arena, and her father had only just managed to stabilize his position as a county councilor. Now, her refusal to align with the Nangong group had only served to create another adversary. Nangong Jiyun was a cunning individual. Under his leadership, the Nangong group could very well evolve into a formidable organization in Chiba Prefecture. What was most concerning was that the Nangong group might seek refuge with enemies due to their humiliation before the Yukinoshita family, placing Yukinoshita in a precarious position. What an incomprehensible world it was. After sipping her coffee, Yukinoshita Yano sighed in frustration. Having already offended them, she could only deepen the rift. Now, she must exert every effort to thwart the development of the Nangong group. She needed to crush them into the ground to prevent them from becoming a troublesome enemy for the Yukinoshita family. However, before making any moves, it was imperative to understand the enemy. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. She glanced at the newly acquired information on the Nangong group. After a swift review, she lamented, if there were evidence, with these crimes, the Nangong group would have long been eradicated. Such a garbage organization deserves to be obliterated. A strategy must be devised. The recent brawl incident had placed them under scrutiny. They ought to be too intimidated to act rashly. Yet, why would they engage in such actions when they clearly desired to establish their branch on Tianlai Street as quickly as possible? It seemed the adversary was the Lucian group, a smaller organization than the Nangong group. Yukinoshita Yano rested her chin on her hands, deep in thought. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. Merger. Expansion. Her expression shifted dramatically as she picked up her phone to call the driver. Bring the car over. I need to step out. Chapter 26. Am I worthy of being liked? Breaking news. 3 days ago, a brawl occurred on Tianlai Street involving alleged members of the Nangong group and the Lucian group due to organizational conflicts. The leader of the Nangong group publicly denied any involvement in the incident. However, upon questioning the arrested individuals, they admitted to being members of the Lucian group while asserting that the opposing side was the Nangong group. Nonetheless, official investigations confirmed that the Nangong group was not involved. It was actually the Lucian group that clashed with a rival gang over a trivial dispute in plain sight. The police have commenced strict penalties against those involved in this incident. Please await further developments. Trust the police and trust Chiba Prefecture. Japanese society is truly chaotic. I hardly dare to step outside. Watching the news on television, Nishimiya Yuzuru lamented. Don't worry about such matters. They are far removed from us common folk. Nishimiya's grandmother reassured her, but do exercise caution when going out. Nishimiya Yuzuru inquired of Mukurin, who had stayed for dinner at the insistence of the family and would likely stay overnight. Mukurin, what do you think? With my eyes, Mukurin replied. What do you mean with your eyes? I'm asking for your opinion on our society. Nishimiya Yuzuru, a young woman just entering university, donned a precocious demeanor as she critiqued society. Mukurin shrugged. It doesn't concern us. Just enjoy good food, good drinks, and good times. That's all you care about. Nishimiya Yuzuru scoffed. You only have a slightly greater interest in photography. Photography is an art. What do you understand? Yes, I know nothing. You are truly impressive. Humph. Ignoring the smug Nishimiya Yuzuru, Mukurin quietly enjoyed the Nishimiya family's dinner. Nishimiya's grandmother looked kindly at Nishimiya Shuko, sitting beside Mukurin. glancing occasionally at Mukurin's subtle movements. With a clear understanding, she gently suggested, "Mukurin, why don't you stay overnight?" Perhaps not." Facing the kind request of Nishimiya's grandmother, Mukurin found it difficult to refuse outright. "It would be best if you stayed. It's still raining outside, and it's getting dark. You should spend more time with Shuko. She really wants to be with you. So please cherish her." Nishimiya Yuzuru teased, watching Mukurin and Nishimiya Shuko as they playfully bantered. Nishimiya Shuko's cheeks turned slightly pink as she focused on her meal. Mukurin felt a bit awkward. Before long, dinner concluded, and Nishimiya Shuko and Nishimiya Yuzuru went to wash the dishes. Nishimiya's grandmother helped Mukurin set up a futon, deliberately placing it in Shuko's room. Of course, since Yuzuru also stayed in Shuko's bedroom, there was no concern that Mukurin would do anything untoward. Meanwhile, Mukurin found himself in the living room, watching television with the serious Nishimiya Ye. He felt somewhat awkward, unsure of how to act, and could only blankly stare at the mindless show. "Has Shuko been bullied again?" Nishimiya Ye suddenly spoke. "Yes. Today was her first day at school." "Really? Only the first day?" Due to Shuko's hearing impairment, her husband had left, and as a single mother, Nishimiya Ye had to support the family alone. Coupled with her concerns for Shuko and the substantial medical expenses for her hearing impairment, the heavy burden left her with little opportunity to smile. At just over 40, her face bore many wrinkles. Rest assured, no one dares to bully her anymore. "Thank you. You're welcome. However, it's like this in elementary school, in middle school, in high school, and even in university. What about in the future? You can't always help her, can you?" Mukurin sensed the underlying meaning in Nishimiya Ye's words and remained silent. Seeing through his thoughts, Nishimiya Ye said in a hushed tone, "In that case, she must cultivate the ability to live independently. Your assistance would only hinder her. She has been uncommonly unfortunate. Throughout elementary, middle, high school, and university, she has faced bullying, encountering only one benevolent soul, me. Are you suggesting she might meet kind-hearted individuals in the future? Do not jest. Venturing into society will only become more challenging. Her naivety makes her an easy target for deceit. Furthermore, regarding Nishimiya, while I am grateful for your support, if you truly wish to aid her, please take responsibility. Otherwise, you will only bring her harm. Mom, come here." The voice of Nishimiya Yuzuru echoed from the kitchen. "All right." Nishimiya Ye paid no further heed to the silent Mukurin and proceeded towards the kitchen. At that moment, Nishimiya Shuko was pushed out of the kitchen by her sister. Left with no choice, she brushed past her mother and headed towards the living room. However, she keenly noticed her mother's unusually heavy expression. She settled beside Mukurin and curiously tapped his shoulder. Tap, tap, tap. Gently, Nishimiya Shuko patted his shoulder, and at last, he came to his senses. Looking at her in confusion. "What's the matter?" Nishimiya Shuko sighed. "What were you thinking just now?" Mukurin shook his head. "Nothing." "Really?" "Indeed." Seeing her adorably animated gestures, Mukurin reached out to stroke her head. Nishimiya Shuko's cheeks flushed, and she shyly leaned her head against his hand. At some point, Nishimiya Yuzuru had stealthily approached, making peculiar noises. Shuko did not hear, and Mukurin paid her no mind. The bedding had already been laid out. Nishimiya grandma emerged from Shuko's room. "Thank you." Mukurin expressed his gratitude. "You're welcome. The children's play is not for us adults to intrude upon, lest it becomes awkward. You may take Shuko inside to play." Understood." Mukurin nodded and led Shuko into the bedroom. Meanwhile, Nishimiya Yuzuru pointed at himself, saying, "What about me? Grandma, why didn't you mention me?" "Haha, Yuzuru. Do you wish to be a third wheel?" "Not at all." "Then, don't meddle." "Oh, but being alone is so dull. I'll keep you company." Thank you, Grandma." Mukurin surveyed Nishimiya Shuko's cozy room. It was quite clean, imbued with a subtle fragrance. The changes since his last visit were minimal. Nishimiya Shuko tugged at Mukurin's sleeve, leading him to the desk. She handed him a vase filled with everlasting flowers. Mukurin accepted it, marveling, "I never expected they would grow so large." Nishimiya Shuko sighed. "Look, the flowers you gifted me are thriving." "Impressive." Mukurin gave a thumbs up. "I adore the flower language you imparted. It was meant for you. So, I am worthy of being liked." "Certainly. Then, do you like me?" Shuko, blushing profusely, gathered her courage. Mukurin paused, smiling. "Of course I do." "Really?" Shuko's surprise was palpable. "Indeed. Who could resist someone as lovely and kind as you?" "Is that so?" The sparkle in Shuko's eyes dimmed, her lashes falling. Chapter 27. Their initial encounter with a soft patter Gentle rain cascaded down, and winter crickets chirped in the downpour. In the warm room, Nishimiya Shuko sat on the bed, playing with her phone, occasionally stealing glances at the man nearby. Her little antics rendered her irresistibly charming. Meanwhile, Mukurin sent messages on his phone. Kato Megumi, why haven't you returned yet? Tomorrow. Did something happen? Yes. What kind of incident? Nishimiya's family was so hospitable that I stayed the night. Is that so? But you have school tomorrow. Just take another day off. I'll speak to the teacher on your behalf. I'm like an invisible person, and he never acknowledges me. How unfortunate. Well, I thought it over and decided against it. Not worth the effort. Whatever. Several teachers noticed your empty seat and seemed delighted, as if they wished for your permanent absence. You're quite unfortunate. Not a soul spoke to me all day. Isn't that rather pleasant? Only you would think that. Social anxiety makes one think this way. You have social anxiety? Indeed. I can't see it. You boldly confront the teacher in front of the whole class. Thus, their idle chatter with Kato Megumi concluded. At this moment, Nishimiya Shuko, having knelt beside Mukurin, inquired, "What are you discussing?" Megumi. What about? Had it been in the past, Shuko would never have pried so deeply. Yet now, she yearned to know everything about Mukurin. Take a look. Mukurin handed her the phone. She accepted it, reading the entire exchange between Mukurin and Kato Megumi. A twinge of sourness, jealousy, and envy arose within her. She envied Kato Megumi for being Mukurin's classmate, healthy, a neighbor, and sharing the same school and class. Attending classes together daily. If only her hearing were not impaired, perhaps she could share in such experiences too. Yet, the reality is Nishimiya Shuko instinctively touched her ear. She returned the phone to Mukurin, smiling as she signed. You have a great relationship. Not particularly. Megumi is better than me. Huh. In what way? Mukurin pocketed his phone. She is gentler, kinder. Thud. Shuko felt a light flick on her forehead, yelping in pain and casting a reproachful look at Mukurin. You are both gentle and kind. Neither is superior to the other in my eyes. You are equal. Is that so? Shuko felt a flicker of joy, then candidly expressed, I wish I could attend Toinosaki too. Why not? But it's too late. It's not too late. It's just that our home is too far from Tokyo, and Nishimiya Yazi is intentionally keeping you and Mukurin at a distance, as you currently rely too heavily on him. How regrettable. All right, you can play for now. I need to attend to some matters. Mukurin sat at the desk, pulling out Love Metronome to read. Nishimiya Shuko, like a shadow, brought over a chair and sat beside him, signing in astonishment. You enjoy reading novels? Not really. Shuko puzzled. Signed. Then why read? Because of that scoundrel Ito. Huh. A cute sound of inquiry. That's right. He enjoys reading this novel. But the author's quality is so poor that the Undying River Publishing House halted its continuation, so I'm attempting to see if I can elevate the author's standard. Is that so? Shuko nodded, somewhat understanding. She then signed. Is this novel good? The quality is quite poor. How could it be good? Oh, then may I join you in reading? Sure, but while I read, I will be critiquing the flaws, which might affect your reading experience. That's fine. I will match your pace. Soon, the two sat side by side, their heads leaning close together as they read Love Metronome. Mukurin's nostrils were filled with the delicate fragrance of Nishimiya Shuko. The same was true for her. Rather than reading the novel, Shuko was captivated by the sight of Mukurin diligently jotting down various suggestions for revisions. As they shared such intimate moments, her heart brimmed with sweetness and comfort. Unconsciously, she leaned in, their shoulders brushing against one another. Ouch! Mukurin exclaimed. Nishimiya Shuko was taken aback. Damn it, Ito. This novel has left me with a tingling scalp. It's tormenting. Utterly tormenting. The story is riddled with logical inconsistencies. For instance, if the protagonist is so formidable, why does he continuously suffer setbacks? The protagonist clearly could elucidate matters to the heroine, preventing any misunderstandings, yet he stubbornly chooses silence. There are far too many actions that seem to defy reason for the sake of the plot. It's enough to make Murakami want to retch. Such melodrama. Such absurd logic. It raises one's blood pressure to dangerous levels. I simply cannot fathom why Ito is so enamored with this novel. Is he truly a fool? Murakami. Enduring the agony, affixed Nishimiya Shuko's notes to the pages already laden with corrections, adding further critiques and suggestions. Nishimiya Shuko, somewhat bewildered, observed from the side. Just moments ago, Murakami had shouted in a hurried manner, leaving her unclear about the specifics. Yet it was evident that reading this novel was a torturous experience for Murakami. Curiosity piqued within her, but she refrained from interrupting his revisions, quietly rising to leave the room. Upon opening the door, she spotted Nishinomiya Yuzuru eavesdropping with a mischievous grin. "Hey, sister, how does it feel to be in the same room as Murakami?" Nishinomiya Shoko dismissed her with indifference, brushing past. Now that she has a man. She forgets her sister. Nishinomiya Shoko retrieved several oranges from the refrigerator, preparing fresh juice with a juicer. These oranges, purchased by her grandmother from a friend's fruit stall, were exceptionally sweet. In moments of melancholy, fatigue, or irritation, a taste of sweetness could alleviate such feelings, a lesson Nishinomiya Shoko had learned well. In her past struggles with depression, sweet drinks always provided a slight reprieve. Later, after consuming juice gifted by Murakami, her depression had vanished entirely. Even now, she found it hard to believe that the juice he had given her was akin to a miraculous remedy for her depression. No, it was even more effective than medication. What made that juice so extraordinary? Perhaps it was the moment when, after enduring bullying, she had hidden in a corner, silently nursing her wounds. He had happened upon her, purchasing 2 bottles of juice from a vending machine, one for her, while inquiring why she was crying. That was their initial encounter and the conclusion of her struggles with depression. Focused, Nishinomiya Shoko peeled the orange, placing the segments into the juicer and activating it. Buzz. The juicer whirred to life. Soon, she poured the juice into a cup. "I want some." Nishinomiya Yuzuru leaned in eagerly. "You can make your own," Nishinomiya Shoko sighed. Then carried a cup of juice toward her bedroom, leaving behind a disgruntled Nishinomiya Yuzuru. Chapter 28. The first farewell of the plum rain season. A delicate hand placed the cup filled with juice onto the desk. Murakami looked on in confusion as Nishinomiya Shoko gestured for him to partake. "Thank you. You're welcome. What about you?" "I want tea drink." "All right then." Murakami took a small sip of the juice. The icy sweetness of the freshly squeezed orange juice provided a modicum of relief from his distress over the novel. Murakami sighed contentedly and signed, "Delicious. Thank you so much." Nishinomiya Shoko beamed, waving her hands to indicate no need for thanks, before joyfully sitting beside him, continuing to observe his battle with the novel. "Ito, may you meet your demise." Hours passed, thanks to his remarkable reading speed. Murakami had nearly completed his revisions of the Love Metronome. The level of torment he experienced was reminiscent of his days in Great Britain, assisting the king with state documents. Speaking of which, he had to comment on the absurdity of the documents dictated by that foolish king, ranging from national secrets to trivial matters of the common folk. The volume was simply overwhelming. Had it not been for Ito's pathetic pleas, he would have torn the book apart long ago. Murakami's contorted expression startled Nishinomiya Shoko. She sighed, "You've finished revising, so stop complaining. Sometimes complaining helps alleviate the mood. Then let us take a proper break. It's getting late. What about you? You've stayed with me this whole time. Aren't you tired?" Nishinomiya Shoko smiled and shook her head. She then picked up a cup from the desk and left the bedroom for the kitchen. Murakami carefully stored the now twice thickened manuscript of the Love Metronome. At that moment, Nishinomiya Yuzuru burst in, her eyes darting with mischief. "Hey, what have you and sister been up to for so long? Reading a novel?" "Huh, what novel?" "I want to see. The Love Metronome. If you're curious, go read it." "Huh, if I'm curious, I should go read? What does that mean?" "It means exactly that. Forget it. I'm not interested in novels anyway." "Lucky you. You won't go mad from the stupidity." "Really? Is it that ridiculous?" Nishinomiya Yuzuru raised an eyebrow. Her curiosity piqued, but fatigue overtook her, and she yawned while pulling open the bedroom partition door. Beyond the door lay a room measuring 1 meter wide and 2 meters long. She climbed onto the bed and murmured, "I'm going to sleep now. You two better not cause any trouble. Send my sister a good night." With that, she shut the door. What mischief could we possibly get up to? Murakami sighed, massaging his aching head as he comfortably settled into the futon. He had to admit that the futon prepared by Nishinomiya's grandmother was exceptionally warm and comfortable, more so than his own bed. Truly, Nishinomiya's grandmother was remarkable, Murakami reflected, hands clasped behind his head, gazing at the ceiling. Before long, Nishinomiya Shoko entered, noticing Murakami lying in bed. She approached gently, smoothing the covers, then climbed in beside him. She signed, "Good night, Murakami-kun." "Good night," he replied softly. Although he could not hear her, Nishinomiya Shoko could surmise his meaning, offering him a sweet smile as she reached to turn off the light. Click! The room was plunged into darkness, enveloped in silence. The gentle patter of rain outside provided a profound sense of security for the one nestled in the warmth of the covers. In the dark, the soft rustle of the blanket stirred as Nishinami Ashoko tucked her hair behind her ear, resting her head on one hand, lying on her side, concealed by the shadows. Gazing at Murakami in the distance, her eyes shimmered with unspoken dreams. If only I could say goodnight to you every evening. The following morning, on the damp streets, Murakami strolled, listening to the soothing sound of raindrops dancing upon his umbrella. After his brief time with the Nishinamiya family, he found himself feeling a sense of longing. Recalling the sorrowful expression on Nishinamiya Shoko's face as she nearly cried made Murakami's heart heavy, especially in the gloomy, rainy season. The once bustling street fell silent. The pedestrians muted. His feet splashed through puddles, the cold water sending shivers through him, stirring memories of home. Home, did I ever have one? Almost stopping to gaze down the street, reminiscent of a wandering bard, Murakami checked his phone balance, only to be struck dumb. Oh, it seems I have no money for a bus ticket. Panic surged through him. The joyful moments spent with Nishinami Ashoko had caused him to forget how much he had spent during their outing yesterday, leading to this embarrassing predicament. In a moment of desperation, Murakami contemplated borrowing money from a good friend when he suddenly noticed a nearby sign. Aikido Dojo, the Wajima Shinshin Aikido Training Association branch. Today, a friendly Aikido competition will be held. Emphasizing kindness, non-competition, and peace, the event aims to foster camaraderie among martial artists, enriching one's inner world, and cultivating a mindset of non-competition. The victor shall receive a prize of 200,000 yen. Aikido? Murakami furrowed his brow. To be honest, he had never heard of it, but that wouldn't deter him from participating. Regardless of one's foundational skills, applying them in practice should be quite effortless. With this thought in mind, Mulin confidently stepped into the Aikido dojo. His imposing demeanor almost led the white-clad gatekeeper to mistake him for a distinguished spectator. Fortunately, the gatekeeper quickly regained his composure and extended his hand, requesting to see the entry pass. Huh, didn't I already present it? Mulin retorted, frowning in displeasure. Have you ever shown it? The gatekeeper countered, perplexed. Should I remember you? In that moment, Mulin's assertiveness caused the gatekeeper to doubt himself, questioning whether he had indeed made a mistake. I simply stepped outside to buy something, and now you won't let me in? What kind of gatekeeper are you? The entry pass must be inside. The gatekeeper stammered. Should I fly in to retrieve it for you? Yes, is that what you expect? But there's no buts about it. Mulin grumbled, pushing past the gatekeeper and striding inside. The gatekeeper stood there, stunned, unable to react for a while. Indeed, someone had left to buy something. But he distinctly remembered that individual wearing a white GI. Had they changed their attire? Mulin's assertiveness left him uncertain. Furthermore, wasn't it the gatekeeper's responsibility to collect the entry passes? At that moment, a martial artist in a white GI approached. Please present your entry pass. The gatekeeper instinctively called out. Huh, I just stepped out to buy a bottle of water. Don't you remember me? In an instant, an ominous premonition gripped the gatekeeper, and his expression darkened. Chapter 29. The first encounter between teacher and student in Aikido. The term Aiki signifies harmony with energy, as well as unity with the energy of heaven and earth. To truly comprehend the essence of Aikido techniques, one must express the utmost of nature through their movements. Achieving this harmony allows for a profound sense of stability akin to a mountain and an exquisite beauty and harmony within the expansive dojo. Surrounding the central area, dozens of martial artists in white GIs sat in meditation, their postures erect and expressions focused as they listened to the branch president's fundamental explanation of Aikido. The branch president, a distinguished disciple of the Iwakami Shinsen lineage, possessed remarkable expertise in Aikido, and he was presiding over the competition. Among the crowd, a strikingly attractive woman with long black hair stood out amidst the predominantly male assembly. Her name was Shizuka Hiratsuka, a first-year language teacher and homeroom instructor at the university. Typically clad in white attire, she now donned a martial arts uniform, enhancing her graceful yet formidable presence. Proficient in combat techniques and highly skilled in Aikido, she held a black belt and had emerged victorious in previous competitions. Today, should she secure this final triumph, she would have the opportunity to train for several days at the Iwakami Shinsen main house, driven to strengthen her abilities. Her dark eyes sparkled with determination as she awaited the commencement of the competition. However, the pre-competition speeches were undeniably tedious, prompting her to stifle a yawn. At that moment, a man beside her quietly spoke. "Miss Hiratsuka, greetings." "Oh, hello," she replied politely. "I am Hidetaka Shirakawa, recently promoted to black belt. I have long admired your reputation and have come here specifically to challenge you." "What? You wish to contend for the championship?" "No. I would like to pursue you." Hidetaka Shirakawa, the grown man, felt a bit bashful. Shizuka Hiratsuka was momentarily taken aback. At 26, as an unmarried woman, she naturally yearned for romance. Yet, her various undesirable habits had led to repeated rejections during blind dates, though it was also because she struggled to find the genuine connection she desired. Suddenly, a young, handsome man, seemingly cultured, had boldly expressed his desire to pursue her. Shizuka's heart raced with excitement. Could it be? "I enjoy drinking when I'm drunk. I can be quite rowdy. Would that bother you?" "Huh?" Hidetaka responded, somewhat bewildered. "I like to smoke lady cigarettes. Would that bother you?" "Huh?" Hidetaka felt a flush of embarrassment. "I am fond of and manga and love martial arts. I hope my future partner will frequently practice combat techniques with me and take hits. Does that bother you?" Hidetaka began to have second thoughts. In Japan, such a uniquely spirited woman was quite rare, as most men preferred a demure and homebound Yamato Nadeshiko. "Well, you don't mind any of that?" Shizuka pressed eagerly. I will try to help you amend those habits." You think you can?" Shizuka's expression shifted, her disdain evident as she scoffed. "Well then, as a prerequisite, you must first defeat me in this competition." "All right," Hidetaka nodded earnestly. As their conversation unfolded, the branch president had already completed his lengthy introduction. The competition was officially underway. This Aikido contest had no stringent requirements. The essence of Aikido lies in the principles of yielding to strength and employing techniques that utilize minimal effort for maximum effect. Consequently, it did not excessively drain physical energy. Participants voluntarily entered the arena, with the victor determined by consensus among all. In the dojo, two individuals were already engaged in combat. Before long, one displayed exceptional Aikido skills, immobilizing their opponent on the ground. Gradually, more participants entered the fray. Throughout the competition, there was no shouting or taunting. It was evident that practicing Aikido also cultivated one's character. Each participant exhibited a calm and non-competitive demeanor. However, Shizuka was an exception. "What is this? Such a waste of time. I'll go up myself." "Wait, Miss Hiratsuka, allow me to defeat these individuals first. You can be my final opponent," Hidetaka implored. "Oh, then I shall count on you. But don't let me down," Shizuka replied, pleased to have a reliable ally. "I won't disappoint you," Hidetaka affirmed as he tightened his black belt and stepped into the arena. Indeed, Hidetaka did not make empty boasts. He was genuinely skilled. Upon entering the ring, he swiftly overpowered one opponent after another. However, as he faced several fellow black belts, he encountered some difficulty but managed to narrowly secure victory. Wow. Hidetaka Shirakawa has just achieved black belt status, yet he has defeated Taiki, who has held his rank for quite some time. How infuriating. Is he a gifted talent? I envy him. Perhaps he could even surpass Shizuka Hiratsuka. The audience buzzed with excitement. The number of challengers willing to face Hidetaka dwindled, and Shizuka, eager and invigorated, remarked, "That fellow is quite impressive." Just then, a young boy, appearing to be in his student years, sat down beside her. "Excuse me, has the competition concluded?" Shizuka turned to look, noticing the boy clad in a white shirt and black pants, a stark contrast to the seriousness of the dojo. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "Who are you? You shouldn't be here." The boy merely replied, "It seems it hasn't finished yet. That 200,000 should be within reach." The audacity of this child nearly made Shizuka laugh in disbelief. "You think you can claim the 200,000 prize? What a joke." Yet, the boy continued undeterred. "I didn't expect such a wonderful venue. If they host events regularly, I won't have to worry about money in the future." "Hey, kid, didn't you hear what I said?" Shizuka's expression darkened as she grasped the boy's collar. What? Do you want to spar with me?" The youth's reaction was somewhat outrageous. Ping Zhongjing, seemingly at a loss for where to direct her frustration, retorted with annoyance, "What is your problem? What kind of nonsense are you spouting here? This is not a place for someone like you. Do you have an invitation?" "I do," he replied. "Really? You must be joking. How could someone like you, who hasn't even changed their clothes and knows nothing, possibly have an invitation? Believe it or not, that's your choice." The boy shrugged nonchalantly, a demeanor that only fueled Ping Zhongjing's ire. Ultimately, She managed to quell her anger and let him be. However, he suddenly added, by the way, can I participate in the Aikido demonstration even if I don't know Aikido? What? Ping Zhongjing exclaimed. If you don't know Aikido? What are you doing here causing a ruckus? Her voice was so loud it attracted the attention of everyone in the dojo. Countless eyes fixated on Mu Lin. This oddball, the vice president, seated in the main viewing area, frowned and asked, who are you? Why aren't you even wearing a martial arts uniform? Who is this person? How rude. Is he here to challenge us? Challenge us? Huh. What a joke. Look at his skinny arms and legs. He.S. just a kid who probably snuck in while the guard wasn't looking. As the crowd murmured among themselves, Ping Zhongjing crossed her arms, enjoying the spectacle. Acknowledging he could no longer hide, Mu Lin steeled himself, exuding a formidable presence, and stood up to declare, all right, no more pretending. Since you have all asked sincerely, I shall graciously inform you. I am Takashi Mitsuhashi, the one who secured the victory and the 200,000 yen prize. What? Haha, you're killing me. What grandstanding? Sincere? Gracious? What a joke. Does he really think he has someone important? Clearly, Mu Lin's audacious proclamation shattered the composure of those with lesser skills in Aikido, causing a commotion. Silence. The vice president shouted, his voice resonating through the dojo. Instantly, the room fell quiet. The vice president narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Mu Lin, and slowly stated, in that case, young man, you may participate in this match, but do you know Aikido? Perhaps yes, perhaps no, Mu Lin replied, somewhat indecisive. To be honest, he had seen the latter half of a match involving an expert named Hideyoshi Shirakawa and felt a sense of familiarity with Aikido, yet it also felt foreign to him. Akin to an ancient martial artist observing a new and unconventional discipline with a mix of curiosity and bewilderment. What do you mean? Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Are you mocking the vice president? Get lost. This is not a territory for ignorant fools like you. Silence. The vice president shouted again, restoring order. He then regarded Mu Lin, contemplating his next move. The high level of Aikido mastery demonstrated by Mu Lin intrigued him. Yet he also had the urge to teach this arrogant youth a lesson. Nodding, he offered, very well, I'll give you a chance to step into the ring. Wait. Those beside the vice president expressed confusion, but he waved them off, signaling silence, and gestured for Mu Lin to proceed. Mu Lin exhaled in relief. It seemed the 200,000 yen was within reach, thanks to the vice president's open-mindedness. Kid, don't embarrass yourself too badly, Ping Zhongjing called out. Mu Lin maneuvered past several individuals. Stepping into the center of the dojo, the spectators watched with eager anticipation. Hideyoshi Shirakawa. Make sure to teach this reckless kid a lesson. Educate him properly. He is so rude and arrogant. I wonder who raised him. Don't go easy on him just because he is young. Don't underestimate him and lose, or we'll laugh at you. In an instant, Mu Lin's presence transformed the once tranquil dojo into a cauldron of hostility. It was evident that those practicing Aikido harbored an innate prejudice against those who had not trained in it. The vice president remained silent. Yet his keen gaze surveyed the audience, preparing to select the dojo's elite. Those who continued to mock were, unbeknownst to them, about to be dismissed by the vice president. In the center of the dojo, despite the chorus of jeers ringing in his ears, Mu Lin remained unfazed. His demeanor shifted from exaggerated bravado to a calm composure. Though it had been over a decade since he faced life-and-death situations, the indelible marks of his iron-willed training still resided within him. Even when facing a rabbit, a lion uses all its strength. His indifferent gaze assessed Hideyoshi Shirakawa, who appeared stable and slightly perspiring, clearly warmed up from several bouts, exhibiting a commendable state. Yet, flaws were evident. However, there was no rush. As this was an Aikido contest, Mu Lin contemplated learning from their techniques, while simultaneously defeating his opponent. Kid, you're not here to challenge us, are you? Hideyoshi Shirakawa, perplexed, was caught off guard. He had been eagerly anticipating Ping Zhongjing's final showdown, but was now confronted by an unexpected newcomer. No, I'm here to make money. What? Hideyoshi's eyes widened in disbelief. Without allowing further exchanges, the vice president commanded, all right, prepare yourselves and bow for the start of the match. Mu Lin was familiar with the bowing ritual, so he didn't falter in this regard. The two bowed to each other, took their positions, and adopted their stances. Hideyoshi Shirakawa's posture was impeccable, while Mu Lin mimicked him. Surprisingly, he appeared quite convincing, impressing the audience. Could it be that he has genuinely practiced Aikido? They murmured. The vice president then bellowed, the match begins." His voice resonated like a starting gun, signaling the official commencement of the contest. However, neither Mu Lin nor Hideyoshi Shirakawa made an immediate move. They circled each other, both hesitant to launch the first attack. After a prolonged standoff, Mu Lin's patience waned. Normally, he would have charged in with a punch to swiftly conclude the battle. Yet, adhering to the spirit of the Aikido competition, he aimed to utilize Aikido techniques. But with Hideyoshi Shirakawa remaining stationary, he was at a loss for how to proceed. Reluctantly, Mu Lin decided to taunt his opponent to undermine his morale. "Hey, are you afraid?" "Afraid? Impossible. I'm merely showing respect to my senior and letting you take the initiative. I'm the one who should ask if you're afraid. There's no need for formalities. Taking the initiative is fine by me." "Ha, such a disgraceful act. I would never do that." "Ugh, you're annoying." Mu Lin sighed, abandoning any pretentious movements and letting his arms hang loosely at his sides as he approached Hideyoshi Shirakawa without any guard. Once sufficiently close, he suddenly sprang into action. Hideyoshi was taken aback and quickly adopted a defensive stance. After a moment of anticipation, he realized Mu Lin's attack had yet to arrive. His hands dropped as he realized Mu Lin was merely feigning an assault. "So that's how the defensive stance works," Mu Lin murmured, mimicking Hideyoshi Shirakawa's defensive posture. His mind, however, wandered back to the ancient Roman martial arts, which bore some resemblance. Yet, the defensive techniques of the ancient Roman style were far more refined, with devastating counterattacks. "You don't know Aikido?" Hideyoshi finally pieced it together. "Oh, is that so? Are you learning on the spot?" "Indeed. You little brat. How dare you underestimate Aikido? As your senior, I must teach you a proper lesson." As he spoke, Hideyoshi Shirakawa swiftly turned his offensive towards Morikawa. Chapter 31. I will take on 10. The dojo floor reeked. Who on earth has such foul foot odor? Shirakawa's thoughts raced as he engaged with the floor. At that moment, it was akin to a scene from a passionate manga. The oblivious youth, amidst the skepticism of all around him, achieved a stunning victory. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, his match against Takashi Mitsuhashi concluded in a mere second. The opponent unleashed a martial art so unfamiliar that even Shirakawa, a black belt in Aikido, was taken aback, immobilizing him against the ground. Despite his desperate struggles, escape was futile. Moreover, it was evident that Mitsuhashi was holding back. For Shirakawa felt an excruciating pain surging through his joints the instant he was restrained. Fortunately, his opponent quickly eased the pressure. Otherwise, a heart-wrenching scream would have escaped him. "What is this? Is this Aikido? Which technique is it? Is it a standing technique, a throw, a defensive maneuver, a frontal strike, a side strike, a single-handed grip, a double-handed grip, or a heavenly throw? It feels unlike anything." The dojo fell silent. Morikawa's swift takedown was simply too rapid. Even the branch president gaped, unsure of how to respond. Finally, the murmurs arose. "Huh, what the hell? Shirakawa, are you holding back? Underestimating your opponent? Impossible. This must be a fluke. How could such an inexperienced kid be this formidable? This isn't Aikido, it's cheating." A commotion ensued. The branch president declared, "Silence." The dojo quieted. "The winner of this match is Takashi Mitsuhashi." The audience erupted into whispers. "Silence. Shirakawa, do you acknowledge Takashi Mitsuhashi as the victor?" I acknowledge." Freed from Morikawa's grip, Shirakawa was filled with trepidation, his joints aching inexplicably, as if he had narrowly escaped death. He returned to the audience, taking a seat beside Shizuka Hiratsuka, saying, "Miss Hiratsuka, that person is dangerous. Be cautious if you face him." "Huh, dangerous? You're just too weak." Hiratsuka scoffed. Shirakawa found himself at a loss for words and could only sigh in resignation. Since there were no objections from the participants, others need not voice their opinions. Thus spoke the branch president, his expression grave as he gazed at Morikawa in the center of the dojo. Based on the recent actions, this young man seemed to have employed a forbidden technique of Aikido, the joint-killing technique, capable of instantly crippling an opponent. Such mastery could swiftly eliminate foes. However, something felt amiss. Regardless, it was undeniable that this youth was suspect. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his cheek. Just as he was about to inquire further, a shout echoed, "You little brat. Let me teach you a lesson." The fervent Hiratsuka rolled up her sleeves and stepped into the dojo. "Wait, the branch president hasn't finished." Hiratsuka interrupted, "Don't worry. I'll handle this troublesome brat. As a teacher, I prefer to use violent education for such delinquent youths." With her proclamation, the The surrounding audience began to cheer, demanding Hiratsuka to teach the boy a lesson. The branch president found himself at a loss. I'm genuinely concerned for your safety, he thought, turning to Morikawa, who smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The branch president was taken aback but understood and returned the nod. At that moment, Morikawa felt a pang of regret. Indeed, he had come perilously close to killing Shirakawa. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly and eased the force just in time. Learning from this experience, he resolved to forego ancient Roman techniques, opting instead for simple restraining techniques that any common person could master. Prepare for the match. Both sides bow. The match commenced. With the president's command, Hiratsuka, the spirited older maiden, charged forward and delivered a fierce straight punch. This isn't Aikido, is it? Surely not. Aikido primarily emphasizes yielding to strength. How could there be a straight punch? Morikawa pondered, but his reflexes were sharp. He raised his palm and lightly struck Hiratsuka's wrist, deflecting her punch effortlessly to the side. Just as he prepared to retaliate with a punch of his own, he suddenly halted. Never mind. To secure that 200,000 yen. I'll play it safe and use techniques reminiscent of Aikido, lest I be accused of cheating. As he contemplated, Hiratsuka, astonished by her punch being easily countered, quickly adapted. She locked her right arm around the back of Morikawa's head while her left hand slithered beneath his armpit, maneuvering to restrain him and pin him down. What on earth is Aikido? Morikawa thought, exasperated. With a simple push, he pivoted, deftly twisting her left foot and executing a Bagua-style counter, sending her crashing to the ground with a cute yelp. She struggled fiercely but was held firmly by Morikawa, unable to move. Ugh! Hiratsuka exerted herself to no avail, her fair cheeks flushed red. Yet, despite her efforts, escape remained impossible. To make matters worse, her opponent taunted. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Turns out you're this weak, huh? Let me go, you jerk. Hiratsuka fumed. You've already lost. Impossible. You're cheating. Absolutely cheating. Hiratsuka raged, pounding the ground in frustration. So, when you can't win, you resort to cheating, huh? Let me go? I demand a rematch. I have no time for that. I should have won. Morikawa glanced at the stunned branch president, who finally responded, Oh, okay. Winner. Takashi Mitsuhashi. The announcement pierced the silence of the dojo. The audience remained bewildered, still trying to comprehend how Morikawa had so inexplicably subdued the champion, Hiratsuka. Only the seasoned branch president discerned a clue. Was that Tai Chi? What on earth? This youth, so young, has mastered both Aikido and Tai Chi to such an extent? Who is this boy? As he pondered, suddenly. I refuse. You absolutely cheated. Let's have another match. Released from Morikawa's hold, Hiratsuka sprang up, pointing at him and shouting. Her voice resonated throughout the dojo. Meanwhile, Morikawa dismissively waved his hand. A loss is a loss. Get lost and stop being a nuisance. I'm busy making money. Who do you think you are? With that, Morikawa turned to the entire dojo, shouting, Is there anyone else? I will take on 10. In his audacious bravado, he remained oblivious to the fury building behind him. As Hiratsuka's fists were clenched tightly, her forehead veins bulging, a dark cloud looming over her, with a massive sign appearing above her head. Chapter 32, Shizuka Hiratsuka, the Withdrawn Princess. Who? The sound of a powerful strike sliced through the air behind him. Morikawa furrowed his brow and swiftly pivoted, executing an over-the-shoulder throw against the assailant. Bang! Shizuka Hiratsuka spun in the air, executing a 270-degree turn before crashing violently onto the mat, letting out another anguished cry. Disoriented from the fall, she struggled helplessly on the ground. I warn you once more. You have already lost, Mulin said coldly. He then disregarded the disheveled Shizuka, scanning the surroundings and awaiting new challengers. However, despite a few stubborn individuals eager to compete, the vice president's voice rang out. All right, everyone. Sit down. I hereby declare the winner of this Aikido tournament to be Takashi Mitsuhashi. What? Vice president? This isn't right. That little brat is clearly cheating. He didn't even use Aikido. It's a sham. I refuse to acknowledge him as the winner. I challenge Shizuka. The vice president stood up, moving to the center of the dojo, surveying the disgruntled competitors, and declared emphatically, this competition is not a matter of luck or trickery. Takashi Mitsuhashi has demonstrated martial arts prowess that rivals, if not surpasses, my own. How is that possible? The crowd was incredulous. Indeed. And I pose a question to you all. What is Aikido? Silence fell over the room. It seems my explanations during each competition are in vain. How can those who cannot grasp the fundamental principles claim that others are cheating or unworthy? All martial arts ultimately lead to a singular path, especially one as inclusive and vast as Aikido. Takashi Mitsuhashi has clearly integrated Aikido with his own understanding and other martial disciplines. Therefore, the victor of this tournament is undoubtedly the most deserving champion we have ever seen. Thus, Takashi Mitsuhashi is the champion of this Aikido competition. The excited vice president grasped Mulin's wrist, raising his hand high above his head. With such a declaration, no one dared to voice dissent. Meanwhile, Shizuka, finally regaining her composure, rose slowly, fixing her fierce gaze on Mulin. "You little brat, trying to make me look foolish? Just wait." Her intense glare made Mulin feel somewhat awkward. So, Vice President, what about my 200,000 yen prize? Oh, right. But before the prize is issued, we must present you with a trophy. A trophy? That thing is useless. Just give me the money. The Vice President was at a loss for words. Ultimately, he could only shake his head and smile wryly. All right, since the winner insists, let's proceed with the prize money. The distribution of the prize money was rather mundane, merely a bank transfer via mobile. This made Mulin feel even more embarrassed. After receiving the money, he attempted to slip away from the dojo, but wait. Shizuka's voice called from behind. What else is there? Mulin replied impatiently. Are you really that short on cash? Shizuka squinted her eyes, resembling a wealthy woman eyeing a pretty boy. Sort of, but with this 200,000. I should be fine for now. Why? Do you want to give me money? Ignoring Mulin's irritating remarks, Shizuka, with a grin, patted him on the shoulder and declared, Great. You're coming home with me. What? Going home with you? Have you misunderstood something? Mulin exclaimed, stepping back in surprise, eyeing Shizuka warily. Misunderstood what? Let us have another match. I'll give you the money. You brat. Don't think that just because of a lucky victory, you can consider yourself the best. I will teach you a lesson. Shizuka's vengeful spirit surged to its peak. How much? Mulin asked, eager to return home, yet needing to consider. I guarantee your satisfaction. Let us settle on 200,000, same as before. Just one match? Yes. Whoa, a wealthy woman. Let us go. Mulin exclaimed, marveling at his fortune. As they headed outside the dojo, the vice president watched their departing figures with a profound gaze, lost in thought. At that moment, Aiki Shirakawa stepped in front of them and said, Miss Hiratsuka, I scram. I don't like you. Boom. A thunderbolt. Aiki stood frozen, utterly disillusioned. He turned his head like a robot, gazing at Shizuka and Mulin's retreating forms. Shizuka had changed into a school uniform and a white lab coat in the dojo's women's changing room. Her demeanor transformed from softness to sharp professionalism as she glanced at Mulin waiting by the entrance. She sighed in relief, fearing he might flee. However, he sat there looking melancholic, staring out at the rainy scenery. Was he just a young man with a story? No, that weathered demeanor couldn't belong to someone so young. Perhaps he had watched too many melancholic dramas, leading to this aura? With that thought, she unceremoniously stepped under Mulin's umbrella. Hey, I was worried you'd run away. Why would I run if you're giving me money? Mulin responded. Shizuka took a deep breath, pulling out a cigarette. With a flick, the lighter ignited, and she inhaled deeply, savoring the rush of nicotine. Her smoking was fluid and practiced, revealing her status as a veteran smoker. Just as she was about to exhale, the umbrella vanished, and the light rain pelted her fair skin. Why did you move away? She glared at Mulin, who had stepped aside. He remained silent, but the observant Shizuka noted his gaze fixed on her cigarette. Humph. So you're one of those who dislike smoking? She murmured, casually extinguishing the cigarette and tossing it into a nearby trash bin. Sure enough, Mulin returned, sheltering her with the umbrella once more. Sorry. This clumsy woman suddenly being polite left Mulin somewhat bewildered. What else with the Let us go? Shizuka rolled her eyes. In that moment, her anger towards Mulin began to dissipate, but it didn't mean she would treat him kindly. This rude brat needed a thorough lesson. Even if he wasn't her student, as a teacher, she couldn't let such a problematic youth harm society. Together, they walked under one umbrella to a nearby parking lot. Shizuka pressed the button on her car keys. A luxurious car's lights flashed in the distance. Mulin was taken aback, realizing she was indeed wealthy. Chapter 33. The sturdy trunk before them stood a red Aston Martin. Let us go, get in. Shizuka opened the driver's door and took her seat. Mulin folded the umbrella, shaking off the raindrops before placing it beneath the seat and taking the passenger side. Roar. The melodious engine roared to life. Shizuka deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, executing a perfect drift as they sped down the wet road. The interior was quiet, devoid of the clamor of a sound system, only the sound of the windshield wipers swaying. Mulin reclined in his seat, gazing out at the rain-soaked scenery through the distorted car window, a uniquely beautiful sight. The scent of fragrant air wafted from the car air freshener hanging in front of him, suddenly seated in the luxurious car of a wealthy woman. Mulin felt a peculiar mix of emotions. I always feel as if I've sold myself. Are you not afraid that I might sell you? How could you so easily get into a stranger's car, even if I am merely a woman? At this moment, the earnest driver, Hiratsuka Shizuka, unexpectedly interjected, Go ahead. Try it. You certainly possess a knack for provoking others, don't you? We are not familiar with each other. Such an attitude towards strangers is a grievous error. It doesn't matter. Today is Thursday. Don't you have school? Yes, I am part of society. TSK, this approach to life suggests you've just entered the workforce. Haven't you? Indeed. It's best to correct that notion now. Not everyone has a temperament as accommodating as mine. You have a good temper? Mulin found it hard to believe that the woman before him had the audacity to claim such a thing. Just because Mulin entered society at a young age. Her pity transformed into a renewed fury. Hiratsuka Shizuka felt an urge to throw a punch. Ultimately, she maintained her composure, sarcastically remarking, I apologize for my temperament. Rest assured, it matters not to me. Hiratsuka Shizuka gritted her teeth, falling silent as she drove. Habitually, one hand gripped the steering wheel while the other reached for a cigarette in her pocket. However, she suddenly halted, her hand suspended in the air, yet, fueled by her anger, she pulled out the cigarette, ready to light one to suffocate the insufferable brat beside her. Suddenly, the sound of the window rolling down broke the silence. A fine drizzle blew in, dampening their cheeks. Simultaneously, the cold wind sent a shiver through Hiratsuka Shizuka. She quickly shouted, Close the window. You can close it after you finish smoking. I haven't even lit it yet. Aren't you planning to smoke? Is it not permissible for me to have it in my mouth without smoking? All right. Mulin nodded and rolled up the window. Instantly, the cold wind vanished, leaving only warmth. Hiratsuka Shizuka, with a cigarette between her lips, felt her chest rise and fall in frustration. She angrily pulled out a few tissues to wipe the rain from her face, mumbling, What an unreasonable person. I must teach this brat a lesson. The two fell silent. The car once again enveloped in quietude. Suddenly, a buzzing sound erupted. Mulin, puzzled, took out his phone to see a message from Mitsubashi Takashi. Boss. We're in trouble. The person we hit is named Nanayan Hisao, the second young master of the Nanayan Group. Mulin furrowed his brow. The Nanayan Group? The very one mentioned in the news? An organization that clearly straddles the line between law and crime, meaning he could be subject to retaliation at any moment. It may be manageable for him, but what about Ito and Mitsubashi? More importantly, would Nishimiya Shoko also be implicated? Worrying, he casually replied, I understand, don't worry. It's fine. He then selected a contact from his address book and called. After a brief pause, the call connected. Mulin spoke slowly. Please handle the situation from yesterday. Without waiting for a response, he hung up. This peculiar action naturally caught the attention of the woman beside him. What are you looking at? Mulin turned, questioning Hiratsuka Shizuka, who was eyeing him curiously. Nothing, she shrugged. Earning a living is merely part of an ordinary life. The Nanayan family is anything but ordinary, thus their means of making money are rather unique. In a certain location in Tokyo, Nanayan Hisao stood respectfully. Before him sat a person in an expensive, plush swivel chair, their back turned, obscuring their identity. Sir, our Nanayan group is at your service. Huh. What use do I have for a small organization from Chiba Prefecture? Never mind. I can lend a hand with your base on Tianlai Street. But there is one condition. What condition? I will inform you when the time comes. Rest assured, it won't be too difficult for you. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Nanayan Hisao took a few steps back and turned to leave when he was halted. Wait. Please, give your instructions. You seem to have a brother named Nanayan something, correct? Hisao, Nanayan Hisao. It appears he has been assaulted? Nanayan Hisao looked astonished. Why would such a significant figure suddenly take an interest in his brother? Yes. Have you located the assailants? Not yet. I've heard he often stirs up trouble for you. Indeed, my younger brother lacks discretion. Haha, your Nanayan group shows some potential. Let me offer a piece of advice. Please do. A robust trunk does not possess many fragile branches. Do you wish to be a strong trunk? A weak branch filled with twigs, or simply a tree? Nanayan Hisao was taken aback, pondering the meaning behind his words. You may leave now, the other party dismissed him. Understood. A red Aston Martin weaved through the rain, parking in the backyard of a standalone villa. Weavy arrived. Hiratsuka Shizuka unfastened her seatbelt, disregarding the umbrella, and pushed open the car door, shielding her head with her hand as she hurried towards the villa. Mulin followed closely behind. Hiratsuka Shizuka took out her key and unlocked the door. Upon entering the villa, an inexplicable fragrance enveloped them, imparting a sense of tranquility and warmth. However, the mingling scent of smoke made Mulin frown. The villa was eerily quiet. It seemed that only this wealthy woman resided there. As he walked through the corridor, Mulin observed the surrounding decor, marveling at her wealth when suddenly, his phone vibrated. He picked it up to read a message. The Nanayan group has given up on avenging Nanayan Hisao. So soon? Since when did this fool become so efficient in handling matters? Mulin was puzzled but didn't dwell on it, casually deleting the message. Meanwhile, in the living room, Hiratsuka Shizuka had brewed 2 cups of hot tea. Hey, come have a cup to warm yourself. I'm sorry for the intrusion, Mulin politely replied, stepping forward to finish the hot tea in one gulp. I'm in a hurry, so let us be quick. Where are we going to fight? Follow me. Hiratsuka Shizuka took a small sip of tea, cleared her throat, and led Mulin down a corridor. They entered a gym of moderate size, featuring a ring in the center. Mulin was astonished. Hiratsuka Shizuka picked up 2 pairs of boxing gloves, tossing one pair to him with a triumphant grin. Huh. Did you think we were going to compete in Aikido? Well, I know I might not match you in Aikido. So, this time, we're competing in mixed martial arts. Any martial art is allowed. Are you certain? Mulin raised an eyebrow. Of course. I'll make it clear. No binding techniques. We'll go head to head until one of us yields. Hiratsuka Shizuka declared, secretly thrilled, thinking, Brat, you seem quite cocky. I hope you don't yield too soon. Let me pound you to the ground until I'm satisfied. There were no formal rules at home. The two didn't change into boxing attire, donned their gloves, climbed into the ring, and began the match. Let the competition begin. They shouted. With a fierce stride, Hiratsuka Shizuka charged at Mulin. You little brat. Prepare to meet your end. Chapter 34. The brothers' peril in the ring. The sounds of impact echoed. Continuous cries of pain rang out. Bang! Hiratsuka Shizuka, her face bruised and battered, fell to the ground, unable to rise. The once elegant long black hair, now disheveled from vigorous training, revealed the curves of her figure. Now, she lay unconscious on the floor like a broken doll, clutching her wounds and letting out pitiful groans. One must admit, Hiratsuka Shizuka had a strong will. She possessed the fiery spirit of youth. Having been utterly dominated by Mulin for an extended period, she had held on until now, which was quite impressive. Have you conceded? I will not yield. If this continues, it would be either death or ruin for you. Even if I perish, I refuse to concede. I am Hiratsuka Shizun, a dignified teacher. How could I ever yield to someone of your vile temperament, lacking in education? With such fervent declarations, Hiratsuka Shizun knelt on one knee, unsteadily attempting to rise, only to falter and fall heavily once more. Bang! This tumble was no trivial matter. Beside her, Mulin remained speechless. Hiratsuka Shizun's earlier words echoed with a semblance he recalled from the past, reminiscent of something Shinji Ito might have said, perhaps a trope from some spirited shounen manga. Even in such dire straits, she still had the audacity to play with tropes? After a considerable wait, confirming that Hiratsuka Shizun could not stand, Mulin stepped forward to assist her. Her firm yet perfectly soft physique exuded a palpable quality. Let go. I have not conceded yet. What a nuisance. Had I known, I wouldn't have come. Struggling against him, she attempted to push him away, but Mulin swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her and placing her upon the sofa. Approaching a nearby cabinet, he selected a row of medications, choosing an anti-inflammatory and a bruise spray. Hiss. At that moment, Hiratsuka Shizun, having regained some composure, leaned back against the sofa with her disheveled hair, half reclining in fatigue. The bruises on her face did little to diminish her beauty. Rather, they enhanced her valiant demeanor. Gazing at Mulin, she slowly inquired, What are you doing? I have not lost. I can still fight. Accusing him of cheating, she insisted. You are the one who is being unfair. Mulin, armed with several bottles of medication, approached with a hint of irritation. Rolling up her shirt and applying the spray to the swollen, bruised area on her abdomen, careful to target only the superficial injuries. Otherwise, she would have sustained internal bleeding by now. Where's the unfairness? Hiratsuka Shizun frowned, bracing herself against the stinging sensation of the medication. Mulin smoothed her clothing, holding her chin with one hand while spraying the anti-inflammatory on her bruised face, saying, "Is victory only achieved by forcing your opponent to concede? If you stubbornly insist on not yielding, how can I possibly win?" Hiratsuka Shizun could feel Mulin's breath as his face drew near while he administered the medication. For a moment, she felt flustered. Observers would undoubtedly recognize who had the upper hand in this scenario. "I nearly had you killed." Mulin tossed the medication aside and stood over Hiratsuka Shizun, who, having experienced some relief from her injuries, was now able to sit up. She covered her face, wincing in pain, casting a complex look at Mulin. For reasons unknown, during their earlier skirmish, she had not landed a single blow on him, while he had struck her repeatedly. Naturally, this only fueled her anger, driving her to the brink of impotent rage. Yet now, as Mulin gently applied the medication, her fury dissipated entirely. How frustrating. Utterly vexing. Fine. It was my own doing. I concede. Is that satisfactory? All right, then pay me, he replied. Hiratsuka Shizun picked up her phone and transferred 200,000 yen to Mulin. One must admit, the exasperation of spending money to endure such treatment truly drove her mad. With no means of retaliation, she could only glare at Mulin with intense, nearly lethal eyes. "Then I shall take my leave." With the funds received, Mulin, in high spirits, prepared to exit, but just as he reached the door, she called out, "Wait, is there something else? Your name is Mitsubashi Takashi, correct?" "Yes, why? Let us at each other. I shall challenge you again later." "Challenge? So you finally admit I am stronger than you. But you must pay. Just money." Hiratsuka Shizun scoffed. The two exchanged contact details, and Mulin departed briskly. In the afternoon at Chiba Prefecture's private soft-leaf school, Mitsubashi Takashi sat in the back row by the window when he suddenly sneezed. The volume attracted everyone's attention, including that of the teacher, who halted the lesson. My apologies," Mitsubashi politely offered, allowing the class to resume. The teacher continued, and the students listened intently. Mitsubashi rubbed his sleep-heavy eyes, muttering, "I just dreamt that the boss was setting me up. Reality should mirror the opposite of dreams, right?" As he pondered, he turned to glance at Shinji Ito, who was napping at a desk near the back door. Soon, the bell for class dismissal rang. He grabbed his backpack and approached Ito, delivering a sharp slap. Smack. "Ouch. Who was that? Are you trying to kill me?" Ito exclaimed, clutching his head, eyes wide with fury. Upon recognizing Mitsubashi, he retorted, "Mitsubashi, are you trying to get us both killed? It's after school, and you're still sleeping. I should have left earlier." "Oh, is that so? My apologies." Humph. The two grabbed their bags and walked out of the school, umbrellas in hand. "By the way, Mitsubashi, regarding our encounter with Nagumo Hisao, what did the boss say?" "He told us not to worry. Nothing will happen." "Is that so?" "I feel uneasy. We are fine, but I just worry about Shizuku." "Don't overthink it. If the boss said so, then it must be true." Fortunately, he was wise enough to have us delete the surveillance footage in advance. Indeed, whenever we face trouble, the boss always. Suddenly, Mitsubashi pulled Ito into a secluded corner behind the school gate. "What is the matter? Why the secrecy?" Ito questioned, puzzled. Mitsubashi's expression grew serious as he pointed towards the school entrance. Ito looked out to see several students in Suzuran uniforms with punk hairstyles interrogating those exiting. "Hey, what are Suzuran students doing here?" "I'm not sure, but my sixth sense tells me they might be looking for us." "No way. Didn't TU lie about being from Kaikyu High? Didn't TU hear that Suzuran went to Kaikyu to fight?" Those arrogant Kaikyu students backed down immediately. Now Suzuran probably knows there's no Mitsubashi Takashi at Kaikyu. We might be in danger. As they exchanged words, the two quietly crept closer to eavesdrop on the unfolding situation. "Hey, you stop." Yes, may I ask what is going on? Is there someone named Mitsubashi Takashi at your school?" I don't know." "What do you mean you don't know? Are you looking to get killed?" "No, I don't want to. I swear. We don't have anyone by that name." "Then, what about a golden-haired person and a spiky-haired guy?" "Golden hair? Spiky hair? What are you staring at? Answer me." "Why, yes. They are Mitsubashi Takashi and Shinji Ito." "Huh. You know them well. Take us to them." "Huh. I don't want to die. Just take us to them." A group of thuggish students shoved the innocent, frightened boys along. "Isn't that Indo canoe from my front row? Mitsubashi, should we save him?" Ito expressed concern. "Save? Are you joking? We need to run." "But he might. We should worry about ourselves first. Those are the bullies from Suzuran." "Damn it. You shouldn't have insulted those five and dragged the whole of Suzuran into this. What's done is done. There's no use lamenting now. We need to flee." Thus, Mitsubashi and Ito circled around to the rear of the school, stealthily making their way home. Chapter 35, Friends at Home. The incessant drizzle fell relentlessly, casting a somber pall over the world. The air was thick with the musty scent of mold. As evening approached, carrying a bag of items, Mu-Lin arrived at his doorstep with an umbrella, only to find a girl resembling a fairy sitting under the eaves, holding her own umbrella. She looked like a wife waiting for her husband to return amidst the desolate rain. As the umbrella was lifted, Kato-K, surprised to see Mu-Lin, quickly stood up and then, turning angry, exclaimed, "Mo, why have you returned only now?" A strange sense of guilt washed over Mu-Lin. "I'm sorry. I clearly said I would take a day off, yet I ended up returning after 2 days. Really, I didn't even want to make you dinner anymore." "I'm sorry," Mu-Lin said as he stepped under the eaves and put away his umbrella. At that moment, Kato-K also stored her umbrella and gestured for him to hand it over. He passed her the umbrella, which she hung by the door before they both entered the house. As they stepped inside, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. "Dinner is ready. Let us eat," she said. All right. What did you buy?" Kato-K inquired, glancing at the bag in Mu-Lin's hand. "A gaming console." In the living room, Mu-Lin revealed the contents of the bag. A brand new handheld gaming device adorned with vibrant patterns and illustrations that could excite any gaming enthusiast. Why did you buy a gaming console?" Kato-K asked, puzzled. "I heard from Mahashi that if one wishes to be a layabout, playing games is a splendid choice." Mu-Lin replied. "You truly leave me at a loss for words, Mu-Lin-kun, dreaming of becoming a layabout," Kato-K remarked dryly. "But gaming consoles are rather expensive, aren't they?" "Well, on my way home, I stumbled upon a well-paying temp job. I worked only 4 hours and earned 400,000 yen. Nanny? What kind of temp job pays that much?" Kato-K's eyes widened in disbelief. "It's a secret. It can't possibly be," she gasped, stepping back in shock. "I assure you, it is absolutely not what you think." "But that salary seems excessive," she replied. "It mainly depends on the wealth of the employer." Hearing this, Kato-K's expression became vacant, as if disillusioned. "I knew it was that kind of job. Mu-Lin-kun, you really should just go die. If you die, you can be free of this." "Hey, wait. Why would you say I should die? It's definitely not the job you're imagining. I swear, if that's the case, I'll reluctantly choose to believe you." Kato-K ceased teasing and went to the kitchen, efficiently serving dinner. They both sat down to enjoy the meal together. "Don't you want to eat at home?" Mu-Lin asked, puzzled. "No, it's more convenient here. Eating here allows me to talk to you. By the way, although I've asked many times, I still want to know, why do you want to be a layabout?" "Because I'm lazy, Nanny." Another dismissive answer. Kato-K said, playfully poking a piece of meat onto Mu-Lin's plate. "No need, I can do it myself." Yet, under Kato-K's calm gaze, Mu-Lin surrendered and held out his bowl for her to serve him. "Last time you said it was because you're too handsome and charming. And you didn't want to date for fear of hurting the pure hearts of the girls who love you. So you intentionally became a layabout." "That's one of the reasons," Mu-Lin insisted. "I tell you, if I get serious about becoming stronger, I could make many girls fall for me. But I fear that rejecting their affections would cause them pain, so I plan to avoid such situations from the root. Thus, I dream of becoming a layabout, preventing any girl from falling for me." Kato-K raised an eyebrow. "Exactly. You're so gentle." Mu-Lin fell silent, realizing that his joking words were taken seriously by Kato-K. "However, no matter what you dream of becoming, whether it be a layabout, a slacker, or a scoundrel, as long as you can always notice me, a girl with no presence, it's all good. Is that so?" Mu-Lin felt a bit awkward from Kato-K's seemingly heartfelt words and replied, "But what does scoundrel mean? I certainly don't want to be a scoundrel." "A scoundrel is simply a scoundrel," Kato-K said, her lips curling slightly. Yet, the curve of her smile felt oddly eerie. A chill ran down Mu-Lin's spine. "K, could you please not smile so creepily? Mu-Lin-kun, please explain where the scent of other women on you comes from." "I am not obligated to explain it." "Then I suppose you'll be starving at night." "I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please don't stop making me dinner." "Well, I stayed overnight at Shoko's house. It must be her scent." "Oh, You stayed overnight. And where exactly did you stay? In her bedroom. Of course, her sister was there too. Oh, in her bedroom? Her sister was there too? And then what? Did anything strange happen at night? Absolutely nothing. What about yesterday afternoon? We went to the amusement park for a while. Then had ice cream. Then went to see the cherry blossoms. And what then? And then that was it? K. I went to more places with you during the summer. Shouldn't it be Shoko who is upset? That's true, Kato K said, resting her chin on her hand. Her smile still eerily persistent. Shoko's fragrance is gentle and kind. But the scent of women on you now is that of a strong-willed girl with a hint of smoke. So whose is it? So you were trying to pry information from me, weren't you? You wanted to figure out what I did with Shoko, didn't you? It relates to that temp job. Kato K's eyes dimmed again. The atmosphere thickened with darkness. Just as I suspected, Mulin-kun, you must be doing that kind of work, right? You must be. Kato K repeated those words like an ancient deity whispering. Mulin felt overwhelmed and had no choice but to confess everything. After much effort, he finally clarified the situation. Kato K returned to normal, pouting as she complained, Nanny, why didn't you explain it sooner? Did you want me to misunderstand and get angry for nothing? I was just worried about you. I wouldn't worry about you. Is that so? Then I beg you to ask fewer questions about me. I've never heard that not caring for you means I can't ask about you. Right. You're right, I admit defeat. Let's just enjoy our meal, all right? Mulin raised his hands in surrender. Kato K smiled triumphantly. After finishing dinner, Mulin took a shower. Just as he emerged from the bathroom, freshly dressed, he spotted Kato K in the living room, fiddling with the gaming console. Following the instructions in the manual, she turned it on, initialized the system, and inserted the included game cartridge. Though her movements were clumsy, it was evident she was quite earnest. K, are you interested in games? I'm just catering to your interests. Huh. When you say you're catering to someone else's interests, who do you mean? You know my Japanese isn't very good, right? All right, let us play together. This is a handheld console. It doesn't have a multiplayer function. Then I'll watch you play. Chapter 36. The path to becoming a layabout in a clean and tidy bedroom. Mulin sat cross-legged on a blanket, intently playing on the handheld console, while Kato K knelt beside him, hugging her panda plush, watching closely. Wow, the attack style of the longsword weapon looks so cool. But a real man should wield a great sword. The impact feels so strong. However, if it were me, I'd prefer to play the harp. The harp is supportive and deals no damage. But I can play music, giving you many buffs, healing you, and preventing your demise. Oh, it's a pity there's only one console. Otherwise, it would definitely be easier for us to tackle dungeons together. Indeed. But knowing there are two people in the house and only buying one console, that's quite selfish. Hey. There's only me at home, okay? Now there's me, isn't there? Alright. I'll get you another one eventually. No need to force it. After all, it's quite expensive. It's fine. Perhaps that wealthy lady will often send me money in the future. No one would be foolish enough to spend money to be beaten, right? After all, according to your words, if you are not boasting, your prowess is vastly different from that of the wealthy lady. I have a keen eye for people. That wealthy lady appears to be of considerable age, yet surprisingly, she possesses the spirit of a passionate youth. She will undoubtedly seek me out for another fight. How old is she? Perhaps around 26? In an instant, Kato K's expression shifted to one of vigilance. She is only about 7 years older than Mulin. A woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. A woman 10 years older enjoys great fortune. Not to mention the fact that she is a wealthy lady. As Mulin, engrossed in combat with a berserker swinging a great sword, sensed the silence from the charming companion beside him, he instinctively inquired, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." "Oh, however, the more I think about it, the more I feel that profiting from beating women is rather inappropriate. As long as it makes money, that's all that matters. If others see you, they will say you lack class. I don't care. I intend to be a slacker anyway, and am not afraid of others' gossip." Kato K sighed helplessly, casting a look of despair at Mulin, who was triumphantly shouting about new equipment attributes. Wow, this game is truly enjoyable, though it seems rather grindy. Alright, it's getting late. Time to sleep. We have school tomorrow. It doesn't matter. I can catch up on sleep at school. It's time to sleep. Kato K frowned and snatched the gaming console from Mulin's hands, warning him as such. Mulin, who had been deeply engrossed in his game, displayed a withdrawal reaction. But under Kato K's serious gaze, he could only nod in reluctant agreement. Fine. I'll head back now. Aren't you going to walk me to my door? It's south so close, there's no need. If you don't walk me, I want to return your gaming console. That console is mine. If I took it, it's mine. Faced with Kato K's unreasonable behavior, Mulin had no choice but to escort her to her doorstep. Outside the house, on a rainy night during the plum rain season, an unusual tranquility enveloped the surroundings. The two shared an umbrella, walking side by side to Kato's home. All right, go inside. Okay, thank you, Mulin, for walking me home. Good night. Kato K smiled and waved as she ran into the house. Mulin, still holding the umbrella, returned home, lay on his bed, and prepared to sleep. However, he tossed and turned, unable to find rest. His mind was consumed with the desire to play games, akin to a demon whispering in his ear. Continue playing. Continue playing. After all, I intend to be a slacker. A bit more 1T hurt, right? Just a little longer. With that thought, Mulin reached for the gaming console, powered it on, entered the game, and resumed grinding for monsters, equipment, and levels. Indeed, playing a handheld console while snuggled in a warm blanket on a rainy day is a delightful experience. It was only 11 p.m. I'll play for another hour. 5 minutes to midnight. Let us round it up. Huh, how is it already 12:10? Oh well, I'll play until 1 to make it even. What? It's already 2? It's late, but a bit longer 1T hurt, right? It's 4. Whatever, I can catch up on sleep in class. After a series of escapades, Mulin finally spent another half hour browsing the comments on a light novel website before he slowly drifted off to sleep. Mulin Kuan? Mulin Kuan. The blanket was yanked away. A cool breeze rushed in, and Mulin, groggy, opened his eyes. Just as he was waking up, he saw a charming girl in a school uniform staring at him with a pout. Get up, otherwise we'll be late. Huh, oh right. Mulin yawned lazily. Having only slept for half an hour, he felt miserable, his head heavy and foggy. The gaming console in your hand, Kato K remarked, noticing he hadn't put it down. Oh, I played for a little while last night. Just a little while? Well, something like that. You must have played all night. Something like that. Exactly. Baka, how could you play all night? If you were to play all night, it should be today. Yesterday was only Thursday. It doesn't matter. I can catch up on sleep in class. Mulin replied nonchalantly. Enough. Kato K was infuriated, stuffing books from the desk into her bag, grumbling. Hurry up and wash up. Now. Reluctantly, Mulin complied. Not long after, the two shared an umbrella, hurrying down the rain-soaked path to school. The first class of the morning was history. The history teacher had completely given up on Mulin, turning a blind eye as he slept at his desk. The second class was taught by the homeroom teacher, a mathematics instructor known for being quite lenient. Aware of Mulin's exceptional mathematical talent as a special science student, he allowed him to sleep during class as long as he didn't snore and disturb others. However, the third class of the morning, which was also the last class, was taught by the language arts teacher, an elderly man, a typical relic of the old Japanese era. He harbored a bias against Mulin, a student from China. It was one thing for him to not pay attention in class. It was another to be sleeping during the lesson. Language arts class is akin to Chinese literature class, both hypnotic in nature. As others struggled to stay awake, the language arts teacher furrowed his brow and slammed his hand on the desk. Bang! The chalk dust stirred. The abrupt sound startled all the drowsy students awake. Akihiro, who had stayed up all night reading romantic metronome in hopes of giving suggestions to Shiusaki, jolted awake, quickly straightening his posture and adjusting his crooked glasses. In high school, he was undoubtedly a focus for the teacher's attention. But now, the language arts teacher, with a fierce expression, advanced toward the back row by the window, where another student lay sprawled on the desk, blissfully unaware of the commotion. Even when nudged by the girl at the neighboring desk, he remained asleep. Mulin! A loud roar erupted in the classroom. Chapter 37. Exchange student wake up. Wake up. Kato K urged anxiously, but the language arts teacher had already approached, forcing her to abandon Mulin and sit at the side, watching him sleep peacefully with concern. Another spectacle unfolding. Haha, this Chinese student just returned from 2 days off and is sleeping through the morning. He truly is a waste, far more than Akihiro. Is he a special case? The last class was taught by the homeroom teacher, and he didn't intervene. TSK. When the history teacher asked him questions, he couldn't even answer the most basic event names. How could he not be considered a waste? Amidst whispered discussions among classmates enjoying the spectacle, the language arts teacher's heavy footsteps grew louder until he stood beside Mulin, grabbing his arm and pulling him up, with malicious intent. In an instant, Mulin jolted awake, swatting the language arts teacher's hand away, instinctively clenching his fist as if ready to strike, exclaiming, "Who are you?" Upon recognizing the individual, he quickly retracted his fist. "Teacher, is there something you need?" he inquired, noticing the elderly language arts teacher startled by his reaction. "What do you think I need?" The language arts teacher replied sternly. "I apologize. I shouldn't have slept in class." Mulin readily admitted his mistake. "You know sleeping in class is wrong. You sleep like a pig, and I couldn't wake you no matter how I tried. You're aware your language scores are poor, right? Isn't it rather self-destructive to give up? If you want me to leave, just say so. What kind of attitude is that? Truly hopeless. Beware, or I shall inform our homeroom teacher. Go ahead, report me." The audacious demeanor of Mu Lin provoked the Mandarin teacher's ire. "Fine. After class, you will accompany me to the office. I can't be bothered. Just relay this matter to our homeroom teacher directly. You." The Mandarin teacher gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Get out of my sight. You people from Huaxiao are unworthy of being students. However, I am a special case. Not all Huaxia students are as inept as I, huh? You just admitted to being useless." Laughter erupted among the students, and the teacher did not intervene, merely sneering, "What are you still doing here? Get out. When I tell your homeroom teacher, you will regret it." "Indeed, I await that moment." Mu Lin strolled leisurely towards the classroom door, patting the shoulder of the anxious Kato K to reassure her. Upon reaching the doorway, he turned to face his laughing classmates and spoke slowly. "Oh, by the way, you are all laughing at my incompetence, correct? What else could it be? Ha ha." A few bold students openly admitted it. "Then, all of you whose math scores are inferior to mine are even more useless, aren't you? Well then, I suppose I'll retract my previous statement. I concede that I am indeed a failure. Feel free to mock me as you wish. But remember, when you laugh at others, consider whether you have shortcomings of your own." Mu Lin waved graciously, shutting the back door behind him as he walked out of the teaching building. He simply could not comprehend why these individuals reveled in deriding others. Initially, he intended to endure their mockery and embrace his role as an utter failure. Yet, at such a tender age, their malicious thoughts inevitably stirred within him a desire to teach them a lesson. "Did you just get called out again?" Suddenly, a bespectacled middle-aged man interjected. His name was Murakami Daikei, a mathematics teacher, the head of the department, and also Mu Lin's homeroom teacher. He happened to witness the commotion while on his way to the restroom. "Oh, yes, it seems I was caught by the homeroom teacher," Mu Lin admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Sleeping in class is unacceptable behavior," Murakami Daikei stated solemnly. "I understand. Why didn't you come to school the other day? Didn't I ask someone to excuse my absence?" "No, that didn't happen." "Well, it appears that Kato K's lack of presence has indeed rendered her incapable of helping me. In any case, I've covered for you. But you ought to show some restraint and respect for your teachers. It is not easy for us to educate you. I didn't disrupt anyone else's learning. Teachers are human too. We must possess some individuality, and we can't tolerate everything, can we? Well, most teachers are quite good, but that Mandarin teacher is an exception." Murakami Daikei retorted, "How can a student like you judge your teachers? Why can't a student evaluate a teacher?" "True, Tanaka-sensei was indeed at fault earlier. But your mistakes are even greater." Yes, I was wrong. I sincerely apologize. I won't do it again." Only Mu Lin dared to speak so freely in front of the head of the department. Murakami Daikei, momentarily speechless, suddenly recalled something. "Our school will be engaging in academic cultural exchanges with another institution soon. We need to send a few students as exchange students. And you are on my list." "Huh. Please don't involve me in such troublesome matters. I only wish to contribute during the Math Olympiad. But that school is filled with talent. As exchange students, we ought to select individuals who can bring honor to our institution. If I go, it would be embarrassing. You know how poor my humanities grades are. Yes, that school is ranked higher than ours in Tokyo. You must attend. Are there really no better candidates from our school?" "None." Murakami Daikei replied candidly. Mu Lin remained silent for a moment before responding, "Don't deceive me. In such a large school, there must be a few students proficient in the sciences. I refuse to go." With that, Mu Lin attempted to leave. "Wait." Murakami Daikei blocked his path. "What is it?" "I chose you not only for your science grades. Then for what reason? Your problem-solving skills, your ability to interact with others, and your capacity to comfort others, essentially. Your emotional intelligence. But you know my humanities grades are quite dismal, right? There is no absolute correlation between humanities grades and emotional intelligence." Murakami Daikei's eyes glimmered as he fixed his gaze on Mu Lin. I possess exceedingly low emotional intelligence. Just observe my usual conduct. That may not be the case. Murakami Daikei adjusted his glasses, appearing slightly eccentric in Mu Lin's eyes. Speak plainly. Class is about to end. I need to rush to the bakery. Although our school is brimming with talent, they are all rather immature. We need a leader. I am still young and aspire to be a complete failure. I am entirely unsuitable for this role, my apologies. Murakami Daikei dismissed his words and continued, as a condition. I will persuade the other teachers to allow you to do whatever you wish in class, as long as it does not disrupt others' learning. Oh, that sounds excellent. Then I could play video games in class. However, there is an additional condition. What is it? You may take leave as you wish. No way. Then it's settled. Goodbye. Wait. It's not that simple. I will permit you to take leave frequently, but the conditions will be somewhat flexible, primarily to prevent you from abusing the privilege as an excuse to skip school. Deal. Chapter 38. Fallen feathers upon returning to the classroom with a bag of bread. Mu Lin noticed the envious glances of his classmates as he unpacked several packages of fried noodle bread. How shameless. Buying bread before class is so unfair. Wah. I haven't had fried noodle bread since school began. I crave it. Ignoring their envious remarks, Mu Lin pushed his desk next to Kato K's. He placed a bottle of cola and 2 packages of fried noodle bread in front of himself and a bottle of juice and 1 package in front of Kato K. They sat together, beginning their lunch. Having money is indeed a different experience, Kato K remarked as she tore open a bread package and took a bite. In what way is it different? In the past, you would have taken my wallet before buying, right? Consider it compensation for the dinners you prepare for me daily. Then I shall graciously accept. You're not concerned, are you? Concerned about what? Earlier, everyone was mocking you. I don't care. Mu Lin stood up nonchalantly. Opening the window, leaning against the ledge, sipping his cola, munching on fried noodle bread, and gazing out at the scenery. Even in the dreary rain, the sports field was alive with athletes, undeterred by the weather, diligently practicing. Numerous track team members continued their running drills. Everyone was striving toward their goals. As a man who dreams of becoming a failure, he couldn't help but admire their determination. His gaze shifted to the bustling bakery, where patrons jostled for position, cash in hand, clamoring for bread. The bakery at Tizaki was far superior to the school canteen in both taste and value, hence the daily throngs. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon a striking girl standing in the distance outside the bakery, holding an umbrella. She stood aloof, gazing at the crowded bakery, seemingly disheartened. Huh. Mu Lin murmured in confusion. That girl with long, straight black hair and iconic long legs was unmistakably someone he recognized. The author of The Love Metronome is Shiko Kasumi. However, what was her name again? Oh no, I forgot. How frustrating. What are you looking at? At that moment, Fujiwee, holding a fried noodle bun in one hand and juice in the other, approached Mulin, gazing out at the scenery. What was that person's name again? Katahui looked in the direction Mulin indicated, puzzled. Did you forget again? Ah, it seems so. If I forget, then I forget. I can't be bothered to tell you. By the way, Mulin-kun, didn't you say you were going to help Ito? Yes, that's right. Mulin nodded, finishing the bun in his hand. And just as he was about to tear open the last package of bread, he suddenly hesitated and put it back on the table, leisurely sipping his cola. Katahui observed his actions curiously, then glanced at the graceful figure leaving the bakery in disappointment, understanding something in her heart. Recently, due to her setbacks as a light novel writer, Shiko Kasumi had been despondent in front of others. Even after ceasing to write novels, her spirits were low, and she lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She was forced to stay up late every night, her sorrowful visage becoming increasingly haggard, often resting her head on her desk during class, either lost in thought or asleep. Compared to Mulin, she, being an all-round academic prodigy, enjoyed more freedom. All the teachers turned a blind eye to her. But what does that matter? I truly feel like a failure. Shiko Kasumi arrived at the school rooftop. She preferred solitude over bustling places, making the quiet rooftop her frequent refuge. The fine rain fell softly, the overcast weather mirroring her mood. She reached a rain shelter, put away her umbrella, and sat on a bench, lost in thought. If it were before, she would have been eating bread while contemplating her novel's outline. Now, she had no outline to think about, and she hadn't bought any bread because she overslept. Truly, what a miserable life. Shiko Kasumi curled her long legs, her shoes resting on the bench, her arms wrapped around her knees, her fair chin resting on them as she stared blankly at the rain outside. In this stormy setting, she appeared so desolate and helpless. Suddenly, the sound of the rooftop door opening interrupted her thoughts. A boy ran towards the rain shelter, clutching a novel in his arms. Drenched in the rain. Senpai. Anri-ren also approached Shiko Kasumi, calling out, "Is there something you need?" I mentioned last time that I wanted to help you with your novel. So I spent several days, pulling all-nighters, and finally compiled my suggestions for revisions. Please take a look. Anri-ren handed the novel to Shiko Kasumi. The latter stared at the book, which had tripled in thickness due to sticky notes. At that moment, feeling lonely and helpless, she was in dire need of a safe haven. Did he? Shiko Kasumi reached out to take it, opening the book. 1 minute later, her initially touched expression turned calm. 3 minutes later, her expression became complex. 10 minutes later, it turned to anger. 15 minutes later, her expression was filled with fury. Subsequently, she regained her composure, closed the novel, and returned it to Anri-ren. What do you think? I put a lot of effort into summarizing my views on this novel. If you follow the suggestions here, you will definitely gain recognition from the Undying River Publishing House. It will give you a chance to continue writing. Anri-kun. Shiko Kasumi interrupted coolly. Even though you previously promoted my novel on your blog without my consent, that does not mean I will tolerate your unsolicited revision suggestions on my work. If you were an experienced editor, that would be one thing, but you, a standard two-dimensional otaku wrapped up in unrealistic fantasies, what gives you the right to offer revision suggestions? Well, that blog promotion was also done without my approval. And even though it significantly boosted my sales, it brought a flood of negative reviews. Do you know how much that affected me? Wait, a writer of my caliber shouldn't be placed so high. The result was that you made me fall so hard. And now you dare to unilaterally help me revise the plot of my novel? Are you joking? Anri-ren, startled, took a step back. Your suggestions, which completely represent the delusions of an otaku, are simply nauseating. This formulaic and mindless harem story makes me sick. It is a grave insult to the characters I created. I absolutely do not accept this. And I even want to burn that tattered novel in your hands right now. Please leave while I am still rational, or I will snatch that novel from you and tear it to pieces. Yes, I'm sorry. I am truly sorry. Shiko Kasumi's explosive rage made Anri-ren bow repeatedly as he fled in panic. Chapter 39. That rain is her most important memory. The rooftop door creaked open again. A boy of above-average appearance opened a black umbrella and stepped onto the rooftop. He did not glance at Shiko Kasumi, who was taking deep breaths to calm the fury ignited by Anri-ren. He approached the rain shelter, sitting 2 meters away on a corner of the bench. He placed his umbrella aside and set down the still-warm fried noodle bun and a freshly bought cola on the bench. He then took out a novel and placed it on the bench. Mulin sat in silence, gazing at the rain outside. It must be said, in such an open space as the rooftop, even while sitting under the rain shelter, the view extended far. The sky was gloomy and hazy, with distant hills hidden in the fine rain. At that moment, Shiko Kasumi, disturbed from her solitary high ground by Mulin's arrival, felt the urge to leave and picked up her umbrella. Just as her foot landed in a puddle, a voice behind her ignited her anger further. The novel The Love Metronome is truly terrible. Bang! A foot stomped heavily into the puddle, splashing water everywhere. Shiko Kasumi whirled around, glaring angrily at the boy before her, who had no sense of propriety. What did you say? Although Shiko Kasumi was aware that The Love Metronome was indeed poor, it was still a novel she had painstakingly crafted. It was like a child she had nurtured, no matter how ugly it was. She would not allow anyone to insult it. I said, the novel you wrote is truly awful. Boom. His direct and aggressive words struck Shiko Kasumi like a jolt. She suddenly felt as if she were back in her dim bedroom at home, staring at her computer screen, reading the furious negative reviews of her novel. Her mind conjured images of faceless individuals surrounding her, berating her work, while she could only cover her ears, curled up, unable to fight back. Terrible, dull, clichdy, trite. These faceless individuals hurled insults at her. What broke her further was that this boy before her coldly reiterated all of it. This novel was not only terrible, but also dull, clichdy, and trite. One sentence struck at the very core of her pain. You bastard. In an instant, Shiko Kasumi exploded. She could no longer contain the frustration and resentment within. Throwing away her umbrella, it slammed down into the puddle. She charged toward Mulin, ready to strike him. Yes, the once aloof and distant Shiko Kasumi had lost her composure. Turning into a furious shouter, claws bared, ready to tear apart the boy before her. However, Her feeble attack was merely child's play to Mulin. Gently grasping her wrist, he exclaimed, "You scoundrel! Go to hell. You readers who fail to comprehend the author's anguish deserve nothing but demise." Kagaya Shiyu struggled, attempting to break free from her restraints, longing to tear apart the boy before her. Yet, his grip was so powerful that her hands felt as if they were ensnared in a vice, rendering her immobile. "Is this your fragile heart? You aspire to be an author? The novels you pen are utterly dreadful, intellectually degrading, cliché, and melodramatic. They make me nauseous and give me a headache." Mulin sneered. His fierce expression indicated he was not jesting. After all, the previous night, he had nearly lost his sanity while reading the love metronome. Go die? Overwhelmed by such harsh criticism, Kagaya Shiyu could no longer maintain her composure. She screamed, her voice piercing through the rain. In a frenzy, she opened her mouth to bite Mulin's shoulder. Bang! With tremendous force, she was flung away, her head spinning as she crashed into a puddle. The splashing water instantly transformed her into a drenched mess. Her headband fell to the ground. Her long hair, dark with hints of purple, became matted together by the rain. Her school uniform, black stockings, and shoes were all soaked through, resembling a forsaken doll abandoned in the rain, miserable and disheveled. Finally, unable to bear the humiliation any longer, Kagaya Shiyu curled up in the rain, cradling her head and weeping. Why? Why does no one recognize me? Why is everyone criticizing me? Why is my novel denied the chance to continue? Why, despite my efforts, am I still so inadequate? Observing Kagaya Shiyu's breakdown, Mulin momentarily questioned whether he had gone too far. He held an umbrella, approached her side, shielding her from the rain, yet did not extend a hand to help her up. Instead, he gazed down at her coldly and said, "Why? Is it not simply because your skills are woefully lacking?" "Impossible. My skills are not lacking. It is you who fail to recognize the merits of my work. Then let us discover them. You cannot. You people are beyond redemption." Huh? Still wallowing in self-pity? Mulin leaned down, gripping her rain-soaked chin, locking eyes with her tear-filled, wine-colored orbs brimming with grievance, and shouted, "Reflect on yourself. You worthless fool." His voice was so thunderous that it stirred ripples in the puddles below. Kagaya Shiyu, startled, sat frozen in place. Mulin seized her arm, commanding, "Stand up." She obediently complied. Rising to her feet, Mulin then pulled her to a sheltered area, urging her to sit on a bench. He stood in the rain, holding the black umbrella, casting a shadow over her, his penetrating gaze piercing through the gloom, bearing down on Kagaya Shiyu. The invisible pressure rendered her breathless. The truth was, her novel was indeed quite poor. Kagaya Shiyu's lips quivered, yet she dared not voice her rebuttal. If others could not find the merits of her novel, then let them discover them. If they deemed her work lacking, then let them be speechless. Stop blaming others for the lack of recognition. That is your own fault. Open your eyes and see clearly. Understand the feelings of the readers who criticize your work. Confront the negative reviews head-on. Contemplate why the editors do not acknowledge your writing. Mulin paused for a moment, softening his tone. Now think of those who genuinely appreciate your work. Kagaya Shiyu lifted her gaze, staring blankly at Mulin. Strive to improve enough to continue your story, otherwise, my brother will perish. However, Kagaya Shiyu's mind, in its automatic beautification, misinterpreted his words as a personal threat. In an instant, her previously silent heart stirred with ripples. Mulin handed her the copy of the love metronome resting on the bench. She accepted it, still in a daze. Then, Mulin offered her fried noodles and a cola. After lunch, take a break, go home, and truly reflect on it. Unlike Akane, who immediately boasted about his efforts over several days, Mulin refrained from detailing how much effort he had expended to assist Kagaya Shiyu, nor did he wish to seek her admiration. Subsequently, as Mulin held the umbrella, preparing to leave the rooftop under Kagaya Shiyu's vacant gaze, he suddenly asked, "Oh, by the way, what is your name?" Kagaya Shiyu intended to respond, but he interrupted, "Never mind. It doesn't matter what you're called." With that, Mulin opened the rooftop door and disappeared, leaving Kagaya Shiyu alone, seated in silence. After a long while, she finally stirred, slowly lowering her gaze to the double-thick love metronome in her hands, its edges adorned with exposed labels. Just as she was about to open it, she hesitated and set it aside, tearing open the bag of fried noodles and unscrewing the cola bottle cap. She took small bites, savoring the delicious fried noodles and the refreshingly sweet cola, which lightened her mood. The world around her, once gloomy and dismal during the plum rain season, transformed into a beautiful realm. Chapter 40. The basketball team. In this era, aloof individuals often find themselves in solitude. They convince themselves that they possess a lack of emotional depth, incapable of loving anyone or requiring anyone's affection. Yet, deep down, they yearn for friendship, crave a confidant, and long for a partner who understands them intimately. To win them over is, in fact, quite simple. One merely needs to identify their inner desires and act upon them. Approaching with genuine intentions is one method, though it demands considerable thought and effort. A slight misstep could lead to an overly sincere approach that yields contrary results, causing them to part ways. Alternatively, one might employ feigned enthusiasm to gain proximity, uncovering their preferences and fostering a friendship. Having never had a friend before, they will cherish this newfound connection, gradually becoming reliant on you. If the bond is formed with someone of the opposite sex, they may inevitably fall in love with you. However, does this not bear a resemblance to deceit? Moreover, Mulan had no desire to establish any relationship with Kagayashiyu. Thus, he resorted to this swift, straightforward, yet remarkably effective, brutal tactic. Would this approach be deemed inappropriate? Kato K, who had quietly observed the entire scene, felt a twinge of concern. No. Someone like her will only rise up in defiance after such a blow. This encounter is merely a catalyst. Even without knowing her name. You seem to understand her as if you were her closest friend. Closest friend? Such a distant woman is actually quite easy to understand. So, is it simple to win her over? Is it wise to pursue a troublesome endeavor? If a woman like that becomes attached, I would go mad. Who knows if this incident will lead her to cling to you? Kato K mused. Certainly not. Mulan dismissed her cryptic remarks, walking alongside her to the classroom. Upon entering through the back door, he spotted several tall, unruly boys gathered around his desk, with two of them perched on his table and chair. Mulan frowned and advanced. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his clothing. Turning back, he saw Kato K shaking her head at him. Don't worry, I can handle this. Just be careful, Kato K warned, her concern evident. And remember not to get too close. As Kato K nodded, Mulan made his way back to his seat. He was in the first-year class, and the group of carefree boys before him were from the third-year physical education class. They had heard whispers about a rebellious boy in the first-year class, someone who even dared to provoke teachers, and as seniors, they felt it was their duty to teach him a lesson. Although Toyozaki High School had a relatively high academic standard, good grades did not guarantee the absence of troublemakers. Yet, these troublemakers were merely a small group disconnected from the real delinquents of society. Really? Is this Chinese student that formidable? Even daring to confront old man Tanaka? How audacious to ignore history lessons. Just because you're a Chinese student doesn't give you the right to neglect Japanese history. Admitting you're a waste of space? Truly shameless. At that moment, a student from his class pointed at Mulan, informing the group, "That's him, Mulan. Is it really him? Hey, over here. We've been waiting for you." The group approached Mulan with mischievous grins. In such a situation, a timid individual would undoubtedly feel fear and hesitate to step forward, yet Mulan calmly walked toward them. "Hey, I heard you're quite something," began one of the boys, who was clearly the leader of the group, as he sat on Mulan's desk. However, before he could finish his sentence, Mulan swiftly grabbed his sleeve and flung him outward. Bang! With tremendous force, the boy crashed to the ground, sliding several meters while howling in pain. Since Kato K's seat was nearby, Mulan had merely tossed him into the vacant space behind. "This is my seat. Did I invite you to sit here?" Mulan picked up the astonished boy who had been thrown and glared at him with indifference. Terrified, the boy quickly got up and vacated the seat. Captain Toyano, are you all right?" One person rushed to check on the fallen Toyano, filled with concern. Another, filled with rage, charged toward Mulan, shouting angrily, "You bastard! How dare you strike our captain? Are you seeking death?" Spittle flew as he shouted. Mulan raised a hand dismissively, coolly stating, "I am indeed seeking death. What of it? Do you have the capability to make me die? You." The furious individual swung his fist at Mulan, prompting fearful screams from the girls in the class. Fortunately, Captain Toyano managed to get up and called out, "Yoshinaga, stand down." Upon hearing this, Yoshinaga paused, bewildered. "Captain, why? This scoundrel deserves a beating." But Captain Toyano ignored him, his eyes narrowing with malice as he approached Mulan with a smug grin. However, Mulan unceremoniously brushed his hand away. Mulan, don't you remember me?" Toyano chuckled. "I don't remember. Indeed, your memory seems poor. No matter. I'm your high school classmate, don't you recall? I don't remember. Meanwhile, other classmates, who had been anxiously observing from a distance, felt relieved, realizing that Mu Lin and this group might actually be friends. However, the truth was that Tuano was merely pretending to be acquainted with Mu Lin. If they were truly classmates, he would never have dared to provoke him. Ah, it's fine if you don't remember. I do. It's been ages. Let us catch up. I'll treat you to something, Tuano said, draping his arm over Mu Lin's shoulder again, feigning a brotherly bond. This time, Mu Lin did not push him away but merely nodded. All right, let us go. Yes, he agreed. Someone whispered to their companion. Doesn't he really think he is actually friends with the captain, does he? Humph. Who cares what he thinks? The fact that he agreed is what matters. How dare he strike our captain? We'll make sure he regrets it. The group then surrounded Mu Lin as they made their way outside, only to be blocked by a girl. Hey, who are you? Don't interrupt our reunion with our long-lost brother. Kato K remained silent, her eyes filled with concern for Mu Lin. He gestured for her not to worry, and after a moment of hesitation, she relented and stepped aside. Let us go? Let us go? The group proceeded down the hallway, their camaraderie evident as they strutted along, prompting everyone else to clear a path. Captain Tuano boasted, Ha ha, my good brother. Do you know we're the basketball team? Oh, is the basketball team that impressive? Mu Lin raised an eyebrow. Well, you'll find out soon enough. But it's a pity. I wanted you to join our team, but injured players can't play, can they? Such a tragedy. Ha ha. Now that's self-awareness. I feel sorry for you all. They bantered as they made their way to an abandoned club storage room on the 5th floor of the school. Suddenly, bang. The last person to enter slammed the door shut with great force, like the firing of a starting gun. Tuano's playful demeanor shifted as he turned serious, immediately grabbing Mu Lin by the neck and attempting to throw him to the ground in retaliation for the earlier humiliation. Then, along with the other boys, they began to punch and kick the curled-up Mu Lin, who was defensively protecting his head, beating him into unconsciousness. Chapter 41. The first encounter with the golden-haired girl. At that moment, a petite girl with golden twin tails cowered in the corner of the storage room, trembling. As a privileged young lady from a well-off family, Ingrid was a deeply hidden otaku and an 18 doujinshi artist. Due to her recent laziness, she had fallen behind on her artwork deadlines. Now, she was forced to secretly create comics that excited countless men and made women blush, all while hiding in a storage room that ideally should have been empty. To her dismay, she found herself facing an unexpected encounter. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, toppling her easel and wrapping her drawing paper in her arms as she curled up behind a pile of clutter before anyone could enter. Once dissatisfied with her small stature, she now felt grateful for it. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds of fists and feet colliding. Ah, ah. The anguished cries of pain made Ingrid instinctively peek out of her hiding spot. The terrifying scene of the fight made her scream involuntarily. Yeah, luckily, she quickly covered her mouth, hoping she hadn't been discovered. Heart racing, she exhaled in relief as the sounds of fists pounding flesh continued. Driven by curiosity, she peeked out again, discovering a boy single-handedly beating up 5 or 6 clearly larger boys. Moreover, she recognized several of them. They were from the basketball team. How could this be? The basketball team members were being overwhelmingly defeated by one person? Incredible, and so handsome. Wait, humph. Such a delinquent isn't handsome at all. Bastard. How dare you interrupt my drawing? My creative inspiration and passion have just vanished. You almost discovered my secret. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Ingrid bared her fangs in anger, glaring at the group of fighters. Bang. The last opponent fell to the ground, battered and bruised. Mu Lin brushed off the dust from his hands, looking down at the group of unknowing fools with a serious tone. If you dare to provoke me again, it won't be as simple as just a few bruises, understood? Why yes, understood. Alas, the pain. Witnessing their woeful state, Mu Lin let out a cold chuckle, suddenly sensing a malicious gaze. He looked up and caught a fleeting glimpse of a golden retriever in the corner of the storage room. Frowning slightly, he approached. Thoughts racing. This is bad. This is terrible. Will I be discovered? Surely not. It cannot be. Please, do not let me be discovered. Hey! A faint voice, condescending, reached his ears. The trembling, prayerful figure of Ing Lily paused, slowly lifting her gaze to the demon who could topple an entire school team with a single blow. Hello? As the daughter of a British diplomat, she astonished herself by uttering a simple English greeting, albeit to herself. Mu Lin stared, astonished at the adorable, shivering golden retriever before turning his attention to the boys sprawled on the ground, wailing in despair. After a moment's contemplation, he decided, let us go outside. Yay, yes. Lily sprang to her feet, clutching the painting, and nervously stepped over the group of boys as she followed Mu Lin to the door of the storage room. She stood there, awaiting his next command. Mu Lin closed the door behind them, and the cacophony of cries diminished significantly. At last, the world was tranquil. In a warning tone, he addressed Lily, do not speak of what you just witnessed. Understood. Lily promptly raised her right foot and stamped it down. Then, standing at attention, she saluted. This sequence of actions, combined with her charming, lovely appearance, was utterly adorable. However, in her oblivion, the painting she had been holding tumbled to the ground. Mu Lin instinctively bent down to retrieve it, only to catch sight of a partially rolled-up sheet depicting a woman with a bashful expression, clad provocatively, seemingly being violated. Though incomplete, it was enough to ignite fervor. Mu Lin froze, his eyes widening. No, I'll pick it up. I'll pick it up. This is disastrous. This is catastrophic. Lily wailed, summoning an unexpected burst of courage as she snatched the drawing from Mu Lin's hands and concealed it behind her back. Her expression flustered as she scrutinized his every move. Surely he did not see it? Absolutely he did not see it. He could not have seen it. Is this the drawing paper? Mu Lin, coming back to his senses, inquired, standing up with a puzzled expression. Yes, and what of it? Oh no, he truly saw it. Lily's mind raced, conjuring an image of this man morphing into a lecherous figure, prancing through the school corridors during class, brandishing her 18 fan art series while shouting, wow. Lily is an 18 doujin artist. Everyone, come see her artwork. The illustrious Hakuba Irie is none other than Lily. It's over. I can no longer remain in this school. Let it be destroyed. This school? No. Let the entire world be annihilated alongside it. Gradually, Lily's azure eyes lost their luster. Yet, what was depicted in that drawing? Mu Lin's question ignited a spark in her eyes. Overjoyed, she exclaimed, you didn't see? What didn't I see? No. It's nothing. May I see it? I'm quite curious about what is depicted. I apologize. I absolutely cannot show it to anyone before it's finished. Yes. It's a habit of mine as an artist. All right. But do not worry. Once it's completed, I shall show you. This statement left both of them momentarily stunned. Lily's internal monologue. Why did I say that? Mu Lin's internal thoughts. I barely managed to slip by. Why did you have to add that? Well, I'm looking forward to it. I'll take my leave now. Yes, goodbye. Lily forced a smile, waving as she watched Mu Lin's retreating figure until he vanished into the stairwell. Phew. Thank goodness he didn't see. Lily let out a huge sigh of relief, pulling out the drawing paper, gazing at the incomplete image of the woman. Well, I can simply sketch a landscape for him to see later. With this thought, she rolled up the drawing and headed towards the art department. However, as she walked, her mind incessantly replayed the moment Mu Lin froze while picking up the drawing. Surely he did not see? Absolutely he did not see. He even asked me what was depicted on that drawing. He must not have seen it, right? But that angle, that reaction, he must have seen. In a sudden realization, Lily clasped her head in despair and howled at the heavens. It's over. My illustrious reputation is doomed to ruin. I shall face social death in this entire school. Chapter 42. Are you all right, Mu Lin? I'm fine. What did they do to you? Nothing much. During the midday break, Kato K watched anxiously as Mu Lin left. Upon his return, she finally felt a sense of relief and could concentrate on her homework. Furrowing her brow, she diligently worked on her math assignment. Meanwhile, Mu Lin rested his head on the desk, catching up on sleep. The afternoon class was tedious. The teacher droned on, while Kato K attentively listened, occasionally glancing at what Mu Lin was doing. Having completed his nap, Mu Lin reclined in his chair, staring out the window at the rain-soaked scene, lost in thought. A cool breeze wafted through the slightly ajar window, tousling his short hair. September's plum rain season, the gentle autumn wind always evokes memories of the past. The cherry blossom trees, vibrant yet struggling in the rain. The damp earth tarnished by the vivid petals. The first yellowing leaves floated like sailboats in puddles, drifting into drains. Their fates unknown. A pair of adult sparrows braved the rain, feeding their hungry chicks. The chirping of crickets seemed so fragile amidst the sound of rain. Thoughts flowed unbidden. Life, whenever he is reminded of the past, Lin always utters those 3 words to disrupt his reverie. With his hands clasped behind his head, he turned his gaze from the melancholic rain scene to the ceiling. At that moment, a pin nudged his shoulder. Lin turned in confusion to see Kato K handing him a note. Upon reading it, he scribbled back, "What's wrong? You seem worried. Are you recalling the past?" Something like that. "In this drowsy rain, I often feel the urge to find a sanctuary." What a glitch. However, under this drizzling rain, beneath the gloomy sky and the cool autumn breeze, it indeed prompts nostalgic thoughts. How old are you to be reminiscing like this? Hypocritical Lin. Aren't you reminiscing too? My psychological age is quite advanced. You're just boasting. I'm ignoring you. I'm going to focus on the lesson now. Kato K neatly folded the note filled with writing and tucked it into her pencil case, pouting as she sat upright, directing her attention to the blackboard. Lin, relishing the quiet, found himself bored as he listened to the political teacher's lecture. After a while, he shook his head, chuckling softly, losing interest in listening, and continued to gaze at the ceiling, drifting into a state of reverie. Whether it was politics or the seemingly half-hearted historical narratives designed to bolster national faith and public confidence, Lin was indifferent. Before long, the bell rang to signal the end of class. Students, their heads heavy, took a break or headed to the restroom. Lin remained seated, lost in thought. As time passed, suddenly, a hushed discussion arose, drawing attention. "Have you heard?" "What?" "It seems someone from the basketball team has been injured." "Who was injured?" "It's Toyano and Yoshinaga, right? The A team from the basketball club? They are all injured?" "That can't be. I saw them looking for Kyulin just this noon." "Kyulin?" Speaking of which, everyone turned in unison to look at Kyulin, who was seated at the back by the window, leaning against the chair, lost in thought while gazing at the rain. "It seems those people are friends with Kyulin. I saw them leave the classroom with their arms around each other. But I have no idea where they went. I wondered, could it be?" "What? At noon, didn't Kyulin throw Toyano to the ground? Could it be that they had a private fight because of that?" "No way. Aren't they friends? You know, my sister is a junior, and she told me that last year, Toyano and his friends were quite close with a senior from the second year, hanging out together. But every time he returned, he was covered in injuries, and eventually, he dropped out. My sister warned me not to provoke Toyano and his friends. Could it be that someone got hurt? Why are Toyano and his friends all injured? Surely, they were injured during training, right? Injured together during training? That seems too coincidental." This group of people continued to discuss, with more and more joining in to listen. As the rumor spread, more and more people became aware of the situation. The gaze of our classmates towards Kyulin grew increasingly peculiar. However, shortly after, another wave of strange commotion erupted. It was from students playing at the back door. Everyone turned to look and discovered a remarkably beautiful girl with golden twin tails. She was none other than the renowned first-year student, Sawamura Spencer Alirai. Due to her stunning appearance and her mixed heritage as the daughter of a British diplomat, she became a topic of widespread discussion shortly after the school year began. Known by all students, she even made it to the campus blog and flower rankings, showing potential to surpass the reigning second-year queen, Kasumiga Kakashiya. What is Sawamura doing at our class's back door? Is she here to find someone? Amidst the noisy environment, Aki Ryu also appeared somewhat astonished. He had known Alirai since childhood, but they had drifted apart due to disagreements and were no longer friends. He had always believed that the fault lay with her. Could it be that she has come to apologize and reconcile? Ryu entertained this thought, feeling a flutter of excitement. To be honest, as an ordinary otaku, even if he only indulged in the two-dimensional world, it was still surreal to be approached by such a cute blonde girl in front of the entire class. Then she said, "Ryan, let us make up," and his mind was already racing with fantasies of Alirai speaking to him in a delicate, charming manner. However, she asked, "Excuse me, could you help me call that person out?" Alirai scanned the first-year class, pausing for a brief moment on Ryu, before finally locking her gaze on Kyulin, who was explaining a math problem to Kata K. "Huh." The entire class gasped in astonishment, and Ryu's voice was the loudest. They all turned to the target. Kyulin, unaware of the situation, was pointedly poking the forehead of an unknown girl, who was curled up, looking utterly pitiful. At that moment, a courteous male student was the first to react, looking at Alirai and saying, "I'll go get him. Thank you." An anxious Alirai squeezed the hem of her clothing, biting her lip. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, she would never have recklessly sought someone out. "Kyulin, Sawamura is looking for you. That famous blonde mixed girl. The male student approached the realm of Kyulin and Katake, announcing loudly. Kyulin and Katake paused momentarily. Chapter 43. The golden-haired entanglement Katake, with her adorable and puzzled eyes, glanced from Kyulin to Alirai at the entrance. She was surprised. When did Kyulin and this well-known figure become acquainted? Kyulin set down his pen and practice book, turning to Katake. I'll step out for a moment. MHM. Be sure to explain everything when you return, Katake said with a strange smile, causing Kyulin to recall the events of the previous night, sending a chill down his spine. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Kyulin stepped outside, questioning Alirai. What's the matter? There's something. Come with me. All right. Kyulin nodded, and under Alirai's lead, they made their way to the rooftop of the teaching building. Shortly after they left, Ryu, feeling a mix of reluctance and determination, suddenly stood up and chased after them. Before long, on the rooftop staircase, Alirai fidgeted with her clothing, hesitating, her gaze flickering towards Kyulin. After waiting for a while without her speaking up, Kyulin finally said, I remember now. You were the one from noon, right? The one who promised to show me the finished painting? You really didn't see that painting? I didn't see it. I'm quite curious about it, actually. You really didn't see it? Really didn't see it? Really? Phew, that's a relief. Wait, no? It can't be. I don't believe you. You must have seen it. I genuinely didn't see it. Stop lying to me. Yes. You must be saying that on purpose, waiting to use it as leverage after school, luring me to some dark corner and doing whatever. Alirai, with her mind filled with dramatic scenarios, trembled, hugging herself, her face displaying fear. What are you talking about? Is that how you slander others? Kyulin retorted, perplexed. Otherwise, you must be one of those gossip mongers, spreading my business all over school, making me socially awkward and forcing me to the rooftop when no one is around, doing whatever. Why does the possibility always revolve around doing whatever to you? Kyulin stared blankly at Alirai, who was trapped in her bizarre imagination, appearing terrified and helpless. Is this golden-haired girl out of her mind? In any case, you definitely saw it. Tell me, what do you want me to do so that you won't tell anyone? I didn't see it. I really didn't see it. Stop lying to me. Alirai bared her fangs, her eyes fierce. Fine, if you believe I saw it, then so be it. It's just a painting. Why should I use it to blackmail you? Kyulin continued to imply that he hadn't seen her painting. In response, this foolish girl panicked. It's over. You really saw it. It's the end. I'm doomed. Stop. Tell me, what are the conditions for not letting it out? Sister, I truly didn't see it, Kyulin said, feeling exasperated. This foolish girl is truly tormenting him. You're still lying to me. Kyulin took a deep breath. His expression turning indifferent, crossing his arms and leaning against the wall, he said calmly, Fine, I admit it. I saw it. What do you want to do about it? Please don't tell anyone. Okay, fine, don't worry, I won't say anything. Now I'm leaving, goodbye. Wait. Alirai grabbed Kyulin's arm. However, due to her petite frame, she was pulled forward by Kyulin, nearly losing her balance. Fortunately, Kyulin reacted quickly, halting and taking a half-step back to steady her. Is there anything else? You're lying to me again. You men are so depraved. Once you find a beautiful girl's weakness, you will use it to blackmail her into. I think you should wash your brain. You should wash yours. You filthy-minded man. Alirai shouted vehemently. You are quite mad. I dare not provoke you. Indeed, you are the mad one. Your entire family shares in this madness. Rest assured, I shall keep this to myself. Impossible. You will undoubtedly threaten me. Oh, by the way, is this some sort of sage mode? Yes, absolutely. It must be that after last night, or even during class today, you felt indifferent towards me. However, once you return to your senses, you will reflect upon this matter and direct your thoughts towards me. How terrifying. The incessant madness in Yinglai's thoughts piqued Mulin's curiosity. Hey, how did you become like this? I said. How is it that a woman with such a mind filled with filth, who draws comics, was raised by her parents? Don't they care about you? What business is it of yours? Speak. What are your terms? Fine, tonight, come home. Golden Retriever with a terrified expression, tears welled in Yinglai's eyes, filled with grievance. And after much inner turmoil, she finally nodded and said, All right. Stop. Are you really going to agree? What a joke. Mulin was astonished. What else could I do? All right, Golden Retriever, I beg of you, spare me. I truly will not speak of this matter to anyone, I promise. Who is the Golden Retriever? You scoundrel. You are the golden retriever. Your entire family is made up of golden retrievers. Lily erupted in fury. The point is, I am pleading with you, spare me. Mulan was tormented to the point of fear. You are asking me to spare you? Shouldn't it be I who asks you to spare me? As my unspoken condition, I request that you let me be. What is this? Lily had not finished her words. Finally found you. Lily, what were you discussing with him? And Eluan suddenly rushed up the stairs, panting. What are you doing here? Lily frowned, her expression seemingly filled with disdain. Mulan, seeing an Eluan as a savior, exclaimed, An Eluan? Hurry, come to my aid. As repayment for that time you bought grilled bread. An Eluan appeared bewildered, but before he could process the situation, Mulan seized the opportunity while Lily was distracted and bolted away. Hey, wait. Lily attempted to pursue, but an Eluan gallantly blocked her path. Why are you stopping me? This is my repayment to Mulan. His name is Mulan, right? Lily squinted her eyes, noticing Mulan had already distanced himself, and reluctantly swallowed her unease, temporarily letting him go, then irritably directed her gaze towards Anila. What? Did you come here for something? Do you have any idea? Your obstruction could cost me my life. Is it really that serious? Otherwise, move aside quickly. And Eluan hesitated for a moment. However, recalling that Lily was his childhood friend and seeing her with another man sparked jealousy within him, he resolutely stood his ground and said, No, we need to talk. I refuse to talk to you. But what about the past? What past? That was so long ago, I have long since forgotten it. Yet, an Eluan wished to reconcile. Isn't it merely a matter of parting ways between a homebody and a semi-homebody? Just like normal friends who must separate on different paths. What is there to be concerned about? Lily, move aside. Lily showed him no signs of kindness, maneuvering around an Eluan and stepping away. He reached out to grasp her, but missed, left staring blankly as she departed. Sometimes, friendships can vanish in an instant. Especially after 2 rounds of separation from elementary school to middle school, then to high school, and finally university. In elementary school, Lily and an Eluan were good friends, both fond of the otaku culture, but later, as Lily began to pursue her passion for drawing, she ceased to regard the otaku games that an Eluan enjoyed. Coupled with the secretive nature of her artistic endeavors, she never disclosed them to an Eluan. Consequently, their conversations dwindled significantly. Gradually, their relationship faded. Once, due to an Eluan's self-centeredness, repeatedly urging Lily to play games she had no interest in, she could no longer tolerate it and finally became angry, ceasing to engage with him. Ultimately, she became friends with other girls in class, leaving an Eluan in silence, estranged from her presence. If it weren't for the semblance of friendship they shared in elementary school, Lily would not even spare him a glance now. Chapter 44. The Malevolent Cat. Consider this. You formed a friendship with a beautiful girl during childhood. This girl is destined to be stunning in the future. Yet, as time passed, your relationship gradually waned, and now there is no connection at all. Watching her stand among peers like a star, waving at everyone while you can only observe from the crowd. What a blow this is to a man. Even those who claim to be devoted solely to the world of anime cannot escape the pangs of reality. An Eluan returned to the classroom, lost in thought. He gazed enviously at Mulan, who was seated at the back by the window, feeling a mix of jealousy and helplessness. Helplessness over the fact that he did not hold on to her tightly at that time, nor did he have a significant encounter with her. Sigh. He originally hoped to secretly maintain a relationship with the renowned beauty of the school, relishing in his own joy unbeknownst to others, but now he sighed in despair. As for Kasumiga Kakashiyu, he could not find a way to win her affection. Lily was no different. Rekindling a romance with his long-lost childhood friend was impossible. Indeed, reality and games are worlds apart. Indeed, I still prefer the innocent and easy-to-court beauties found in games. No, I must return and reattempt to win over my beloved Shaki-chan. Shaki-chan, I love you, an Eluan shouted neurotically. The entire class turned to look at him with curiosity, but soon, everyone returned to their respective tasks, whether it be homework, chatting, or playing. After all, it had only been a few days since the start of school, and Eluan had already shouted several times in class due to his fervent preaching, so they had grown accustomed to it. In a corner of the classroom, Kato Megumi, while organizing her class notes, remarked, "So, what is going on?" "Nothing much," Mulan replied, as he spread open his history book on the desk and leaned over it. The weather had turned cold, and the desk was uncomfortably chilly. He needed to lay the book down to find some comfort. Oddly enough, The contact of his cheek with the pages felt soothing, and the familiar scent of the book filled his nostrils, bringing him a sense of calm. Is that so? Kato Megumi did not pursue the matter further. Instead, she observed Mulin for a while before suddenly rising, taking out a cup, adding milk tea powder, and fetching hot water. After stirring for a moment, she poked Mulin on the back of his head. Mulin turned his head in confusion. Would you like to drink some? No. The scent of the book was lulling him back to sleep. You mustn't fall asleep. There's only one class left, and then we will have a break. Kato Megumi pressed the warm cup against Mulin's face. With no other choice, he took the cup, gazing at the pink lid and the colored body. Hesitating for a moment before finally removing the lid and taking a large sip. The warm, sweet aroma of milk tea instantly invigorated him. Mulin returned the cup to Kato Megumi and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Kato Megumi responded, surprisingly taking the cup and drinking a small sip herself. Her calm demeanor, as if she were oblivious to anything unusual, was quite endearing. As the bell rang for dismissal, the students, eager for the break with no club activities, erupted in excitement. Grabbing their bags and leaving, Mulin and Kato Megumi were among them, strolling along the quiet, rainy path. Occasionally, vehicles splashed through the rain. Mulin and Kato Megumi walked closely together under an umbrella. "I didn't expect so much homework for the first week of the break," Kato Megumi said, her tone tinged with resignation. "How much is so much?" A plethora of tasks awaited them. 5 pages of mathematics exercises for comprehension questions in Mandarin, as well as the recitation of classical Chinese texts. Kato K incessantly voiced her grievances, leaving Mulin feeling overwhelmed. Do these teachers even regard us as human beings? Surely, they cannot be this unreasonable. With such an abundance of homework in the first week of vacation, how will we manage in the future? The thought of future holidays was daunting, but Mulin decided to focus on the present. Let's worry about tomorrow when it comes. By the way, what shall we have for dinner tonight? The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, akin to companions in a desolate world, sharing laughter while navigating the unceasing rain. The atmosphere was dreary and cold, with only a few passers-by and sporadic vehicles, until eventually, it was just the two of them amidst the gentle drizzle. Their chatter eventually waned into silence, and they walked side by side, savoring the comfort of each other's presence. Ahead lay home. Upon arrival, Mulin escorted Kato K to her doorstep, where she paused beneath the awning. "I shall head inside now. I'll prepare dinner for you shortly." "All right." After a brief farewell, Mulin returned home, stowing away his umbrella, removing his shoes, placing his backpack down, and shedding his coat. Just as he was about to take a shower, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing the caller's name, Mulin furrowed his brow and answered, "Hello?" His expression shifted to astonishment, and he replied, "Okay, I understand." After hanging up, he donned his coat, grabbed his umbrella, and dashed outside, sending Kato K a quick message. As the clock approached 6, the sky, shrouded in clouds, had grown much darker, casting a somber pall over the world. In a secluded corner of a street, Yano and Yoshinaga, both bandaged and wielding umbrellas, crouched together. "Ouch, that hurts. Where on earth is that bastard?" The two occasionally gasped in pain, but remained fixated on the center of the street. According to Yamabata's intel, this was indeed the route he would take home. Damn it, what if Yamabata is toying with us? In this downpour, what if we perish from waiting here? Yano muttered. Suddenly, meow. A menacing cat's cry erupted from a nearby cage, accompanied by the harsh sound of claws scraping against the bars. Haha, even this little one is growing impatient. However, Yoshinaga expressed concern. "Captain, is this cat really effective? After all, Mulin's strength is formidable." "Effective? You still don't get it? Have you been hit in the head? The real weapon is this." Yano gestured to the camera hanging around his neck. "Oh, I see." Yoshinaga exclaimed with a mischievous grin. "Truly, you live up to your title as captain. After all, you are the one who has dealt us blows. If I don't retaliate, I won't call myself Yano. But where did you acquire such a fierce cat?" "I swiped it from the shelter. This cat, poor thing, has been used as a punching bag by several owners. Beaten mercilessly until it no longer trusts humans. It won't run away upon seeing a person. It'll leap to attack. It was destined for euthanasia, but I, being too kind, rescued it. Naturally, as a reward for saving it, it will assist me in exacting revenge." "Remarkable, Captain." Yano smirked. "But damn it, why is it taking so long for him to arrive? We won't be left waiting, will we? Wait, look, Captain, that person seems to be Mulin." Chapter 45. At that moment, she yearned for a future that might never come to pass. Bang! The iron cage was hurled into a puddle with tremendous force. Water splashed as the metal bent. The sound amidst the drizzle masked a pitiful screech. Meow! The unexpected disturbance caused Mulin, who was walking briskly, to halt and furrow his brow. After a moment's hesitation, he approached and righted the cage with his foot, revealing its occupant, a cat with matted black fur and adorably round eyes. A fleeting sense of curiosity prompted Mulin to scan his surroundings, but upon his approach, the black cat's eyes narrowed, revealing a silent snarl, resembling a perfect predator lurking in the shadows, menacingly fierce. The cat, with its white-socked paws, crept to the cage door. Discovering it had been damaged, clever and agile, it silently opened the door and slipped out, adopting a predatory stance as it fixated on its unsuspecting human adversary. A low growl emanated from its throat, a harbinger of malice. Then, with a powerful push from its hind legs, it leaped nearly 2 meters, extending its claws to shred the face of its perceived foe. Yet, in a swift motion, Mulin instinctively swatted at the cat. Bang! The black feline was sent sprawling, hitting the rain-soaked ground with a dull thud, letting out a pained wail. A trickle of blood flowed from its injured abdomen. Yet such pain was all too familiar to it. The cat swiftly regained its footing, circling Mulin like a predator, undeterred by the rain soaking its fur. Mulin stood still, holding his umbrella. Bang! Water splashed everywhere as the cat, concealed in the shadows, charged at Mulin, feinting several positions to create an illusion before striking with its claws. However, with a precise kick, Mulin sent it flying through the rain, and it crashed to the ground, its head lolling, unconscious. Mulin gazed at the fallen cat, momentarily hesitating, before kneeling down to part its fur and assess its injuries. Relieved to find no serious harm, he murmured, "Such malice towards humans, has it suffered at their hands? Poor creature." As he spoke softly, fleeting memories flickered in Mulin's deep black eyes. Ignoring the cat's disheveled state, he cradled it in his arms and hastened on his way. What he failed to notice was the wicked smile shared by 2 individuals as they gazed at the photographs on their camera. In the gloomy ambience of the rainy night, the scene of a person mistreating a cat was utterly abhorrent. If such images were to surface online, they would undoubtedly incite outrage among countless individuals, especially in a nation like Japan, where cats are cherished. At the brightly lit station, Nishimiya Shoko stood timidly on the platform, her heart a tumult of anxiety and anticipation. Regret washed over her at times, yet she also summoned the courage to press forward. In what capacity could she intrude upon his life? How might she participate in it? Would her sudden appearance burden him, or even engender his aversion? Yet, if she did not act, the future might confine them to mere acquaintances, only able to enjoy each other's company during fleeting moments of leisure. Earlier that day, upon receiving her expulsion notice, Nishimiya was despondent, but spurred on by her sister's encouragement. She found herself here, luggage in hand. Clutching a newly potted perennial flower, she scanned the inscription of its floral language, biting her lip, her eyes reflecting determination. A rumble echoed as another train departed the high-speed tracks, leaving the platform increasingly deserted, amplifying the spaciousness and silence. The rain-soaked night added to her unease. Leaving the already dependent girl clutching the flower pot tightly, her head bowed as she sought solace in the fragile words of the flower's meaning. The silence of her hearing impairment rendered her world profoundly tranquil. Suddenly, as if a shared understanding existed, Nishinamiya Shirako suddenly lifted her head and gazed towards the entrance of the station. There, she spotted the dark-haired youth who had just exited, and in that fleeting moment, courage surged within her. Clutching a flower pot in one hand and dragging a suitcase with the other, she hastened over. "My apologies, there were some unforeseen circumstances. I'm late," she managed to convey through sign language, albeit with difficulty. Nishinamiya quickly reciprocated with her own signs. "I should be the one apologizing for suddenly interrupting you." Mulin waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. You can stay at my place for as long as you need." A blush crept onto Nishinamiya's cheeks as she averted her gaze, raising her hands in gratitude. "Thank you. I'll be a bother from now on." It felt as if she was entrusting her entire existence to him, her heart racing. "Let us head home," he suggested. "Yes," she replied, struggling slightly under the weight of her heavy luggage. Mulin, noticing her difficulty, offered her the umbrella to shield her from the rain. Thus, with Mulin cradling the black cat in one arm and dragging the suitcase with the other, and Nishinamiya holding the flower pot with one hand while managing the umbrella with the other, they walked side by side through the downpour. Due to their communication barrier, the journey was marked by silence, each lost in their thoughts. The suitcase's wheels emitted a soft rumble against the uneven pavement, while the rain pattered rhythmically against the umbrella. The sounds of their footsteps merged as one, accompanied by the occasional passing car that splashed through the wet asphalt. The scene was illuminated by the warm glow of streetlights and the comforting light of nearby homes, all enveloped in the dimness of the night. As they strolled closely together, Mulan noticed that their shoulders brushed against one another. He glanced at Nishinamiya, who was intently focused on the path ahead, her beautiful flaxen hair concealing her flushed cheeks. Was this the sensation of walking towards a shared sense of belonging? Yet, amidst this serene moment, silence stood out as the only shade in a vibrant tableau. If only I were whole, perhaps I would have exchanged countless words with him by now. Surely, such a connection would have been even more profound. On this lonely road, the two travelers, akin to lovers pledging vows, ventured towards an unseen abyss. Where does this abyss lead? That remains unknown. However, it is undeniable that Nishinamiya, filled with anticipation for a bright future, was oblivious to the fact that her arrival disrupted the balance between Mulan and another individual. For a long while, the blissful Nishinamiya remained unaware of the shivers coursing through her body from the cold. Mulan, too, refrained from offering her his coat out of convenience, and finally, they stood before his home. "We arrived. Let us hurry inside." He nudged her with his elbow, signaling her to follow. She snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously as she moved under the eaves. Chapter 46. The warmth of arrival. Welcome home. Kato K, clad in an apron and wielding a spatula, greeted them at the entrance. Mulan nodded, while Nishinamiya stood there, momentarily stunned. He then set down her luggage and found a sturdy cardboard box to place the black cat inside, securing it carefully, ensuring the small ventilation holes prevented any distress. Next, he headed for a shower, eager to change out of his damp, cat-scented school uniform. Meanwhile, Nishinamiya sat anxiously on the sofa, her eyes fixed on Kato K, resembling someone caught in a guilty act. Kato, who could not sign, wrote in a notebook, "Welcome, Shirako. Oh, so you've been living with Mulan-kun all along?" "Not really. We're just neighbors. I occasionally help him with dinner." "I see." Nishinamiya sighed in relief. "By the way, aren't you staying here? Let me help you organize your luggage." Kato, taking on the role of a gracious hostess, moved towards Nishinamiya's suitcase. Seeing this, Nishinamiya hurriedly joined her, sorting through her belongings: clothes, toiletries, a few cosmetics, her favorite books, and her underwear. "Oh no," she exclaimed, her face heating up as she hastily snatched her underwear and concealed it behind her back, feeling quite embarrassed. Kato, slowing her speech to comfort her, said, "I'm a woman too. There's nothing to worry about." Nishinamiya shook her head vigorously, her brown eyes darting towards the bathroom where the sound of running water could be heard, indicating something. Having moved into Mulan's home, she had been torn about whether she would be a nuisance to him, but now she realized that Mulan could also become a source of trouble for her. Her heart brimmed with embarrassment. As if understanding her thoughts, Kato patted her shoulder and reassured her, "Don't worry, you'll get used to it." Nishinamiya nodded slowly, gradually retrieving her underwear. The two then placed each item of luggage in its designated spot around the house. They even cleared a section in Mulan's wardrobe specifically for Nishinamiya's clothes. Standing amidst the cluttered room, they found themselves at a loss. Really, how could Mulan-kun let this room get so messy? Even though she didn't catch every word, Nishinamiya grasped Kato's sentiment and wrote, "I'm sorry. It's all my fault for arriving unexpectedly. Let us move the smaller items downstairs first. He can handle the larger ones." The two of them began their task, working diligently side by side. Before long, Mulan emerged from the bathroom, dressed in clean, casual attire, and upon seeing the two busy sorting, he inquired, "What are you two doing?" "We're helping Shirako clear out a bedroom." "Leave that to me. Let us eat first. It's nearly 8 o'clock. Had Kato not prepared the food in advance, it would have grown cold by now. After washing their hands, the trio sat down to enjoy their meal. Nishinamiya, being new to the household, felt somewhat reserved. Kato, no longer serving Mulan, focused on Nishinamiya, encouraging her to relax. "Why did Shirako suddenly come here? Did something happen?" Kato suddenly asked, seemingly addressing Nishinamiya, but actually directing her inquiry at Mulan. "I was expelled from school, and I'm afraid the reason involves me." "I see," Kato nodded. At that moment, Nishinomiya felt a sense of unease. Although she didn't catch every word, she sensed that Mulin's previous statement was inaccurate. Thus, she hurriedly signed. What were you just discussing? Nothing of significance, Mulin responded with a shake of his head. Please, do tell me. Seeing the determination in Nishinomiya's eyes, Mulin reluctantly repeated himself. After listening, Nishinomiya frowned and quickly signed. It's not because of you. You saved me. You're not at fault. My expulsion is entirely my responsibility. Please don't blame yourself. I understand, Mulin nodded helplessly. What are you two talking about? Kato asked, her curiosity piqued. Nothing of importance, they both replied. Please, do tell. Are you joining us too? Kay, you really ought to learn sign language. At the dining table, as Mulin and Kato conversed, Nishinomiya furrowed her brow, attempting to grasp their dialogue. Then, as Mulin communicated with Nishinomiya, Kato furrowed her brow, striving to decipher their signs. In any case, Nishinomiya's arrival filled the trio with joy. After the meal, Kato washed the dishes while Nishinomiya assisted, and Mulin helped clear the bedroom. Once the clutter was removed, the two women dusted, arranged the furniture, and laid out the bedding. Before long, a cozy and tidy bedroom emerged before their eyes. Finally done, Mulin glanced at his watch. There were just 5 minutes until the opening of a specific game quest, and he needed to retreat. Kay, Shirako, it's getting late. You should wash up and get some rest. I'll head to my room first. Without waiting for the two women to react, Mulin swiftly returned to his bedroom, closed the door, and lay on the bed, casually playing games with his legs crossed. The sudden departure of Mulin left the two women momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, it was time to grant them a bit of personal space. After such a long day, a refreshing bath was in order. In the bathroom, the air was thick with steam, creating an ethereal ambience. Warm water spilled over the edge as a delicate leg stepped in. Wrapped in a towel, the two women lay comfortably in the modest tub, their cheeks slightly flushed as they closed their eyes in bliss. Being their first time bathing in a man's home made them feel a bit uneasy, occasionally glancing towards the door, apprehensive that Mulin might intrude at any moment. Giggling, Nishinomiya Natsuko curled up in the water, submerging her nose and playfully blowing bubbles. This was her usual way of entertaining herself during a bath, a habit she had formed over time. Kato K, observing her, couldn't help but mimic her antics. The two women playfully nestled in the water, but before long, Kato K could no longer hold her breath and emerged like a water lily, gasping for air. She glanced at the still bubble-blowing Nishinomiya Natsuko and gave her a thumbs up. Startled by the sudden appearance of a thumb, Nishinomiya Natsuko tilted her head in confusion. She reached out to grasp Kato K's hand. The texture was wonderfully soft and smooth. Furthermore, on her slightly damp, fair-skinned arm, a few fine, light hairs were just beginning to grow. Her fingers, tinged with a rosy hue from the warm water, were elegantly arranged, appearing long and beautiful. The delicate lines on her palm were charming and endearing. Just as Kato K pondered why Nishinomiya Natsuko was holding her hand, the latter pointed at her own hand and gave her a thumbs up. Kato K realized she was complimenting her, but her curiosity was piqued, prompting her to lean closer to Nishinomiya Natsuko and examine her flaxen hair. Chapter 47. The budding charm. After exchanging compliments about each other's skin and hair in the bathroom, the two women took quite some time to finish their baths. Kato K donned a panda-themed pajama set, while Nishinomiya Natsuko opted for a blue plaid skirt, a white shirt, and a beige jacket. At that moment, one appeared adorably whimsical, while the other radiated youthful exuberance. They padded into the bedroom, chatting merrily while clutching a notebook. Kay, you look absolutely adorable in that panda pajama. Their brief time together, combined with the playful bath, had significantly strengthened their bond. Nishinomiya Natsuko playfully poked Kato K's panda ears, stifling a giggle while her eyes squinted like crescent moons. You're quite cute as well. By the way, what should I be mindful of while staying here? Nothing much, just be yourself. However, do you really intend to stay for an extended period? Nishinomiya Natsuko hesitated, but ultimately wrote a resolute character followed by an exclamation mark. Yes, seeing her determination. Kato K felt an inexplicable joy and penned, "That's wonderful. This means I'll have another friend who notices me. I'm delighted to be your friend. Well, we've been friends for quite some time. It's just that we've finally gathered together." Indeed. But are you really not considering school? For now? I'm not planning to. Actually, if possible, I'd like to attend Toyazaki. That way, I could go to school with all of you. Gazing at the neat handwriting in the notebook, Kato K was momentarily stunned. Thoughts of their future commutes to school together began to fill her mind. But it also meant a third person would be involved. This addition would require consideration of another's feelings, leading to reduced interactions and conversations, robbing them of the natural intimacy they once shared. They wouldn't even be able to share an umbrella in the rain. A hint of reluctance stirred within her. Quickly shaking off the thought, Kato K wrote, "Then let us do our best." Nishinomiya Natsuko, touching her ear, buried her head while gazing at her delicately shaped toes, which were playfully kneading the blanket. The sound of the pen gliding across the notebook filled the air. On one page, she inscribed a single sentence, "No matter what, let us strive together." Kato K placed the page before Nishinomiya Natsuko, who stared blankly for a moment before smiling and writing in the bottom right corner, "Thank you." Afterward, the two women chatted for quite some time. Suddenly, Nishinomiya Natsuko exclaimed, "Oh, what about the cat that Mu-Lin was carrying?" "Oh." Kato K's eyes widened as she also recalled that Mu-Lin had indeed come home with a cat. She had been curious to ask about it, but had forgotten. Thus, the two women left the bedroom and headed towards the area where the black cat resided. Upon approaching, they found Mu-Lin sitting cross-legged on the floor, intently tending to the cat's wounds. The cat, still in a daze, lay on a towel. Mu-Lin gently flipped its frail body, conducting a thorough examination. The poor creature was emaciated, with visible indentations on its chest and abdomen, its skin marred by the signs of abuse. Who could have inflicted such cruelty? It was no wonder the cat was so fierce. Having applied the ointment, Mu-Lin wrapped it in a towel and placed it back in the box, sealing it shut. The severity of its condition was too dire to entrust to a veterinarian. He resolved to procure some medication the next day and mend its wounded spirit as well. With this thought, Mu-Lin shifted slightly, leaning against the wall and staring blankly at the ceiling. At that moment, he was intermittently depressed due to the emotional wounds inflicted by the game he had been playing. What kind of wounds, you ask? They were the particular afflictions of being a lone wolf in the gaming world. Just earlier, he had eagerly entered a newly opened event dungeon, only to find himself thwarted after defeating the final boss without losing a single health point. To his surprise, a hidden reward was triggered, a stone wall vanished, revealing a secret chamber sealed behind a giant door, containing a gleaming golden treasure chest that radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. It was a given that the chest held invaluable treasures. However, the giant door had a hidden activation requirement. Two individuals needed to turn the levers on either side simultaneously to unlock it. In that moment, Mu-Lin recalled that the recommended number of participants for this event dungeon was 2 or more. Ultimately, his character could only stand forlornly before the imposing door, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at the golden chest, only to be teleported out of the dungeon once the countdown ended. This was a once-a-year event dungeon. Wasn't this discrimination against lone wolves? Mu-Lin cursed the wretched game for ruining his youth and his heart. "Mu-Lin, are you all right?" Kato K asked. Noticing his comical expression, he turned to see Kato K pursing her lips, while Nishinomiya Natsuko tilted her head in confusion, both women staring at him intently. "Oh, I'm fine. When did you arrive?" "Just now. Is something the matter?" "We wanted to see the cat you brought home." "Oh, that cat? Don't mind it. It's quite fierce. I need some time to tame its temperament and help it trust humans again." Kato K responded, puzzled and signaling for further clarification. Nishinomiya Natsuko inquired eagerly, wanting to understand their conversation. Reluctantly, the three settled in the living room, pouring 3 cups of hot water as they sipped and conversed. After considerable effort, Mu-Lin finally clarified the situation. "I see. If what you say is true, that cat is truly unfortunate," Nishinomiya Natsuko gestured. "Are you planning to adopt it? It must have been abandoned by its owner." "I could consider adopting it," Mu-Lin nodded. "That is wonderful." The abandoned kitten was adopted, and Nishimiya Shoko was filled with joy. Muki conveyed through sign language, "Do not celebrate too soon. This cat has suffered at the hands of humans, and it may take considerable effort to restore its trust in us. Regardless, I believe in your ability to help it trust us. Please do not place such faith in me," she replied. However, caring for a cat seems rather burdensome, with the need to attend to its bed, litter, food, and fur. These matters are relatively straightforward. The primary concern now is to treat its old wounds. Muki and Nishimiya communicated through their vibrant language, while outside their lively world. The living room remained eerily quiet. Nearby, Kato K watched them gesturing animatedly, Maintaining a smile while shaking the nearly empty cup in her hand, she downed the lukewarm water, rinsed the empty cup in the kitchen, and quietly returned to the living room, only to find the two engrossed in their discussion about the cat, seemingly oblivious to her presence. In that fleeting moment, Kato felt an acute sense of isolation from the world. Ultimately, she stood up, without uttering a word, preparing to slip away unnoticed. Just as she reached the living room door, Mookie's voice called out, "Kay, where are you going? It's getting late. I must return home." Kato replied softly, "Shall I accompany you?" "No need. It's just a short distance." Following this, an uncomfortable silence enveloped them. Typically, Kato's responses would have been quite the opposite. It felt peculiar. Mookie observed Kato for a while, making her feel as though her emotions were laid bare. Yet she did not wish to disrupt his interaction with Nishimiya, so she averted her gaze, attempting to conceal herself. Ultimately unable to withstand the inexplicable loneliness within, she hurriedly exited the living room, closed the door, and returned home. Mookie silently regarded the closed door of the living room. Meanwhile, the perceptive Nishimiya finally sensed something amiss, a twinge of guilt and regret blossoming from within her heart. Chapter 48. The encounter of two brothers. The rain has been falling for quite some time. In a bustling eatery in Chiba Prefecture, Mitsuhashi and Ito were leisurely enjoying their late-night snacks, shaking their legs in contentment. After all, it was Friday night, and it was only fitting to celebrate the onset of a two-day holiday. He gazed out at the rain while savoring grilled skewers. "Mitsuhashi, those Suzuran folks are remarkably persistent, aren't they? They still haven't given up on finding us. Why bring up such grim topics during this joyous holiday? Honestly, but thankfully, Indo hasn't been beaten up. It seems those Suzuran people have a sense of honor. At least they are not as devious as Kaikyu." While saying this, Ito made a gesture reminiscent of a Japanese colonel, and oddly enough, he took another bite of his grilled skewer without any sense of incongruity. "So, let us not dwell on these misfortunes. It ruins the mood." Oh, I get it. I understand. What kind of mood is so fragile, easily influenced?" Mitsuhashi rolled his eyes. "Oh, by the way, do we have any assignments for the weekend?" "Shut up." Mitsuhashi slammed the skewer stick down on the table, baring his teeth and grabbing Ito by the neck. Ito struggled wildly, gasping, "Let go of me. Let go." After a considerable struggle, Mitsuhashi finally relented, and a panting Ito clutched his sore neck, feeling utterly wronged. "How could your mood be so easily swayed, Mitsuhashi? Every day at school, I have to be secretive. After school, I must sneak around. Even walking on the street, I have to be discreet. How could I possibly be in a good mood? My stylish hairdo is wasted. Damn Suzuran. If it weren't for their numbers, I would have." "What? What would you have done?" Mitsuhashi made a gesture that no one could see. "What are you talking about?" Boom. Mitsuhashi made a sound effect and assumed an intimidating expression. "I don't understand." Ito shook his head honestly. "Forget it if you don't understand. Anyway, they won't have an easy time. By the way, if we have a holiday, should we go visit the boss? No. Why spend money to seek out trouble? Let him enjoy his time with his girlfriend." "True. But shouldn't we inform him about our situation?" "About what? We can handle this ourselves." "Oh, fine." The two continued to chat and enjoy their delicious skewers, oblivious to the group of middle-aged men in suits, sunglasses, and tattoos who had entered the eatery. They shook off the rainwater while scanning their surroundings. Eventually, their gaze settled on a specific spot. The leader, a hulking man exuding an intimidating presence, approached the two boys from behind. The patrons around them displayed expressions of terror, while the two oblivious youths laughed heartily, discussing the latest comedic manga. Without courtesy, the man opened his massive hand, capable of cradling half a basketball, and seized the heads of the two boys, applying a tremendous force. Bang! Their heads collided harshly against the wooden table. The sturdy tabletop splintered upon impact, sending a flurry of red-stained wood shavings flying. The surrounding diners screamed in horror. Some attempted to call the police, only to be met with fierce warnings from the man's subordinates. Subsequently, the man dragged the unconscious Ito and Mitsuhashi by the nape of their necks and flung them onto the roadside. Bang! The two lively boys, once full of vigor, now lay motionless like marionettes deprived of their strings, as the rain washed away the blood streaming from their heads. The man gestured, and a lackey approached, asking, "Brother Yuzo, what do you need?" "Fetch a few buckets of water. The colder, the better." "Yes." The lackey hurried back to the eatery, pushing past the timid owner, opening the refrigerator, and dumping the frozen mineral water into buckets. Soon, the lackey returned, each carrying a bucket of water. "Brother Yuzo, The water is here. Ando Yuzo nodded, lifting a bucket, ready to pour it over the boy with the sea urchin hairstyle. However, he noticed the boy's eyelids twitching, his mouth moving, indicating signs of awakening. Quite resilient. Aren't you? Unfortunately, even if you survive, you'll be worthless. With that, he tipped the bucket. Splash. The icy water, colder than the rain, cascaded down upon them. Instantly, the facial muscles were stimulated, and water flooded into their nostrils, causing breathing difficulties. Ito jolted awake, rolling to evade the deluge, coughing violently, shivering from the cold, and grimacing from the pain of his split forehead. Next, Mitsuhashi endured the same treatment. Compared to Ito's sturdier build, the smaller Mitsuhashi fared worse, his face turning a ghastly white. Ugh, it hurts, it hurts, the two wailed, glaring at Ando Yuzo with eyes filled with rage and confusion. Ito shouted, "You bastards! Why are you attacking us? Why? Don't you even know who you've angered?" Ando Yuzo delivered a crushing kick to Ito's chin, like kicking a soccer ball. Bang! Crack! Beneath the dull sound lay the unmistakable sound of a fracture. Ito spun around, his mind spiraling, before he collapsed once more. "Ito!" Mitsuhashi yelled, glaring fiercely at Ando Yuzo. "You guys!" But his words were cut short by another kick. Mitsuhashi, too, fell unconscious. This time, both boys not only bled from their foreheads, but also had their mouths stained with blood, suffering terribly. Then, Ando Yuzo splashed water on the two to awaken them. "Cough! Cough! If you have the guts, fight us fair and square. You cowards!" With excruciating pain coursing through his body, Ito strained against his discomfort, summoning every ounce of willpower to rise. Yet, Ando Yuzo seemed disinclined to grant him that opportunity. He clenched his fist and struck Ito's abdomen with a ferocious blow. Bang! Ugh! Stomach acid and blood erupted from Ito's mouth. Immediately afterward, Ando delivered a swift kick that sent Mitsuhashi, who also attempted to stand, sprawling to the ground. This time, rather than rendering them unconscious, he unleashed a relentless torrent of punches and kicks. The ferocity of his assault was deafening, a testament to his cruelty, as if he wished to obliterate them entirely. Nevertheless, Ito and Mitsuhashi, like tenacious cockroaches, bloodied and with faces flushed from agony, glared at Ando with fierce determination, yearning to rise and retaliate. "Hit me with all you've got. Just don't kill us. Unleash your fury. Ideally, leave us crippled for life." Ando Yuzo, growing impatient, was taken aback by the resilience of these two and had no choice but to beckon his lackeys for assistance. The street was soon filled with gut-wrenching screams and the heavy sounds of brutal beatings, a sight too horrific to behold, igniting terror within the hearts of onlookers. At that moment, a group of youths clad in black uniforms, sporting flamboyant hairstyles, strolled by. This rowdy crowd hailed from Suzuran Vocational School. Their haughty gazes, even upon witnessing the street brawl, merely elicited disdainful chuckles. Unfazed by potential repercussions, they passed by, shouting and whistling, clapping their hands. Ando Yuzo coldly regarded their brazen demeanor. Though tempted to teach them a lesson, he recognized their identities and was acutely aware that the ringleader at the forefront was the heir of the Meteor Society, which his organization was soon set to confront. To avoid alarming the proverbial snake in the grass and complicating matters, he chose to ignore them. However, one of the youths suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, those two have hairstyles resembling the individuals we're looking for at Suzuran." Coincidentally, among them was a victim from the arcade incident, who pointed at the battered Mitsuhashi and Ito, shouting, "It's them, the blonde guy who insulted Suzuran as garbage." Instantly, the leader halted in his tracks, and his followers did the same. The brawling enthusiasts from Suzuran began to stir with agitation. Chapter 49. Takigawa Genji, the son of the Meteor Society's president. Takigawa Hiroshi was inherently proud. His father had declared him worthy of inheriting the organization, prompting his transfer to Suzuran, where he aimed to dominate a territory his father had never fully conquered, seeking to prove his mettle. Days before the school year commenced, he had engaged in numerous fights, rallying several underlings to his side. As a contender for Suzuran's supremacy, it was imperative for him to set an example by punishing those who dared to insult his school. Thus, he sought out adversaries even in the distant Chiba prefecture. Of course, his family resided in Chiba, and as a newcomer to leadership, Takigawa Genji intended to strengthen his bond with his followers while simultaneously scouting for opponents, all while enjoying the local night market. Little did he anticipate that he would soon encounter such a situation. with hands tucked in his pockets. Takigawa Jinji returned with his lackeys, confronting Ando Yuzo with an arrogant tone. Hey, these two are our targets. Ando Yuzo squinted. What's this? The heir of the Meteor Society seeks to play the hero? Oh, you know me? Right, I recognize you as well. Aren't you the lapdog of the Nangumi gang? Listen up. Cease this at once. If you maim them, how are we supposed to redeem Suzuran's honor? Tell me. The diminutive Takigawa Jinji, undeterred by Ando Yuzo's imposing stature, boldly stepped forward, meeting his gaze with a defiant glare. His followers rallied behind him, taunting. Is this what it means to be tough? Aside from looking old, you seem rather unimpressive. Ando Yuzo's expression darkened as he gestured for his lackeys to halt their assault on Ito and Mitsuhashi, drawing them closer to his side. Are you certain you want us to stop? Or else, these two are our enemies. Only we from Suzuran have the right to strike. What gives you the authority? Takigawa Jinji asserted. His followers erupted in laughter. Huh, did you just ask us to stop? Clearly, you've already complied. Shoo, our boss is amazing. When he says stop, they actually stop. What? Are you closing in to fight us? Be our guest. Observing these impetuous youths, Ando Yuzo's complexion flickered between shades of green and white as he gritted his teeth, ready to retaliate. However, he was restrained by one of his underlings. In that instant, his impulsive fervor dissipated, replaced by a pang of dread. Thankfully, he was halted. Otherwise, confronting Takigawa Jinji would undoubtedly jeopardize their organization's plans. Ultimately, Ando Yuzo inhaled deeply, calming his anger, and waved dismissively. We've had enough? We're leaving. What? You're just leaving? Are you afraid? No way. This group is actually scared? They were just viciously assaulting others. Wow. Could it be that we intimidated them? TSK. It's all thanks to our boss's overwhelming presence. Exactly. If it weren't for our boss's might, we would have surely engaged in a fierce battle. A gaggle of sycophants flattered their leader, causing the somewhat naive Takigawa Jinji to blush and scratch his head. After this pack of suited brutes departed in disgrace, Jinji and his followers approached the bloodied and unconscious Ito and Mitsuhashi, gazing at their pitiful state with sympathy. One individual, recalling his earlier humiliation at the arcade, was filled with vengeful fury and approached, intending to deliver a kick to Mitsuhashi. However, he was stopped by Takigawa Jinji. Hey, Suda, what do you think you're doing? Boss, I want revenge. What is the point? They're in this state. There's no satisfaction in striking them now. All right, enough of this commotion. Takigawa Jinji surveyed the area and noticed a few bystanders on their phones, commanding, You there? Lift them up. We're taking them to a secluded place to assess their condition. In an abandoned warehouse, Takigawa Jinji and his crew sat on stone bricks, staring at the unconscious Mitsuhashi and Ito, at a loss for how to proceed. Can we really not wake them? Takigawa Jinji asked, feeling somewhat awkward. Of course not. Boss, they've been beaten to a pulp. How could they possibly wake up? Right. Should we fetch a bucket of water? Hey, that is a good idea. I'll go find some water. Can we use urine? Don't be disgusting. Takigawa Jinji disdainfully shoved the underling aside, then stood up, dusted off his pants, and crouched down, grasping Ito's chin and patting his face. Slap. Hey, wake up. Hello. Slap. Slap. Wake up. Slap. Slap. Is it possible he won't wake up at all? Takigawa Jinji sighed in exasperation. Just as he was about to give up, Ito's eyelids flickered, and he let out a groan, startling Takigawa Jinji. Hey, who told you to wake up? Who is it? Didn't I say you'd wake up? Damn it. Takigawa Jinji glared at his underlings, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Noticing his subordinates trembling under his glare, they lowered their heads in submission, and he ignored them. Continuing to pat Ito's face, If you're awake, open your eyes. With unwavering determination, Ito fought to awaken, his weary eyes focusing on the figure before him. He croaked, Who are you? Me? Takigawa Jinji. By the way, you're not dying, are you? Die? Huh. How could I possibly perish at the hands of such despicable individuals? Ugh, you just spat blood on my sleeve, you bastard. Oh well, I must admit, I have to respect you. In the depths of confrontation, the audacity of the antagonists was palpable. You dare to insult us? You even provoke the Nanyan group? Truly, you are oblivious to the consequences, exclaimed a voice filled with disdain. Yes, the Nanyan group. Ito, with eyes wide open, responded. Oh, it seems you are unaware of the identity of your assailants? Takigawa Jinji, puzzled, then inquired, By the way, I heard there were 3 of you. With the 2 of you in this state, How can you seek vengeance for my brother? Where is your other companion? Speak, and I shall take you to the hospital. Me? I am not one to betray my comrades. If revenge is to be sought, let it be through me. Takigawa, with a fierce resolve, unleashed a punch aimed at Ito's nose. Whoosh! The wind of his fist whistled, yet it halted mere millimeters from its target. This feigned aggression was merely to intimidate Ito. However, upon retracting his fist, Takigawa discovered that Ito had succumbed to unconsciousness once more. No, it can't be. Has he fainted again? Hey, wake up. Come on, wake up. This time, it seems he truly cannot be roused. After futilely shaking Ito for an extended period, Takigawa stood with his hands on his head, consumed by regret. Had he known, he would not have attempted to frighten him. Just then, one of his subordinates suggested, "Boss, perhaps we should douse them with water to wake them?" "Forget it, let's not." Takigawa recalled the defiant glint in Ito's half-closed eyes. That resolute gaze had garnered his respect, and it was likely that these two had reached a state where even water would not suffice to revive them. Very well. He rose, clapped his hands, and commanded his underlings, "You two, carry them. We shall take them to the hospital." "What? Boss, they are wanted by us at Swearin." "Boss, this golden-haired one is the reason I was beaten." "What nonsense. They have already been battered to this extent. What more do you wish? To strike them further and turn yourselves into murderers? Besides, we at Swearin are not the despicable sort to kick someone when they are down." Reluctantly, the group of subordinates hoisted Ito and Mitsuhashi onto their shoulders and trudged towards the hospital. Chapter 50, Training a Cat Saturday. The rain had not ceased, and it appeared to be intensifying. After enjoying breakfast prepared by Nishimiya Shoko, Kuramori made his way to the veterinary clinic. Meanwhile, at Kuramori's residence, Nishimiya Shoko was squatting on the floor, gazing anxiously at the large cardboard box before her. It had been quite some time, yet the cat remained unresponsive, causing her great concern. Had it not been for Kuramori's stern warning to never open the box, her curiosity would have driven her to investigate long ago. Last night, Kuramori had mentioned that the situation was dire. It couldn't possibly be fatal, could it? Moreover, if it had been abandoned by its owner, it would have likely gone without food for quite some time. Perhaps it hadn't even had a drop of water? With this thought, Nishimiya hurried to the kitchen, filled a small bowl with water, and placed it outside the box. Hesitating, she glanced at the heavy lid pressing down on the box, bit her lip, and gently leaned forward to slowly open it. Gradually, the scene within came into view. First, a foul odor, characteristic of unkempt cats, assaulted her senses. But she did not recoil. Instead, she curiously searched for the black cat inside. Finally, in the dim corner, she spotted the cat curled up into a tight ball. Its transparent, glimmering eyes were especially captivating. How adorable, she thought, but in an instant, those round eyes transformed, and a low growl emanated from the cat's throat as its fur bristled. In a split second, it sprang into action, launching itself backward and swiping at Nishimiya with its claws. Swish! Ah! The searing pain from her arm made Nishimiya cry out. Yet she gritted her teeth against the agony, quickly placing the water bowl inside and pressing the box lid down firmly. Kneeling on the floor, she sat in shock for a moment, finally stirred to awareness by the warm blood trickling down her arm. Glancing at her left arm, she saw a fresh claw mark streaking across her pale skin. In that fleeting moment of confusion, she pressed the box lid down harder and stood up, preparing to tend to her injury. Just then, the door swung open, and someone entered the room. A light, melodic voice floated in, "Sorry for the intrusion." Realizing who it was, Nishimiya panicked, hastily concealing her left hand behind her back. Almost immediately, Kato K entered, clad in a white dress and a red jacket. "Nishimiya, good morning," she greeted with a wave. Nishimiya, avoiding eye contact, nodded nervously. This action piqued Kato's curiosity. She glanced at the cardboard box at her feet, and then back at Nishimiya's slightly flustered face. "What's wrong?" Nishimiya continued to shake her head. At that moment, Kato noticed the concealed left hand and stepped closer, attempting to grab it, only to have Nishimiya evade her grasp. Drip! A drop of crimson fell onto the floor behind Nishimiya. Kato's eyes widened, her expression turning serious as she firmly pulled Nishimiya's left hand forward. Realizing there was no escape, Nishimiya lowered her head as if she had committed a wrongdoing. Kato examined the bleeding scratch on her pristine arm and felt a pang of sympathy. Quickly leading her to the living room, from the household medical kit, she retrieved antiseptic and gauze, assisting her in treating the wound. "Bear with it. The stinging sensation of the antiseptic-soaked gauze made Nishimiya wince, but Kato tenderly bandaged her wound, gently patting it to provide comfort. "All done. Thank you," came Nishimiya's faint, almost inaudible reply. Kato shook her head. "No need to mention it. Just be more careful next time." Suddenly, an idea struck Nishimiya, and she dashed to her bedroom. Kato, puzzled, watched as she returned shortly, clutching a notebook and pen. She wrote, "I'm sorry for last night," holding the page aloft while bowing deeply. "Huh." Kato blinked in surprise, quickly gesturing for her to stand up, and took the notebook to write back. "What is there to apologize for? I truly am very sorry for what happened last night. But you didn't do anything wrong to me, did you?" Seeing this, Nishimiya was about to write again. But understanding Kato's intention, she snatched the notebook back and scribbled, "By the way, where has Kuromori gone? He went to buy medicine for the cat." "Ah, I see. Your injury was caused by the cat, right?" "Yes. This is all my fault. I didn't heed Kuromori's advice and opened the box without permission, which led to this." Kato, slightly puzzled by Nishimiya's words, felt as though she was making excuses for the cat that had harmed her. After a moment of contemplation, Kato nodded, "I understand. However, even though this cat is fierce, it is quite adorable." As Nishimiya scribbled this down, her elbow inadvertently brushed against the wound, causing her to wince in pain, prompting Kato to express her concern. Yet, Nishimiya quickly responded with a smile, assuring her that she was fine. Observing her optimistic demeanor, Kato felt a mix of sympathy and helplessness. The atmosphere lightened after a lengthy pause in their conversation, until the sound of footsteps at the entrance broke the silence. "I'm back." Kuromori's voice resonated as Kato rose to greet him. Realizing Kato's action, Nishimiya instinctively concealed her left hand behind her back, catching Kato's attention. With the rustle of plastic bags, Kuromori entered the living room, carrying several bags filled with items related to the cat. "Welcome home." Kato naturally stepped forward to take the bags, placing them neatly in order. "What is wrong with Nishimiya?" Noticing her unusual demeanor and her left hand hidden behind her, Kuromori casually inquired. "Nothing. Let's hurry and take care of the cat." Kato quickly interjected to provide cover. "Right." Mulan pondered for a moment before nodding and approaching the cardboard box. He lifted the lid, searching for the black cat. But his attention was drawn to the bowl filled with water. His expression faltered momentarily, yet he refrained from further reaction, instead casting his gaze to the corner where the black cat was once again bristling in fear. Meow. The sight of its nemesis sent the cat into a frenzy. With a swift leap, it lunged at Mulan, but he was quicker, seizing the cat by the scruff of its neck and pinning it firmly to the floor, rendering it incapable of movement despite its sharp cries. The scruffy, frail black cat was held down with little regard, evoking sympathy from the two onlookers. Meow. Despite nearly a day without food or water, the cat summoned an unexpected strength, struggling against Mulan's grasp for quite some time before finally succumbing to stillness. However, when Mulan cautiously loosened his hold, it erupted into a furious assault once more. Mulan promptly restrained it again. This pattern continued, leaving him astonished by the cat's relentless ferocity. Kato Megumi could no longer contain herself, suggesting, "Mulan-kun, perhaps you should let it rest for a while?" "Rest? Allowing it to continue its rampage?" Mulan was at a loss for words. Yet, given the cat's current state of frenzy, he resolved to adopt a more formidable demeanor. It was essential to exude an aura that instilled fear in such volatile creatures. With this thought in mind, Mulan completely released the black cat. Meow. It responded immediately, preparing to attack. Chapter 51. Cat Training 2. Behave Yourself. A deep, resonant voice reverberated through the room like a stone crashing into water, creating ripples of shock. Kato Megumi and Nishimiya Shoko, standing behind Mulan, were momentarily taken aback by his sudden authoritative tone. The once frenzied black cat froze under the dual pressure of his voice and piercing gaze, caught in the act of preparing to pounce. Even though a large hand had grasped the nape of its neck, lifting it slightly off the ground, it remained motionless, trembling as it gazed into the abyss of Mulan's dark eyes. "If you wish to live, you must obey." The low, commanding tone made the cat shiver. It allowed Mulan to place it on a towel, where it was sprayed with disinfectant and then wrapped up before being taken to the bathroom. "Megumi, bring over your hairdryer." "Oh, all right." Kato Megumi darted off to fetch it. "Shoko, lend me a hand." After hesitating for a moment with her left hand behind her back, Nishimiya Shoko entered the bathroom to assist. After tossing the black cat into the basin, she turned on the shower. waiting for the cold water to warm up before directing it at the cat. Terrified of water, the black cat immediately began to scream and struggle, threatening to go mad. "Behave yourself." Mulan's cold voice quelled its defiance once more. The cat huddled in the corner of the basin, helplessly washed by the warm water and gently rubbed by Shoko's hands. Her movements were soft and tender, as if the cat had not just caused her harm. She squeezed some body wash into her palm and slowly applied it to the cat's sleek fur, creating a frothy lather. However, as she continued, Shoko felt strange indentations on the cat's body, resembling marks left by someone striking it with a stick, which only deepened her compassion and made her movements even gentler. Her flowing brown eyes brimmed with warmth and kindness. This display of genuine affection did not go unnoticed by the black cat. Yet, having endured long-term abuse at the hands of humans, it was wary of being deceived once more. It merely cast a sidelong glance at Shoko, and then, fearful of Mulan, pressed its head against the side of the basin, feigning death. "Is it done?" Mulan queried, glancing at the bandage peeking from Shoko's left hand. Choosing not to comment further. "Yes," Shoko nodded, taking the shower head Mulan offered and rinsing the foam from the cat's body. After gently cleaning it, Mulan used a towel to dry the now damp cat somewhat. He lamented internally about the number of towels he had wasted on this creature. He had already spent over 200,000 yen on the cat's cage, litter, food, and medications, leaving him nearly broke. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to provoke that wealthy woman again soon to secure some funds. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Kato Megumi returned with the hairdryer. She took charge of drying the black cat's fur. Soon, its soft coat was dry, revealing an adorable creature with white-socked paws. It was undeniably charming, especially with its round, big black eyes, utterly irresistible. Both Shoko and Megumi, overwhelmed with maternal instincts, reached out to pet it. "Meow." The black cat issued a fierce warning. However, a large hand seized it, rendering it motionless and unable to utter a sound. For the next few days, do not get too close to it. Wait until it rebuilds its trust in humans before engaging. Otherwise, you might end up hurt again. Again? Kato Megumi noted this, but still inquired, "How long will that take?" "I'm not sure, but with my methods, it will be swift." "Megumi, bring over the medicine. It's time to tend to its old wounds." "Oh right." Mulan restrained the black cat, which was constantly resisting and screaming, forcibly administering medication and several injections. Vaccinations, deworming, disinfection, and a series of procedures were executed with such fluidity that both Megumi and Shoko were left astounded. At that moment, both girls began to wonder if Mulan had secretly studied veterinary medicine. Phew, all done. After ensuring everything was properly addressed, Mulan tossed the still struggling black cat into the newly purchased cage and secured the door. Meow. The black cat clawed at the cage, glaring viciously at Mulan. Its bitter taste, the pain in its back, and the recent humiliations fueled its hatred for this human. Yet out of fear, it could only rely on the barrier of the iron cage to display its aggression. At that moment, a bowl filled with cat food and water was placed inside the cage. Upon seeing this, the black cat cried out, "Meow. Whoever eats is a dog." Mulan, seemingly perceiving its thoughts, scoffed, "Heh, we'll see if you eat later." After a series of medical treatments, the cat would undoubtedly be in need of substantial nourishment to aid its recovery. Thus it would soon find itself hungry. For now, the matter regarding the cat was temporarily settled. All that remained was to confine it in the cage for feeding while fostering trust. Mulan sighed in relief, clapping his hands together. "Is it finished?" Kato Megumi asked. "Yeah, let us take a break. I'm exhausted. This cat has cost me a fortune." Sighing heavily, Mulan sprawled lazily on the sofa in the living room. What should have been a perfectly lazy Saturday had been ruined by this cat. Meanwhile, Kato Megumi and Nishimiya Shoko crouched in front of the cage, their eyes fixed intently on the black cat. The cat, noticing this, meowed loudly, expressing its annoyance. "What are you staring at?" Shoko pointed to the food bowl inside the cage, urging it to eat something. The clever black cat understood her intention, but merely cast a glance before curling up in the corner, disinterested in engaging with the two humans. Truth be told, it felt inexplicably tired and hungry. No, this cat would never eat the food of these wicked humans. Meow? Was it the fiend from earlier who had tampered with it? Why was it so exhausted? Why did its hunger seem to grow? A low growl, a sign of hunger, resonated from the cat's belly. Moments later, an enticing aroma of cat food, far more delectable than usual, wafted into its nose. After much restraint, the black cat could no longer resist. Squinting its eyes in a daze, it glanced around and noticed that the two women had departed. Confirming that the coast was clear, it stealthily approached the cat bowl. Step by painstaking step. Opening its mouth, it took a small bite. That tiny morsel ignited a frenzy, as it began to devour the food voraciously. Chapter 52. The residents of Kasumi Hill. What followed was a glimpse into everyday life. Mu Lin reclined on the living room sofa, legs crossed, munching on a long biscuit while playing a video game. Despite his earlier claims that garbage games were ruining his youth, he found them oddly enjoyable. On the side, Kei Kato diligently worked on her homework, while Natsumi Shoko occasionally glanced at her, often sitting beside Mu Lin, absorbed in his gaming. Tap, tap. Mu Lin looked quizzically at Natsumi Shoko. She communicated in sign language. I want to play too. Not a chance, he replied, bemused at her audacity to ask for a turn while he was engrossed in the game. That's not what I meant. Natsumi quickly clarified. I just wish there were another console. Oh, I see. Didn't you mention that playing this game alone was quite inconvenient? I just wanted to help you. Indeed. That is true. What class would you like to play? Natsumi gestured as if pulling a harp. A bard? Mu Lin frowned, glancing at Kei Kato, who had also turned to listen. Why choose a bard? That's a support class. I want to assist you. To heal you, so you won't perish. Is that so? This rationale echoed Kei Kato's sentiments. However, Mu Lin thought it inconsequential. With two bards supporting him, he, as a berserker, would grow even stronger. Fine, he signed, no problem. Once I earn some money, I will buy a console for both you and Kei. Does Kei want to play too? Yes. What class will she choose? Just like you. Then I shall choose a different class. No need. You two can assist me together. I shall be invincible. Outside, rain poured down, while inside, the three of them shared a tranquil day. Soon, the day waned, and Sunday morning arrived. A phone call caused Mu Lin to furrow his brow. After leaving his home, umbrella in hand, he followed the caller's directions until he arrived at a house. Kasumi Hill residence. The call had come from the homeroom teacher, who also served as the guidance counselor. Hello? What is it? Mu Lin, it concerns the exchange student. It seems Kasumi Yuya, the selected exchange student, is reluctant to participate. However, she is an essential candidate from our school, and I sincerely wish for her to take part. Therefore, I must accommodate some of her requests. What requests? She specifically wants to see you, stating that she suffered a significant emotional blow due to the bullying incident on Friday, and wishes for you to personally apologize. Mu Lin, did you really bully her? This is quite serious. All right, I shall meet her. Good. You must sincerely apologize and earn her forgiveness. Understood. After hanging up, Mu Lin made his way to the Kasumi Hill residence. The house was notably larger than his own, featuring a garage surrounded by blooming flowers, indicating a rather affluent family, upper middle class. Taking a deep breath, Mu Lin knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Who is it? A melodious female voice responded from within. Soon after, footsteps approached, and the door swung open to reveal a beautiful woman with long hair cascading down to her waist, curvaceous and somewhat resembling Kasumi Yuya. May I help you? I am Mu Lin. I am here to see Kasumi Yuya. Mu Lin? The woman paused. Oh, you must be my daughter's boyfriend, right? Come in. Not a boyfriend. Merely a fellow student. Ah, why be so formal? Come in, come in. The woman was quite familiar, even reaching to link her arm with Mu Lin's, prompting him to instinctively withdraw. I can walk on my own, he stated coolly. Her demeanor shifted as she stifled a laugh, seemingly understanding his personality, and nodded. Very well. Mu Lin Kuan. Yuya's room is at the end of the hallway on the right on the second floor. I'm busy preparing lunch, and oh, I'll need to make extra with you here. No need, I'll eat at home. Don't be so polite. It's not every day we have one of Yuya's friends visit. She should at least mention it when she makes a friend at school. Actually, I'm not her friend. I'm here regarding the exchange student issue. The woman disregarded his statement, continuing, by the way, what do you think of my daughter Yuya? Well, just like you, she is quite beautiful. In someone else's home, one must employ pleasantries. Nevertheless, this compliment delighted the woman immensely. Thank you for your kind words. Since you say so, please do take good care of my daughter in the future. As she attempted to link arms with him once more, he awkwardly dodged her. With the woman leading the way, they reached the door of Kasumi Yuya's room. Here we are. Now you two can have your moment. I'll leave you to it. Her alluring figure vanished up the stairs. Mu Lin hesitated at the bedroom door, which was adorned with a sign that read, "No entry for strangers." In her own home, Displaying such a sign was rather peculiar. Knock, knock, knock. Mu Lin rapped on the door, but received no response after a lengthy wait. He knocked again, stating, "I'm Mu Lin. The guidance counselor sent me to find you." Knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Still, no reply came. Frustrated at having his holiday interrupted, Mu Lin twisted the doorknob and opened the door. Suddenly, the brightly lit room plunged into darkness. The chamber, themed in shades of purple, greeted him. The curtains were drawn tight, and the lights extinguished, with only the computer screen on the desk casting a pale glow. A massive bookshelf in one corner was filled with an array of books, while a lilac-hued bed adorned with several plush toys occupied another corner. A cozy sofa was draped with a soft blanket, inviting comfort. However, the most striking feature was Kasumi Yuya, seated at the computer. Her long hair cascaded freely, and she wore a white house dress with a blue jacket that accentuated her delicate figure. Her posture was relaxed, one leg crossed, the other upright, as her fingers danced across the keyboard, clearly engrossed in her writing. Yet, amidst her fervor, a sudden cough interrupted her concentration. She hastily grabbed a tissue, wiped her nose, and carelessly tossed it into a trash bin overflowing with paper. Could this cold be a result of him? Mu Lin pondered, uncertain of how to approach her. At that moment, Kasumi Yuya suddenly turned, her wine-red eyes locking onto him as she commanded, "Come in and shut the door." As she spoke, her body trembled slightly. Mu Lin realized that the room was heated, and the sudden gust of cold air from the open door might exacerbate her illness. With a soft click, he gently closed the door. Just as he intended to speak, he noticed her had resumed her frenzied typing, occasionally rifling through the clutter of sticky notes and edits on her desk, which included the title Love Metronome, a gift he had given her. Chapter 53. Mutual retaliation. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, a blend of a certain brand of perfume mingled with the youthful scent of a girl. After standing for a while, Mu Lin decided to sit cross-legged on the ground. "Speak up. What did you summon me for?" The sound of frantic typing filled the room. "Hello? Is anyone there?" "Hey, I didn't call you here." Xiaji Qiushiryu replied without turning her head, continuing to type. "Let me make it clear, I will never apologize. However, it is indeed a fact that you bullied me. You made me, already in a fragile state, get caught in the rain, soaking wet, which led to my current severe cold. I just got my fever down last night. So what do you want? What do you think I want?" Xiaji Qiushiryu organized a stack of documents regarding several exchange students from their school. Initially uncertain, she had finally confirmed that Mu Lin was the person she was looking for, rendering the materials sent by the dean unnecessary. "Speak plainly. Apologize." "Impossible." The sound of the keyboard resumed. In the dimly lit room, the awkwardness of a lone man and woman together left Mu Lin at a loss. He stood up and lay down decisively on Xiaji Qiushiryu's soft bed, pulling out his phone to message Kata K and Nishinami Yashuko. This action drew a cold glare from Xiaji Qiushiryu. Taking a deep breath, she resumed her urgent typing. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Xiaji Qiu's mother entered, carrying a cup of hot tea and some fruit. "Sorry to interrupt." Seeing Mu Lin lying on her daughter's bed, and her daughter not being angry, only made her more certain and enthusiastic. "Mu Lin-kun, have some hot tea and fruit. Lunch will be ready soon." She placed the tea and fruit on the table. "Oh, all right, thank you. No need to be polite. Just treat this place like your home." "Sure you. You should take a break too. You've been writing that novel since you came all this way." Xiaji Qiushiryu ignored her mother and continued to write. "Hey, Lin-kun, please be understanding of my daughter's stubbornness. She's just like that. You'll have to be patient with her." Mu Lin did not know how to respond. "All right, you two get along well. I'll leave now and come back when lunch is done." With that, Xiaji Qiu's mother exited, leaving the two in an awkward atmosphere. Mu Lin sipped the pleasantly flavored hot tea and quickly finished the fruit. "If you were being reasonable, you would know that I have no reason to apologize. After all, it was you, Xiaji Qiushiryu, who initiated the conflict. I was merely acting in self-defense." The typing resumed. "I couldn't care less about this exchange student matter. Whether you participate or not is irrelevant to me. I came here primarily to maintain appearances. Thus, forget it. I won't be an exchange student after all. It's just a hassle." With that, Mu Lin stood up, preparing to leave. "If you say that, your agreement with the dean becomes void. Did you know? He told me." "Oh, really? No wonder you're so confident." "Confident about what?" Xiaji Qiushiryu felt a surge of anger, sensing that this man seemed to view her as manipulative. "What do you think? My novel has been revised based on your suggestions. Is there truly a chance for a continuation? That depends on you. In my eyes, your revision suggestions are akin to divination, offering only a vague direction that manages to find the right rationale. They are utterly impractical. Then why are you still writing? What do you think revision suggestions are? You don't expect me to write everything clearly, do you? It would be better to let me revise directly. So what exactly do you mean? Xiaji Qiushi, you picked up the book Love Metronome. These revision suggestions hint at your ignorance. However, if you cannot grasp it yourself, it merely reflects your limited understanding. Are you trying to be cryptic? If you think so, then so be it. Mu Lin shrugged. If you still can't continue, it can only be said that you are being cryptic. No, it can only be said that you lack talent. How could my talent possibly be lacking? Smack, smack. Mu Lin stepped forward, making the floor creak underfoot, looking down at Xiaji Qiushi, whose eyes flickered with fear, and said coolly, in my view, your talent is indeed insufficient. We shall see about that. Xiaji Qiushi's expression was akin to a storm brewing. I hope you can slap my face, she retorted, provided you have a face to slap. Your words are truly venomous. But not as venomous as yours. A freshman here, acting like an adult and lecturing a senior, is simply absurd. Child, if you were a bit more mature, you would understand that grade and age do not define everything. Oh, of course, even some overgrown babies fail to comprehend that. Who knows if you will become one of them? Overgrown baby? You must be one. What else could you be? At your age? You still need me to accompany you here. Accompany? It's to apologize. I am innocent. You are guilty. Infinitely guilty. Xiaji Qiushi gritted her teeth in frustration. Before Mu Lin could retort, his phone suddenly rang loudly, interrupting their exchange. The two shared a tacit understanding and momentarily ceased hostilities as Mu Lin answered the call. Before he could speak, the voice on the other end began to speak urgently. The message transmitted through the phone felt like a chilling wind, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Mu Lin's gaze grew increasingly frigid, becoming exceptionally terrifying in Xiaji Qiushi's eyes. She trembled involuntarily. Indeed, after hanging up, a hand grasped her chin, compelling her to meet the gaze of those cold eyes that felt like falling into an icy pit. In summary, it was a single statement. Apologizing is impossible, and whether you want to be an exchange student is entirely up to you. With that, Mu Lin walked away. Bang! The loud sound of the door slamming startled her. Subsequently, the room was enveloped in a prolonged silence. Tears of grievance and fear welled up in her eyes. No one had ever been this fierce with her. This was the second time. Xiaji Qiushi gritted her teeth, managing to hold back her tears. She took a breath, wiped her nose, and picked up the phone to call. Hello, Xiaji Qiu classmate. How is it going? Did he apologize? Have you forgiven him? I forgave him. It's just a trivial matter. I am willing to be an exchange student at our school. That's wonderful. This means the exchange between the two schools can officially begin preparations. But that Mu Lin should also be an exchange student, right? Yes, why? I want to be paired with him. All right. There was already such an arrangement, mainly because you both complement each other. He excels in sciences, while you excel in humanities. I can manage in sciences too. I know, but his prowess in sciences, particularly mathematics, is exceptionally strong. Remember the Tokyo Metropolitan High School Math Olympiad? This was a very prestigious competition, as Japan, being a developed country, saw countless geniuses from various nations converge. This Tokyo Metropolitan Olympiad could be considered a miniature national-level math competition. I know, during that exam, he scored only 20 points. But that was because he only attempted the last question. That final problem was the only one that stumped everyone else in the exam. A notoriously challenging math problem even for the masters of mathematics in our country. Xiaji Qiushi widened her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling. He is indeed quite remarkable, but I can only say that within the confines of university-level knowledge. It merely indicates that Mu Lin is significantly stronger than me in mathematics. How vexing. So please try to understand. Indeed, the leader of the exchange students is implicitly him. Although it is not overtly stated, I hope you, as a senior, can lend him a hand. If he considers me a senior. Chapter 54. Desperation Chiba Prefectural Hospital, 4th floor, room 414. At this moment, Ito and Mitsuhashi were ensconced like mummies in their beds, unable to move. Their arms and legs encased in plaster, their necks secured by restraints, they lay there helplessly, staring at the ceiling. They had just bid farewell to their distraught parents, leaving them with a pang of guilt. Hey, Mitsuhashi, Our parents must be terribly worried about us. Ito lamented. Mitsuhashi shook his head slightly. Those guys are really strong. Even though it was a sneak attack, I still feel like we wouldn't have stood a chance in a fair fight. He lifted his plastered hand in frustration. If only the boss were here. The outcome would have been entirely different. Nonetheless, we owe our lives to Suzuran's intervention. Otherwise, we would have certainly perished, or at best, ended up as vegetables. Mitsuhashi, you must apologize to Suzuran properly later. How can a school that fosters such noble sentiments be deemed worthless? Mitsuhashi shook his head again. Ah, Mitsuhashi, you really are in a pitiful state. You can barely speak. Who knows how long it will take for us to recover? Ito sighed, falling silent as he stared blankly at the ceiling. Just then, the door to the room swung open, and a figure strode in briskly, depositing a large bag of fruit on the table without uttering a word, not even glancing at the two bedridden boys. He picked up a kettle and poured himself a cup of water, downing it in one go. The warm liquid soothed his parched throat, and he exhaled contentedly, appearing less like a visitor and more like someone stopping in for a drink. Ito's eyes widened in surprise. Boss, what brings you here? Mitsuhashi, upon hearing this, also widened his eyes, attempting to turn his neck to see, but the restraints held him firmly in place. McCurran approached, casually patting Mitsuhashi's plastered hand and Ito's plastered leg. Wow, just a few days apart, and you two have turned into stone men. He chuckled. It's just a fracture and some plaster. You've bound yourselves up like mummies. I was nearly startled when I walked in. How are you guys holding up? Will you recover? He inquired. Of course. Mitsuhashi and I are tougher than we look. That's good. Rest up and get well soon. I'll treat you to barbecue. Wow, the boss is treating us. Ito exclaimed, eyes agog. Mitsuhashi, too, was in disbelief, shaking his head animatedly. The notoriously stingy boss was actually offering to buy them barbecue. It was as surreal as a pig climbing a tree. Had circumstances allowed, Mitsuhashi would have certainly sprung up to perform an ecstatic dance. McCurran slapped their plastered limbs playfully. Settle down. Don't accidentally jostle your injuries. Okay. Understood. Well, I'll leave it at that for now. I'll come by in a few days. If your casts are still intact, I'll smash them to bits. With that, McCurran departed as swiftly as he had arrived. Ito gazed after him, a nagging premonition stirring within him. Mitsuhashi, why do you think the boss didn't ask how we got hurt? I had so many excuses ready. Wait, do you think he might already know something? Gah! On a rain-soaked night beneath the neon lights, the sound of screeching brakes erupted on a desolate road. A heart-stopping chase had been underway for 10 minutes. 3 dark sedans sped towards the solitary vehicle ahead, hurtling forward at 160 kilometers per hour, relentlessly closing in. Inside the fleeing car, Yuki no Shida Ayano's complexion paled as she clutched her seatbelt with one hand while steadying herself in the seat with the other. She never anticipated that things would escalate to this point. Initially, she had set out to gather information against the Nanagumo group from the Rokusei group. However, she stumbled upon the Nanagumo group's full-scale assault on the Rokusei group. In a perilous situation, she fled with the Rokusei group's vice leader, who possessed vital evidence against the Nanagumo group. Unfortunately, her fear led to their discovery by the Nanagumo group's patrol, resulting in their identification. Damn it, these bastards. Stop the car. I'll take them on myself. The vice leader of the Rokusei group, Unai Terahiro, a middle-aged man, frantically wrestled with the steering wheel, trying to drift away from their pursuers. Please, vice leader, don't act rashly. All of our Rokusei group has been wiped out. I'm the last one left. How can I stay rational in this situation? I want to fight those Nanagumo mad dogs. Unai's eyes were bloodshot. But you are the only one who can provide evidence against the Nanagumo group. Don't act recklessly. Otherwise, all will be in vain. Think of what your group leader entrusted to you before he died. This is your group's plan for revenge. Calm down. Outside the car, the sounds of screeching brakes echoed. Inside, voices erupted in chaos. Ayano, seated in the passenger seat, remained in shock. Unai, after being admonished, managed to regain some composure. Moreover, our family, the Yukinoshita family, is also involved in this incident. The young lady must not fail. Otherwise, our family will also be affected. Damn it. What should we do? Keep running. I have a plan. We'll head towards National Route 535. There lies our Yukinoshita residence, which is guarded. Once we reach there, they will not dare to infringe upon us. All right, let us hurry there. Unai urged. The driver turned to Ayano. Young lady, stay calm. Don't worry. I'll ensure your safety. I won't let you fall into the hands of those Nanagomo villains. Ayano remained silent, staring blankly at the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window. Then, the vehicle veered onto a secluded road, where pedestrians and vehicles dwindled in number. Eventually, only 4 cars with their high beams on chased through the rain. As they approached the Chiba interchange, a blockade obstructed the dark road. Damn it! How can there be a blockade? Unai's eyes widened in disbelief. The driver's face turned pale as he exclaimed, "When did this blockade appear? We're done for. There's no way out. Quick, turn the wheel. We need to make a U-turn." Okay. Screeching tires emitted smoke, mingling with the splattering rain. The sedan skillfully spun around, just as 3 cars lined up a mere 10 meters away, sealing off their escape route. The driver and Unai's faces drained of color. They were trapped. Chapter 55. The Kolakane dozen men in suits emerged from their cars, umbrellas in hand, staring down at the ensnared vehicle. Bang! The car door was flung open. The driver and Unai stepped out. Well, Vice Leader Unai, I didn't expect you to dare to get out, mocked Ando Yu, standing beneath the umbrella held by his underlings. Ando, you dog of the Nanagomo group, return my leader's life. Unai bellowed, pushing past the driver's restraint and charging forward. But his reckless advance towards the group appeared so frail and futile. Indeed. Bang! Ando Kozo delivered a precise punch that struck his opponent's cheek, sending him sprawling. Dani Akihiro rolled on the ground several times, thoroughly disoriented, before finally managing to rise. How amusing. The deputy leader is intent on avenging his fallen organization, despite having just cowardly abandoned it. You bastard. Die. Dani Akihiro charged once more. Ando Kozo's expression darkened as he pushed aside a subordinate, standing resolutely beneath the rain, twisting his neck and clenching his fist. Then, with a deft sidestep, he evaded Dani Akihiro's assault and delivered a powerful blow to his abdomen. Bam! Ugh! Dani Akihiro doubled over in pain, spewing bile. Subsequently, he was forcefully kicked to the ground. Ando Kozo advanced, firmly planting his foot on Dani Akihiro's chest. The sound of cracking ribs echoed. Dani Akihiro screamed in agony. Weren't you supposed to seek vengeance for your organization? How pitiful is it for a vice leader of a vanquished group to be so helpless? Show me your wrath and avenge your comrades. Ando Kozo taunted. Do you realize how horrifically your leader met his demise? He had a vendetta against mine, and I was instructed to deal with him especially harshly. I shattered his limbs, snapped each of his fingers, severed his tongue, and then had him sliced repeatedly. Oh, perhaps your leader is still being cut even now. Bastard. You vile creatures. You are beyond redemption. Dani Akihiro struggled desperately, but was met with Ando Kozo's merciless stomp. Crack. His ribs fractured, collapsing inward. Bone shards pierced his flesh, causing internal bleeding and excruciating pain, leading Dani Akihiro to howl like a madman. Ando Kozo aimed to stomp on Dani Akihiro's hand. Crack. The sound of bones breaking resounded. Hit him hard. Ando Kozo commanded. His subordinates surged forward, pinning Dani Akihiro to the ground and unleashing a flurry of kicks and punches. The sound of breaking bones echoed through the air. Meanwhile, Ando Kozo leisurely approached the trembling driver, Yukino Shida. Slap. His polished shoe landed firmly in the rain, startling the driver. Trembling, he looked up into Ando Kozo's piercing gaze. Hello there, Ando Kozo greeted with a smile. I'm just a driver, I know nothing. Please spare me. The driver exclaimed, dropping to his knees and clutching Ando Kozo's leg. Oh, Ando Kozo raised an eyebrow, a mocking smirk on his lips. So, you're merely a hired driver? Yes. Please let me go. Very well, I shall spare you. The driver rejoiced. Thank you. However, I must inquire about the person in the car. No. Wait. There's no one in the car. Just the 2 of us. I swear. Bam. A kick sent the driver flying through the downpour. He skidded several meters along the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony. Did you think me a fool? The lady in the car is Yukino Shida. How could a mere nobody like me not pay my respects? Inside the vehicle, having finally regained her composure, Yukino Shida Yono opened the door and stepped out, exposing her slender, delicate form to the torrential rain. Her dark hair quickly became drenched, droplets cascading down her beautiful face. Her pale complexion and alarmed eyes betrayed her inner turmoil, yet she feigned calmness, fixing a steely gaze on Ando Kozo. Now that you know my identity, you must command your men to cease this madness. Ando Kozo appeared momentarily taken aback by Yukinoshita Yono's demeanor, placing his hand over his heart and bowing. As you wish, lady. Upon this declaration, his subordinates finally halted their assault on Danai Akihiro. The rain washed away the crimson stains on Danai Akihiro's battered form, evoking a flinch from Yukinoshita Yono. Uncle Oizumi, assist Danai Akihiro. We must depart. Yes, my lady. The driver, enduring his pain, approached Danai Akihiro to support him toward the vehicle. However, I agreed to stop, but I never consented to your departure. Ando Kozo's flippant words fell like a hammer. Several henchmen swiftly knocked the driver to the ground, then began to pummel both the driver and Danai Akihiro. Stop! Yukinoshita Yono shouted. But this time, her cries fell on deaf ears. She glared furiously at Ando Kozo. Uncle Oizumi is one of us. Are you not afraid of our retaliation? Afraid? Of course we are. After all, you hail from a family of county council members. And your mother even treats our leader with respect. Then how can you dare? How could we not? Ando Kozo's face twisted with rage as he roared at Yukinoshita Yono, startling her into retreating several steps until her back hit the car. Yet, with her fists clenched tightly, she recalled the Aikido training she had recently undertaken, gritting her teeth as she seized the opportunity to strike. Slap! A hand grasped her wrist, immobilizing her. Ando Kozo sneered, observing the fear flickering in her eyes. As expected of the Yukinoshita heiress. You possess a modicum of courage, yet remain merely a fragile vase. Consider yourself fortunate. Your status prevents us from inflicting severe harm. However, we will require you to accompany us. With that, Ando Kozo released Yukinoshita Yono. She faltered, collapsing onto the ground. The downpour continued unabated, the wind and rain tugging at her hair. She felt as though she were submerged in freezing water, shivering uncontrollably. Her thin clothes, soaked through, became unbearably heavy. Yukinoshita Yono helplessly gazed at the driver and Danai Akihiro, still being assaulted. Turning to Ando Kozo's retreating figure and the advancing members of the Nangumi group, she realized that if captured, her family would surely suffer. Yet, there was no hope left for her salvation. Regret flooded her heart for having foolishly chosen to oppose the Nangumi group. Despair, an unparalleled sense of despair. Just as she resigned herself to being taken by the Nangumi group, a sudden sound pierced the rain. Clang! A soda can bounced several times on the ground, breaking the silence with an abruptness that caused everyone to instinctively halt their actions and look. Yukinoshita Yono's gaze was drawn to the nearby can. It was a cola can. At that moment, a voice rang out from afar, bright and youthful, akin to a beacon piercing through the rainy night. Finally found you. Chapter 56. She in the rainy night welcomes her night. Perhaps it was the end of the plum rain season, as the downpour celebrated its finale. Standing in the rain, arms outstretched, embracing nature's cleansing. Heavy clothing dripped, her disheveled hair cascading down. She gulped down the cola mingled with rainwater, then tossed the can aside. Addressing the lively crowd, finally found you. The words, heavy yet piercing, resonated with everyone, drawing their gazes towards the youth standing against the street lamp. The interplay of light and shadow obscured his features, yet he exuded an undeniable dominance, as if there to deliver a verdict. Members of the Nanyun group furrowed their brows, and Ando Kozo laughed mockingly. Who is this beggar? If you wish to live, scurry away. Yet the boy paid him no mind, striding forward, yawning as he spoke. I give you a chance. Now is the moment to act together. What? Are you insane? Where did you come from? Should I call for help? A chorus of laughter erupted. Hurry up, or your leader will face dire consequences. Oh, not your group leader, but your boss here. Let me remind you again. Join forces while you can, or your leader will truly suffer. Kozo, he seems to be addressing you. One exclaimed. How dare he speak of Kozo like that? He is courting death. Hey, you fool. Didn't you see the two people lying on the ground? One man, with ill intentions, swung his arm and approached Mucklin menacingly. Bang! The rain poured relentlessly. The punches were but phantoms. Invisible strikes landed, one on the chest, another on the cheek. Blood and shattered teeth erupted forth. The man flew backward, sliding several meters before collapsing, his head tilted, unconscious. What the hell? Everyone's pupils constricted, especially Ando Kozo, whose mocking demeanor vanished as he shouted, Who are you? They no longer dared to underestimate the boy before them. Who am I? I am the one who will administer your punishment. In this stormy weather, you rabid dogs. barking under the guise of your master's power. Think you can act with impunity, especially you. Suddenly, Mucklin's playful expression morphed into one of fierce intensity as he pointed at Ando Kozo. In an instant, the aura emanating from him startled the dozen or so members of the Nanyan group. They all felt an unapproachable chill. Kneel down now, or your pleas for mercy will be very loud. Ando Kozo seethed with rage. A passerby, thinking himself capable, boasted, kill him, with a wave of his hand. All the henchmen charged at Mucklin, a dark swarm of muscular, menacing men. They splashed through the rain, baring their teeth as they lunged at the slender boy. However, bang, pow, swish. The rain splattered under the force of fists. Bones crumbled beneath the might of strikes. Shadows were sent flying, crashing to the ground, never to rise again. The group dwindled from a dozen to just one. The cries ceased. All lay heavily injured, unconscious. Only the unscathed boy stood at a distance, coldly observing. For a moment, Ando Kozo felt a surge of panic. He couldn't help but ask again, "Who are you?" But the boy remained silent, his black eyes shimmering like stars in the night, cold enough to plunge one into an abyss. Those were the eyes of a killer. The cold sweat that had just begun to bead on Ando Kozo was washed away by the rain. He watched the boy advance toward him, the mingled aura compelling him to retreat a step. Realizing his predicament, he seethed with embarrassment and fury, clenching his fist and shouting, "You little pup, stop pretending. Die." He charged forward, swinging a mighty fist aimed at the seemingly frail boy. Yet bang, a dull thud. The boy caught his full force punch with ease. It felt as if his fist had been clamped in a vice, immovable, and then it tightened, with excruciating pressure. Snap! Flesh, bone, and sinew were brutally crushed. Ando Kozo cried out in pain. But it wasn't over. The boy twisted forcefully. Crack! His clenched fist rotated, snapping the tendons and breaking the wrist. Ando Kozo shrieked. His expression hardened as he swung his left fist in retaliation. Yet the boy caught it. Suddenly realizing the peril he was in, his face paled as he shouted, "Let go! Let me go!" He struggled, but crack! The sickening sound of bones breaking drowned out his screams. Ando Kozo fell to his knees, staring at his ruined hands. Then, the demon before him reached out, piercing his heart with fingers sharper than any needle. The shattered ribs splintered, piercing through his organs. His lungs collapsed, causing breathlessness. In that moment, his heart stuttered to a halt for several seconds. With pain beyond description following, veins bulged, and Ando Kozo curled up on the ground, unable to feel the pain in his hands, only clutching his chest. Just as he was about to scream, bang! A fierce punch struck the right side of his throat. The immense blow robbed him of his voice. Pain. He could not scream. It was an endless torment, a silent suffering amidst the downpour. Then, a devastating punch struck the back of his head, yet the dark force awakened his dulled senses, followed by sharper, more intense pain. Ugh! His face flushed red with agony as he whimpered. And it wasn't over. Bang! Bang! His leg bones shattered beneath crushing feet. His arm bones snapped and were crushed again. Ribs fractured. Blood vessels closed. Fascia ruptured. Pain sought life, desiring death, yet unable to attain it. Soon, Ando Kozo felt as though he were merely a head, unable to perceive anything but the agony coursing through his body. His limbs, his very being, slipped beyond his control, the pathways of his nerves severed completely. Panic. A disability worse than paralysis. Death would be a release. And from now on, you can only beg others for your liberation. Take heed in your next life. Relay this message to your leader. With those words, Mucklin waved his hand and vanished into the rain. The sight left Yukino, who sat dazed by the car, gazing after him. It was a moment that would forever shake her life. A single individual, in a mere flick of the wrist, had decimated a dozen men. The slender figure, seemingly fragile against the storm, revealed an unexpected strength. Dashing. This was the first time Yukino found a man so strikingly handsome. It was just a pity. She was too far away to discern his features. Chapter 57. Waste, pronounced as the refuse generated by all human activities, refers to materials that have lost their utility and have been discarded. It denotes the emissions produced during production, daily life, and other social activities, which have fundamentally lost their value within a certain time and space and cannot be reclaimed or utilized. It also metaphorically refers to individuals. As the rainy season drew to a close, a sunny Monday saw students diligently reading in school. Meanwhile, at Mucklin's home, having taken another day off, Mucklin lay bored in bed, covered with a blanket, reclining with his legs crossed while playing on his gaming console. Woohoo! I've finally completed this level. He cheered, leaping from his bed and heading towards the restroom. As I opened the door, I was greeted by the sight of Nishinomiya Shiruko standing at the threshold, reaching for the doorknob. At that moment, she was dressed in loose loungewear and a short skirt, radiating youthful vibrance. Her ivory-white long legs were quite enchanting, yet Mulin, engrossed in his video game, paid her no mind. Upon noticing Mulin's sudden arrival, she expressed her surprise through sign language. When did you come back? Mulin responded lazily in sign, last night. Aren't you going to school today? I took a day off. Although puzzled by Mulin's absence from school, Nishinomiya Shiruko felt a surge of joy at the prospect of spending time with him and continued signing. Have you had breakfast? I'll make something for you. No need. A bit of bread will suffice. That won't do. Please let me help. If anything, could you fetch me a cup of hot water? All right. Nishinomiya nodded obediently and headed to the living room. She then patiently waited at the bathroom door with a cup of hot water. As Mulin emerged after washing his hands, she handed it to him. Thank you. Mulin accepted it with a hint of bemusement, taking a casual sip. Nishinomiya smiled gently. What do you want for lunch? Anything is fine. Oh, by the way, didn't you mention you learned some cooking skills? You could whip up a few of your signature dishes. Yes, nodding enthusiastically. Nishinomiya dashed into the kitchen, eager to prepare lunch. Mulin glanced at her busy, cheerful figure before returning to the living room to continue his game. The mundane morning hours passed slowly. While using a power strip to charge his game console, Mulin suddenly caught a whiff of something delicious. His mouth watered, prompting him to rise and peek into the kitchen. There, clad in an apron, Nishinomiya was stirring a pot of food that had been simmering for quite some time. Starving, he hurried to her side. The sounds of her melodic humming grew louder. Mulin's sudden appearance startled Nishinomiya. She pouted in displeasure, giving him a long, reproachful stare before reluctantly yielding to his hungry gaze. Carefully, she ladled a small portion of soup and vegetables into a bowl, gently blowing on it to cool it down before presenting it to Mulin with a gesture inviting him to indulge. He accepted it and gulped it down in one go. Instantly, the rich, thick broth and tender beef, coupled with the sweetness of the potatoes, left him wide-eyed. Wow, this is delicious. His astonished expression made Nishinomiya's eyes turn into crescent moons. What dish is this? She set down her ladle and signed. Braised beef with potatoes. Isn't this a Japanese dish? Yes. I happened to see a book on Chinese cuisine at the bookstore and learned a bit. As she spoke, the sparkle in her eyes reflected an inexplicable joy, akin to a love-struck girl presenting a long-prepared gift, thrilled to receive his praise. Her efforts had not gone unnoticed. It's truly amazing. I declare this my favorite dish. Thank you. So are we eating now? No need. Let us wait a bit. The rice isn't ready yet. Mulin pointed to the rice cooker. All right. I'll call you when the rice is done. You can play a little longer. Okay. I really adore you, Shiruko. With a bright blush adorning her cheeks, Nishinomiya lowered her gaze shyly, while Mulin, feeling like a complete slacker, dove back onto the sofa to continue his game. With anticipation for the delectable lunch ahead, his gameplay became notably smoother. It must be said, compared to the stern Kato K, Nishinomiya Shiruko clearly indulged him far more. If it were Kato K, she would have long since snatched away his game console, forbidding him to play. But Nishinomiya was so gentle. However, if this continued, he would undoubtedly be spoiled. Soon, the rice was ready. Nishinomiya approached him, poking his shoulder. The rice is done. Great. Mulin abandoned his game, leaving it behind as he and Nishinomiya sat down to enjoy lunch together. At 10:30 in the morning, Nishinomiya, who had already had breakfast, found little appetite, smiling as she watched Mulin devour his meal. Instinctively, she wanted to serve him more food to express her feelings. But her shyness caused the chopsticks to hover in midair before she returned the food to her own mouth. Blushing, she focused on chewing her food. After a while, she signed again. So how is it? Is it good? Absolutely delicious. Then I'll make it for you every day. No need every day. Let us keep it occasional to avoid getting tired of it. Okay, I'll make something different for dinner. Now I'm really looking forward to it. Well, if it's good, eat plenty. All right. By the way, what do you usually have for lunch at school? In the short span of a day, Nishinomiya noted that Mulin seemed to lack a packed lunch. While the bread from Zuki was delightful, it paled in comparison to her cooking. Then I'll prepare bento for you. Mulin beamed. That would be wonderful. Consider it my way of repaying you for letting me stay at your place. With that, They finished their warm and cozy lunch. Nishinamiya tidied up the kitchen while Mulin sprawled on the sofa playing again. Before long, Nishinamiya, curious, sat beside him. But due to her position, she could only tilt her head to see the game screen. Though reluctant to interrupt Mulin's focus, she couldn't help but poke him. Huh. Mulin looked over, puzzled. Could I watch you play? Of course. Mulin nodded, sitting up and leaning against the back of the sofa, while Nishinamiya shuffled closer. They sat intimately together, her head turned as she watched him press buttons and maneuver the berserker, cloaked in dark energy, as he attacked the massive, grotesque enemies. Occasionally, he unleashed toxic attacks and powerful strikes. The extensive area attacks created red warning marks on the ground, yet Mulin always managed to evade danger, finding refuge in the safe zones devoid of warnings. Incredible. The glow in Nishinamiya's eyes sparkled with admiration. Chapter 58. Hiratsuka Shizun. You truly are useless. In dire need of money but too lazy to work, Mulin reclined on the sofa with his legs crossed, staring at the ceiling in utter boredom. Meanwhile, Nishinamiya was intently focused on the game console, her screen filled with the comical blunders of first-time gamers, especially since she was playing a non-damaging support character. Tackling the game solo was quite a challenge. Nevertheless, she persevered, undeterred by the difficulties. When she encountered a particularly tough level, dying multiple times, her expression turned sour as she reached out to poke Mulin for assistance. However, she found him absent. Meow. A sharp cat cry echoed. Turning her head, she saw Mulin mercilessly pinning a black cat to the ground, relentlessly rubbing it, which caused the poor creature to screech in protest. It's all your fault. You made me waste over 200,000 yen, which is more than 10,000 yuan. You foolish cat, are you worth that money? Huh. Refund. Meow. The black cat was furious. Having grown accustomed to Mulin's tyranny, it glared fiercely and prepared to retaliate against this dreadful human. However, bang. Mulin pressed it back down to the floor, kneading it like dough. In reality, it was a gentle attempt to heal its injuries. After a prolonged torment, the black cat lay on the ground, devoid of purpose, its eyes dull and lifeless. Mulin attempted to force-feed it medication and administer injections, but it showed no response. He then placed it in a cat cage, filling its bowl with water and cat food. After resolving matters with the black cat, he washed his hands and sat beside Nishinamiya Shoko. Struck by a sudden thought, he grasped her left hand, rolled up her sleeve, and, admiring her smooth arm, playfully tapped it, producing crisp sounds. Ah, truly fair, he remarked. Nishinamiya Shoko's cheeks flushed slightly as she handed the game console to Mulin. This level is so difficult. I can't win. Please help me. All right, Mulin replied, taking the console. However, as he maneuvered through the game, his brows furrowed deeper. The bard character had minimal offensive capabilities, with most skills being supportive and very few dealing damage. This battle proved particularly exhausting. This character is not suited for solo play. A team is required. After achieving victory, Mulin returned the console to Nishinamiya Shoko. I want to team up with you, he exclaimed. Yet, with only one console, Mulin felt somewhat helpless. Okay, Nishinamiya Shoko sighed, her engagement dwindling as she continued playing. To be candid, while the game was enjoyable at first, her lack of interest in gaming meant she quickly grew weary of it. Without Mulin's companionship, she would have had no motivation to continue. At that moment, inspiration struck Mulin. He pulled out his phone and found a contact labeled, Wealthy Lady. He typed, You are truly pathetic. Minutes passed before Pingzuka Saika replied. Ah, wrong message. Pingzuka Saika sent another message. What? Did you get hit in the head? Can't you see I'm subtly mocking you? Pingzuka Saika continued. Can't even type properly? TSK, still Haven T recovered, have you? Do you want to die? 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 I wish to die. What can you do about it? Your attitude is truly dreadful. Want to fight again? Come on. 200,000. Sure, give me an address, and I'll come over to finish you off. No need. I'll come find you at your house. All right, just wait. At this moment, in Chiba's SBU High School, the first year had just begun a so-called adaptive entrance examination. All the students wore frowns, racking their brains and turning red as they struggled to recall knowledge nearly forgotten over the break. However, no one dared to cheat in this language exam. In just a few days, they had witnessed the ferocity of the teacher standing at the podium. Known as the ferocious teacher, she bore bruises on her face, hinting at possible brawls. Fear permeated the air, Both students in her class and those from other classes trembled at her presence. Bang! The podium resounded as she slammed her palm down, startling the students absorbed in their tasks. They all looked up at the suddenly furious Pingzuka Saika. Was someone caught cheating? Yui Yubihara wondered, glancing around. Let me warn certain individuals once more. Cheating in exams is not only deceiving the teacher and parents, but also deceiving yourself. Yes, teacher. The students chorused. All right, continue with your work. Yes. Observing the students deep in thought, Pingzuka Saika wiped her brow in relief, thankful for her quick reaction. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. She buried her fierce demeanor behind the podium, engrossed in her phone messages, engaging in a heated exchange. Eventually, she stood up, leaving the classroom amidst the students' puzzled gazes, declaring, "There are 30 minutes left until the exam ends. The class representative will collect the papers and place them on my desk. Remember, no cheating. I will periodically check. If I catch anyone cheating, you know the consequences." Yes, Teacher Pingzuka. After exiting the classroom, Pingzuka Saika could no longer contain her emotions, taking deep breaths as she clenched her fists, making them crackle, hurrying towards the parking lot. This demeanor deterred any teachers patrolling the hallway from approaching her. Virum, a red Aston Martin sped out of the school parking lot. On the road, it raced at a speed far exceeding the limit, casting a long red shadow as it dashed home. Fortunately, she encountered no traffic police. Infuriated, Pingzuka Saika slammed the car door shut and scanned the vicinity for the troublesome boy she desperately wanted to confront. Finding no sign of him, she picked up her phone and sent a message. "You little brat. Where are you? Haven't you arrived yet?" Is it that fast? What else could it be? "I just left home. I haven't reached the station yet." "What do you mean by that? It takes over an hour from Tokyo to Chiba." "Don't rush, you novice." Crack. Pingzuka Saika's forehead throbbed with veins as she gritted her teeth, squeezing her phone until it creaked ominously. Ultimately, she took a deep breath to quell her anger and replied, "Just wait, you'll see. You, who are severely lacking in education and just a step away from juvenile detention." Oh, fuming. Pingzuka Saika lit a cigarette to calm herself before entering her home to await his arrival. Chapter 59. The Fury of the Withdrawal Princess. An additional update for Brother Kuan. In the clear world after the rain, the air felt particularly fresh. The trees glistened with raindrops, and vehicles traversed the damp ground. "You made me wait long enough," Pingzuka Saika exclaimed, exhaling smoke as she stood at her doorstep, addressing the young man before her. "Remember, 200,000. Mulan replied, not approaching. "Sounds like you came to demand money. Let us go. I'll send you to your doom." Had she not managed to control herself, Pingzuka Saika would have rushed over to punch the arrogant boy before her. She extinguished her cigarette, and Mulan approached, fanning his nose. Soon, the two entered the villa and stepped into the ring, confronting each other. With a fierce expression, Pingzuka Saika tightened her fists, striking them together several times to boost her confidence. She then lifted her foot, bouncing lightly on her toes, her gaze fixed intently on the young man. After suffering 2 defeats, she was particularly serious this time. "You better watch out. I am no longer the same as I was a few days ago." A classic case of the weak harboring delusions of confidence. After each defeat, they believe they have grown stronger. Yet, Pingzuka Saika had not changed in Mulan's eyes. She remained as weak and pitiful as before. Even so, Mulan casually placed his right hand behind his back and pointed at Pingzuka Saika with his left fist. "I'll give you one hand. If you win, I'll give you 400,000. If you lose, you give me 400,000. How about that? Are you joking?" Pingzuka Saika retorted, ungratefully charging at him, fueled by pent-up anger. Seeing her unyielding, Mulan sighed in resignation. Swish! The wind from her punch whipped around them. Pingzuka Saika threw a tentative straight punch, but Mulan deftly sidestepped, ready to counter. Wait! She shouted, leaving Mulan confused. "Don't hit my face. The students have been looking at me strangely these past few days. Otherwise, I want to give you 200,000. So, she had already prepared mentally for a beating? Who would be ready for that? Go die. What followed was Mulan deftly dodging Pingzuka Saika's kicks and punches, moving laterally with ease, while he quipped. "If I'm not hitting your face, where shall I strike?" "Anywhere. That is what you said." Although he said this, Mulan still exercised restraint, given that she was the financial backer. Swish! Bang! A powerful hook struck Hiraizumi Shizuka squarely in the abdomen. The excruciating pain caused her to widen her eyes, expelling the air from her lungs with a gasp. Subsequently, she fell to her knees, curling up and clutching her stomach. A pitiful sight indeed. Hiraizumi was acutely aware that this punch from Mulin was significantly more forceful than the last. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "You really hit hard," as if to suggest that she was any gentler. "I was holding back. So was I. Otherwise, you would already be dead. Stop joking. TSK at this rate. I could kick your head, and you'd be out cold. I told you. No hitting my face." Hiraizumi rose once more, glaring fiercely at Mulin, and seized the moment to launch herself at him with a shout. Bang! Bang! Her long, dark hair clung to her forehead, slick with sweat. Breathless, Hiraizumi lay helplessly on the ring, her gaze drifting to the flickering lights, momentarily dazed. Despite the pain coursing through her body, an inexplicable sense of exhilaration washed over her. A fervent admirer of action-packed stories, she relished the post-battle ache, savoring the sensation of being alive. She raised her hand, intending to retrieve her cigarettes from her pocket, only to realize after a lengthy search that she had left them on the nearby table. "Hey, huh?" Mulin, who was sorting through medicine at the cabinet, looked puzzled. "Bring me my cigarettes." "Not a chance." Hiraizumi grimaced in pain as she sat up, fixing her gaze on Mulin. After a moment's contemplation, she slowly asked, "You're not really here to fight me for money, are you? What else could it be? That would be quite a malicious character." Recalling the taunting messages on her phone, Hiraizumi felt a flicker of understanding. "What's wrong? Afraid to fight me now? How could that be? You little brat. Deserve a thorough beating. Who's going to teach you a lesson? I admit I can't beat you now, but that could change in the future. So, put in the effort." Mulin tossed the medicine at Hiraizumi's feet. "Hurry up and apply it while it's still warm." "Huh?" Hiraizumi stared blankly at the medicine by her feet, having expected Mulin to help her like last time. "What? You still want me to help you?" "Of course not." Hiraizumi glowered. "Then why do you look so glum? If you want me to help, it's an extra charge. Are you out of your mind?" "Pretty much. I'm a bit strapped for cash lately." "Do you often say that to people?" "Only to you." "Should I cry a little, perhaps to show my sympathy?" "Be my guest." Hiraizumi scoffed, clutching the medicine. Just as she prepared to lift her shirt to tend to her wounds, she caught sight of Mulin and paused. Mulin, sensing the moment, clapped his hands together and said, "Now that the fight is over, how about you pay me? I should be on my way." "Where to?" "Home, of course." Money can wait. You should just leave." "What? You think I'm going to skip out on the bill?" Mulin's expression turned icy. "If I wanted to, what could you possibly do about it? I'd give your face a good thrashing." Hiraizumi stared at Mulin, who showed no distinction in his treatment of women, and remarked, "You must be a perennial bachelor, right?" "Must I? Oh, wait. I have a friend who is a perpetual bachelor. A brat like you, who treats women so harshly. Must be quite unappealing to them. That's none of your business. So, are you really trying to skip out on paying?" Just kidding, just kidding. I wouldn't be so shameless. I'll pay you after I apply the medicine." "Why? What do you mean why? Why not pay me first before applying the medicine? It's more convenient for me to head back." "Well, that's just how it is. What are you going to do about it?" Hiraizumi, with a defiant gleam in her eyes, sought to provoke Mulin further. "Fine." Mulin nodded and left the room. That little brat. Not even taking the benefits that came his way. Just as she unconsciously muttered this, Hiraizumi felt a sudden chill. "What on earth am I saying? That jerk." With a grimace, she grasped the medicine and lifted her shirt to treat her wounds. Handling her injuries alone was quite inconvenient, and it hurt. Oh, how it hurt. She lamented as she applied the ointment to her bruised abdomen, struggling to find the right pressure. Chapter 60. Hiraizumi Shizuka. "Darling, where are you?" 20,000 yen credited. Receiving the notification, Mulin contentedly tucked away his phone and prepared to leave. "Wait, is there something else?" Mulin turned to face Hiraizumi, who appeared somewhat unfocused. "You're planning to head to the station, right? You should go. It's not easy coming all this way." "Huh?" Hiraizumi's sudden display of kindness left Mulin on high alert. What's this fierce woman suddenly being so nice? "Brat, are you thinking something sinister?" "No need. I can return by myself." "Oh, is that so? I was thinking of treating you to ramen for accompanying me in practice." "You were just helping me practice? How about we do it again?" "Of course, the fee is still 20,000. Can you show a little decency with your words?" Hiraizumi replied, a tad exasperated. "Nope. Not at all. Entirely unnecessary." "Oh really? Then I guess we shall never meet again." "What do you mean by that?" "Oh, The young man fresh into the workforce finally remembers the pain of being ruled by his boss. Money doesn't come easily, you know? You should leave. I don't feel like driving you. Hey, wait. No need to say it like that. I think, as friends, it wouldn't be too much trouble to ask for a little favor. Who said we're friends? Seeing Mulin's defeated expression, Hiraizumi smirked, twirling her keychain on her finger. Rich lady, please. No matter if it's now or later. Mulin suddenly shouted, his seriousness startling Hiraizumi, realizing the weight of his words. A blush crept onto her fair cheeks. Cough, as if you're asking me to support you. Come on, let us get in the car. By the way, I have a name. I'm Hiraizumi Shizuka. Call me Aunt Hiraizumi from now on. Go die? With a swift motion, a punch came hurtling towards him. Mulin gasped. This punch was even faster than the ones from the ring. He retreated a step to dodge, but another punch swiftly followed. Reluctantly, he raised his hand to block it, and then another punch landed. Let go of me. I want you dead. Hiraizumi struggled, attempting to free her fists. But the force of her opponent was overwhelming, leaving her in a state of impotent fury. You need to calm down. Tell me, who is the aunt? Hiraizumi mama. Boom. A thunderous shock. Hiraizumi froze in place, her eyes visibly losing their spark. Finally, she squatted down like a spurned lover, tracing circles on the ground, murmuring like an ancient deity. Have I truly reached the age of becoming a mother? Have I truly reached the age of becoming a mother? I already have a child, so where's my husband? Where's my husband? Mulin, witnessing Hiraizumi's deranged state, felt that her current mental condition was far worse than being beaten. Are you okay? Mulin inquired softly. However, she paid him no mind, continuing her mumbling. Left with no other choice, he finally said, all right, no more jokes. Is it acceptable if I call you Hiraizumi's sister? Or Sister Shizuka? Husband, where are you? Look, our child has grown up so much. Where are you? Mulin, alarmed by Hiraizumi's increasingly erratic behavior, worried for his financial future, and hastily replied, I'm right here. 3 words, on the spot, caused Hiratsuka Shizuka to lose the sparkle of hope in her eyes, which were now filled with disappointment as she glanced up to see the infuriating visage of Mulin. In a fit of rage, she shouted, Go die? Calm down. Speak. How should I address you? Sister Shizuka, Sister Shizuka, Sister Shizuka. Is that enough? TCH. If you'd said that earlier, we wouldn't have had these issues. With a stern expression, Hiratsuka Shizuka used her car key to unlock the door, and the two of them entered the vehicle, fastening their seatbelts. The Aston Martin gracefully drifted out of the parking lot, speeding down the wet road. Mulin glanced at the time, estimating that after a few hours of eating ramen, they would just be in time for dinner prepared by his mother, so he inquired, Where are we having ramen? A secluded spot. You don't need to take me to the station. Just drop me off at Chiba City Hospital. Hospital? Hiratsuka Shizuka questioned, puzzled. Why are we going to the hospital? To visit someone. Hiratsuka Shizuka looked at Mulin in surprise, her mind racing with thoughts of his family. Perhaps he was a pitiable boy, forced to drop out of school to work and support a sick mother. Her eyes softened with sympathy as she replied, All right. That ramen shop is quite close to the hospital. Soon, she skillfully parked the car in a familiar spot and led Mulin towards the ramen shop. The establishment was modest, yet several patrons were enjoying their meals at that afternoon hour. Ugh, I didn't have lunch, and I'm starving. Hiratsuka Shizuka glared resentfully at Mulin, who appeared utterly bewildered. It must be understood that this spirited girl was not one to cook. She usually dined at school, but due to Mulin's presence, she had sacrificed the delectable lunch provided by the faculty. What kind of ramen do you want? The same as you. Boss. 2 large bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Coming right up. The two settled into their seats, eagerly awaiting their orders. Mulin took out his phone and messaged Ito. Ito, can you guys eat ramen? Why? Is the boss treating us? Of course. Hooray. We're feeling great. We can eat ramen. All right, I'll bring you 2 bowls. Thanks, boss. I want a seafood ramen. At that moment, Sen also sent a message. Thanks, boss. I want a pork bone ramen. After stowing his phone, Mulin called out, Boss, another large seafood ramen and a pork bone ramen. To go. Sure. Is that for your parents? Huh. TCH, quite filial of you. Consider it my treat. I'll pay. Hiratsuka Shizuka nonchalantly pulled out her phone to settle the bill, leaving Mulin speechless. However, in the spirit of enjoying a free meal, he refrained from explaining. Moments later, they began to indulge in their ramen. Hiratsuka Shizuka, famished, devoured her meal without a shred of ladylike decorum, completely oblivious to the odd stares from the men around her. Delicious. Mulan exclaimed, his eyes widening after a bite. Haha. You should see who loves this ramen shop the most. His genuine praise filled Hiratsuka Shizuka with pride. The two finished their ramen in high spirits, carrying 2 takeout containers. Mulan was once again driven by Hiratsuka Shizuka for a distance until they arrived at Chiba City Hospital. Well, since I have nothing to do, I'll accompany you to visit. Imagining Mulan's parents might be gravely ill, Hiratsuka Shizuka wished to offer her support. No, absolutely not. Why not? If your family is struggling, you should reach out. Perhaps someone is willing to help. What are you talking about? Is it your parents in the hospital? What illness do they have? They are not my parents. Then who are they? Your relatives? A sister? A brother? Neither. Then who? Just 2 fools. Chapter 61. Hospital visit in the hospital room. Mitsuhashi and Ito were joyfully playing with their phones, their demeanor casting doubt on the legitimacy of their plaster casts. It must be noted that their recovery was remarkably swift. In just a few days, their severe injuries had improved significantly. The boss, this miser, is treating us to barbecue and now delivering ramen. Fantastic. Ito exclaimed. Ramen. Slurp, my pork bone ramen. The two endured the agonizing wait. After a while, the door to the room swung open. They both shouted in unison, ramen. This commotion startled Mulan, who had just entered. Seeing you two lively brings me great relief, he said, placing the ramen on the table. At that moment, Hiratsuka Shizuka followed him into the room, her expression one of shock as she regarded Ito and Mitsuhashi, who also looked at her curiously. Hey, boss, who is she? She is, well, my boss. Hello, ma'am. Ito and Mitsuhashi politely bowed. Go die. Hiratsuka Shizuka, triggered, transformed into a fury, her fists poised to strike the bandaged heads of Ito and Mitsuhashi. They shrieked, but bound by their casts, could only yell, help. Boss, save us. Mulan quickly reached out, grasping Hiratsuka Shizuka's fist. Hey, calm down, their patients. Pale with fright, Ito and Mitsuhashi huddled at the head of the bed, desperately pleading, yes. We are the injured. Although we don't know what upset you, if we've offended you in any way, we sincerely apologize. Who is Mayam? Hiratsuka Shizuka fumed. Mother? It's no surprise that Mulan's underlings shared his peculiar thought process. Mulan burst into carefree laughter. Hiratsuka Shizuka, however, was struck by yet another emotional blow. She squatted in a corner, drawing circles, slipping into a neurotic ramble. What happened? Boss, what's wrong with her? Ito and Mitsuhashi questioned, bewildered. She's gone mad. What? Why is she mad? Ito asked, confused. Because you 2 fools called her mother. Aunt is unacceptable, and mother is too. How should I be addressed then? Am I so old that I can no longer be seen as a sister? You 3 bastards. What kind of fools are you 3? Hiratsuka Shizuka sprang to her feet, tears brimming in her eyes as she shouted. Watching the still-dazed fools, Mulan had to remind them, just call her Shizuka-san. Hello, Shizuka-san. Mitsuhashi and Ito nodded politely. Hiratsuka Shizuka let out a sigh, her mood slightly improving. These 2 bowls of ramen were purchased by me. So you 2 should eat them with an attitude of gratitude. Yes. Thank you, Shizuka-san. Mitsuhashi and Ito exclaimed in unison. This earnest attitude caused Hiratsuka Shizuka to cast a disdainful glance at Mulan. Truly, no quarrel means no harm, right? Just look at them. And then look at you. The most impudent brat. To this day, you haven't even bothered to thank me. Meanwhile, Mitsuhashi and Ito regarded Mulan with similar disdain, their expressions practically screaming. You said you were treating us, but it turns out someone else is footing the bill. Hey, what are those looks for? Nothing. Boss, please help us bring the ramen over. Mulan adjusted the table beside the hospital bed and placed the 2 bowls on it. Ito and Mitsuhashi eagerly grabbed their chopsticks, slurping away. Their expressions reflected pure delight as they savored the meal. Wow, so delicious. This is the best ramen I've ever had. Observing their astonished faces, Mulan smiled slightly, while Hiratsuka Shizuka sat in a chair, glancing between Mitsuhashi, Ito, and Mulan. Mitsuhashi, are your 2 brothers also part of the social circle? Mitsuhashi, still eating, appeared puzzled. However, he noticed his boss's affirming nod. Yes, they are also part of the social circle. Ito looked bewildered. Mitsuhashi's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, is that so? Hiratsuka Shizuka wanted to say something, but the situation made it difficult to speak, so she could only sit quietly on the side. The astute Mahashi had already sensed something amiss. He pointed his trembling chopsticks at Mulan, staring at him in disbelief. Ah, what's wrong? Just enjoy your noodles. Mulin warned with a fierce glare. Mahashi trembled, pouting in grievance, transforming his dissatisfaction into appetite, and continued slurping his noodles. Damn it, you scoundrel. Are you using my name for some nefarious deeds again? And you call us members of society? He thought to himself. Meanwhile, Itu, who was still unclear about the situation, inquired, Boss, why does she call you that? All right, brothers, it's getting late. I see you're recovering well, so Shizuka and I will take our leave now. Oh, okay, bye, boss. Thank you, and thank you, Shizuka, for treating us to ramen. With Itu and Mahashi expressing their gratitude, Mulin and Hiratsuka Shizuka departed. As they walked through the white corridors of the hospital, the silent Hiratsuka Shizuka finally broke the silence, asking, Hey, I say, you guys aren't delinquents, are you? Yeah, so what? Mulin replied candidly. Hiratsuka's expression changed, and she admonished, You little rascal, don't be a delinquent. If you're a good person, you should work hard in society. And you, as the older brother, shouldn't lead your two lovely little brothers astray. They're quite polite. It was truly unfortunate that they had accepted someone like you as their leader. Someone like me? Mulin widened his eyes. Yes. A boy with such a terrible disposition can easily corrupt them. For their sake, I advise you to associate less with them. Or better yet, set an example. Be a good-natured youth for me. Say what you will. Who is a delinquent? Who has a bad character? It's Itu and Mahashi, all right? Mulin thought bitterly. However, this time, Hiratsuka Shizuka was not inclined to dismiss the matter lightly, stating seriously, This isn't something you can just brush off. I am serious. After all, as a teacher, seeing delinquent youths always made her want to educate them, to help them reform. I'll give it a try. That dismissive attitude really unsettled me. Yes, that's enough. You've done quite enough for me, so I won't trouble you further. You can leave now. What are you saying? Since I promised to take you to the station from the beginning, I must keep my word. You should learn to be as trustworthy as I am. Which of your eyes saw me being untrustworthy? Both of them. Hey, when have I ever deceived you? Mulin said this with a face devoid of guilt. Yet, despite his words, there was an undeniable sense that he was often full of hot air. Let us go. Get in the car. I'll take you to the station. All right. Or shall I take you directly home? Hiratsuka Shizuka, intent on reforming Mulin, sought to extract his home address. But Mulin was clearly not that foolish. No need. Absolutely not. Chapter 62. Crisis of Public Opinion. Fujinazaki Private School. An ordinary school life. An ordinary classroom. Ordinary people. The long rain finally ceased. The long-awaited sunny day shone brightly in the sky. Outside the window, the cherry blossom trees, bathed in sunlight, appeared even more radiant, like young maidens in spring, casting their pink hues. As usual, Kato K lived an unremarkable Monday, unnoticed by anyone. Her gaze often drifted to the empty seat beside her. What on earth happened now? Another absence. Complaining, she boredly organized her class notes. The tedious language class had just concluded, and the hypnotized class erupted into a cacophony. Groups of 3 engaged in idle chatter, conversing, laughing, creating a lively scene. This tableau, however, was a stark contrast to Kato K's existence, resembling 2 extremes. One side was filled with vibrant, lively individuals, while the other was a colorless figure, living a life devoid of presence. But Kato K remained indifferent, or rather, accustomed to it. The only thing that felt unusual was that her deskmate was absent. At that moment, a noteworthy disturbance arose from the podium. Who is today's duty student? The voice belonged to the Life Committee member, frowning as he glanced at the duty roster on the blackboard. Mulin? Where's Mulin? He seems to be absent again. Is it possible he conveniently took a leave on the day he was assigned duty? How infuriating. A group of students clamored, blaming Mulin. The Life Committee member also wore a displeased expression. With Mulin absent, they had to cover for him. At this moment, Kato K, sitting in her seat, set down her pen, rising gracefully like a drifting cloud, and moved silently through the crowd towards the blackboard. She picked up the eraser and wiped the blackboard clean of all markings, but due to years of chalk erosion, the traces remained stubbornly etched. Furthermore, the previous duty student had also done a haphazard job. This posed no problem for Kato K. She took a nearby cloth, unfazed by the inconvenience, and went to the restroom to dampen it slightly. She then tiptoed and wiped the entire blackboard clean. After clearing away the chalk dust from the podium, everything was accomplished. Kato K dusted off her uniform and returned to her seat. When did the blackboard get so clean? The Life Committee member asked those around him. I don't know. Didn't he see it? Who did it? Could it be that Mulin? He didn't he take a leave? He did. I haven't he seen him all day? Forget it. It doesn't he matter. Speaking of Mulin, have you guys seen CatCatNet? What is CatCatNet? It's a website for cat lovers. They often discuss cat-related matters. The cat photos there are incredibly adorable. Why are you bringing this up suddenly? Haven't you seen? Someone posted 2 photos in the thread punishing cat abusers. What photos? It's a picture of someone who looks a lot like that Huaxia student, beating a cat on a rainy night. A group of students quickly took out their phones to check. It really is. That poor cat. Abused in the pouring rain. That kick was so brutal. How does it look similar? That's clearly Mulin. How infuriating. He looks harmless, yet secretly does such things. Whereas the harmlessness, he dares to challenge the teacher, is utterly disrespectful, has no friends, and acts recklessly. It's evident he is not a good person. Exactly. I didn't misjudge. I suspected him long ago. A person like that is undoubtedly wicked. Just a few days into the semester, he is taking leave, skipping classes, sleeping in class, and ignoring the teacher's guidance. It's utterly incomprehensible. He must be punished severely by the teacher. No, the teacher is utterly ineffective. Let the school punish him. We should report this to the discipline office. Yes, we must report it. Let us write a joint letter to the discipline office demanding an explanation. Expulsion. It would be best to expel this person. How dare he lay hands on such a lovely cat? He must be rotten to the core. How tragic. Why are there no relevant laws to punish such individuals? This uproar made the entire class aware of Mulin's cruelty toward cats. Naturally, it also caught Kato K's attention. Understanding the truth of the matter, she wished to explain. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not attract anyone's attention. Unbeknownst to her, under the instigation of certain individuals, all classes and students of Fujinazuki, from the 1st to the 3rd year, were now aware of Mulin's cat abuse. Furthermore, letters were sent to the Educational Administration Office, and those with more radical inclinations went to inform the teachers or the head of the administration, who then relayed the information through the student council to the school board. In short, the situation escalated uncontrollably. At that moment, in the director's office, Daisuke Murakami was handling routine matters as usual. However, upon receiving a text message on his phone, he hurriedly made his way to the principal's office. Principal, what has happened? Daisuke Murakami inquired with confusion, addressing the elderly principal who was seated and holding a letter. Mr. Murakami, you seem to be the homeroom teacher for the 1st-year class, correct? Yes. It must be quite a challenge for you. Managing the duties of the director while also being a homeroom teacher and teaching the students mathematics. I won't take up much of your time. This letter is from the students to me. After reading it, I felt the matter was quite serious, so I wanted to discuss it with you. Please take a look. Understood. Daisuke Murakami took the letter and quickly skimmed through it. His pupils contracted. The neatly written words detailed the misdeeds of a particular student, sleeping in class, defying teachers, taking leave without reason, and most grievously, abusing a cat. Is this student from your class? Yes. Such behavior is exceedingly vile. If the relevant teachers confirm this, there may be grounds for expulsion. Wait, principal, I believe there is a misunderstanding regarding the cat abuse. This Kyulin is certainly not that kind of person. So you are saying the other issues are indeed true? This problematic student is not only a concern for the faculty, but, most importantly, it adversely affects the other students in the class. Such behavior that impacts others is the most reprehensible and must be severely punished. However, just now, Teacher Tanaka came to explain some circumstances to me. He has been teaching at our school for 30 years, with more experience than I, and we must respect his wishes. Therefore, the situation has reached this point, and the principal seems to have made up his mind. Yet, Daisuke Murakami suddenly interjected. He is a candidate for the Tokyo A-class mathematics competition. Principal, please reconsider. What? The principal's eyes widened. Chapter 63, the Tokyo A-class mathematics competition. The Tokyo A-class mathematics competition encompasses all renowned universities in Tokyo. It is the largest competition to determine the mathematical capabilities of students across various campuses. Due to the attention from the Japanese government and the international community, this mathematics competition can essentially be considered a mini-international mathematics contest. It is the ultimate competition for talent selection in the realm of mathematics within Japan. Each school strives fiercely in this competition, investing tremendous resources, all for the sake of the school's reputation and the students' futures. Naturally, it also pertains to educational funding and school rankings. However, the first place in the Tokyo A-class mathematics competition has remained unchallenged from its inception to the current 7th iteration. It is an undeniable legend. That is Shushi Academy. In other fields as well, Shushi Academy stands unparalleled, consistently ranking at the forefront. It is indeed a presence that universities in Tokyo, no, nationwide, can only look up to. Upon encountering Kyulin, Daisuke Murakami was imbued with the ambition to lead Toyozaki to triumph over Shushi Academy and claim the top spot. Hence, he exerted all efforts to enroll Kyulin at Toyozaki. Now that the principal intends to expel him, how could he possibly agree to that? He possesses such mathematical talent. As the director, Daisuke Murakami still serves as a mathematics teacher due to his own formidable mathematical skills, having led students to achieve commendable results in various mathematics competitions. He possesses a keen eye for mathematical talent. Thus, the principal inquired, "Is that so?" Indeed. He is the only student I believe can excel in major mathematics competitions without special training. Regarding the Tokyo A-class mathematics competition, he might be able to. Able to what? He could potentially lead Toyozaki to dethrone Shushi Academy from its top position. What? The principal exclaimed in disbelief. Are you serious? Yes. Although his mathematical abilities have not yet fully manifested, Principal, you know my unique ability to discern mathematical geniuses with precision. If he truly can shatter Shushi Academy's undefeated legend, I would be willing to bow down to this Kyulin. You are being too dramatic, Principal. Not at all. If you truly have faith in him, let him secure the championship. At that point, Toyozaki will undoubtedly soar to new heights. I would have no qualms about bowing to him hundreds of times. However, I still have my doubts. After all, Shushi Academy is a gathering of prodigies, and elite schools often produce extraordinary talents. Well, I cannot be certain either. But at the very least, there is an opportunity. All right, since you say so, let us discuss the punishment for this student with others. However, what? This student is indeed a severe problem student. He is quite peculiar. Regarding the Tokyo A-class mathematics competition, if he lacks sufficient motivation to participate, no matter how we persuade him, he will not join. He is unwilling to participate in something so crucial for his future? This is a competition that countless students aspire to join but lack the qualifications for. Because his dream is to become what? A failure. Cough, cough. In any case, he requires ample motivation, and we need to help him cultivate that motivation. It's not just about the future A-class mathematics competition. I only persuaded him to consider the exchange program with Chui University under certain conditions. It seems this student indeed has significant issues. However, regarding the exchange program, it would be better for him to focus on practicing mathematics in preparation for the A-class mathematics competition. No, on the contrary, such opportunities for exchange must be allowed. Experiencing them is beneficial. Chui University is also the top-ranked school in Chiba, and it ranks highly in Tokyo as well. Letting him broaden his horizons would be advantageous. That may be so, but many teachers wish to secure qualifications for their own students in such favorable situations. In light of this incident, I can push back against the tide to prevent his expulsion, but his eligibility for the exchange program is highly unlikely. The most serious issue in this letter, which has also attracted public attention, is the cat abuse incident. Yet, I believe Kyulin is not that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding. Principal, please do not make a hasty decision regarding the exchange program. Allow me to inquire personally. All right, that is acceptable. However, do it promptly. The entire school is awaiting our explanation. Understood. Daisuke Murakami exited the principal's office, breathing a sigh of relief. He then walked with a serious demeanor back to his classroom. At this moment, the classroom, which had been abuzz with discussions about Kyulin, fell into a profound silence the instant he stepped inside. Class had not yet begun, and all the students promptly returned to their seats. After all, it was the authority of their homeroom teacher at play. Then, under the students' subtly curious gazes, Daisuke Murakami approached Kyulin's vacant desk. Where's Kyulin? Where is he? He is on leave. I requested it for him. A light, airy voice floated from behind. I see. Daisuke Murakami responded with a hint of resignation before leaving the classroom. Upon returning to his office, he picked up his phone to make a call. Beep, beep. Hello? A lazy voice came from the other end. You rascal. You skipped school again today? Ah, yes. What's wrong? Because of you, the entire school is in chaos. Do you realize that? I do. When did you find out? Someone just informed me. Oh, so you actually have friends? I'll admit to everything else. But I did not abuse the cat. Didn't he abuse the cat? Then what about the photos on the website? Let me tell you, this matter is extremely serious. There are even complaints from members of society. That cat attacked me, so I retaliated. Do you have evidence? Is there any proof? There are photos online of you mistreating it. As for evidence, that cat is currently at my home. What? To rescue this cat has cost me quite a fortune, and I am currently undergoing therapy for psychological trauma. What a significant expenditure and what rehabilitation. In essence, Mulan provided a brief explanation. Daisuke Murakami furrowed his brow. I see. Now you must clearly explain yourself on the website to prove your innocence. Do you realize how close you were to being expelled? How was I almost expelled? Recently, you've been associating with a wealthy woman, Mulan replied somewhat defiantly. What kind of talk is that? After all the effort I put into saving you. Right now, the priority is to salvage your exchange student status. Exchange student? Mulan's tone revealed surprise, as if he had forgotten about the matter entirely. What? Have you forgotten our agreement? No, I understand now. I will strive to prove my innocence. Hurry, don't be too optimistic. Good news travels slowly while bad news spreads like wildfire. Considering the intelligence of the online crowd, they likely won't listen to my explanations regardless of how I present them. Can you, the person involved, not adopt a more positive outlook? I am optimistic. I don't really care. If it weren't for your pressure, I wouldn't bother explaining to this group of online morons. Chapter 64, Fracture. Angel's heartbeat. Mulan set his phone down, letting out a long sigh. The explanation he had just sent, accompanied by a picture of the black cat, was immediately engulfed by a torrent of vitriolic comments. Insults and near-personal attacks echoed relentlessly, akin to, "How dare you defend such a despicable cat abuser? Such baseless explanations are nothing more than a sham. You are an accomplice. Indeed, anyone who aids a cat abuser is guilty beyond measure. You merely found a random picture of a black cat and claimed it was this one? Clearly mistreated. How could it possibly look so healthy? Scoundrel. In such heavy rain. Assaulting the cat. In summary, anyone attempting to defend Mulan, even with slightly sympathetic remarks or neutral statements like "let's remain calm and wait for solid evidence before condemning," would be mercilessly ridiculed. At this moment, Mulan resembled a fugitive being hunted down by the mob on the cat-themed forum. The fervent comments from these foolish netizens did not anger him. Rather, he found it amusing. A group of individuals, standing on their self-righteous moral high ground, maliciously criticized others based solely on subjective assumptions. Mulan mused. Regardless, the disciplinary head asked him to explain, and he did. No one believed him, and he had no recourse. He shrugged it off and continued to live his life in leisurely indifference. However, in stark contrast to his carefree demeanor, Nishinami Ashoko was in tears beside him. With reddened eyes, she frantically tapped on her phone, sending messages of support for Mulan, only to be met with harsh backlash from netizens. The injustice of being deemed guilty by countless individuals left Shoko feeling utterly aggrieved. She continued to fight for Mulan, but he merely reached out to pat her head, smiling gently as he signed, "Don't waste your efforts, Shoko, it's all right." Shoko shook her head fervently, insisting, "No, this misunderstanding must be clarified. Let us work together. Someone will surely recognize our plight. All right, we've been at it for an hour. Let us take a break." Shoko shook her head. Mulan sighed, stating, "I'm hungry. It's time for dinner." This prompted her to finally set down her phone and rush into the kitchen. Her hurried figure seemed eager to prepare dinner swiftly, only to return to the internet to support Mulan. Kato K, returning home from school, did not immediately enter her own house, but instead walked into a neighbor's. "Excuse me," she said, settling at the entrance and slipping off her shoes, her petite feet sliding into slippers. Upon entering, she spotted Mulan and Nishinami Ashoko in the kitchen. "Kay, you're here." Mulan's voice carried a note of surprise, as if suddenly recalling something important. "Yes, Mulan-kun, are you really all right?" "I'm fine. Don't you know me? It's just a trivial matter. I have experienced far worse." "Worse?" Kato K tilted her head, recalling that Mulan had never faced such a severe public outcry before. "It's nothing. I genuinely don't care, so you shouldn't worry." "That's a relief." Kay sighed lightly, placing her bag on the sofa. As Mulan struggled to find words, he caught the anxious gaze of Nishinami Ashoko, who was visibly distressed, while Kay proceeded to fetch rice from the rice cooker. However, the cooker was empty. Kay froze in her tracks. "Mulan, I'm sorry." I forgot to tell Shoko that you might be joining us for dinner. Us? Dinner? Initially pleased to see that dinner was prepared and Mulin did not need to cook for himself, Kay felt a sudden pang in her heart at the mention of those 3 words. Oh no. Shoko stood up and bowed deeply. It's all right, Kay reassured her, placing the bowl and chopsticks back where she found them. Seeing Shoko still bowing, she stepped forward to help her up. It's fine, I can eat at home. Besides, it was inconsiderate of me not to inform you in advance that I would be having dinner at someone else's house, so it's my fault. Please don't mind it. With that, Kay picked up her bag, preparing to leave. But Shoko blocked her way, hastily grabbing a notebook and pen to write. Wait a moment, I'll help you make it. No need. It's not a bother. I'll just head home now. Goodbye. Kay forced a smile, navigating around Shoko and departing from Mulin's home. Mulin silently watched her retreating figure, understanding something but not pursuing her. At that moment, Shoko returned to her seat, staring blankly at the bowl of rice. A deep sense of guilt and self-blame welled up within her. If it weren't for her, Kay wouldn't be upset. She should have anticipated that Kay might be dining at Mulin's, and thus, she ought to have prepared more food. It was all her fault. After finally making a friend, it had to end like this. Moreover, her impromptu arrival seemed to have affected the relationship between Mulin and Kay. If it weren't for her, perhaps they would have enjoyed a delightful dinner together in the kitchen. Additionally, she heard that Kay cooked dinner for Mulin daily. Her sudden visit must have replaced Kay, leaving her feeling dejected. And if she hadn't intruded recklessly, Mulin wouldn't have come to the station to meet her. Wouldn't have encountered that black cat, and wouldn't be in this predicament. It was all her fault. All of it was her fault. A series of burdensome mistakes that should not have been hers to bear made her, with her angelic heart, perceive everyone but herself as innocent, deeming herself as the ultimate sinner. Plop! A warm tear fell onto the white porcelain bowl. Shoko hurriedly wiped her tears, trembling as she scribbled a message in her notebook and handed it to Mulin. I'm sorry. Mulin frowned, sensing her distress, and reached out to pat her head. Yet, she evaded his touch, believing herself unworthy of such kindness. However, Mulin firmly used his warm hand to ruffle her hair, disheveling her once neat locks. He dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a tissue and wrote in the notebook. Tell me, what did you do wrong? Why apologize? Shoko shook her head, unwilling to explain. Yet, her delicate face was firmly grasped by his warm fingers. She grimaced in pain, gazing at Mulin with a look of profound grievance. The other party gestured, forget it, let's eat. In any case, do not overthink. This matter is due to me. I forgot to ask Hui if she wanted to dine at my place. Nishinamiya Shoko gently nodded, her expression somber as she took bites of her meal. At that moment, a pair of chopsticks placed a piece of meat into her bowl. She looked up in confusion, only to see Mulin signing. Why only eat rice? Have some vegetables too. This was the first time she had been served vegetables by Mulin. Under normal circumstances, Nishinamiya Shoko would have been overjoyed. Yet now, her sensitive heart perceived that he was trying to comfort her. Feeling guilty, she found that Mulin's gesture only deepened her sense of inner wrongdoing. She forced a smile, nodding, and responded in a peculiar voice, thank you. Chapter 65. Hashijo Junichi Kong, Shui Fu Instant Noodles. A lifelong rival. Tokyo. The Old Forest Agency. This was an unremarkable office with little reputation and almost no clientele. The members were slackers in their work and layabouts in life. Truly a bunch of good-for-nothings. Much like their boss. However, that was not the entirety of the truth. Rarely, the entire agency gathered today, sharing inexpensive Kong, Shui Fu instant noodles. What the hell is this foul taste? Hashijo Junichi nearly retched. The flavor in his mouth resembled noodles fried in half-month-old gutter oil. He cast a dissatisfied glance at his sweet-looking, somewhat airhead younger sister, Hashijo Miko. Where did you buy this instant noodle? I bought it at the grocery store called Marinisuk in the old district. Junichi dropped the fork he was holding, eyes wide in shock. What? Marinisuk? ISNT that the store that frequently sold expired goods and got shut down. How is it open again? I don't know, Miko replied weakly. Damn it. So that old man has someone backing him? I need to think of a way to report this harmful grocery store. But the old man told me that this Kong Shui Fu is their store's new treasure, exceptionally precious. And since he thought I looked pretty, he gave it to me at the lowest price, so You just bought it. Yes, you were deceived. Does that mean I'm not pretty? That's not the point. Junichi rubbed his aching temples. Forget it. That damned Marinisuk grocery store. I will remember this grudge. Just wait for my furious revenge. Brother. I think you should worry about yourself more, Miko suggested. Huh. I messed up the task for Mulan, and we are doomed. TCH. My sister. You're older than him by a year. Why do you call him brother? Discussing age will only provoke my anger. You're angry? I haven't even settled accounts with you for this Kong, Shui Fu, instant noodle you bought. I. Humph. As for your claim that we are doomed? What a joke. Working for that scoundrel for free. If we don't run away, he should consider himself fortunate. Bang. The office door was kicked open. The sudden intrusion startled Hashijo Junichi. Meanwhile, Miko, who had been naturally airhead, suddenly focused her purple eyes and, upon recognizing the person at the door, reverted to her adorable self, bouncing over. Hee. Mulan, you're here. Mulan patted her head, and her pretty face flushed as she squinted her crescent-shaped eyes in delight. Boss Mulan, you've arrived. The previously arrogant Hashijo Junichi instantly transformed into a coward. Mulan cast a cool glance at him, walking over to the desk and comfortably sitting down, resting his legs on the table with a rather arrogant demeanor. Miko gazed at him with starry eyes, adoringly pouring him a cup of hot tea. Here you go. Thank you. Hee. Ignoring the delighted Miko, Mulan turned his attention to the cowering Junichi nearby. I was just standing at the door for a while. What? Hashijo Junichi gasped in terror. Did the boss hear what I just said? Unfortunately, I didn't catch it all. Phew. Hashijo Junichi breathed a sigh of relief. But it seems you have an issue with me? Not at all, boss. My respect for you flows like the endless Yangtze River, surging and uncontrollable. How could I possibly have an issue with you? Is that so? Absolutely. Definitely. Well then, whatever I ask you to do, you will do it, right? Of course. Eat that bucket of delicious instant noodles on the table. Huh. Hashijo Junichi's eyes widened. He glanced at the so-called delicious instant noodles. Just moments ago, he had vowed never to touch such trash again. Now, recalling the flavor, his stomach churned. What? This is the instant noodles your sister bought for you, Miko exclaimed, her eyes wide, thinking, so Boss Mulan did this for me. How delightful. Hashijo Junichi's face contorted as he reluctantly approached the table, cradling the greasy Kong, Shui Fu instant noodles that made him want to vomit. After a long internal struggle, he took a deep breath and, pinching his nose, began to eat. Ugh. The agony of eating was unbearable. His forehead throbbed with veins, and his face turned as red as a boiled crab. Soon he finished. Hashijo Junichi exhaled a breath of foul air, suppressing the turmoil within his stomach, and said, I'm done. As for the erroneous information you provided about the Nanyun group, I want to pursue it further. Thank you, boss. Now, I'll give you a chance to atone. Boss, please tell me. Help me find out who this person is. Mulan placed his phone on the table. Miko, acting like a secretary, picked it up and handed it to her brother. Hashijo Junichi glanced at it. It was indeed the person who had sent photos of Mulan abusing cats online. This is simple. Leave it to me. Just don't mess it up again. Otherwise, Miko, you should still be able to find this instant noodle, right? As long as it's Boss Mulan's request. I will definitely find it. Miko's unwavering voice made her brother shudder. Hashijo Junichi looked at his sister with limbs akimbo, helping that wild man against her own brother, filled with anguish. Sis, listen to me. Don't go to Marinosuk grocery store anymore. Mulan, what do you say? Go if you wish. Mulan ruffled her hair, exuding a brotherly vibe. Hee. Then I'll listen to Boss Mulan. Whose sister are you? Hashijo Junichi shouted. Though we have no blood relation, Boss Mulan will always be my brother. Uft. With such a sweet and contrasting demeanor, Miko's affection for Mulan was evident, and he cherished her deeply. Miko, let us go? I'll treat you to barbecue. I want to eat too. Please, boss. Treat me. What do you want? Didn't you just eat instant noodles? This. Full and satisfied. Shouldn't you hurry to get to work? If you mess this up again, watch out for my fists. Woo, sis. Quickly say something for me. Mulan, should I say something for my brother? No need. This unreliable man. Try to avoid him as much as possible. Can I run away from home and live with Boss Mulan? Cough. Well, let us skip that. Oh, Hashijo Miko looked disappointed as she left the agency with Mulan. Lonely elder Ryuichi Kitaho gazed longingly at the retreating figures of the two individuals. Finally, unable to withstand the turmoil churning within his stomach, he dashed into the restroom, succumbing to a fit of vomiting. Chapter 66. Kitaho Shinko, clad in a black shirt and a gray plaid skirt, possessed a slightly chubby, oval face and a tall, delicate frame. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist, while her striking purple eyes, accentuated by long eyelashes, drew the most attention. She was a sophomore at Tokyo's prestigious Shushi Academy, a dark horse who had triumphed over several heirs of renowned karate families to become the head of the karate club. Just a month prior, she had claimed the women's championship at the National University Karate Championships, solidifying Shushi Academy's dominance in the competition. Yet, despite her esteemed titles, prestigious university student, club leader, and karate champion, Shinko now trailed behind a boy younger than herself, akin to an adoring fan. "I watched you during the karate tournament a month ago. You've grown significantly stronger," she exclaimed. "Hee, all thanks to your guidance, McCurran. No, it's your exceptional talent that shines through." Even McCurran marveled at Shinko's martial prowess, attesting to her extraordinary gifts. "Being praised by McCurran makes me so happy. How have you been lately?" "Not too bad, just a bit bored." "Is that so? That won't last long." Eating barbecue with McCurran will definitely be fun." "That is not what I meant." No sooner had she spoken than the two encountered an unwelcome reception in a narrow alley in Tokyo. 5 ruffians with flamboyant hairstyles and gaudy attire surrounded them, grinning mischievously. "Hey, the bespectacled girl is quite a catch," one of them jeered. "Hey, kid, we're a bit short on cash lately. Could you lend us some money?" "Of course. We won't take your money without a reason. Consider it a protection fee. This way, your little girlfriend won't come to any harm." "Huh? A little girlfriend?" Shinko's cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced at McCurran, quickly reaching for her cute wallet, ready to comply. "Shinko, what are you doing?" McCurran said, exasperated. "I'm giving them money. Have you forgotten what I taught you?" "But they said I'm your—" Before she could finish, a hand lunged forward, aiming to snatch Shinko's wallet, only for her to instinctively evade the attempt. "What are you two chattering about? Are you lending us the money or not?" I don't know." Shinko hesitated momentarily. "Are you playing us for fools, girl? You're asking for trouble. This is your last warning. If you don't lend us money, don't blame us for being rude." "McCurran, what should we do?" Shinko looked at McCurran in panic. He patted her head reassuringly. "You handle it." But they said I'm your—" Truth be told, Shinko lacked the desire to fight. However, the 5 thugs clearly had no intention of granting her that luxury. One stepped forward, ruthlessly delivering a slap. Shinko's large, adorable eyes widened as she took a slight step back, narrowly avoiding the blow. The force of the hand stirred her long hair, showcasing its intensity. "You dare to slap me?" she said, disbelief etched across her face. "You going to give us the money or not? If not, it won't just be a slap. You really think you can slap me? That's unforgivable." In front of McCurran. "You dare to humiliate me? I will never forgive this." The previously innocent Shinko's demeanor shifted dramatically. Her radiant purple eyes sparked with intensity, startling the 5 ruffians into retreating a step. Then, she removed her large round glasses, instantly transforming from a cute girl into an alluring, sophisticated figure. Her bangs flowed gracefully, and her purple eyes, unobscured by glasses, appeared mesmerizing and captivating. "McCurran, help me with my glasses." Her voice, once soft, now radiated confidence. "Just don't kill them." "I know." At that moment, the enraged thugs could no longer contain themselves. "What? You 2 arrogant fools. What ridiculous things are you saying?" they shouted. "It's laughable. If you want to lend us money, then prepare to die." The 5 ruffians charged forward menacingly. Yet, in a flash, Shinko moved with such speed that she left only an afterimage. With grace and swiftness, she unleashed a series of precise strikes. Bang, 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 bang. A flurry of punches and kicks rendered the 5 thugs unconscious, sprawled on the ground. With her hair flowing elegantly, she stood tall, her purple eyes shining brilliantly in the dim light. Taking a breath, Shinko smiled. "Hee, McCurran, I took them down. Impressive. Seeing it firsthand. It's clear you've truly grown stronger." Being praised again made her beam with joy. "Here, your glasses." Thank you." Putting her glasses back on, Shinko returned to her original, adorably oblivious self. The two departed the alley, heading toward the nearest barbecue restaurant. Soon, guided by the staff, they took their seats and were served aromatic beef. Shinko, who hadn't eaten yet, was tantalized. "McCurran." "Yes? School just started. Are you doing well?" "Not too bad." "Is there any trouble?" "McCurran, you know my grades. Regardless of your math scores or martial arts skills, you'll surely be specially recruited. When that time comes, you'll be the karate club leader, and I'll be the deputy. We'll dominate not just the university tournaments, but even the international ones. But I've already been specially recruited by Toyozaki. Ugh, I want to drop out." "Hey, don't be impulsive. Why would you want to transfer to Toyozaki? You're doing well at such a good school. Don't act recklessly. Oh, by the way, have you made any friends at school? I think so. As they reminisced over barbecue, their joyful time soon reached its end. Shinko gazed longingly at McCurran's departing figure, waiting until he completely vanished before heading to her office. Loneliness enveloped her, a stark contrast to the solitude of her dim office. Ryuichi Kitaho, like a resentful spouse, clicked away at his mouse and pounded on his keyboard. The computer screen was filled with a whirlwind of codes. Occasionally, he would place calls to odd individuals, leveraging his connections to investigate certain matters. Wah! I'm working alone while the boss, that bastard, is out with my sister eating barbecue. That devil of a boss. My sister, the traitor. I'm going to draw a circle and curse you both. He lamented. Suddenly, the office door swung open. Ryuichi, startled like a farmer bitten by a snake, jumped and looked apprehensively at the entrance. In walked Kitaho Shinko, carrying a large bag of fragrant barbecue. Brother, I'm back. Where's McCurran? He left. What? That bastard left just like that? He must have seen this coming. I had my whole revenge plan prepared. Seeing her brother's ridiculous demeanor, Shinko rolled her eyes. At that moment, the enticing aroma wafted into Ryuichi's nostrils, and he instinctively swallowed. Sister, what do you have there? It's the barbecue McCurran told me to bring you. Hee. McCurran is so nice. What? Barbecue for me? Really? Really? Wah. Boss. I love you. Sister. I love you too. In a surprising display of agility, Hoju Junichi leapt over the desk to snatch a bag of grilled meat. Tearing it open and indulging himself with an insatiable hunger reminiscent of a beggar who has been starved for 2.5 years, gratefully exclaiming, delicious. Absolutely divine. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for this delightful meat. Just moments earlier, he had been cursing Mulin like a scorned lover. Yet now tears of joy streamed down his face as he praised Mulin while savoring several mouthfuls of the grilled delicacy. Chapter 67. Kasumi no Okayuta. A distasteful individual pollutes my vision. The night sky was adorned with a myriad of stars, while the neon lights flickered like fireflies amidst the bustling streets of Tokyo, where the cacophony of car horns reverberated. Inside the Fushikawa Library, in the office of Machida & Co., 2 cups of rich, aromatic coffee graced the table. This coffee, a traditional blend of Italian espresso, chocolate syrup, whipped cream, and milk, bore a slightly bitter, yet subtly sweet flavor. Machida & Co. was intently scrolling through the revised version of Romantic Metronome on her computer, while across from her, Kasumi no Okayuta sat with her arms crossed, restlessly shaking her long legs, her elegant princess shoes tapping incessantly against the floor. At this moment, her heart was a tumult of emotions. On one hand, there was her future at stake, intertwined with her aspirations of becoming a light novel author. She yearned for Machida's approval, hoping she would be persuaded to advocate for a continuation of her work. Yet, on the other hand, the loathsome nature of a certain young man stirred within her such animosity that she found herself dismissing her own dreams, wishing for Machida to reject her revised version solely to demonstrate the absurdity of his misguided suggestions. She longed to confront him, sarcastically proclaiming, "Oh, how curious. Just moments ago, you looked at me with disdain, and now you present me with a manuscript filled with useless revisions, expecting me to follow your lead. And what was the outcome? The editor still disapproved. How can a self-important fool like you dare to instruct me? You resemble a frog croaking at passers-by." However, she was painfully aware that he would retort, "My suggestions merely provide a general direction. Whether you secure an opportunity for continuation depends entirely on your own efforts and talent. If you still lack that chance, it only reflects your shortcomings, not mine." She felt utterly powerless, no matter her efforts, to humiliate the very person who plagued her thoughts day and night, a pestering frog, akin to a bug tormenting her psyche. As she stirred her coffee with gritted teeth, Kasumi no Okayuta muttered under her breath, What? Machida & Co. glanced up, puzzled. "Oh, it's nothing. Have you finished reviewing it?" "Yes, I have," replied Machida & Co. with a slight smile, her eyes reflecting approval. This caused Kasumi's heart to skip a beat. "And what do you think?" "Quite promising. Based on this new outline and storyline, this book possesses the potential to become a bestseller. I will endeavor to negotiate with the company for an opportunity to continue with the second volume, and the revised version of the first volume will be published thereafter." Although Machida & Co. spoke of negotiating for a sequel, her esteemed position within the editorial team made it clear that the chance for Kasumi to continue was nearly assured. Yet, The exuberance one might expect to see on Kasumi's face was conspicuously absent. The spoon stirring her coffee did not fall in surprise at the good news. Rather, it clashed violently against the cup, creating a cacophony of sound. Isn't it a joyous occasion to have changed through hard work and gained recognition from the company, allowing you to pursue your dreams? Machida Enko inquired, her brow furrowed. No, I am very pleased. Kasumi replied flatly. At least, it does not appear so. Since when did you become a comedian? This is no joke. Well, it seems I sense something deeper here. Speak, who has been assisting you? This revised first volume astonished me, but as your editor, I cannot overlook that the plot and writing style differ significantly from your previous works. I cannot discern if someone else helped with the revisions, but it feels as though you have been enlightened by a sage. Please do not mention being enlightened by a sage. It infuriates me. Kasumi's chest heaved with indignation, her long legs trembling with agitation. What has made you so irate? Everything is infuriating. Machida Enko covered her mouth and chuckled. Where has that calm, icy rose of a Yuta gone? Why are you so easily angered now? Recently, a repugnant person, akin to a stalker, has polluted my vision. Is this stalker the one who guided your revisions? Not guidance. That is not guidance at all. This is entirely my own work. Oh, it sounds akin to the rebellious emotions of a teenage girl who resents being cared for by her father. Enko, your ability to provoke is seemingly growing stronger. Auntie. Who is this auntie? Hee. Yuta, I seem to have misheard. Who is this auntie? Kasumi's lips moved, poised to speak. Based on your sudden attitude shift and lack of decorum, I may need to reconsider your request for a continuation. Machida Enko's expression darkened ominously. Reconsider. Go ahead. It's best if you do not permit me to continue. Seeing Kasumi no Oka Yuta wallowing in despair, Machida Enko was rendered speechless. What? Were you merely trying to frighten me? Editor, do not allow me to lose respect for you. Display the authoritative prowess you just wielded to intimidate me. Yuta, calm down. I am perfectly calm. Well, I shall not press further. In any case, this revised novel has achieved resounding success. And you have stated it is due to your own revisions. The plot outline, story arc, character traits, and motivations are almost akin to an entirely different novel. Achieving such a degree of alteration requires immense effort and thought. Do not succumb to despair. I am not in despair at all. In any case, this is the fruit of your labor, deserving of celebration. Indeed, Kasumi no Oka Yuta's demeanor softened slightly. I am more curious about your mindset in daring to confront our disapproval and stubbornly revising this novel. Were you not afraid that we would still reject you? The consequences of this endeavor extend beyond mere futility. It could inflict a greater blow to your psyche and impact your future prospects. Do you recall when I advised you to abandon this pursuit and instead immerse yourself in best-selling works to elevate your skills? Kasumi fell into silence. Initially, she had heeded Machida Enko's advice and had long since given up. At that time, she had been so despondent that sleep eluded her, and she lacked the motivation to engage in any activity. Until that fateful rain on the rooftop and the unforgettable image of herself disheveled beneath the umbrella. The delectable fried noodle bread and cola, and the haunting memory of that insufferable man declaring, "If you do not continue writing, you will perish." Is it really that dramatic? Who is this person? Do you have any cola there? I feel like having some. Did you not profess a love for coffee? Now, I prefer cola. Very well, I shall fetch it for you. Thank you. Chapter 68. I, who am spurned by the world. Am quite delighted those piercing gazes that seemed as though they would induce nausea were utterly chilling. Any individual with a modicum of sensitivity would find themselves utterly mortified. Yet, for Mulin, these past few days have been particularly serene. This is his comfort zone. Indeed, to be scorned by all, to be the subject of incessant gossip, to be berated and condemned by the entire world. This is Mulin's sanctuary. He strides with an unusually buoyant step on his way to school, glancing past the classmates who gaze upon him. Internally, he muses, the scorned pariah, cast aside by society, exists in a state of solitary clarity amidst the chaos of the world. Once abandoned, he still extends a hand to others, yet now, he merely wishes to remain an inconsequential wastrel. This is a form of salvation. Mulin's wild thoughts were abruptly tethered by a delicate voice. Mulin-kun, do you truly not care? Not at all. In fact, I find a peculiar joy in it, he replied. However, he harbored an unsettling feeling that justice might strike at any moment. Ordinary folks are manageable, but the law is another matter. Fear not, for shadows do not fear the light. Huh. Oh, I misspoke. Regardless, it matters not. Just don't worry, Kay. All right. But you've been neglecting to prepare dinner for me lately, she replied. Let Shoko handle it. She mentioned she wouldn't mind if you cooked in the future. No need. Kay gently shook her head. Though her expression remained stoic, her heart was tumultuous. It was undeniable that Nishimiya Shoko's unexpected intrusion had disrupted her rhythm with Mulin. It would be false to claim she was unbothered. Yet, beneath that frustration lay a deeper sense of joy. The joy of forging new friendships, and of coexisting with someone as gentle as Shoko. There was also an inexplicable emotion regarding Shoko's boldness in pursuing a connection with Mulin, something she herself yearned for, whether it be jealousy or envy. It was akin to the moral obligation of a healthy individual yielding to a person with disabilities. She dared not compete, nor could she bring herself to do so. She possessed a sound body and could certainly forge her own path, while Shoko, in a rational sense, required Mulin's unwavering companionship far more. Yet, could she truly survive without him? This thought compelled Kay to glance at Mulin. His profile, not conventionally handsome, seemed to possess a certain allure, drawing her closer, compelling her to cast aside her shyness and offer a kiss, to embrace him, to feel his warmth and breath. This bordered on an unhealthy obsession. Kay wished to dismiss such thoughts, yet they clung to her. She envisioned a day when they might part ways, drifting into the void of anonymity, leaving her to navigate this world alone. Before she could fully process this notion, her heart raced, and her throat tightened as if choked by an unseen force. The echoes of despair rang in her mind. She would be utterly devastated. This was the truth. At this juncture, she couldn't help but wonder if Nishimiya Shoko harbored similar sentiments. In dramas, films, and novels, the theme of regrettable first love, overshadowed by self-doubt and missed opportunities, is ubiquitous. Yet, somehow, her own experience of first love, past, present, and future, foretold a fate from which she sensed she could never escape. Should she truly miss this seemingly fated love, she would descend into madness. She would scream, weep, and retreat to a secluded corner of the world, dreaming of embracing him, and then vanish from existence. These musings were a continuation of her restless night. Unconsciously, her once blank expression now bore a peculiar intensity, her eyes shimmering more brightly than before. She yearned to silence her thoughts, but the self-destructive tendencies of human nature relentlessly pushed her in that direction. At that moment, a voice, akin to a morning star, interrupted her reverie. Kay, I would like you to look after Shoko. While I believe she can manage on her own, as her friend, it is your responsibility to care for her. Furthermore, I foresee you both becoming the best of friends in the future. Then why, indeed? I have not embraced my role as a complete wastrel. Why the sudden declaration? Kay retorted, her frustration bubbling to the surface. Just moments ago, she had been engulfed in sorrow, and now she felt an urge to deliver a swift punch to this suddenly insufferable man. Bam! Kay's petite fist landed on his shoulder. What was that for? Mulin asked, bemused. Is that truly your aspiration, to be a wastrel? What are you talking about? I mean, it feels like you're thinking in entirely the wrong direction. Do you not remember? I chose this path to escape the pursuit of love, a solitary existence, free yet devoid of worries. But your actions throughout your life contradict this desire. I cannot bear to witness you pitifully confront the world's hardships. My cursed benevolence. I should leave you be, living a carefree life alone, with no one to care if I perish. Of course, Mulin did not dare to express such thoughts openly. Under the watchful gaze of Kay, who bore an adorably expressionless visage, he felt compelled to hold back. In any case, let us cease pondering these chaotic matters. Once I ascertain a particular truth, we may revisit this. And what truth might that be? A prophetic revelation from a mystic concerning my life. You still believe in such nonsense? You certainly don't seem the type, Kay remarked sarcastically. Some things truly cannot be ignored. Well, let us wait then. No matter how long it takes. Kay's gaze drifted to the horizon, her heavy footsteps transforming into a light-hearted rhythm. With her hands clasped behind her back, she playfully stepped forward, adorned in her charming school uniform. A pristine white doll collar, a deep blue long-sleeved autumn blouse, and a short skirt that accentuated her youthful, fair legs clad in knee-high socks. To others, she might seem inconsequential, yet to Mulin, she resembled a sprite, instilling confidence in his future. That delightful silhouette marched onward along the seemingly endless road, steadfast in the belief of their shared destiny. Eagerly anticipating, she pressed forward, step after step, only to suddenly halt. Hey, why are you walking so slowly? It's you who suddenly sped ahead. Chapter 69. I want to be Mu Lin's pet. As usual, I stood before the mirror during my morning routine. The reflection that stared back at me was unchanged since my birth, lacking eyes, a nose, a face. A monstrous visage so terrifying, yet I have lived an unremarkable life, unnoticed by anyone. It is peculiar, yet I feel a thrill. For this very reason, I can perfectly conceal my true self. Indeed, I am the archetype of a wolf in sheep's clothing, appearing proper and unremarkable, while harboring the most unsavory desires. I am enamored with women, captivated by lawless, enthralled by mature women. Most of all, I yearn for married women. I have longed and pined for this. Finally, one day, I seized upon a woman's secret. Yet, I wished to play the part of a gentleman, to orchestrate a little mischief. However, this woman is exceptionally astute and has not been deceived by my pretense. Much like Sherlock Holmes, she possesses an almost detective-like intuition, penetrating the depths of my soul. This incited a profound sense of anger and humiliation within me, compounded by the recent rumors that made it seem impossible for me to maintain my facade of a good person. Thus, I resolved to throw caution to the wind. I would use her vulnerabilities to coerce her into eloping with me to some distant corner of the world. I intended to dominate and humiliate her, transforming her into my obedient pet. Ah, this woman is strikingly beautiful, a rare golden-haired, twin-tailed, proud little girl. Her name is Izumi. In a spacious Western-style bedroom, the lavishly patterned bedding was thrown aside, revealing her disheveled golden locks as she emerged. Holding her head in fear, she cried out, haunted by the recent nightmare. Her petite frame trembling incessantly. In the past, such inspirations would have thrilled her, prompting her to rush to her studio to create. Now, as the protagonist of a nightmare, she was engulfed in an endless abyss of fear. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. I, Izumi, am destined to belong to someone else. Woe is me. That detestable Kyulin. You vile man. May you meet a terrible end. Izumi rolled around on the bed in despair, and in a moment of carelessness, bang, she tumbled to the floor, crying out in pain as she rubbed her aching back, exposing her tiger teeth in a grimace. Just then, the door swung open. A woman entered, dressed in a red and white striped kimono, holding a fan. Her long, silky black hair cascaded down, and she exuded a youthful beauty imbued with an inexplicable allure. This was Izumi's mother, Sayuri. With a worried expression, she inquired, Izumi, did you have another nightmare? Lately, something had been troubling her precious daughter, resulting in frequent nightmares, which caused her great concern. Oh dear, could it be an illness? No way. What could possibly be happening? Izumi sobbed helplessly on the floor. Sayuri, filled with maternal compassion, approached and gently stroked her head. Tell me about it. Perhaps your father and I can help you find a solution. It's as if the plot of a manga is unfolding in my life. What manga plot? The kind that I draw. Sayuri's eyes widened in shock, covering her mouth with her fan. As a fujoshi, her mind began to conjure bizarre scenarios, imaginatively replacing the female protagonist with Izumi. Unbeknownst to her, her cheeks flushed slightly, enhancing her mature beauty. In a moment of madness, she felt a surge of excitement within. Mama? Izumi looked at Sayuri in confusion. Oh, it's nothing. What do you mean nothing? Cough, cough. This is far too serious. Please tell me, who is the male protagonist of the story? I must help you deal with him. Kyulin. That scoundrel from Class 1, Toyazaki. He has a heart of a beast. Wait, isn't he the one who mistreats cats? Yes. He intends to use this as leverage against me. He knows I am Izumi, and he wants to threaten me. Oh no. Mama, please save me. Is that so? Sayuri appeared conflicted, sensing that the situation was more complicated than it seemed. Izumi. Yes? You weren't just having a nightmare about that, were you? Indeed. Perhaps dreams and reality are opposites. Impossible. It's absolutely true. That Kyulin is definitely a hypocrite. Then why didn't he act days ago? It's because his true nature was revealed, and he thought to take us both down. I see. Sayuri clapped her hands. But I have another approach. What approach? Let us make a deal with him. Izumi's eyes widened in disbelief. You're not suggesting that you'd offer your body to protect me, are you? Perhaps he would say to me, Madam, you wouldn't want your daughter's reputation ruined by drawing inappropriate material, would you? This may sound like a jest, but Izumi, your mother's cheeks are flushing. Mother, are you truly considering this? Smack. The sound of the fan striking Izumi's head made her cry out in protest. How could this be? Sayuri's expression grew serious. Some information online can be misleading. What one perceives may not be the truth. Although there are photos, we cannot fully trust them. For now, let us consider Kyulin to be that wretched person who mistreats cats, and we will use this as a basis for negotiation. What conditions? What will we trade? Sayuri looked at her innocent, naive daughter with a sigh. Let us allow you to continue living happily with your English skills. You don't need to take on your father's work. So, in exchange for covering up his mistreatment of cats, he must keep your secret? Isn't that too much? Do you wish to become someone else? Izumi felt a pang of guilt. To shield her reputation by concealing another's malfeasance was truly disheartening. All right, you will discuss the terms with him at school. Remember, you must be very assertive. Assertive? No problem. I'll scare him into submission. Izumi declared confidently. It's getting late. You must go to school. Oh, but what if he doesn't uphold the agreement? If he fails to comply, it will be even easier. Sayuri closed her fan with a slight smile. For some reason, despite her usual demeanor, there was an unsettling chill in her smile that sent shivers down Izumi's spine. Chapter 70. Izumi, excel in mathematics. Life. I have lost count of how many times I have pondered this existence. Kyulin lounged in his chair, gazing out the window at the scenery. The rainy season heralds the end of summer, and the cherry blossoms outside are withering, their leaves turning a sickly yellow. Soon, the pink blossoms will vanish entirely, leaving only the green behind. Before long, that green will succumb to the desolate yellow of decay. A brisk autumn breeze swept through, evoking a melancholic reflection on the past and future. Yet, in recent days, Kyulin felt an unusual elation. A sense of unfettered joy filled his heart. As he was perceived as a villain, something that would typically induce shame in any normal person. However, for others, it was quite the opposite. Since he had already been labeled a villain, any misdeeds he committed would not burden him with guilt. Instead, they became a natural part of his existence. If the world harbored malice towards him, why should he not reciprocate with cruelty? History is replete with individuals of heinous deeds, perhaps driven by a similar mindset, leading them to become notorious criminals. Kyulin, in all honesty, is not dissimilar to them. He merely undertakes actions deemed egregious by society for what he perceives as good, thus earning the title of sinner in the eyes of others. Yet, this sinner remains unconcerned, finding joy in the efficiency gained from being viewed as a transgressor. Much like every nation, particularly in ancient times, where emperors stood in the light to comfort their people, while one or two individuals lurked in darkness, wielding terrifying authority over others. Ignorant souls should consider themselves fortunate that, in truth, Kyulin is not an evil person. With a gaze both tranquil and weathered, I cast my eyes upon the hills that embrace the horizon. Unbeknownst to me, my thoughts drifted far away once more. Taking a deep breath, I lamented the nature of life, only to interrupt my reverie and focus on the present. Suddenly, I felt encircled by scornful glances. How dare he show his face at school? Truly despicable, devoid of any sense of shame. Indeed, not a trace of remorse could be seen upon his visage. Such a person deserves severe punishment. Why has the school not yet issued a reprimand for him? Who will teach this individual a lesson? A cacophony of chatter erupted among the onlookers. At that moment, a nearby desk was shifted, aligning itself next to mine. Kato took a seat beside me, offering no words but silently shielding me from the prying eyes of others. There is truly no need for this. No, I feel more at ease this way. All right then, by the way, how do we solve this math problem? Kay attempted to divert my attention through this inquiry. However, as we sat closely, engrossed in our mathematical discourse, a commotion erupted at the back door of the classroom, heralding the arrival of someone. In strode Inariri, exuding an air of confidence. With a fierce countenance, she pointed at a passerby and commanded, "You, go fetch Mukurin." The passerby was taken aback. What business could Inariri possibly have with me? Could she be the late-coming harbinger of justice, here to confront that scoundrel? How impressive. With her stature, she should be able to do so, right? Excellent. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the passerby nodded and approached me with an indifferent expression, stating, "Hey, Inariri is looking for you. What does she want with me?" I replied, my tone impatient. "I'm not going." The passerby, flustered, turned back to the door where Inariri stood, unsure of how to proceed. The classroom, now hushed by the curiosity of onlookers, made our conversation audible to all. Inariri heard it too. With gritted teeth, she entered the classroom and declared, I said, hurry up and come with me. Why must I go with you? What's the matter? It's just that there's something extremely important. Come with me now, or I want to speak to you again. Inariri spoke with newfound confidence, as if she were certain I had no choice but to comply. Yet, while she was well aware of her intentions, I, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered. Did this golden-haired girl intend to drag me out for some torment? With her penchant for drawing inappropriate comics and her enjoyment in tormenting others, could she be a bit unhinged? Thankfully, she was rather cute. Then perhaps you should just leave me be, I replied. Humph. You will come with me, whether you like it or not. Wait, what did you just say? What did you think I said? You must come with me. On what grounds? On the grounds that I said so. Now hurry. Inariri grasped my arm, attempting to pull me out. However, despite her exertions, even with her weight leaning back, she could not budge me, steadfast as a mountain. With a sigh that hinted at amusement, I remarked, it wouldn't be impossible for me to accompany you. Then hurry up, but on one condition. What condition? Help me solve a math problem. Huh. Inariri was taken aback. Kay, who had been observing the exchange, was equally astonished. Kay, let her explain the problem to you. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Kay expressed her concern. Just then, Inariri gasped, when did someone sit here? She looked at Kay as though she had seen a ghost, causing Kay's expression to grow even more placid as she nodded. Well, let her explain the math problem to me. Recovering from her shock, Inariri found herself in a predicament. Why must I explain math problems to others? My math skills aren't that bad, right? I provoked her casually. Who has poor math skills? If everyone in the world fails, I certainly won tea. Inariri's twin tails stood on end in indignation. Oh, then you can surely explain this math problem to Kay, right? Of course. She huffed. Yet internally, she was in a frenzy. Oh no. This math problem better not be too difficult. She fervently hoped as I stood up and took her seat, pen in hand, staring at the math problem. Have we learned this? Inariri's face turned pale. Of course. You mean, your class is progressing this slowly? What do you mean slowly? I've learned this. Oh, you've actually learned it? Kay exclaimed, her surprise unnoticed by Inariri, who was now grimacing, biting her pen, utterly perplexed by the problem. She couldn't even figure out how to draft a rough solution, let alone understand the question itself. After much incoherent muttering, as despair loomed and her complexion faded, Kay, like a beacon of hope, interjected, actually, we haven't covered this topic in our class yet. Then why was he secretly using a different problem? I was asking about this one. Kay casually flipped through the exercise book to point out the correct problem. Instantly, Inariri, face contorted in fury, turned to me, resembling an enraged golden retriever, and exclaimed, You despicable scoundrel. How dare you deceive me? All right then, let us see if you can solve this problem. I shrugged, no longer teasing her. But as Inariri began working on the problem, her previously cheerful expression waned. Her hand trembled as she gripped the pen. In my eyes, this petite golden-haired figure appeared helpless and pitiful. Chapter 71. Mukurin. I have two enemies. Brothers, beware. What a disgrace. The first math problem eludes me. Having been switched to another problem, I still can't solve it. At this moment, Inariri wished she could adhere to tradition and commit seppuku. Thankfully, what was that kind-hearted girl's name again? Never mind. It's irrelevant. That benevolent classmate provided me an escape route. Otherwise, my reputation would have been tarnished before my true identity was revealed. How infuriating. The root cause of all this is the man behind me. I glared at him, hoping my steely golden retriever gaze would pierce him through and through. What? Be careful when I return. No. Then hurry. Okay. I understand. The once defiant Inariri had lost all her bravado, resembling a timid little creature as she led me to the deserted rooftop. Oh wait, there is someone there. Upon hearing the creak of the rooftop door, Kori Shikibu, preoccupied with pondering the outline of the Love Metronome Volume 2, looked up at the newcomer. Upon spotting me, her expression turned cold. Someone's here, the golden-haired girl exclaimed, hastily departing the rooftop and ushering me into the stairwell of the small building on the rooftop for a conversation. Unbeknownst to Inariri, after closing the rooftop door, the seemingly aloof and enviably attractive school belle, Fuyazaki, stealthily crept to the door, eavesdropping. Speak, what is it? I glanced at the rooftop door, indifferent. I'll be straightforward. We're here for a deal. What kind of deal? It's not some sort of illicit transaction, is it? Who would engage in such sordid transactions with you? Yet, why does this golden retriever pervert incessantly contemplate tormenting me? I concede that I possess considerable charm. But surely it does not warrant such obsession. What nonsense are you spouting here? You, impolite and narcissistic black-haired dog. Who are you insulting? And who, pray tell? Are you disparaging? I referred to you as a golden retriever, not a golden retriever dog. It seems you are the one lacking in manners. Huh? Is not a golden retriever simply a golden retriever dog? Enough of this idle chatter. Let us hasten our pace. I have little patience for your games. I am even less inclined to indulge in your antics. If it were not for your grotesque behavior, constantly threatening to coerce me into lewd acts. As she spoke, Lily crossed her arms, adopting a pose of solitary desolation. Mu Lin rolled his eyes, his expression vacant. To casually malign others is a sin that invites retribution, especially when done repeatedly. Whether you are perverse or not, you are well aware of your own nature. I, too, am aware, but more evidently, there stands a golden retriever who is undoubtedly a deviant. You. The golden retriever bared its teeth, glaring fiercely at Mu Lin, nearly barking in rage. Well then, what transaction? Simply to keep my identity a secret. What is there to expose regarding your identity as an 18 manga artist? Enough with the trivialities. In any case, under that condition, I can assist you in concealing your cat abuse. That matter does not require concealment. Stop being obstinate. Do you truly possess such capabilities? My household does. Lily proudly lifted her swan-like neck. Is that so? However, let it be known that this matter does not necessitate concealment. Yet since you propose it, let us proceed with the transaction. By the way, once this issue is resolved, I shall uphold your secret. Although uncertain why Mu Lin emphasized that last statement, Lily nodded, declaring, good. With this young lady's assistance, you should consider yourself fortunate. With a haughty snort, Lily strutted down the stairs. Mu Lin gazed after her, bemused by her childlike demeanor. It matters not. Once this issue is resolved, I can finally extricate myself from this golden retriever's clutches. That is indeed a cause for celebration. With that thought, he prepared to return to the classroom. Suddenly, the rooftop door swung open. A striking figure in black stockings and a sailor uniform emerged. Kasumi, no hill poetry. She looked down at Mu Lin from her elevated position. He merely glanced at her, their eyes meeting in a clash of sparks. Her cherry lips parted slightly before sealing shut. With a slight huff. Kasumi chose not to voice her questions, flicked her hair, and gracefully circled around Mu Lin, departing from the scene. A faint fragrance lingered in her wake. Once again, he watched a young girl leave. Mu Lin then proceeded downstairs. Upon reaching the designated floor, he spotted familiar faces laughing jovially. Tia, Yoshinaga, and their friends. Their injuries had healed during this time. They were shoulder to shoulder, sharing smiles over some unknown jest. However, upon sighting Mu Lin, their laughter froze, replaced by perplexed expressions. Only Tia managed to smile, exclaiming, "Hey, Mu Lin, long time no see." Mu Lin ignored him. "How have you been? You seem to have gained quite a reputation lately. I hear you've committed some rather cruel acts." The sound of Mu Lin's footsteps halting rang sharply. He turned to glare coldly at Tia, whose smile faltered, revealing a hint of trepidation. Yet, his gaze remained unchanged, part smug, part gloating. The profound black eyes that could see into one's soul glimmered slightly. "Did you post those photos online?" The low, resounding inquiry caused Tia to break out in a cold sweat. How could that be?" He laughed nervously. "Based on appearances, there was an 80% probability it was he. Adding to the coincidence of events, it was nearly certain. Ultimately, all that remained was to obtain confirmation from Kitaj Junichi. Is that so?" Mu Lin replied coolly. "Of course. You are our good brother. Information online is inherently unreliable, so we trust you completely. Right, guys?" Yoshinaga chimed in, "Indeed. How could Mu Lin, our good brother, possibly be a heartless monster?" The others echoed in agreement. However, Tia added, "Oh, by the way, Mu Lin, while we believe in you, as a good friend, I must advise you to admit any wrongdoing to gain forgiveness." "What? Have your injuries healed so well that you now concern yourselves with others?" Tia's expression stiffened as he laughed nervously. "Haha, don't worry, we're all good. It only took a few days. Thank you for showing mercy back then. We were indeed in the wrong, and we apologize." Sorry. The group bowed to Mu Lin. Utterly hypocritical. Mu Lin knew that once he departed, they would undoubtedly laugh and gloat. "I forgive you." Tia, still bowing, seized the opportunity to reveal a smirk, rising to his feet with an instant transformation of expression, sincerely stating, "Thank you for your forgiveness. Well then, farewell. Farewell, Mulin. Let's chat again when the opportunity arises." Yet, as they watched Mulin depart, their growing smirks had yet to fully form when he suddenly stopped. He whirled around sharply, startling them into returning to their normal expressions, followed by a few coughs to mask their surprise. "Oh, and I must warn you, please be cautious of two individuals. Since you are my brothers, these two, as my enemies, will undoubtedly come after you. I do not know their names, but they were severely beaten by me and have been hospitalized for half a year. They are expected to be released soon, likely seeking revenge. I only know their hairstyles. One has curly golden hair, and the other has a sea urchin haircut, easily recognizable. Understood. They are not only formidable fighters, but also exceedingly vile. Truly, you must exercise caution. I am not deceiving you. Since Mulin has said so, we will certainly be more vigilant. Well then, I shall take my leave. Farewell." Farewell. As they watched Mulin leave, Tia and his companions finally revealed their gloating smiles. "Ha ha ha, we've got Mulin completely fooled. Truly, Tia is impressive. What a genius. Indeed, Tia is incredibly clever." Receiving such praise from the younger members, Tia reveled in his glory. Humph. Those foolish brutes who only know how to brawl are just that. However, we could potentially make things even worse for him. How so, boss? The prospect of further revenge excited the group. Hee, the key lies with those two with the golden curly hair and sea urchin hairstyles. Remember, if you encounter either of them, be sure to inform me immediately. Understood. Chapter 72. Brothers released from hospital upon receiving confirmation from Kitaj Junichi. Mulin's eyes glimmered with a cold light. Nevertheless, today was a day for celebration. For today, those two adversaries were being released from the hospital. At a certain barbecue restaurant in Chiba Prefecture, the three friends were enjoying a lively feast of grilled meat. Wah! Barbecue. Delicious barbecue. To be able to eat barbecue right after being discharged from the hospital is pure bliss. It exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he devoured several succulent pieces of meat. Wow, the barbecue treated by the boss is especially tasty. Thank you, boss. Mitsuhashi's mouth was smeared with grease. Well, seeing you all so spirited puts my mind at ease. Indeed, just look at how robust we are. It boasted, patting his chest. What little injuries. Ha ha. Oh, is that so? Who was it that was wrapped up like a mummy, unable to speak? Huh, was that ever the case? I have no recollection of such an event, right? Mitsuhashi feigned ignorance. Ito unflinchingly pointed out, my body is undeniably sturdier. Mitsuhashi is somewhat lacking, which has led to his injuries being so severe that he can hardly speak. You bastard. Who are you calling lacking? Mitsuhashi retorted fiercely. You. Is that not the case? Do you want to fight? I certainly do. What of it? With a swift motion, he swung his hand, causing Ito to hurriedly shield his head with both arms. However, the barbecue that the boss had treated them to, especially grilled by Ito himself, was simply exquisite. The despicable voice was grating to the ears. Upon glancing around, Ito discovered that all the barbecue on his plate had vanished. No, my barbecue. Mitsuhashi, you scoundrel. Return my barbecue to me. No way. Not a chance. Come at me. Mitsuhashi taunted, brandishing the barbecue while deftly avoiding Ito's attempts to snatch it back. Observing the playful antics of the two, Mullins couldn't help but smile slightly. All right, I have something to discuss with you both. Why the formality? Mitsuhashi quipped, casually returning a piece of barbecue to Ito. Ito shot him a fierce glare before curiously turning to Mullins. With both of them looking puzzled, Mullins hesitated for a long while, inhaled deeply, and finally said, I'm sorry. Huh? They both exclaimed in unison, bewildered. Did the boss just utter an incredibly astonishing word? Is this really our boss? The one with a hint of a tsundere personality? Watching the two foolishly fidgeting due to the awkwardness, Mullins remarked, Do you two wish to perish? Not at all. We sincerely apologize. They instinctively bowed their heads in apology. Seeing this, Mullins became serious, saying, I am truly sorry. Why so sappy? Apologizing and offering barbecue. Mitsuhashi responded with disdain. Ito added, Boss, why are you apologizing? You haven't done anything wrong to us. It's just that last time I assured you that we could provoke the Nanyun group, yet they came back for revenge, resulting in you both getting hurt. Is that such a trivial matter? It's completely fine. Boss, you need not apologize at all. Ito reassured him. Exactly. It's all part of the game. We were the ones who sought them out, anyway. That Nanyan Yoshihiro was someone we both fought against, so facing revenge is no issue. I urged you to fight him. Huh. Ito was speechless, declaring, with that kind of scum, you wouldn't need to tell me. I would have taken him down myself. Indeed, those who bully the weak are the worst. And to think they bullied Natsuko. Not stripping his clothes and hanging them on the flagpole was already a stroke of luck for him. However, I did not prevent their retaliation in advance, which is indeed my fault. Considering the earnestness of Mulin's apology, Ito and Mitsuhashi felt a warmth in their hearts, and they replied, since you say so. We'll forgive you. Right. Such matters are easily forgiven. After all, who doesn't make mistakes? Come, let us eat barbecue. However, even without any news, I must assume the boss has avenged us, right? Ito fixed a determined gaze on Mulin's, fully convinced. Indeed. So, was that guy beaten badly? Yes. How badly? How badly? Share it with us so we can feel better. Mitsuhashi was extremely excited. He is left severely paralyzed, with no hope of recovery. He can only exist as a sentient vegetable that feels pain. Awesome. But it's a pity we didn't witness it ourselves, Mitsuhashi lamented. Oh dear. That's quite tragic. Was it too harsh? Ito felt a twinge of sympathy. Mitsuhashi patted Ito's shoulder dismissively. Ito, you're still too kind-hearted. Huh, kind-hearted? I'm a delinquent. Ito vehemently denied, seemingly embarrassed by the label of kindness. At that moment, Mullins interjected, well, actually, the vendetta isn't entirely settled. What do you mean? The one who attacked you too is called Andu Yuza, merely a subordinate of the Nanyan group. To truly avenge ourselves, we must eradicate the entire Nanyan group. That sounds rather difficult, boss. Are you sure you want to go that far? Perhaps so. Forget it. I feel they probably want to seek us out again, the Navi, Ito suggested. Mitsuhashi, however, responded seriously, after all, having paralyzed their subordinate for life. We might face even fiercer retaliation. Mullins added, not necessarily. The Nanyan group has recently encountered significant troubles, so they are likely too preoccupied to seek revenge. But I fear their leader may hold grudges. So, just to be safe, should we eliminate them whenever the opportunity arises? Eliminate them. Both Ito and Mitsuhashi were taken aback. What are you thinking? It's merely about dismantling the Nanyan group, not about killing anyone. Phew, that's a relief. If you become a murderer and are sentenced to death, I would be quite saddened, Ito remarked. Do you really think I'm an imbecile? I know my limits. Though I trust you have the ability, don't overexert yourself. Even if they retaliate, as long as we remain cautious, we can still avoid it. Ito advised. I will make my own judgments regarding such matters. All right. Regardless, we believe in you, boss. Looking at the resolute expressions of his brothers, Mullins felt a warmth in his heart. But now, I have a grudge that requires your help for revenge. Huh, what grudge? Mullins pulled out his phone and showed them the incident on CatCat website, explaining the situation. After hearing this, bang. Ito angrily slammed his hand on the table. Damn. These despicable little people. Even Mitsuhashi wouldn't stoop to such levels. Huh. Ito, do you want to die? Mitsuhashi, already irritated, became furious at Ito's comparison. Don't compare me to such ultimate scoundrels who slander others. Ito insisted, such people must be taught a lesson, boss. You must already have a plan, right? Speak up. We will definitely help you exact revenge. The revenge plan is quite simple, Mullins began, detailing it in a manner that left Mitsuhashi wide-eyed and excited, dancing with exhilaration over the despicable revenge scheme. Chapter 73, Despicable. So despicable. On a Saturday, following a rain, the first clear day emerged, with the roads dry, allowing people to forget the recent monsoon. At that moment, the brothers Tuno and Yoshinaga strolled along the roadside with their hands in their pockets. Captain, the weather is splendid today. Indeed, ever since Tuesday, every day has been delightful, and today is exceptionally wonderful. What is up? Is there some new development? Hee. Because our school is inactive, it seems that some social individuals are preparing to punish that guy. Huh. I hope it's not a false rumor. Honestly, up until now, it's merely been online slander, and there has been no real action. Our school is utterly useless. Regardless, justice will surely prevail. Yoshinaga grinned wickedly. Ha. Right. Justice. We are justice. That cat-abusing scoundrel is the true villain. Just as Tuno was laughing heartily, an unexpected individual collided forcefully with his shoulder. The impact nearly sent him tumbling to the ground. That was intentional. Absolutely intentional. Tuno furiously turned to point at the peculiar-haired individual among the two. the one with golden curly hair, and shouted, "Hey, kid, are you looking for trouble? Huh, what is up? Do you want to fight?" Mitsuhashi, with his hands in his pockets, looked down upon him disdainfully, swaying his body in an infuriating manner. Ito cracked his knuckles, making a popping sound. Dai, Tano, also hot-tempered, directly swung a punch. However, smack. Ito effortlessly caught his fist. Seizing the moment of surprise, Mitsuhashi delivered a powerful kick. Bang! The dull pain in Tano's abdomen sent him flying several meters, rolling multiple times, clutching his stomach and screaming in agony. Captain! The furious Yoshinaga's words were cut off as Mitsuhashi landed a heavy punch squarely on his cheekbone. Bang! Yoshinobu, who had been thrown out, fell to the ground, crying out in pain as he covered the bruise on his right cheek. Mitsuhashi and Ito approached, bending down with their disdainful expressions, and remarked, "Oh, so this is how pampered students from Tokyo are." With a punch and a kick, they quickly dispatched him, deeming him worthless. "You too." Yonoya was about to unleash a torrent of curses when Mitsuhashi stomped on his foul mouth and growled, "Trash like you has no right to speak. Seriously, coming all this way to find an enemy, only to encounter two scoundrels like you. If you don't want to die, just lie there quietly." Upon hearing this, both Yonoya and Yoshinobu fell silent. Humph. With a cold snort, Mitsuhashi and Ito turned to leave, though their pace was deliberately slow. After a while, Ito could no longer contain himself and said, "Ugh, Mitsuhashi, do you think they want to recognize us? It shouldn't be the case, right? We can't let them know the names of our enemies. That would ruin the entire plan. But they remember our hairstyles, Ito. Yours is the most peculiar. So just act a bit." Ito took a deep breath, turned around, and flirtatiously tossed his hair at the bewildered Yonoya and Yoshinobu, much like a lovesick girl showcasing herself to her crush. Coupled with Ito's absurd demeanor, Mitsuhashi nearly burst out laughing but managed to cover his mouth in time. "What are you laughing at?" Realizing his actions were overly ridiculous, Ito wished he could disappear into the ground. However, it was not in vain. Captain! Captain!" Yoshinobu, still on the ground, widened his eyes and pointed at Mitsuhashi and Ito's backs. Before he could finish, Yonoya scrambled to his feet and charged forward. "Wait. No, bang." Ito, who had turned to throw a punch, watched as Yonoya was sent flying, utterly miserable. "Huh. Thought you could sneak attack us, you despicable little rats." Yonoya spat out a broken tooth, feeling a mix of anger, injustice, and pain as he got back up. This time, he smartly stood at a distance and shouted, "Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding." "Huh? What misunderstanding?" Mitsuhashi asked, puzzled. "I mean, I'm really sorry for bumping into you earlier." "Huh? Coward? Scared after getting hit? Apologizing for forgiveness?" Mitsuhashi chuckled, hands in pockets, legs spread apart, pointing at his groin. "I might forgive you, but only if you crawl through my legs." The audacity of this gesture turned Yonoya's face a mix of green and white, though his left cheek was already bruised. Yonoya was torn. He thought that there would be plenty of people to deal with Mukurin later. Finally, he said, "Then forget it." After saying that, he turned to leave with Yoshinobu, unaware of the cold expressions on Mitsuhashi and Ito's faces. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of quick footsteps approached. Mitsuhashi and Ito cornered the two. "What do you want now?" Yonoya asked, frustrated. "Because you haven't received our forgiveness, we want to beat you up thoroughly now," Mitsuhashi retorted sarcastically, clenching his fists with Ito. "Weren't you guys just about to leave?" Yonoya was infuriated, regretting his earlier decision to apologize. Yes, but I suddenly remembered that you bumped into me, and my shoulder really hurts." "Look, you just admitted it was your fault, right? So, you must apologize to me. You bumped into me, you bastard." Yonoya was furious, nearly spitting blood, but he had indeed admitted it earlier. Despicable. So despicable. What? Not planning to apologize? Then perish. With that, Mitsuhashi and Ito prepared to strike. However, after much inner turmoil, Yonoya considered Mitsuhashi and Ito's strength along with their underhanded nature. With these two helping him, he could definitely get back at Mukurin. Thus, he reluctantly said, "I apologize." "Captain!" Yoshinobu exclaimed in disbelief. Yonoya ignored him and continued, "I'll crawl. Come on." Mitsuhashi jumped and spread his legs wide. Humiliated beyond measure, Yonoya's face turned red as he hesitated for a long time before slowly bending down to kneel like a dog. Just as he was about to crawl, Mitsuhashi suddenly placed his foot on his head. I've changed my mind again." What do you mean?" Yonoya felt an ominous premonition as he was forced to bow his head. Tell your good friend to crawl along with you. No way, Yoshinobu shouted, but was rebuked by Yunoya. Yoshinobu, Captain, do you want to be bandaged for a week? Don't you want to take revenge on Yukirin? Kneel. I said kneel. Can't you see I'm kneeling too? Yunoya's piercing and humiliating shout echoed through the air, startling Yoshinobu, who quickly responded, yes. Thud. Yoshinobu knelt behind Yunoya. Also, to show sincerity, bow your heads low. You can only get up when I tell you to. Otherwise, crawl back. Mitsuhashi reminded. Okay. Yunoya replied, feeling frustrated. Then, the two crawled awkwardly through Mitsuhashi's legs, but they failed to notice that, under Mitsuhashi's frantic gestures, Ito was recording them with his phone. Chapter 74, toying with them, all right, get up. It was as if commanded by a dog owner. Yunoya and Yoshinobu stood up. Meanwhile, Ito pointed the camera at their faces, confirming he had captured their expressions before sliding the half-exposed phone back into his pocket. Cough, cough. Ito cleared his throat, feeling guilty. Considering your sincere apology, the great Mitsuhashi, will forgive you. Mitsuhashi, hands in pockets, swaggered alongside Ito as they prepared to leave. Wait. Yunoya, his face flushed with humiliation, hurriedly interrupted. What now? Mitsuhashi and Ito asked impatiently. You heard what I said earlier, right? Yunoya stammered, a bit frightened. What did you say? Mitsuhashi inquired, puzzled. No, not that. I meant the part where I said we are enemies with Mukirin. Huh, did you say that? I didn't hear it. I did say it. Of course I said it. Yunoya was nearly frantic. Ishido, did you hear it? Nope, Ito replied, confused. Mitsuhashi furrowed his brows, thinking for a long time before his expression suddenly turned fierce as he yelled at Yunoya. You bastard. Are you implying that we are hard of hearing? Bastard. What else could it be? Though inwardly cursing these two, Yunoya quickly bowed, saying, Sorry. I was confused. I forgot. I didn't say that. Are you pretending to be confused and playing us? No. I'm really confused. I'm an idiot. Well then, I forgive you. Mitsuhashi understood that he shouldn't push someone too hard. Hey, can I ask if your enemies are that guy named Mukirin? Who are you? Why should we tell you? Yunoya gritted his teeth and replied, We have a grudge against that guy named Mukirin. I heard he has two very stylish enemies. So I thought it must be you too. Oh, huh. Ha. So my hairstyle is stylish, huh? Mitsuhashi mused, touching his golden curly hair. Hey, my hairstyle is actually cool. Those people really don't know any better. Ito patted his spiky hair. Yunoya's flattery hit the mark, making both feel elated. Yes, your hairstyles are extremely stylish. Very unique. Yunoya quickly added. Ito, with a sense of pride, said, At least you have some taste. Indeed, we harbor a grudge against that scoundrel Mulin. Splendid. Let us join forces and deal with him together. The malevolent expression on Yuenya's face sent a chill through Ito's gaze. Huh, join forces? On what grounds? He retorted. I am willing to offer my humble assistance to help you both take revenge on Mulin. Mitsuhashi scoffed. With your feeble strength, what assistance could you possibly provide? I'd rather not team up with you. With that, he and Ito turned to leave. Yuenya, anxious, hurriedly approached them, imploring, Then please, help us avenge that fellow named Mulin. Why should we? Mitsuhashi queried. Yuenya was momentarily at a loss for words. I haven't eaten lunch, and I could really go for some barbecue, Mitsuhashi said, patting his stomach. I'll treat you, but only if you assist us. Oh, given your earnestness, we'll agree. Let us go eat barbecue. Great. Yuenya exclaimed, nodding vigorously. Yoshinaga, you head home first. I'll treat these two big brothers to barbecue. Yoshinaga, who had thought he would also be included, was disheartened by the captain's cold response. Just as he was about to leave, Mitsuhashi interjected. Hey, what's the deal here? Why are you sending him home? I just can't afford the money, Yuenya replied, his face darkening. Forget it. Yoshinaga, I'll treat you to barbecue too. Thank you, Yoshinaga said, but it irked Yuenya that he expressed his gratitude while looking at Mitsuhashi. Yet, for the sake of his revenge plan, he had to swallow his anger. The four then went to the barbecue restaurant. Throughout the meal, Yuenya attempted to bond with Mitsuhashi and Ito, bringing up numerous topics, but they paid him no mind, focusing solely on their food. After gorging themselves, they packed a significant amount to take away, causing Yuenya great distress. He pulled out his wallet and lamented as he paid a month's worth of meal expenses. Once they had eaten their fill, it was time to return home. Wait, what? Yuenya exclaimed in shock. What now? It's already late. Are we supposed to sleep on the street? I didn't mean that, he stammered. What do you mean then? Are you afraid we might deceive you? Absolutely not. Yuanya reassured them. Rest assured, when the opportunity arises, I will call for you. It will be an absolute prime opportunity. Carrying a large bag of packed barbecue, Yuanya stood dumbfounded as Mitsuhashi and Ito exited the restaurant. Captain, do you think we might be deceived? We shouldn't be. Those despicable people. How vile. But it is their cunning that makes it all the more appealing. We can only hope they will thoroughly teach that Mulin a lesson. Indeed, these two are so formidable. They should be able to bring Mulin to his knees. Let us hope they truly call upon us. I wonder what kind of opportunity it will be. However, Captain, shouldn't we take our revenge on these two for their past grievances against us? Revenge? What for? These two are so treacherous. If we provoke them, we might not live to tell the tale. Besides, they could be our allies in avenging us. Frankly, I'd like to befriend them. In the future, we could ask for their assistance. You make a valid point. And by the way, you're covering my meal expenses for this month. This barbecue was supposed to be a shared expense. No way. I'll have to ask Ogashima and the others for money. This grudge isn't mine alone. It belongs to all of us. Chapter 75. The last straw under the gray of despair that night at Mulin's residence. Barbecue is here. Mitsuhashi and Ito, who had been laughing uncontrollably on the way, entered Mulin's house with radiant smiles. How is it? It's simply hilarious. Ha ha ha. Ito said, handing his phone to Mulin. The latter scrolled through the video, smiling slightly. Well done, but how did this barbecue come about? Thanks to my splendid improvisation. I managed to get that scoundrel to treat us to barbecue. Mitsuhashi replied. Indeed, treating an enemy to barbecue is beyond hilarious. Come, let us take a picture together. The three gathered around the barbecue, making silly faces and laughing, taking several photos. Now, boss, eat while it's hot. All right, I'll go call Shoko to join us. Mulin stood and walked into the hallway, spotting Shoko squatting in front of the cat cage. Meow, meow, the adorable sound was emitted from Shoko. Crouching there, she wore a hearing aid, placing her hand behind her ear, leaning in to listen to the black cat's meows. For some reason, Mulin felt that the black cat's calls were slightly different from its usual fierce cries. Moreover, Shoko occasionally covered her mouth, giggling, as if she were having a conversation with the cat. Mulin approached her. As if sensing his presence, Shoko turned and smiled, signing, Mulin, is there something you need? Were you just chatting with this black cat? Not really, just building rapport and making silly noises with it. Is that how you build rapport? It's quite adorable. Mulin said generously. Shoko's face flushed. Let us go eat barbecue then. Agreeing, Mulin, under Shoko's puzzled gaze, approached the cat cage. Instantly, the enemy's black cat fluffed up, its eyes wide open. Meow. The sharp cry was somewhat grating. Now I'm certain. This black cat's reaction to Shoko's calls is indeed different. Mulin nodded. Let us go, Shoko. Shoko obediently followed Mulin into the living room. After greeting Mitsuhashi and Ito, she joined Mulin for barbecue. At that moment, Ito suddenly said, by the way, this barbecue also includes Huichan's portion. Boss, you should go invite her over. Mulin paused, recalling something, and replied helplessly. Let us skip it. What happened? Ito asked, puzzled. Mitsuhashi narrowed his eyes, glancing at Shoko, revealing a mischievous grin. Haha, looks like that scoundrel is two-timing and has made Huichan angry. Serves him right. Mulin, possessing a keen sense of malice, said lightly, Mitsuhashi, are you thinking something inappropriate? No. Absolutely not. Mitsuhashi frantically shook his head and waved his hands. Then it seems you do have something in mind. Speak up, how do you want to die? I'm terribly sorry. Mitsuhashi bowed in apology, which earned him Mulin's forgiveness. Meanwhile, Shoko, who had been eating barbecue, curiously wrote in her notebook. What were you just talking about? Mulin signed back, nothing much. However, Shoko chose to ignore Mulin and handed the notebook to Ito. After reading it, Ito wrote, Shoko, why doesn't the boss want to invite Huichan to eat barbecue? Shoko paused, a smile fading from her face. She recalled the incident on Monday when Huikato had returned home without dinner. The guilt and regret that had just settled began to rise again. With her eyelids drooping, she feigned a smile and signed to Mulin. Mulin, let us invite Hui to eat barbecue too. All right. Mulin could only respond with a smile before getting up and walking to the neighbor's house. After he left, Mitsuhashi began to rummage around the house, eventually discovering Mulin's gaming console in the bedroom, and was overjoyed as he picked it up to play. Meanwhile, in the living room, Shoko stopped eating barbecue and began communicating with Ito through her notebook. Hey Ito, How have you and Mitsuhashi been lately? Ito picked up the notebook and wrote. Haha, not too bad. Just a bit of lingering pain since being discharged from the hospital. Shoko frowned. Discharged? What happened? We were retaliated against by that despicable Nancloud group. But it's all good now. The boss helped us take revenge. This sentence carries profound implications. Nishi no Miyako, feeling an ominous premonition, lowered her head, cradling her notebook. She recalled last Sunday when Mukurin had mentioned visiting a classmate's home, promising to return by nightfall. However, another matter unexpectedly arose, leaving her waiting at home until deep into the night, only to return after she had fallen asleep. Could it be that he sought vengeance at that very moment? Furthermore, the Nanga group, Nanga Hisao, at the time, when the school had mandated Nishi no Miyako's expulsion. She comprehended the reasons behind it, and she had learned that Mitsuhashi and Ito had been assaulted by Nangu Hisao. This indicated that the Nangu group sought retribution for Nangu Hisao, resulting in Mitsuhashi and even Ito being hospitalized. Mukurin had risked everything for revenge. Meanwhile, she had left Chiba Prefecture early, hiding away here, leading a life that only required her to cook. A profound sense of unease welled up within her. She had not only driven Kato-K away from Mukurin, but had also caused Mitsuhashi and Ito to suffer injuries, putting Mukurin in peril. Given that the Nangu group was a gang-like organization, it was likely that she would face retaliation, even risking her life. The cold cicadas outside were particularly raucous. The night crept in through the window, enveloping Nishi no Miyako. It was all because of me. Having previously battled depression, she instinctively attributed the origins of all these troubles to herself. The guilt and regret buried deep within her surged forth like a tidal wave. At that moment, a hand reached out towards her, inscribed with the words, "What's wrong, Nishi no Miyako?" She did not lift her gaze but instead shook her head, raised her left hand into the air, and quickly scribbled a sentence with her right hand before rushing to the restroom, leaving a bewildered Ito holding the notebook. "I need to use the restroom." Bang! The restroom door slammed shut. Nishi no Miyako leaned against the door, curling up on the floor. She wiped her damp face with her wet left sleeve, then rose to gaze at her disheveled reflection in the mirror. Her soft, flaxen hair framed her cherubic face, now marred by moisture. A delicate little nose and thin lips contributed to her serene and charming appearance. Yet, beneath her long eyelashes lay a pair of sorrowful brown eyes, glistening with tears that reflected an unsettling hue of gray. This was the color of depression that had emerged long ago. Am I truly worthy of being loved? No. I am not deserving. Can't you see? My face clearly bears the inscription, "I am guilty." It is all because of me. My father abandoned my mother, who toiled tirelessly to support our family, transforming her gentle nature into one that was sullen and stern. My younger sister sacrificed her childhood to protect me, and my grandmother aged considerably because of me. Now, I am so arrogant as to believe I deserve a sanctuary, to laugh in a safe and warm cradle. I do not deserve it. I do not deserve him. Upon reaching this realization, a suffocating weight settled in Nishi no Miyako's chest, causing her to emit a soft cry. Yet, the tide of negative thoughts continued to surge. Because of my arrogance, because I sought to intrude upon a world not meant for me, I have once again caused others to suffer. Kay distanced herself from him because of me. She was merely enduring my presence, allowing me, a person so flawed, so burdensome, to thrive under a shield that was not rightfully mine. And Mukurin, wronged online, and he, along with Ito and Mitsuhashi, were drawn into the Nangu group's vengeance because of me, landing them in the hospital. And even now, he bears no resentment, silently protecting me. Drip. Unbeknownst to her, tears had begun to stream down her chin, dropping onto the sink. Nishi no Miyako stared vacantly at the unfamiliar figure reflected in the mirror. The entire world was vibrant, yet she alone was gray, marred by imperfections. Perhaps, she truly had no reason to exist in this world. Chapter 76. The smile of a winged angel in the desolate night, devoid of moonlight and starlight. A suffocating darkness enveloped the sky. At the entrance of Kato's residence, where the cold cicadas wailed, Kay declined the invitation to enjoy barbecue at my home. No, thank you. Nishi no Miyako wished for her presence. This statement brought a flicker of hesitation to Kay's face. Standing beneath the eaves, she was of equal height with the shadowy Mukurin. She met his bright, dark eyes, which seemed to hide something beneath a translucent veil of light. He then remarked, "Come on, you are her friend." Memories of their conversations on the way to school flooded her mind. Kay paused, ultimately donning her shoes and stepping outside, saying, "All right." As they walked the brief distance to Mukurin's home, they stood in synchrony, yet hesitated to knock on the door. "Kay, don't do this." "Then what should I do?" Kato K's tone was heavier than ever, striking Mukurin's heart like a hammer. He turned to her, only to notice her eyes shimmering unusually brightly tonight. "Just act like you normally do. Can you try to be like Nishi no Miyako?" "I am acting normally. I have always acted normally. Nishi no can help you with dinner. Why do you need me? Isn't that only natural? Besides, you don't need her to make my bento anymore. I can eat bread. So, just be grateful to her." "I am grateful. I haven't even been to your house. If you want to be grateful to her, then come to my house and play like you usually do, all right? No need. I have no obligation." "You do." The low voice left Kato K momentarily stunned. She could only look up at his now serious expression. "Didn't I say you need to take care of Nishi no Miyako? I am taking care of her." Kato K remained obstinate. This is true. She has already made the greatest concession in her despairing life. She is prepared to sacrifice everything for her. A hand reached out toward her, causing her to instinctively close her eyes. Beneath trembling eyelashes, her delicate face was pinched. With a wince, Kato K reluctantly opened her eyes. "What are you doing?" Mukurin questioned. "What am I doing?" "Humph. It's just a bento. Why did you walk back? Can't you women just let me be a useless person in peace?" Mukurin's stern reprimand made Kato K sulk silently. Ultimately, she resentfully opened the door, stepped into the foyer, removed her shoes, and stormed past Mukurin. Observing her retreating figure, Mukurin let out a helpless sigh. "Kay is here." "Hello, Kay." Voices of Mitsuhashi and Ito echoed from within. Mukurin followed inside, yet his brow furrowed sharply. His dark eyes shifted towards Nishi no Miyako, who was smiling and enjoying her barbecue. Although she appeared as usual, to Mukurin, she seemed as fragile as before, like a sailboat struggling amidst a tsunami, creaking and on the verge of shattering and sinking into the depths. "What happened?" Mukurin inquired, prompting Mitsuhashi, Ito, and Kato K to look at him in confusion. While Nishi no Miyako continued to smile, eating her barbecue, Mitsuhashi reacted most strongly. "Huh," he exclaimed in alarm, his mind racing. "What the hell? Boss, you can see this?" "Mitsuhashi, what is going on?" I'm truly sorry. I recently found myself in your bedroom, indulging in your gaming console. However, that is not the matter at hand." "What is?" Mitsuhashi gazed at Ito with confusion. Ito, still in a daze, replied, "I just had a brief chat with Natsuko. There's nothing significant." "Where's the notebook?" "It's right there." Mulin approached the living room table, picked up the notebook, and flipped to the last page, scrutinizing it. Suddenly, comprehension dawned upon him as he glanced at the still bewildered Ito, letting out a resigned sigh. He inwardly cursed, "Fool. Very well, there's nothing to worry about. Ito and Mitsuhashi, please return to the bedroom." Ito and Mitsuhashi, who had no intention of intruding on the trio, quickly departed. Once the two left, the atmosphere turned awkward. Keiko sat there, silently savoring grilled meat, while Natsuko also buried herself in her meal. Mulin sat lost in thought. Natsuko noticed and smiled, using sign language. "Mulin, aren't you eating?" "Of course I will eat." Mulin responded with a smile. The only sounds were the chewing of grilled meat and the chirping of cicadas outside. The trio maintained their silence for quite some time. Finally, Keiko, sensing the oddity, asked, "So, what does the notebook say?" Mulin handed the notebook to her, and Keiko looked puzzled. Yet, unable to clarify the situation, Mulin calmly stated, "Keiko, please be a little more mindful of others' feelings." The hand gripping the chopsticks trembled slightly as Keiko bowed her head, her eyes cast into shadows. "I have always been mindful of your feelings. So what exactly do you want from me?" Her gentle voice was fragile. "I'm sorry, I'm just a bit troubled. That's why I needed clarity. I have already made a choice for you. Did we not agree on that? But I have nightmares every night. I'm tormented by nightmares." "What nightmares?" "Nothing," Keiko exclaimed, rising abruptly and fleeing outside, leaving Mulin in shock and Natsuko still smiling at the two. That expression resembled a fallen angel, plummeting in a frenzy, awaiting a complete crash to the ground. Chapter 77. A distant dream, he, ha ha ha. On one side, Mitsuhashi and Ito were huddled together on the floor, laughing as they played video games. Meanwhile, Mulin lay on the bed, enveloped in gloom. The recent events weighed heavily on his mind. His dark eyes reflected nostalgia as he stared at the ceiling, unbothered by the glow of the incandescent light nearby. Two women truly are a source of trouble. A flicker of anger crossed Mulin's mind. Back then, He was helpless, forced to watch as the two women turned against each other, resulting in the demise of countless innocent souls. It was akin to a battlefield strewn with corpses. Now, although he faced the more intricate challenge of self-doubt and deference, at least he could take action. He could be liked by these women. Ah, this damned charm of mine. It seems I am not completely useless after all. Such thoughts inevitably drew the attention of his companions. Ito remarked, "Huh? Boss, you're not enough? Shut your mouth." Mulin quickly interrupted, causing Ito to cover his mouth in haste. Ignoring him, Mulin fell into a prolonged silence, finally curling up in his blanket and saying, "Stop playing. Hurry up and sleep. We need to deal with that guy, I'm busy resolving family matters." "What family matters?" "You. An old bachelor who hasn't even confirmed a relationship with Keiko or Natsuko. Have family matters?" This was the simultaneous thought of Ito and Mitsuhashi. However, under the pressure of Mulin's authority, they reluctantly set aside their gaming and curled up on the floor. With a snap, the bright bedroom plunged into complete darkness. In the adjacent room, Natsuko's bedding was already soaked. She curled up helplessly, feeling pain from the guilt in her heart, clutching her chest. It was hard to breathe. In a blank world, the sound of static echoed in her ears. In this irritating environment, her vision was filled with pure white, making her restless. Keiko stood dazed, as if at the center of the world, despite the emptiness surrounding her. The sharp pain in her heart made her clutch her chest. Her bewildered expression suddenly transformed into one of fear. It was a look she had never worn since her birth. "Again this," she murmured, glancing sideways. Steps built a high throne, and a pitch-black carpet stained this purity like blood. It was as if she gazed up at a hill, seeking that place. One side held a shattered sword hilt, scattered chaotically on the ground. On the other side sat a figure upon the throne, with precisely cropped hair and dressed in dark garments. His lifeless hands rested on the armrests. Most striking was the abyss-like cavity in his chest. In the space extending from that cavity, a weapon exuding a strange glow, seemingly warping space like an optical cloak, loomed. This enormous weapon, unlike anything a human could wield, resembled a giant nail, pinning the figure to the throne. His lifeless head tilted at an unnatural angle, resting against the edge of the throne. The hidden face bore a sorrowful smile, a smile that brought a sense of spring-like comfort from deep within. Yet despairing was the fact that it was a smile of release, leaving one feeling as if they were being squeezed tightly. Thud! Keiko collapsed onto the ground, her tear-streaked face reflecting disbelief. For even in the darkness, she could sense that familiar visage. Suddenly, as if the sea were receding, the world sped away from her. The memories of this dream rapidly faded, yet the lingering sensations left her in despair. Perhaps she and he did not have such a beautiful future after all. And this dream might be the last to appear. Ding! The alarm's ringing jolted the girl from her slumber. Rubbing her bleary eyes, she felt the dampness. Puzzled by the moisture on her hands, she wiped her cheeks, realizing she had cried in her sleep. Her heart sank further. Weighed down by a sense of negativity she could not comprehend. As usual, she rose, made her bed, washed up, had breakfast, and waited at Mulin's door. To her surprise, he was unusually there before her. "Good morning, Keiko." "Good morning, Mulin-kun. Have you had breakfast?" "Yes, I have. Let us go?" "All right." The two walked side by side toward school. The morning dew dampened the road, hinting at last night's rain. The sticky spores of myxomycetes entered their nostrils with each breath. "Keiko, I'm sorry about last night." Mulin suddenly stopped, looking at Keiko. She softly replied, "I'm sorry too. I acted out and was quite willful." "Indeed," Mulin affirmed, causing Keiko to pause in surprise. "I want to talk to you about Natsuko." "Okay." She has a bad habit of blaming herself for everything. Currently, she is attributing many wrongs, such as the conflict between you and me and the online backlash regarding my alleged mistreatment of cats, to herself. She believes she is sinful and unforgivable. The situation is dire, far worse than before. Her psychological issues cannot be resolved easily. So, Keiko, please help me. Is that so? Keiko's eyes reflected guilt. What do you mean by help you? Compared to you, my relationship with Natsuko is closer. Humph. As her friend, I should help her. That is good. Mulin let out a sigh of relief. So, Mulin-kun, yes? These past few days, my willfulness has caused you trouble. I'm truly sorry. As I observed Katu-ke bowing, I remarked, as long as you refrain from doing this in the future, it shall suffice. I shall never do this again, she assured. Yet, I cannot entirely let you off the hook. Huh? What do you mean by not letting me off? Kay mused, tapping her chin in a mockingly mysterious manner. Who knows? All right, let me share more about Natsumi with you. Yes, yes. Yet, why is it that, despite being her closest friend, you seem to know more than I do? It is quite peculiar. Her gentle voice betrayed a playful tone. Thus, throughout the journey, Mulan narrated tales of Nishimiya Natsumi to Kata Kay. These revelations stirred a sense of compassion within Kay, deepening her feelings of guilt and regret for her past actions that led Natsumi to her current plight. Oh, I understand. I will endeavor to comfort her, Kay declared, raising her fist in determination. Her unassuming expression only served to enhance her charm. Oh, by the way, I have something to attend to this afternoon. Please request a half-day leave for me. What? How can you still ask for time off? Lately, you hardly resemble a student. I apologize for the inconvenience. As compensation, you must partake in the dinner I prepare tonight. Mulan chuckled. I will inform Natsumi not to cook dinner. By the way, she rose early today to prepare our bento, featuring my favorite, beef stew with potatoes. Speaking of bento, I have yet to properly express my gratitude to her. I shall do so tonight. Chapter 78. The Abandoned Building Captain. Good news. Good news. Fresh from a basketball game, Yano, glistening with sweat and nursing a bruise on his left cheek, turned to Yoshinaga, his teeth clenched in pain. What good news? Those two despicable fellows directed us to this location, claiming Mulan is here and ready to strike. Isn't today Monday? He must have taken a leave. He probably lacks the courage to show up at school. Let's go? Should we bring Okajima and the others along? No need. If we bring too many, what if those two scoundrels manage to catch wind of our plans? We'll take our revenge ourselves. Their destination was a remote, dilapidated building in the wilderness. As dusk fell, the sky was painted a blood-red hue, casting an eerie atmosphere over the area. Captain, why did Mulan come to this desolate place? Yoshinaga shuddered, expressing his concern. I don't know, but where are those two scoundrels? Suddenly, from the nearby bushes, Mitsuhashi emerged, hands in pockets, wearing an irritated expression. Yano and Yoshinaga gasped in fright. You too. I was asking you a question. Yano quickly replied. I was referring to our basketball rivals at school. Two of them are particularly despicable. Oh, I didn't know you played basketball. It was Ito, who had also appeared from seemingly nowhere. Startled once more, Yano laughed nervously. Yes, I'm on the school team. Well, that's commendable. By the way, is Mulan really in this abandoned building? What? Are you questioning me? No, not at all. Honestly, are you blind? We went through great lengths to bring him here. Can't you see the figure standing on the rooftop? Hearing this, Yano and Yoshinaga looked up to behold a solitary silhouette perched at the edge of the rooftop, appearing desolate against the twilight, evoking a sense that he might leap at any moment. Is that really Mulan? Could it be that he is contemplating suicide due to overwhelming pressure? Yano and Yoshinaga erupted into laughter, displaying no fear of Mulan's potential demise, but rather delight in his misfortune. The atmosphere suddenly shifted. Bang! A tremendous impact struck their right cheeks, sending them sprawling into the bushes. The two let out a cry and quickly turned to see the assailant. Mitsuhashi glared at them. You two, why are you making such a racket? Didn't you hear that we went to great lengths to bring him here? What if he notices us and escapes? Why yes, we're sorry. They hurriedly apologized. Honestly, pay attention next time. Now, let us hurry and find him inside the abandoned building. We must teach that scoundrel a lesson. Yes, the four of them made their way into the decrepit structure. Upon reaching the entrance, Ito suggested, just in case. I'll stay here at the door, you three go in first. No problem. The remaining trio ascended to the rooftop, only to find Mulan was nowhere to be seen. Yano and Yoshinaga rushed to the edge, peering down, and upon realizing there was no broken body, they clicked their tongues in disappointment. Mitsuhashi was enraged, nearly kicking them off the roof. Damn it, those worthless fools, treating life so lightly. What if Mulan has fled? Go. We must hurry to the entrance, Mitsuhashi shouted, causing Yano and Yoshinaga to panic. Let us move quickly. Upon reaching the entrance, they found Ito looking perplexed. I haven't seen him. Could it be that he discovered us and is hiding inside? You three go find him. I'll stay guard here. If I see him, I'll shout. Understood. Yano and Yoshinaga nodded firmly, and with Mitsuhashi, they ventured deeper into the layers of the abandoned building. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they discovered 3 rooms, 2 on either side and 1 in the middle. Mitsuhashi furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Why do these 3 rooms have doors? His words sent a chill down Yano and Yoshinaga's spines. Previously, none of the rooms had doors. How could these three appear so sturdy and tightly shut? Could it be that the scoundrel, Mulin, is hiding inside one of them? Mitsuhashi commanded Yano and Yoshinaga sternly. You, check the left room. You, check the right room. I'll take the middle one. Remember, you must go in and see clearly. Conduct a thorough search. Don't overlook any corner. Understood. Yano and Yoshinaga nodded solemnly. The three pushed open the doors and stepped inside. Creak. The empty room presented itself, with a dilapidated floor strewn with debris and lime. Yano cautiously entered. Suddenly, bang. The door behind him slammed shut, startling him. However, he remained calm, meticulously inspecting the room and confirming Mulin was absent before attempting to turn the doorknob. Clang. The doorknob seems broken. It 1T turn. Clang. Clang. Yano pushed vigorously several times, but the heavy door remained unmoving. An ominous feeling surged within him. He pushed with all his might, yet to no avail. Oh no. Yoshinaga, are you out there? He shouted. To his dismay, oh no. Captain, are you there? Help me open the door. It seems this door can only be opened from the outside. Boom. His mind was reeling. Yano could only cling to a glimmer of hope, calling out, Mitsuhashi, you. Before he could finish, a loud shout echoed from outside. We've been set up. Hearing this, Yano rushed to the window, only to find Mitsuhashi leaning against it, panic etched on his face. What's wrong, Mitsuhashi? What trap have we fallen into? Are you foolish? That scoundrel deliberately set up these 3 rooms to trap us in here. We're doomed. We can't get out. My phone. Oh no, I didn't bring my phone. What about your phones? Yano hurriedly checked his pockets, only to find them empty. Where's my phone? It was in my pocket. Suddenly, he recalled the moment he was punched into the bushes by Mitsuhashi. Oh no, Mitsuhashi, my phone must have fallen into the bushes. I'll go ask your friend. Mitsuhashi left the window on this side and went to the window on the other side of the room, shouting to Yoshinaga, where's your phone? Upon hearing the commotion, Yoshinaga replied, I think my phone fell into the bushes. What should we do? Damn it. Mitsuhashi cursed, yelling downstairs, Ishida, help us. Come quickly. His voice was heart-wrenching, as if they were truly in a dire predicament. Just as Noritano and Yoshinaga still held a glimmer of hope, a horrifying scream echoed from below. Chapter 79. The act at the very spot that Mitsuhashi and Noritano could just see through the window, Ito, covered in tomato sauce, lay sprawled on the ground. He desperately turned to sit up, retreating in a panic as he stared at the figure before him. Spare me. Please, I beg you. A figure emerged, striking terror into Noritano's heart. What? You 4, making such a ruckus. Do you really think I wouldn't notice you? You're courting death. Karaki mocked, dragging Ito away into the distant bushes. Bang, bang, bang. The horrifying sounds of beating and screams continued unabated. Ishida, you bastard. Stop it. Mitsuhashi shouted in anger. Noritano chimed in, you despicable scum. How cowardly. Have the guts to fight us face to face. Meanwhile, Yoshinaga, who had not witnessed any of this from a room at the back of the building, asked, Captain, what's happening? Damn it. That bastard Karaki set us up and ambushed Brother Ishida. We can't get out. What? Then, what should we do? Find a way to break down this damn door. With that, Noritano and Yoshinaga began to kick the door frantically, but after exhausting themselves, they resorted to a secret technique, Koen's Iron Mountain Lean, to push the door, yet the heavy door remained immovable. Ishida. Mitsuhashi's anguished cry prompted Noritano to rush back to the window. There, in the bushes, Karaki was holding a limp Ito, mocking, you 2 trash. Just out of the hospital and daring to trouble me? Look at this, he's almost out of breath. So, in order to save this brother's life, I will take him to the hospital first. You 3, just stay put here. With that, Karaki dragged Ito away. Watching him leave, Noritano and Mitsuhashi gritted their teeth in anger. In the stillness of the night, only the sounds of cicadas and birds could be heard. Noritano sat helplessly on the ground, leaning against the wall, questioning the very essence of life. What now? Are we really going to just sit here and wait to die? This is kidnapping. This is outright kidnapping. That Karaki is truly despicable. I haven't eaten dinner. I'm so hungry. Yoshinaga, do you have any food? Noritano shouted. No, Captain. Yoshinaga's voice echoed back from the window. Damn it. Captain, are we going to starve to death here? No, absolutely not. This is murder. That idiot wouldn't dare become a murderer. But, thinking about it, we've pushed him to such extremes, he might actually kill us. What do you mean by that? Right now, the whole internet is condemning that guy. Rumors are spreading about him being hunted down. He might really be pushed to the edge. No way, no way. Noritano panicked. We can only hope someone passes by here. I can't see anyone, Captain. You must be careful. All right. No problem. At that moment, Mitsahashi's voice called out. You two, come to the window. The two moved towards the window. Seeing Mitsahashi's dejected expression, he gazed into the night and said, Hey, considering what you've said, maybe Ishida has already been buried. What? Noritano and Yoshinaga were taken aback. The cat abuse incident online. Could it be what you're referring to? Forget it. I won't say anything. I have some snacks on me. Given that you're stuck here because of me, I'll share a bit with you. The sound of plastic wrappers rustling filled the air. A whole bag of cookies appeared before them. Cookies. Gulp. Noritano swallowed hard, incredulous. But, Brother Mitsuhashi, aren't you going to eat any? Haha. Thanks to your barbecue last night, I'm not hungry yet. You take half. I'll keep the other half for myself. By the way, since we're in this together now, I guess we're friends. What are your names? I'm Noritano Takuya. Here, eat up. And let us hold on until someone comes. Thank you, Brother Mitsuhashi. Noritano gratefully accepted half a bag of cookies, and then heard more noise from the other side. Yoshinaga Jiro. Brother Mitsuhashi. Thank you for the cookies. Really, thank you. No need to thank me. After all, I'm the one who got you stuck here. No, it was our choice. It had nothing to do with you. Yoshinaga insisted. Haha, but you know, I shouldn't have punched you back then, causing your phones to fall into the bushes. Mitsuhashi's admission touched both of them. Noritano said no. That despicable Karaki said he heard our shouts. Which is why he was prepared. Damn it. It should have been our fault. We shouldn't have laughed so loudly. It was actually right for Brother Mitsuhashi to hit us. Is that so? I originally thought you were just that kind of people, but since you have this awareness, it truly opens my eyes. As their conversation concluded, Mitsuhashi, sitting on the stool, picked up a French fry, dipped it in tomato sauce, and enjoyed a delightful bite. Can't waste the remaining tomato sauce. Eating these cookies will leave you thirsty, those two idiots. Well, the task the boss assigned is complete. It's time for dinner. I think tonight is when Sister K is cooking. I can hardly wait. But honestly, I think Natsuko's cooking is even better. Saying this, he clapped his hands, picked up the two phones on the table, quietly left the dilapidated building, casually tossed the two phones into the bushes, and then headed straight for Karaki's house. At Karaki's house, it was lively. Compared to a few days ago, the gentle and considerate Kei Kato placed dinner on the table, then went to the living room and approached Natsuko. With the sign language she had specially learned, she said, Natsuko, it's time for dinner. Natsuko was taken aback. Her mouth slightly agape, then smiled and nodded. The two girls sat on either side of Karaki. Opposite them, Ito expressed his concern. Where's that Mitsuhashi guy? Why hasn't he returned yet? Curious, Kei Kato asked. So what did you all do this afternoon? Nothing much. Ito scratched his head, feeling guilty. Kei Kato turned to Karaki. About restoring my reputation. Oh, I see. But speaking of this matter, I heard someone mention that a former student who dropped out seemed to have been bullied by Endo and his gang. After an in-depth conversation with Karaki that day, Kei Kato had also learned that the one who framed him was indeed Endo. What was that person's name? Karaki inquired. Hirayama Chihiro. Thank you. With more thoughts brewing in his mind, Karaki replied. No problem, as long as it helps you. Come on, Natsuko, let me serve you some food. Under Natsuko's puzzled gaze, Kei Kato served her food, which surprised her greatly. She had thought that her friendship with Kei Kato had ended. Overjoyed, she said, Thank you. You're welcome. Just then, a cheerful humming sound came from outside the door. Moments later, Mitsuhashi walked in, but his cheerful expression quickly faded upon seeing everyone already starting dinner. What's this? You all started eating without me. You were too slow. Ito complained, deliberately eating loudly. Delicious. So fragrant. Damn it. I worked so hard, boss. Ito, you two are really disloyal. With that, Mitsuhashi washed his hands, took a seat, and picked up his chopsticks to eat. How did it go? Hee. The gesture of Mitsuhashi, accompanied by a triumphant glimmer in his eyes, prompted him to eagerly partake of the meal before him. Delicious, he exclaimed. Chapter 80, Endo wa. Brother Ishibashi, you are truly wonderful. In the dim light of dusk, amidst the desolate and abandoned building, Tuano, parched and famished, slumped against the ground. His breath was erratic, and his eyes squinted in fatigue. So thirsty, so cold and hungry. I feel like I'm going to die, really going to die. It had been 2 days. Could that scoundrel truly intend for them to perish here? Trembling, he pushed himself up, expending great effort to reach the window. Turning his head, he spotted Mitsuhashi, who looked even more haggard, his head tilted as if in a daze, his unfocused eyes staring into the distance. Brother Ishibashi, are you all right? Concerned for the biscuits he had previously shared, Toyano asked anxiously. Ugh, just like a zombie, came the weak response. I'm fine. Brother Ishibashi, you must hold on. You absolutely must. I will hold on. Toyano, choking back tears, cursed the despicable wretch. How cunningly vile. Ha, Toyano, are you thirsty? Yes. I have a cup. Let me give it to you. Why give me a cup? Human urine is drinkable. We must endure. Is that so? Toyano swallowed hard, his throat dry and painful. After a moment's hesitation, he resolutely declared, we must hold out until someone passes by. I will take fierce revenge on that scoundrel. Then, he filled the cup with urine. Looking at the yellow, foul-smelling liquid, he suppressed his discomfort and drank most of it. Ugh! He gagged repeatedly, forcing the liquid down. Instantly, his dehydrated body felt a wave of relief. Glancing at the remaining liquid in the cup, he asked, Brother Ishibashi, are you thirsty? I just drank some. I see. Ugh! Toyano downed the rest in one go, exhaling in relief. Feeling somewhat revived, his previously despondent spirit regained a flicker of vitality as he gazed at the sunset on the horizon, reflecting, Brother Ishibashi, I truly thank you. What are you thanking me for, silly? Life is so short. It's wonderful to have met you. What do you mean? If we manage to escape, I'll recognize you as my elder brother. You want to call me big brother? Haha, given our current predicament, I'm more worried about Ishit. Perhaps his body has grown too cold by now. Wah, my brother, you died such a tragic death. Mitsuhashi wept, covering his face. Seeing Mitsuhashi's sorrowful expression, Toyano felt a pang of sympathy. No, he won't die? Brother Ishibashi, stop crying. Wah, uft. Mitsuhashi's voice broke, deepening Toyano's anguish. Yet, he could only watch helplessly at the poetic scenery of the distant hills, unbeknownst to him that Mitsuhashi had already turned away from the window, collapsing to the ground with it, clutching his aching stomach, silently laughing. Ha! I can't breathe. I'm going to die. At this rate, we'll be the ones to perish first. Ha! How can you not laugh at such a hilarious situation? McCurran, burdened with worry, remained silent but sighed. All right. It's my turn now. He departed to the base of the derelict building, pretending to have come from afar. With his hands in his pockets, he called out arrogantly, Hey, have you three died yet? Instantly, Endo withdrew his weary gaze, shouting in anger, You despicable wretch. Let us out. Oh, instead of begging for mercy, you're cursing me? It seems you can still hold on for a few more days. At that moment, Mitsuhashi weakly crawled to the window, pleading no. Please, let us go. Brother Ishibashi, Endo exclaimed incredulously. Ha, Endo, I don't mind, but I don't want to be the reason for your demise. So I beg you, spare Endo and Yoshinaga. I don't mind dying here. Brother Ishibashi, Endo cried, deeply moved. No, if that's the case, I want to leave. Brother Ishibashi, we should die together. Yoshinaga echoed yes. We die together. Brother Ishibashi, is that so? Mitsuhashi chuckled helplessly. Hey. What kind of brotherhood drama are you three performing? It's truly disgusting. McCurran mocked. You vile, cat-abusing trash. If you have the guts, let us die here. At worst, you'll become a murderer, and anyway, it won't be long until justice catches up with you. To me, it seems you'll be the first to die. Endo's taunts did not alter McCurran's expression. He produced a banana peel, accurately tossing it into Mitsuhashi's window. Here's a little food for you. But make sure to hold out until I die first. With that, McCurran waved goodbye. Mitsuhashi, resembling a starving beggar, hurried to pick up the dusty banana peel. Wah! There's food. Food! How wonderful! He exclaimed, cradling the banana peel like a treasure, rushing to the window. Toyano, we have food. Seeing the fragrant banana peel, Toyano swallowed hard. Brother Ishibashi, you eat it. You must need it more than we do. No, didn't we agree to die together? At such a time, what are we waiting for? Take it. Here's half for you. Mitsuhashi tore the banana peel in half and handed it to Toyano, who gratefully accepted it. Eat. It's fine. I still have half. Wah. Brother Ishibashi, from today on, you will always be my elder brother. Toyano sobbed as he swallowed the banana, peel and all. Chewing carefully to extract every bit of nutrition, he expressed sheer delight. Delicious. So delicious. If we get out, I'll definitely eat bananas, peel and all. Mitsuhashi gazed at the remaining half of the banana peel, chuckling softly. Noticing something amiss, Toyano asked, "What's wrong, Brother Ishibashi? Seeing you eat reassures me." "You? What do you mean?" Toyano followed Mitsuhashi's weary gaze to the banana peel in his hand. An ominous premonition washed over him. "You two should each eat half. You must live well, at least a bit longer than I do, so I can rest easy." His words brimmed with self-sacrifice, causing Toyano to burst into tears. "Wah, Brother Ishibashi, don't do this. You must eat. It's been 2 days. You gave all the biscuits to us. And now the banana peel. We really, wah, didn't we agree to live and die together? Silly, how could that be? Since you've recognized me as your elder brother, I must ensure your survival." With that, Mitsuhashi left the window and moved to the other side, handing the banana peel to Yoshinaga. "Wah, Brother Ishibashi, I don't want to. You eat." Yoshinaga shook his head in sorrow. "What are you saying? If you call me big brother, then obey my orders." "You fool." Yoshinaga, moved to tears, began to devour the banana peel. Chapter 81. The Final Revenge in the Dead of Night. A pitiful groan erupted in the room where Mitsuhashi lay, curled up in the corner. Toyano and Yoshinaga immediately shouted upon hearing the commotion. "Brother Ishibashi, are you all right?" Aye. Brother Ishibashi, stay awake. Don't fall asleep. Far away, distant fields, you come to the window, and I have arrived." Through the moonlight, the features of Mitsuhashi appear even darker than before, as if enveloped in a thick layer of black powder. His face reveals the dark lines etched by hunger. "Mitsuhashi, you must hold on." "No, far away. I must ask you this. Did you send those photos of cat abuse on CatCatNet?" Far away is puzzled as to why Mitsuhashi poses this question now. "Tell me. Otherwise, my conscience will be troubled." "Yes, it was me. Rest assured. Even if we die, we can ensure that Mulin accompanies us in death through those online cat abuse clips." "Ah, so that is the case." Mitsuhashi, who is weakly leaning against the window, suddenly comprehends. Could he be guilty of abusing cats? If he were such a person, perhaps we really would meet our demise at his hands. After all, he did bring us bananas. I initially thought there was hope, but given this, maybe we are truly doomed. "Mitsuhashi," he murmurs. Is there something you wish to hide from me?" His expression shifts. "Do you acknowledge me as your big brother?" Far away is still in turmoil, but on the other side, Yoshinaga interjects. "Mitsuhashi, let me clarify." "No, I will." Far away's eyes flash with determination, and under the night sky accompanied by cicadas, he begins to recount the scheme against Mulin to Mitsuhashi. "Ah, so that fierce cat, where did you catch it?" "I stole it from a cat shelter. It was often abused, suffering from severe psychological trauma, and the shelter planned to euthanize it. Since it was to die anyway, I thought it wouldn't matter to let it help us." "What is its name?" Mitsuhashi, what is your name?" Mitsuhashi squints, appearing as if he is about to pass out. This frightens Far Away. Could it be that Mitsuhashi is nearing death and has forgotten his name? Is he trying to remember his little brother's name in his final moments? How touching. Overwhelmed with emotion, Far Away cries, "My name is Takuya Far Away." A sound akin to a tape recorder stopping leaves Far Away puzzled. What was that sound? With a faint glimmer of life returning, Mitsuhashi replies, "The sound of a tape recorder." What do you mean?" "Ah, it's finally over." Mitsuhashi lazily stretches. This newfound vitality leaves Far Away utterly baffled. "Fortunately, I took a 2-day leave with no, that guy Shido." "Mitsuhashi, what is your situation?" "What situation?" Far Away's eyes widen, still not grasping the situation. "Never mind. I'll let you out. There are many people outside looking for you too. Of course, you could also report us for kidnapping, but only if you can provide evidence. And you may be in big trouble, fool." Mitsuhashi mocks. At that moment, the door creaks open. The bewildered Far Away turns to see Ito, who should have been dead, standing there. "Hey, what are you still doing there? Be careful, or I'll close the door." "No, don't." Far Away, having developed a psychological shadow in this place, scrambles out, with Yoshinaga following suit. After only a few steps, they collapse on the ground, gasping for air, inhaling the dust stirred up from the ground, and coughing incessantly. "Well, we'll take our leave then. Here's a photo for you. And we've also retrieved these 2 phones for you. Be sure to thank us." With that, Ito and Mitsuhashi wave goodbye and leave without taking a single cloud with them. After a while, Far Away and Yoshinaga regain their strength. Still dazed, they pick up the photo from the ground. In it, Mulin, Mitsuhashi, and Ito are gathered around a familiar barbecue packaging, grinning jovially. Thump, thump, thump. Their hearts race with disbelief and anger. They have been played. Utterly deceived. Ah! Faraway screams, his face flushed. But the exertion only exacerbates his already fragile condition. Ugh! Cough cough. Captain, did we fall for Mitsahashi's trick? That bastard. 1, 2, 3 bastards. Faraway kneels on the ground, pounding it with his fists, not caring that he is bloodied from the impact. After a long pause, they quickly grab their phones to call for help, but upon opening them, they instead see a video of him and Yoshinaga crawling between someone's legs. Due to the camera angle, Mitsahashi's figure is not visible. Ugh! The two are nearly driven to madness by the sight. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit office, Kitaho Jun observes the video and audio sent to him, nodding in satisfaction. He manipulates the computer to access the cat abuse thread on CatCatNet, easily hacking into Indo's account to disseminate the video and audio. He adds a message. The above information is actually my attempt to utilize the internet to take revenge on my enemies. After several days of torment, I finally realized my guilt. It is my wrongdoing, attached audio. I am in the 3rd year at Toizaki, and I wish to continue living as I am. Please spare me. This is my way of atonement, attached video. With this, you should be able to forgive me, as it's not a big deal. Moreover, this cat was to be euthanized anyway, so using it isn't such a significant issue, right? By the way, I have also bullied Chihiro Hirahara in school alongside several of my friends. To avoid implicating them, I won't name them, though I drove him to drop out. It's not such a big deal, right? So you will surely let me off the hook, right? Boom. This post explodes across the internet, trending within 3 days. Chapter 82, Shattered Basketball Dreams Creak, creak. The broken window cannot even withstand the gentle breeze. The tightly drawn curtains flutter occasionally, allowing fleeting rays of light to pierce through the darkness. In a corner of the bedroom, it resembles a decaying beast's corpse, littered with takeout containers. Filthy, cold, and reeking. This is a small, cramped room on the 2nd floor of a 4-story apartment. Due to the landlord's pity, the tenant survives here like a parasite. My family was never affluent. After my father lost his job when I was in elementary school, our circumstances deteriorated further. My mother, a cancer patient, passed away long ago. From that moment on, my father succumbed to alcohol and smoking, becoming a useless shell of a man. In this household, I was as invisible as air, neglected entirely. There was no food, only sewage. Unable to survive, I began to struggle, lying about my age to work, enduring the trials of society, and ultimately establishing myself. Unfortunately, my father also passed away one night in an alley. With this, it seemed as though I had severed all ties with the world. In search of meaning in my existence, I picked up my interest in basketball. I worked tirelessly, saving money to pay for my tuition. With the meager funds, I supplemented my nutrition to improve my basketball performance. I persevered, hoping to one day achieve greatness through the sport. However, just as I finally made it onto the school team, I encountered a person. No, I encountered him and his teammates. My humble background instilled in me a sense of inferiority and gloom. The bitter and caustic remarks of my boss taught me to bear my burdens in silence. Consequently, my demeanor became a target for their scornful mockery. They began to bully me, physically assaulting me, and even dunking my head into a toilet. They burned me with cigarette butts, leaving several circular scars on my back. They spoke ill of me to the coach, which barred me from training. They extorted me for protection money, forcing me to scavenge through trash bins for food to survive. Ultimately, I could bear it no longer. I longed to cry. But since my parents' death, tears had eluded me. The anguish of wanting to weep, yet being unable to do so pierced my heart. I chose to drop out of school and hid in this tainted room. I had lost track of how many days I had gone hungry. The food containers in the corner had been gnawed at. I contemplated the possibility of ending my life. After all, there was little left in this world worth clinging to. My dreams of basketball had shattered into fragments. I climbed to the table, grasping a corroded knife against my wrist. I felt that this would surely inconvenience my landlord. I apologized for the trouble. My fragile voice was drowned out by the sound of the knife. I swung the blade fiercely, snap. Suddenly, the door swung open, halting my actions. I looked up in astonishment, the blinding light causing me to squint. Once my eyes adjusted, I beheld a boy of similar age. The backlight obscured his features, but I could make out the school uniform that I found hard to accept. No, please don't hit me. I'm sorry. No, I cried. Cowering in the corner like a dog that had been abused, trembling in fear. "You are Harachuhiro?" His subdued voice held a hint of surprise. "Yes, that's me. Please don't hit me. I can pay you. I may not have money now, but I will work and give you my entire salary." This person approached me without a hint of disdain for the disarray and stench of the room. Terrified, I hugged my head. "Please don't hit me. I beg you." Suddenly, a crinkling sound emanated from a plastic bag, releasing an enticing aroma. Despite my fear, I felt an undeniable hunger. To my astonishment, the individual opened a delicious box meal and set it on the ground before me. He maintained a comfortable distance, easing my apprehension. "Eat. Here is some water." After hesitating for a moment, I succumbed to the primal urge to survive and devoured the food voraciously, hardly pausing to use chopsticks. Yet soon, my dry throat choked on the morsels, and I gasped for breath, clutching my neck. He promptly opened a water bottle, offering it to me while patting my back. Finally, I finished the meal and drank the water, staring vacantly at this person. His meticulously styled short hair framed a handsome face, his expression a mix of indifference and tenderness. Yet in my eyes, he was my savior. Perhaps they would no longer torment me. You are someone who can help me take revenge." "What do you mean?" "I can teach Noritake Takuya a lesson." "Ah." Hearing the name of the devil, I shrieked in horror. "But I need your help." "No, please. That person is untouchable. Even the coach favors him. It's impossible. I don't want to provoke him." The glow of a cell phone screen blinded me as I instinctively took the phone he offered, feeling lost. "Take a look." I obediently lowered my gaze to the screen, only to be met with an astonishing sight that widened my eyes. Online, the demon himself acknowledged his wrongdoings, and the comments below overflowed with condemnation. The venomous remarks brought me a sense of relief. "This is your chance to save yourself," he said. I remained silent, doubting his sincerity. Yet, the depth in his eyes, which seemed to hide untold stories, eventually won my trust. "You must go to Toyozaki and inform the principal of the situation." "No, I refuse to go. I don't want to be there for even a moment. Noritake Takuya is under investigation, and his teammates are too afraid to come to school now." On the surface, it seems the most attention-grabbing issue is the false accusations against others for abusing cats and wielding online violence. But what they did to you is far more serious. Therefore, you must testify against them and ensure they fall into an abyss from which they cannot escape. What if they retaliate against me? If there is retaliation, let it be directed at me first. Why? Because everything online was orchestrated by me, including your accusation. "I heard you love basketball." I gazed at him in astonishment. "Noritake Takuya will leave Toyozaki, and you will have the chance to return and continue pursuing your basketball dreams." For some reason, my cheeks felt wet. Moreover, that loathsome coach will be dismissed for covering up their bullying and will face public outrage. He stood up, looking down at me. "So, will you help me accuse him? Using your experiences?" The future me would regret the hesitation of the present moment, but thankfully, I ultimately acted. "I look forward to seeing you fulfill your dreams in basketball." He uttered those words that made me weep, preparing to leave. "Wait, what is your name?" I summoned the courage to call out. He lingered at the radiant doorway, silent for a long time as if contemplating whether to respond. Finally, he replied, "Mulan." He departed, closing the door and plunging the room back into darkness. Yet, for some reason, I felt enveloped by light. Like a soul in despair, I had been granted hope by the deity of brightness. That simple name, consisting of just 2 characters, ignited a flame of inspiration within me, propelling me forward on my journey in basketball. Chapter 83, Glass and the Black Cat Meow. The incredulously fierce cat uttered a gentle sound. Through the bars of its cage, it could see the fragile figure of a human, stirring memories of its past. Endless abuse and torment had left it shattered and filled with despair. Perhaps the circumstances were different, but ultimately, it too had lost hope for the future. It struggled to break free, yet this girl seemed to have given up. Thus, it treated her tenderly, hoping to inspire her to reclaim hope and step forward into an uncertain future. The cage creaked open. The girl smiled softly, extending her hands. To her surprise and delight, the black cat leapt onto her, curling up in her embrace. "Meow." Its voice, though slightly odd, still resonated with warmth. It responded with a soft meow. The girl sat on the ground, gently stroking its fur, which made the cat squint in comfort. Suddenly, it remembered something and pawed at her left sleeve. "Huh?" the girl questioned in confusion. Perhaps it is her gentle and considerate heart that perceives the cat's intent. Unreservedly, she rolls up her left sleeve. The black cat tenderly licks her left arm, as if soothing its own wounds with delicate care. For a while, the girl and the cat share a warm intimacy. She gently returns the black cat to its cage and, under its curious gaze, takes out her notebook to write. "Could you assist me, please? Meow?" "Then do not act recklessly. The people here are trustworthy." "Meow?" "That demon is untrustworthy. Let us proceed." Even without knowing the destination, the black cat nods in trust. The girl struggles to carry the cat's cage as she steps outside. In recent days, Nishimiya Shoko has not idled at home. Beyond cooking, she has been preoccupied with a singular task, rallying support for Karaki. Despite the vitriol hurled at her online, she fervently explains her position, driven by a desire to assist him as a means of atonement. Fortunately, her efforts bear fruit when she stumbles upon a post from a cat shelter. "This cat is missing from our shelter. It has been abused by its owner, leading to its aggressive demeanor and hatred for humans. Perhaps the abuser is innocent." Ironically, the comments beneath this post are primarily vitriol aimed at the shelter, accusing it of being complicit with the abuser. Consequently, the official account of the shelter is bombarded with messages, making it impossible for Nishimiya Shoko to reach them. Luckily, the account's bio contains an address in Tokyo, not far from her location. Thus, she sets off with the black cat toward the shelter. It is a modest establishment. Recent public outcry had drawn many to protest. But in the wake of the truth emerging, tranquility has returned. I hardly know what to say. These so-called cat lovers storm in with outrage, yet when the uproar subsides, they neglect to inquire about the cats, remarks a female staff member at the shelter. Just as she is about to begin her daily duties, a charming girl enters, carrying a cat cage. The staff member inquires, "How may I assist you?" The girl, maintaining a soft smile, produces her notebook and writes, "I have hearing difficulties and cannot speak. May we communicate through this?" The staff member pauses, then gently writes, "Of course. How may I assist you?" "This cat belongs to your shelter." The staff member gazes at the black cat in the cage, perplexed. In her memory, there exists only one cat, a lost soul destined for euthanasia, but this one appears entirely normal. "Meow?" The black cat yowls aggressively, startling the staff member. In a hurry, Nishimiya Shoko scribbles a note and affixes it to the cage for the black cat to see. "Did we not agree to behave?" She displays an expression of gentle discontent, devoid of any force. Yet, the black cat obediently tucks its fur back and lounges lazily in the cage. Little do they know, the cat's earlier antics were simply a plea for the staff member's recognition. "I remember now. Is this not the missing cat?" The staff member exclaims, hastily grabbing her notebook to write, "Yes. This cat is from our shelter." Nishimiya Shoko beams with a smile. "Well, I would like your help. What assistance do you require?" To explain the situation regarding the person accused of abusing cats online. "Huh, isn't the truth already apparent?" Nishimiya tilts her head in confusion. Unaware of the developments since learning about the shelter, she had not revisited the website. The staff member retrieves her phone, showing her updates while patiently explaining in the notebook. After absorbing the information, Nishimiya's expression shifts, and she lowers her head slightly. "I see. It seems my help is no longer needed. Well, I shall return this cat to you then." With that, she lifts the cage to hand it to the staff member. Suddenly, as if realizing something, the black cat exclaims, "Meow?" The staff member is startled again, but she waves her hand and writes, "May I ask a question?" "Please do. This cat does not seem to dislike you." "It appears so. How did you achieve this?" The staff member's eyes widen. Nishimiya tilts her head in confusion. This cat has suffered severe psychological trauma from prolonged abuse, rendering it irreparable. Our shelter had planned to euthanize it, but it was stolen the night before. Upon hearing the word euthanasia, Nishimiya instinctively retracts her hand holding the cage, seemingly reluctant to return the black cat to the shelter. In a moment of indecision, she seizes the notebook and writes, "Then, let me care for this cat. If it does not harm you, that is entirely acceptable. However, you have yet to answer my question." The nearly 30-year-old staff member, observing Nishimiya's compassionate demeanor, cannot help but chuckle as she gently pats her head. This gesture renders Nishimiya somewhat bashful, prompting her to write, "It was that falsely accused person who adopted it," allowing it to regain its health and receive psychological treatment. Nishimiya attributes all the credit to Karaki. In her mind, she believes she has done little for the black cat. Perhaps merely coinciding with the moment, it was influenced by Karaki. "Meow?" The black cat protests loudly, but the 3 humans present cannot comprehend its words. "Is it truly healed?" The staff member asks incredulously. However, it still seems fierce towards us outsiders. Given ample time, it may indeed be fully rehabilitated. If so, we shall entrust it to you. Please inform us of its name so we can register it for adoption. Name? I am at a loss. You have yet to name it? Oh, in that case. Shall we name it now? No, I am not its true owner. I see. Well, when you do choose a name, please remember to register it with us. Actually, registration is not strictly necessary. By the way, I have good news. The thief has been identified through surveillance footage, and we plan to share the video online. Very well. Thank you. I shall take my leave. Goodbye. The staff member smiles and waves as Nishimiya departs. Watching her retreating figure, she muses, what a gentle child. Perhaps it is her kindness that has earned the cat's trust. At that moment, a girl with long, black hair, as cold as snow, emerges from a corner of the shelter, having quietly mimicked cat sounds. Noticing the peculiar silent exchange, her curiosity is piqued. She gazes at Nishimiya, who carries the black cat. But upon glancing at the time, realizes it is late and must leave. After all, her home is not in Tokyo. She has merely come to the shelter out of interest in the online cat discussions. Chapter 84. Karaki and the Black Cat in the Evening. Karaki bids farewell to Mahashi and Ito. As a token of gratitude for their assistance in his vengeance, he treats them each to a bottle of cola. Their disdainful looks have long been forgotten by the carefree Karaki. Walking through the dusky streets, a weight rests upon his heart. He remains indifferent to the online discourse surrounding him. Whether the truth is revealed or he remains vilified until his dying day matters little to him. For him, such matters are trivial, akin to dandruff casually brushed off. His primary concern lies with Nishimiya Shoko's psychological struggles. Over the past few days, he has pondered deeply but remains at a loss, facing a conundrum that proves to be exceptionally challenging. Because her liberation cannot be achieved merely through words and actions, she must undergo profoundly heart-wrenching experiences to awaken and shed that detrimental habit. Mulan gazed with a hint of pain at the children frolicking in the street. The couples entangled in the dilemma of where to dine that evening, the parents soothing their weeping child, and the elderly couple supporting each other as they strolled. The smoke of life evoked a sense of melancholy within him. Alas, all he could do was strive to save her. Shirako, do not be foolish any longer. Meow? Upon entering his home, he was greeted by the sharp cry of a black cat, as if it had been awaiting his arrival. This cry, unlike its usual fierce demeanor, hinted at some urgency. Mulan furrowed his brow, observing the cat cage that was slightly askew, and then turned his gaze to the baring-toothed black cat. What is this? Are you not hissing at me today? Feeling oddly uncomfortable with this unexpected normalcy, Mulan felt compelled to provoke the black cat. Meow? Meow? The black cat pawed at the cage, seemingly eager to escape. Intrigued by its behavior, Mulan decided to open the cage door. In an instant, the black cat dashed towards the entrance, leaping up to grasp the doorknob, slipping outside into the unknown. Was it off to pursue someone? Sensing something amiss, Mulan called out, Shirako. Yet, silence was his only reply. Rushing into the living room, he quickly noticed a letter resting on the table. As he unfolded it, he read, Mulan, I am truly grateful for your kindness these past few days, but I find myself yearning for my family, so I must return home. I am sincerely sorry for the troubles regarding your matters, Hui's situation, and Ito's hospitalization. My intrusion has disrupted your lives, and to protect you, I must leave. I feel guilty for burdening my mother and the others. Returning may cause them more trouble. By the way, please continue to care for the black cat. Despite its fierce exterior and having scratched me, it is quite gentle. It even licked my wounds, which had healed long ago. Haha. Please give it a name, and let me know through your phone. So farewell. Make sure to reconcile with Hui, and do not worry about me. I will not let anyone worry in the future. Mulan silently traced the still wet stains on the letter with his fingers, tasting the tears that lingered. With a sudden crash, he tossed the letter aside and sprinted towards the station. The station, bustling during peak hours, was teeming with students and office workers, a chaotic crowd. Yet, in one corner, there was an oddly vacant space occupied by a charming black cat, perched and gazing at the arriving and departing trains. Its sleek, shiny fur and large, luminous eyes exuded a delightful innocence, prompting passers-by to take out their phones for a photograph. Was it waiting for its owner to return home? How endearing. Such a well-behaved little cat, with those big eyes hinting at a depth of experience. Could one dare to touch it? Perhaps it was best not to disturb it. Regardless of the flurry of onlookers, the black cat paid them no mind. its focus unwavering on the distant train. It was convinced that the girl it longed for was aboard that train, yet the doors had closed, and it had missed its chance. Powerless, it found itself at a loss as to where to return. Without the haven of the angelic girl, it was unwilling to linger in the shelter that had contemplated its euthanasia. Days of homelessness loomed ahead. Perhaps it would not be so bad to live as a feral cat, detached from humanity. Just as it prepared to stride away, a familiar presence stood beside it. It was the devil. He gazed longingly at the train. For reasons unknown, the black cat sensed a profound weariness emanating from him, as if he stood upon the parched, cracked riverbed, devoid of an end. Is she on that train? Meow. The black cat found itself answering the devil's question, feeling as though both it and the boy had been abandoned by her. Meow. Do you intend to live as a free stray? Meow. Is it true that you no longer wish to see her? Meow. She is fragile, akin to a boat caught in a tumultuous tsunami, on the verge of sinking. The black cat turned its gaze upward to meet the devil's profile. She saved you, did she? Meow. I will save her. With that, a silence enveloped them both. In the midst of the bustling station, their shared space seemed to exist in a realm of tranquility. Onlookers cast curious glances, but dared not intrude upon this peculiar tableau, instead creating a circular space around them. They could not help but silently muse. The lonely cat, the lonely boy. The solitary youth spoke no further, instead gazing at the train that had vanished into the distance, before turning to leave. But just after he took a few steps, the solitary cat rose and followed. Under the fading twilight, the crimson rays of the setting sun elongated the shadows of the boy and cat walking side by side, in serene silence. As they approached the threshold of home, they spotted a girl anxiously standing beneath the eaves, clutching the letter. Upon seeing them, she hurried over. Mulan, did Shirako leave? Yes. Then why not hurry after her? I already did. What about Hui? What as for dinner tonight? I haven't tea cooked yet. Then you'd better get started. Don't worry. Mulan reassured her with a gentle pat on her shoulder before stepping inside. Kato Hui looked perplexedly at his retreating figure and the black cat at his feet. It felt as though these two were bound by shared abandonment, united in their solitude. Chapter 85. Mulan. Hui, it's a pity you're not an assassin. Yuzuru, your sister has returned. Huh, you didn't know? No, I didn't. Then hurry to the station to greet her. Oh right, but how could she come back? Wasn't it already decided? Decided what? It's nothing. But you aren't planning to do anything bad to her, are you? Not really. Huh, what are you thinking? Just make sure to keep an eye on her, and don't let her do anything foolish. There was a long silence on the other end of the call. What is wrong with my sister? Sorry, but don't worry, I will go find her in a few days. With that, the call ended. Mulan put away his phone, lost in thought as he ate dinner, while Kato Hui sat across from him in silence. The atmosphere was heavy, almost suffocating. Hui, don't take it to heart. It's not your fault. Yeah, I understand. Anyway, I will go see her in a few days. Okay. But this sort of situation cannot simply be resolved by visiting her and chatting. What should we do then? I will think of something. After exchanging a few simple words, they fell into a comfortable silence once more, the only sound being the clatter of their utensils in the kitchen. Meanwhile, the black cat was eating cat food for the first time outside its cage, remaining surprisingly calm. By the way, Hui, let us give this black cat a name. Huh. Meow. Kato Hui and the black cat both paused in their eating, looking up at Mulan. What do you think we should name it? How about Little Black? Meow. I refuse. The black cat protested vehemently. Kato Megumi remarked, isn't that name rather hasty? Calling it Little White. I believe Nyan Makuen would be a much better choice. Henceforth, that shall be its name. Meow. The black cat, meanwhile, protested vehemently, its fur bristling in discontent. It appeared to be quite displeased. Kato Megumi gently stroked her chin. Her brow furrowed, suggesting, how about we name it Mulan No. 2? Mulan nearly spat out the juice he had just sipped. Is that name really that terrible? Kato Megumi responded with an expression of indifference. However, Mulan sensed that she was somewhat unconvinced. Well, it's not great, but judging by its demeanor, it still refuses. Yet, an animated series from Huaxia came to mind. What series? Black Cat Sheriff. Meow. It's settled then. We shall call it Sheriff. That name sounds rather dashing. Kato Megumi nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, the black cat remained obstinate, unable to tolerate the duo's naming prowess any longer. It dashed over and scratched Mulan's pant leg with its sharp claws. Feeling the prick, Mulan lifted it by the scruff of its neck and exclaimed, if this won't do and that won't do, What name do you actually desire? Meow, 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 meow. The black cat struggled and shouted. If you have the capability, speak human language. Kato Megumi chuckled from the side, while the black cat continued its futile meowing in frustration. All right, from this day forth, you shall be named Sheriff. Such a commanding name, and yet you refuse. I truly cannot fathom you. In due time, should you learn to speak human, I shall grant you the privilege to change your name. Agreed? Meow? Oh, dare to speak ill of me, do you? Meow? Mulin's expression soured, and he proceeded to give it a thorough rub-down on the floor. The sound of fur scratching against the floor echoed. After a prolonged session, the black cat's eyes lost their luster, and it lay there as if devoid of life. Observing this, Mulin found it rather dull and went off to wash his hands before returning to his meal. After dining, Kato Megumi took to the dishes while Mulin reclined on the sofa, messaging Nishinomiya Yuzuru. Yuzuru, have you received Shoko? Yeah, came the succinct reply. The response suggested that the other party was not particularly cheerful. Is she all right? Not at all. My apologies. I trusted you so much, and yet you allowed my sister to be upset. You fool. It was my fault. Then hurry and rectify the mistake. It's not something that can be fixed instantly. Let her cool off for a few days, and then I will discuss it with her to ease her troubles. I feel like her depression has relapsed. Indeed. What should we do? Her relapse stems from my actions. It is my responsibility to assist her. Then clarify how you plan to resolve this. Mulin sighed in resignation. He understood that even at such a young age, Yuzuru was pushing him to clarify their relationship swiftly. How could I possibly not care for her? Oh, that's all I need to hear. With that, her issues will be resolved in no time. I'll go tell her right away. Hee. Don't. Why not? If you tell her now, she will likely think it's merely to placate her, which would only deepen her sorrow. Is it really that complicated? What do you expect? If it were simple, I would already be in Shiba, dragging her back. TCH. It feels like my sister is quite fortunate to have encountered a wretched fool like you. A silver lining amidst her misfortunes, I suppose. In any case, I'll need you to keep an eye on Shoko during these days. Got it, impatiently. Honestly, why did I bother with this? Mulin could only helplessly retract his phone. At that moment, a chilling voice slithered from behind him. Have you truly made up your mind? What the? It sent a shiver down Mulin's spine, akin to a snake slithering across his back, startling him. What's wrong? Kato Megumi tilted her head. Cough, cough. Nothing, what's up? Megumi? I ask again, have you truly made up your mind? Perhaps, Mulin shrugged, though a shadow of doubt flickered in his eyes. He harbored a premonition that he was treading a path of no return. This truly should not have escalated to this level with these two women. In the past, I was unencumbered and invincible. Now, with attachments, I find myself laden with concerns. Perhaps in the future, my whims will be restrained. And what if something goes awry? If I do not assist them, their lives will continue to spiral into despair. If I do, there remains a glimmer of hope. At the very least, it is sufficient to make them happy for now. I can only pray for a peaceful future. How tragic it is that I have begun to pray. But to whom? The divine is untrustworthy. Fate is too elusive. Myself? I am but a remnant. I had said to wait. Yet now, has my heart wavered? A delicate voice pulled Mulin back to reality. This is unavoidable, isn't it, Megumi? You are merely being coerced, right? Not quite. Then do you harbor feelings for me? If not, I shall take my leave. How could I possibly not have feelings for you? I wish you would just boldly confess your affections for me. What a convoluted fellow you are, Mulin. Kato Megumi's lips curled upward, unable to suppress her smile, having been cherished for such a long time. Mulin's admission of affection made her feel as though she might not sleep a wink that night from sheer joy. Yet, the pressing matter still lay with Nishinomiya Shoko. Wait, hold on. Suddenly, a nerve in her brain twitched. Kato Megumi abruptly realized that she had subconsciously accepted the notion that this source of all evil could indeed harbor feelings for two women. In an instant, her previously uplifted smile fell. Mulin-kun. You are truly despicable. How crafty of you to slyly maneuver the conversation such that I inadvertently condoned this morally reprehensible behavior. If you wish to chastise me, be direct. You fool. Even ancient emperors had thousands of beautiful women in their harem. What's wrong with me? Kato Megumi looked at Mulin in disbelief, who was acting so shamelessly. This is not the ancient times. But I am an ancient soul. A rogue fool. Adding fictitious layers to himself. When I speak the truth, no one believes me. What can I do? Mulin spread his hands in helplessness. Is this the truth? This is nonsense. Fine, fine. I am a scoundrel, I admit it. I am left with no choice. However, even if I entertain such thoughts, it depends on whether you both are willing. If you are not, I would never force it. Ultimately, from a modern societal perspective, I am likely speaking of fantasies. Honestly, Kato Megumi crossed her arms, pouting and turning away from Yulin. Yet, a glimmer of resolve flickered in her eyes. Since you are so compelled, I shall merely delay your decision for a few years, allowing you more time to ponder. At the very least, I will prove that your so-called prophetic predictions are entirely erroneous, enabling you to cast aside your anxieties. Megumi? Yulin called, prompting her to look back at him. You would have made a fine assassin. Huh. Chapter 86. The Great Incident at Toyozuki. A significant event transpired today at Toyozuki. 5 students were abruptly dismissed, along with 1 coach. The 5 students and the coach were all members of the basketball team. The coach was terminated and faced public outcry, effectively ending his career. Yoshinaga, along with 3 other team members, admitted their wrongdoings during the investigation, placing the primary blame on Toyono. Once friends turned bitter adversaries, Toyono Takumi became the target of scorn. The 4 members faced severe societal condemnation, their futures rendered bleak, unable to lift their heads in shame. Meanwhile, the true instigator, the captain of the team, Toyono Takumi, remained at the center of the storm. Due to the unfounded accusation of cat cruelty, an individual has faced online harassment, theft of their feline companion, and has become an agent of campus bullying, among other reprehensible actions and crimes. This has led to a serious investigation by the police, resulting in a mandate for him to enter a juvenile detention center for rehabilitation. However, due to betrayal by friends, the violence of public opinion, parental reproach, and severe psychological trauma, he reacted by screaming uncontrollably, striking his head, and inflicting self-harm, which necessitated his transfer to a psychiatric hospital, where he was diagnosed with a mental disorder. This spared him from juvenile detention, redirecting him to a mental health facility. As for the previously scorned individual known as Mulin, the online sphere has starkly illustrated the phenomenon of internet amnesia. The multitude of denunciations against him vanished overnight, as if they had never occurred. Meanwhile, those who had previously condemned him, the so-called guardians of internet justice, continued their lives unscathed, oblivious to the profound harm their actions may have inflicted on him. Had Mulin been more fragile, he might have succumbed to despair and taken his own life to prove his innocence. In the realm of reality, the once reviled Mulin has suddenly emerged as a hero. It is said that the severe punishment of individuals like Toyono and others was orchestrated by him. Yet, there remain some diehard skeptics who insist that this narrative is fabricated, asserting that the true villain is Mulin himself, led by none other than their history teacher, Mr. Tanaka. However, such individuals are mere jesters, unworthy of concern. The individual who has been vindicated and restored to his former glory now reclines in a back seat, gazing out the window, reflecting on life. Yet, Mulin does not feel joy. Instead, he is engulfed by a sense of disquiet. His once comfortable circle has dissipated, leaving him encased in an uncomfortable new reality. Most of his classmates no longer regard him with disdain, nor do they look at him with indifference. Instead, they now acknowledge, admire, and even idolize him. This treatment is unbearable for Mulin, who finds it absurd to be viewed as a good person. Even in class, he struggles to find solace, feeling a pang of guilt when he dozes off. "Excuse me, how do you solve this math problem?" The question did not come from Kato Megumi, but from a charming young girl seated in front of her. Mulin sensed her gaze upon him, leaving him uncertain. "I'm sorry, I don't know." Aren't you good at math? Every field has its own expertise, and this problem happens not to be mine. "Oh, I see." The girl returned to her seat, visibly disappointed. "You're quite popular, Mulin-kun," came a sarcastic voice from the crowd. "This is all you're doing. It has nothing to do with me." Mulin deflected responsibility, utterly perplexed by their remarks. "As for my reputation, I was forced to address it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered." "Ah, so you were compelled? You really know how to shirk responsibility, don't you?" "That's the truth. Being this popular is suffocating." "Huh." Kato Megumi covered her mouth, enviously observing. "Only you would feel that way. As a mere bystander, no one even notices me. Did you want to be popular?" "I used to, but not anymore." Kato's gentle gaze lingered on Mulin. "Ugh, this boring class makes me want to sleep. But I went to bed early last night and have no drowsiness at all." Mulin rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. At that moment, an unusual occurrence transpired at the back door of the classroom. Excuse me, is Mulin in this class? Yes, that's him. Thank you. Under the astonished gazes of his classmates, a frail boy, appearing as if he could collapse at any moment, approached Mulin. With a sudden movement, he dropped to his knees, proclaiming, I am Hiroka Chihiro. I am truly grateful to you. Your kindness has saved my life. I am at a loss as to how I can repay your generosity. The sincerity and volume of his voice astonished everyone in the class. Mulin, momentarily taken aback, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. There's no need for such dramatics. No, this level of gratitude is far too simplistic. Come, let us not embarrass ourselves here. Follow me to the rooftop. Though puzzled, Hiroka did not hesitate to follow. They ended up in the stairwell of the rooftop building. As soon as they stood still, Hiroka attempted to kneel again. Don't kneel. Your traditions make my scalp tingle. Do you not know that a man's knees should be held sacred? Even so, your kindness is akin to that of a reborn parent, deserving of my reverence. If you kneel again, I will be angry. Yes. There was a brief silence. You seem to be doing much better mentally. That is thanks to you. Have you met the guidance counselor? Yes. Thanks to you and the counselor's assistance, I am able to return to school and join the basketball team for training. You look so thin. I imagine a few steps would leave you gasping for breath. Mulin's teasing words elicited a smile from Hiroka. Even so, the school has allowed me onto the team to make amends. Of course, I cannot train in basketball just yet. I need to regain my strength and gain weight before I can officially practice. Is that so? That must require quite a bit of money for your sustenance, right? That is indeed a significant concern. The guidance counselor personally discussed this with the school board, stating that to rectify their previous oversight, my tuition will be fully waived. Meals at the school cafeteria will be free, and I will have free accommodation in the dormitory, along with a poverty subsidy. But in my eyes, this is not the school's fault. Rather, it is mine. Seeing Hiroka's state, Mulin thought of Natsuki and sighed. Regardless, you deserve all of this. Accept it with peace of mind. Since you have such good intentions, make sure you eat well to regain your strength, then practice basketball. I recall there's a university basketball competition at the end of the semester, right? Though it may be a stretch. I hope you can participate and bring honor to the school. I will do my utmost. Hiroka's eyes sparkled with determination, reminiscent of a knight pledging an oath. Haha, I believe in you. Mulin smiled, giving his shoulder an encouraging pat before waving goodbye, leaving behind a parting remark. In return for my kindness, advance vigorously on your basketball journey. Then get on television. Let me see it. Make me feel that saving you was truly worthwhile. I will surely repay you. Hiroka declared with conviction, watching Mulin's figure fade into the distance, appearing aloof and indifferent to fame or fortune. After standing alone in the dim stairwell for a while, a blinding light burst forth from the rooftop door. A stunningly beautiful senior emerged, gazing indifferently at the figure that had just turned the corner. Though she felt an inexplicable shock and a significant improvement in her perception of him, she retorted, Humph. This guy really knows how to play it cool. Hey you. Huh. Hiroka replied, puzzled. Don't be fooled by him. He's a thoroughly detestable villain. Chapter 87. A World for Two Megumi. Hurry and call me a waste of space. On a serene afternoon at school, with clear skies and a pleasant atmosphere, Mulin lay despondently on his desk, feeling defeated by his dreams of being a failure. This left his adorable female classmate momentarily stunned. Gently caressing her smooth chin, she feigned deep contemplation. You fool, not a fool. Please, berate me for being useless. Hurry, quickly. Hiss, I never expected you, Mulin-kun, to be such a pervert. I beg you, just scold me. Mulin sighed. Humph, not a chance. Why should I do what you ask? I shall not. Her light-hearted tone lacked conviction, making Kato-K appear even more endearing. Yet, Mulin was not in the mood to admire her pouting expression. Instead, he murmured, I am useless. I simply wish to be a waste. Perhaps I should indulge in a few misdeeds to diminish others' perceptions of me. For instance, napping during class, taking random leaves, skipping classes, confronting teachers. Yes, that Tanaka-sensei. I could try to provoke him into a heart attack. Mulin-kun, go away. I cannot be bothered with you. Mulin waved dismissively, his expression one of disdain. This infuriated Kato-K. People like you, with such a peculiar personality, such bizarre dreams. It's truly beyond my words. If you don't know, then don't speak. Humph. A playful punch landed on Mulin's shoulder. So light, are you attempting a massage? Kato-K's expression darkened. Hey, do you wish to die? Are you really contemplating death? Absolutely. Indeed. I wish to perish. What can you do about it? You refuse to even call me a waste. Ugh. I shall ignore you. You arrogant, reckless, perverse scoundrel. Ah. It resembled the playful bickering of a couple. Soon, the previous altercation faded as if it had never occurred, with Kato K presenting her math workbook to Mulin for explanations. Despite being aware of her true intentions, Mulin couldn't help but retort, K, why are you so dim-witted? Why must you ask me so many math questions daily? You're the dimwit. Will you explain the problems, or shall I consult the math class representative? The representative was a boy. Fine, I'll explain it to you. On a breezy evening after dinner, Mulin reclined on his bed playing video games, while Kato K rushed back home after washing the dishes. Before long, Mulin heard a rustling sound from next door. Just as he pondered over it, the door swung open. Mulin-kun. This is Natsuko's, right? Kato K entered, cradling a pot of ivy. Mulin furrowed his brow. Yes, it belongs to her. You must return it. The flower's meaning made Kato K realize its significance to Natsuko, and leaving it at Mulin's home filled her with an uneasy sense of foreboding. Akin to a cry for help, Kato K wished to voice her thoughts, but refrained upon seeing Mulin's somber expression. Instead, she placed the pot on the desk. Thank you. K. Without you, I wouldn't have known this flower was here. So, when did you give it to her? On her birthday, many years ago. If it were me, what flower would you give? The question slipped out as if casually posed. Who knows? By the way, what were you doing in Natsuko's room earlier? Kato K glanced at him, her expression indifferent, before walking out. Who knows? Humph. It seemed like an act of retaliation as she slammed the door shut. Moments later, more commotion emerged from next door. Mulin, uninterested, continued with his game. However, the next morning, an astonishing event unfolded. Good morning, Mulin-kun. The bedroom door opened, revealing Kato K in adorable panda pajamas, rubbing her eyes as she entered. Her sleepy, playful visage provoked an urge to pinch her cheeks. K, what on earth? I came to wake you. Didn't we say we would find Natsuko? You wouldn't have walked over in that state, would you? Who knows? Hurry up and get ready. I'm off to wash up. As Kato K left, Mulin, puzzled, got dressed and made his way to the bathroom, discovering pink toiletries and shampoos neatly arranged in the sink. Gurgling sounds accompanied Kato K as she brushed her teeth like a hamster. Mulin watched for a while, but upon receiving a discontented glance from her, he discreetly left, heading to Natsuko's room. He found the rolled-up bedding and neatly folded women's clothing and underwear in a box. Understanding dawned on him, leaving him somewhat speechless. I'm done washing up. What are we having for breakfast? A light voice resonated from outside. Just bread. Mulin walked to the kitchen and saw bread and juice laid out on the table. Please, help yourself, Kato K said, exuding a wifely charm. Thank you. But I'm not accustomed to this. K, what are you up to? Nothing. You'll get used to it in a few days. What if Natsuko returns? We'll lay out another bedding. It'll be just right for her to join us. Mulin resignedly ate his breakfast, while Kato K began organizing the vegetables in the fridge, ensuring their quantities before checking the cooking supplies and jotting something down in a small notebook. What are you doing? Writing down things to buy at the supermarket later. All right. What dishes do you like, Mulin-kun? Beef stew with potatoes. Is that so? If you want to eat it, you better help Natsuko recover soon. What? You can't do it? Well, I'll need to consult Natsuko properly when the time comes. She is self-taught, after all. Learning from others can expedite your understanding and improve your relationship with her. It's a win-win situation, isn't it? Fine. I'm full. I'm leaving. Mulin wiped his mouth, stood, donned his jacket, and prepared to depart. Be careful on your way. Come back early. Kato K followed him to the entrance, even picking up Mulin's shoes to help him wear them. Mulin quickly snatched the shoes back, insisting, no need. The two exchanged awkward acknowledgments. K, don't forget to change your clothes. Mulin playfully pinched the panda ears on her hat. I don't need you to remind me of such trivial matters. Then I shall take my leave. Wishing you a triumphant return. Chapter 88. Withered flowers. A boy cradling a pot of ivy walked along the roads of Chiba Prefecture. The damp air and puddle-laden streets indicated that rain had fallen the night before. Amid the joyous weekend atmosphere, many youthful boys and girls congregated in groups, enjoying their time shopping. In stark contrast, the boy, alone and burdened with the ivy, appeared rather somber. He arrived at the entrance of a certain apartment, pausing momentarily. Knock, knock. A sound echoed as he rapped on the door. Who is it? Footsteps could be heard from behind the door, followed by a faint noise. as if someone was peering through the peephole to ascertain the identity of the visitor. Upon opening the door, a tomboy stood with her arms crossed, tapping her foot. Even standing at the entrance, she had to look up at the visitor, rendering her attempts at a stern demeanor futile. Were you not going to inform me beforehand? Where's Natsuko? I'm asking you a question. Mulan reached out and ruffled Nishimiya Yuzuki's neatly styled short hair. She retaliated by swatting his hand away, exclaiming, "Who told you to touch my head? You inconsiderate fool. You're the inconsiderate one." Mulan stepped inside without hesitation, removing his shoes. TCH, she's in her room. For the past few days, aside from eating and using the restroom, she's been holed up in there, remaining silent while listening to me and Grandma chat. It's infuriating. My mother has been in a foul mood these days. Thankfully, she's out now. Otherwise, she would have likely killed you upon seeing you. Nishimiya Yuzuki made a comical, scary face, appearing somewhat cute in her own way. Mulan nodded, making his way to Nishimiya Natsuko's bedroom door, while Nishimiya Yuzuki discreetly exited. After a series of knocks, he awaited a response. The sound of footsteps descended from the bedroom. A soft click resonated as the door swung open, revealing a once adorable face now marred by weariness. With tear-filled, dazed eyes, it took a moment for Nishinomiya Shirako to recognize the person who had knocked. Oh no! Overwhelmed, she instinctively attempted to shut the door, but Mulan swiftly stepped inside. Shirako, startled, leaned back, nearly losing her balance, only to feel a warm embrace around her waist. Steadying her, her wide, confused eyes were filled with panic as she surrendered to the pull of the other's strength, straightening herself. With a firm thud, the door closed, enclosing them in the intimate space of the room. Shirako retreated, eventually collapsing onto the bed, resembling a helpless girl confined for too long, curling up in despair. Mulan sat cross-legged before her, observing her in a profound silence that lingered for what felt like an eternity. Rising, he drew back the curtains, allowing sunlight to stream in, infusing warmth into the previously dreary atmosphere. Noticing Shirako burying her head into her knees, Mulan approached, gently lifting her chin to meet his gaze. To his surprise, she resisted fiercely. In exasperation, he cupped her face, eliciting a pained whimper that compelled her to comply, raising her head with a look of grievance directed at him. "Do I not have your welcome?" Mulan communicated through gestures. Shirako softly shook her head before hastily nodding. "So, do you welcome me or not?" After a prolonged hesitation, she raised her hand. "Why have you come?" "I've come to tell you the name of the black cat. Didn't you say you would inform me via phone?" Instead of responding, Mulan retorted, "Didn't you mention missing your family?" "Yes." "Then why did Yuzuru say that after you returned home, you isolated yourself, and didn't he speak a word to them?" Shirako's expression turned frantic as she once again buried her face in her knees. Mulan sighed, uncertain of how to proceed, his gaze ultimately settling on her delicate feet. Suddenly, a warm hand grasped her foot, causing Shirako to kick and struggle in an attempt to escape. Yet, both feet remained ensnared. The absurdity of her actions resembled pedaling an invisible bicycle. And only after a prolonged struggle did Shirako finally lift her head, revealing a face flushed with embarrassment. She communicated her annoyance through gestures. "What are you doing?" Mulan released her feet, and she quickly retreated to the opposite wall of the bed, timidly lifting her gaze. "Police officer." I named that black cat." "I see. Aren't you going to comment on it? The name is lovely. And this pot of flowers, you forgot to take it." Mulan lifted the beautiful pot of ivy. Upon seeing it, a flicker of hope ignited in Shirako's eyes, but it quickly dimmed, as though she had steeled herself with a resolute decision. She shook her head. "What's wrong?" Mulan frowned. "I don't want it." The silent gesture was painfully cruel, as if all the previous beauty had been torn apart, shattering hearts in the process. "Why?" Mulan's expression darkened. "I don't want it. Just go." Shirako wiped her eyes, getting off the bed, attempting to pull Mulan up. However, he remained stubbornly seated. They held their ground for what felt like eternity, Mulan believing she would eventually relent, but instead, she erupted in a fit of rage. Ah! Ah! The fragmented cries twisted Mulan's heart in anguish. Seeing her in such a hysterical state, he yielded, allowing himself to be pushed out of the bedroom. Shirako thrust the pot of ivy into his arms and slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. With a thud, she collapsed against the door, her face buried in her hands as she wept. The flower's symbolism bore no resemblance to her. She felt unlovable and undeserving of affection. To ensure her beloved could sail smoothly through life, She believed she had to act this way, because she, such a person, could only bring trouble to others. The door slammed shut with an echoing crash. A gust of wind tousled Mulin's neatly trimmed hair as he stood frozen for a long while, clutching the pot of ivy. "What's wrong, Mulin?" Upon hearing the commotion, Nishinomiya Yuzuru rushed over. Sensing the tension in the air, an unsettling premonition gripped her heart. "Yuzuru, you must keep a close eye on your sister. Do not let her do anything foolish. And you? Aren't you going to do anything? Right now? I can only make matters worse. Then what should I do? Should I just watch her suffer? I'll think of a solution. Ugh, you are such a useless fool. Yes, I'll take my leave now." His voice carried a hint of despair. "Hey." Before Yuzuru could respond, Mulin departed, leaving her in a state of distress. Finally, she rushed to the bedroom door, attempting to open it. Click. The door was locked. Yuzuru hurried to retrieve a spare key from a drawer in the living room. Unlocking the door, "Sister," she called out, only to find the wilted girl sitting on the floor beneath the bed, her face shrouded in shadows. Tears streaming down her chin in a heart-wrenching display. Yuzuru felt as if her heart was being squeezed, rendering her breathless. She hurried over. "Sister." The dazed Shirako finally noticed her sister's presence, quickly wiping her tears and looking up, offering a reassuring smile. That comforting smile caused Yuzuru's cheeks to moisten as she rushed forward. The two sisters embraced, seeking warmth in each other's presence. Chapter 89. Drowning sorrows in alcohol. A youth cradling a vibrant pot of ivy walked along the road. The brilliant yellow petals stood out starkly against the backdrop of autumn's decay, much like the boy himself, who felt profoundly alone in this gray world. As groups of youths enjoying their weekend passed him by, their laughter faltered momentarily. The somber atmosphere and irritating clamor seemed to plunge the boy into a melancholic abyss. The sound of a message notification broke the silence. He picked up his phone, contemplated for a long while, and then altered his course. He found himself in a sparsely populated bar. At the counter sat a striking beauty in her late 20s with long black hair. Another round of failed blind dates had left her enraged. Damn, are men nowadays really this picky? Bang! Hiraizumi Shizuku slammed her fist on the table, startling the bartender, who nearly dropped his glass. Who will marry me? Am I not just a hot-tempered woman who enjoys drinking and smoking? If they can't tolerate these minor flaws, they're just petty, she lamented, resting her head on the table as she downed her drink. Another round. Coming right up, the bartender replied, pouring her another glass. That annoying brat won't show up for over an hour, will he? Ugh, what a pain. Just then, a pot of flowers appeared on her table, followed by the sound of someone sitting down. Shizuku turned in surprise, recognizing the familiar profile, and exclaimed, "Oh, how did you get here so quickly? I happen to have something in Chiba today." "Huh. Waiter, get him a drink." "No, I don't drink. Just give me a glass of water." "Don't be such a buzzkill." Shizuku jovially draped her arm over Mulin's shoulder, drawing him closer. He, however, brushed her off, replying coolly, "Didn't we say we were going to fight? What's this all about? What's wrong with having a drink before a fight? I suppose that's acceptable." Mulin accepted the glass of water from the bartender and took a sip. "You seem a bit off today. Feeling down? Aren't you the same? TCH, those worthless men. Barely any women want them, yet they are so choosy. What a bunch of self-important jerks. Did you go on a blind date?" "Yeah. Isn't being single fine?" Mulin's tone grew somber. "Being single? Alone for the rest of my life? Enduring others' gossip and my parents' nagging? It's maddening. Moreover, who does not yearn for love? Ah, the joy of being free and unburdened, unscathed by the pangs of affection, and unencumbered by the considerations of others in one's solitude. How delightful it is." Hiratsuka Seiji paused, her hand poised with a wine glass, casting a surprised glance at Mulin. "Hey, you don't intend to remain single for life, do you?" she inquired, her tone tinged with exasperation. "You speak as if being single is a burden, by the way. What is the story behind those flowers? They were intended for someone, but that someone no longer desires them." Seiji burst into laughter, wine spraying from her lips as she wiped her mouth carelessly. "Surely they weren't meant for a woman you fancy?" "Close enough," Mulin replied. "Ha ha, I knew it. You've just been wounded by love. No wonder you're so confident in declaring your desire for solitude." The very utterance revealed Seiji's genuine reluctance to embrace a life of singleness, and her bewilderment at others who would choose to remain alone indefinitely. "Heh," Mulin chuckled softly, unwilling to elucidate further. "I haven't been too drastic, which has led to this predicament. Quite foolish of me. Although, Given the chance to relive the past for the sake of those two young ladies, he would still make the same choices, yet he couldn't help but scold himself. You look genuinely sorrowful. Don't be so melancholic at such a young age. Since you've dared to gift something to someone you adore, why not seek out new opportunities? Perhaps next time, you might succeed. Seek new opportunities? I'm already overwhelmed. Why would I want to pursue more troubles? Seiji remarked, her voice laced with confusion. I don't quite grasp what you're saying. Never mind, let's drink. Seiji offered her glass to Mulan. When he shook his head, she patted his shoulder vigorously. Come on, we're both wounded souls. Let us drown our sorrows together. The law requires one to be 20 to drink. I'm not of age. Mulan's singular statement left Seiji momentarily stunned. PFF, who cares about the law? We're adults now. Sneaking a few drinks is no big deal. She retorted. By the way, you're a teacher, right? Yes, Mulan replied, lowering his head sheepishly. I just spoke so quietly. I hope I wasn't overheard. Oh no, my teaching career is in jeopardy. The thought of silencing her crossed his mind. But why does school bullying exist? Seiji paused, taken aback by the sudden gravity of the question. Well, she began, swirling her wine glass as she contemplated the undulating surface of the liquid. This issue is exceedingly complex, involving personal, familial, educational, and societal factors. Adolescents in their formative years often exhibit emotional immaturity, easily succumbing to impulsive anger and magnifying minor incidents into significant grievances or believing them to be intentional. Additionally, factors like self-esteem and jealousy come into play. In terms of family dynamics, overindulgent parents can foster a self-centered mindset. Within schools, some teachers may neglect student psychological issues while excessively prioritizing academic performance, leading to a divisive hierarchy. On a societal scale, bullying is indeed prevalent in our country. Mulan nodded thoughtfully. Then why do some individuals choose to bully a frail, kind-hearted girl who is also disabled? Seiji furrowed her brow, momentarily at a loss for words. Not wanting to appear inadequate before her junior, she replied evasively, in any case, it's quite complicated. Is it? The reflection of a smirk danced across the surface of the glass, chilling the liquid within. Why delve into such a heavy topic in this already somber atmosphere? Let us just drink. The conversation reached its conclusion. Seiji continued to consume her wine, while Mulan stared vacantly ahead, lost in thought. The bar's clock ticked rhythmically, the hands of the hour, minute, and second moving steadily. Time flowed slowly. As Seiji transitioned from tipsiness to drunkenness, she began to sway and ultimately collapsed into Mulan's embrace. Murmuring, drink. Another round. Her already beautiful features flushed a rosy hue, rendering her irresistibly charming. Mulan, speechless, rose, cradling the everlasting flower in one hand and supporting her in the other as they prepared to leave. Hey, you two patrons, you haven't settled your bill. Mulan instinctively reached for his phone, but after a moment's thought, he returned it to his pocket and rummaged through Seiji's bag to retrieve her phone. With her hand in his, he unlocked it with her fingerprint and, under the watchful gaze of the bemused bartender, settled the payment. Chapter 90. The teacher and the smiling man. As a beautiful and mature woman, she had unwittingly rendered herself utterly inebriated. Summoning a young man she had only met a few times to escort her home. Was she not concerned that this impetuous youth might take advantage of her? Perhaps she subconsciously deemed him trustworthy. Yet, he was a product of a troubled society. Ugh! The splitting headache jolted Seiji awake, her mind inundated with a torrent of memories. In an instant, her expression shifted as she reached to feel her body. Her clothes were intact. A wave of relief washed over her as she surveyed her surroundings. Realizing she was in her own bedroom, with a groan, she threw off the covers and sat up, clutching her aching head. She wobbled around the room, finding no signs of anything amiss on the bed or floor, and felt no significant discomfort in her abdomen. Now thoroughly at ease, she murmured, "Where did that brat go?" Her parched lips urged her to fetch a glass of water, and after quenching her thirst, her headache began to subside. "Where's my phone?" she wondered aloud, searching for it until she finally located it and unlocked it with her fingerprint. Upon opening the screen, her expression darkened at the sight before her. First, the bar tab stared back at her, followed by an inexplicable transfer of 200,000 yen. She recognized the familiar account and knew exactly to whom it belonged. "This is theft," she muttered angrily, tapping out a message. "Hey, why did you use my phone to transfer 200,000 yen without my consent?" After what felt like an eternity of waiting, Her impatience grew until she finally received a response. Did you not say you wanted to fight me? We haven't even fought yet. I sought you out based on that. Who knew you'd want me to be your drinking companion? Regardless, though we didn't fight. I ensured your safety and brought you home. Isn't it fair for you to pay me? The crux of the matter is that you rascal, used my phone to transfer money without permission. I could have sent it to you once I woke up. I doubt you would. Seiji's expression stiffened. She indeed would not. Yet she replied, am I that kind of person? Yes. You would surely use the excuse of not having fought to deny me the money. Go to hell. Seiji shot back vehemently, tossing her phone aside as she stormed off to the gym. Donning her boxing gloves, she pounded the punching bag with fervor. Die, die, you little brat. Mitsuhashi, go die. She vented her frustrations upon the bag, but soon, hunger pangs interrupted her tirade. Clutching her stomach in discomfort, she collapsed to the ground. So hungry. I've exhausted all my energy to go out for a meal. Despite her words, Seiji mustered the strength to rise and headed to the fridge, grabbing a few bags of snacks to stave off her hunger. Just as she was about to step out for a proper meal, the doorbell rang. Who is it? It's me, came a somewhat flirtatious female voice from outside. Ugh, what a bother, Seiji muttered as she opened the door. A beautiful woman with short hair stood at the entrance, greeting her with a casual smile and a wave. Hi, Seiji. What brings you here? I missed you, so I came. Without hesitation, the woman pushed past Seiji and plopped down on the sofa, making herself comfortable. Seiji followed her, asking, so, what is the occasion? I just said I missed you. With such a terrifying smile, it hardly seems like you've missed me. Usually, Yukinoshita Yano doesn't visit with such a radiant grin. Oh dear, why does it feel like our relationship has grown distant after just a few months apart? I've only just graduated. So, how is university life treating you? Hiratsuka Shizuku placed a glass of water before Yukinoshita Yano. It's simply splendid. So it's terrible then? Ah, I've been found out. What vexing matter has you wearing such a spine-chilling smile? Oh, it's nothing really. Just thought I'd invite you for a drink. Huh, let us go? Let us go? Wait. I've only just started drinking again. I've only just recovered. And you didn't even invite me to drink alone? How outrageous. As compensation, you must accompany me for a drink right now. What compensation? That doesn't even make sense. What is wrong with me drinking alone? Enough of that. Let us go? With Yukinoshita Yano pulling her along, Hiratsuka Shizuku reluctantly returned to the bar. The two sat at the counter, sipping their drinks. Oh. The thrill of alcohol allowed Yukinoshita Yano to exhale contentedly. Noticing Hiratsuka Shizuku's pained expression as she hesitated to take a sip, she didn't press her but instead asked, so, Shizuka darling, what brought you to drink? Let us not discuss it. Is it a failed blind date then? Are you a demon? Yukinoshita Yano snorted. Haven't I always been a demon in your eyes? You all have such dreadful personalities. All of you. Is there someone else besides me? Shizuka darling, are you juggling two relationships? Who is he? Just some scoundrel. Huh, a man? No way. Shizuku, do you have a boyfriend? May I give you a punch? Absolutely not. Yukinoshita Yano playfully crossed her arms. He isn't my boyfriend. He is about the same age as my classmates. An old cow grazing on young grass. That fits your character well. Sigh, I want to go home. Oh, don't. Stay and chat with me. If I get completely drunk, you can take me home. I'm rather curious about the scenario where a drunken Yano gets rescued by a bystander at a bar. I can't shake the feeling that your thoughts are rather lewd. By the way, aren't you going to tell me his name? The glint in her eyes made Hiratsuka Shizuku realize she was genuinely interested in this person. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to have these two confront each other? With a mischievous thought, Hiratsuka Shizuku suppressed her laughter and said, if you help me find his address, I'll tell you. Oh, an address? It seems Shizuka darling is truly taken with this fellow. What are you saying? I merely wish to teach that scoundrel a lesson. Don't use such a serious reason to cover up your mischievous intentions. So, do you want to know or not? Of course. Mitsuhashi Takashi. That name sounds rather shabby. Indeed, it is quite shabby. Hiratsuka Shizuku remained non-committal. Even if it were not shabby, her grudge against him would still render it so. Oh. Autumn. Mitsuhashi, who was deep in slumber, suddenly shivered. He had an ominous feeling that something exceedingly bad was about to happen to him. Chapter 91. The unreturning path of the black robe at the old Mori office. H.J. June was grumbling as he handled the daily paperwork. What a chaotic mess is this? Why are the dates all mismatched? And who exactly is backing the Nani group? How can they possibly remain safe? Not long ago, a significant incident occurred in Chiba Prefecture. The Nanai group clashed with the Rokusei group, leading to the obliteration of the Rokusei group and the complete annexation of their assets. Such a blatant case of black-on-black crime, yet the police feigned ignorance in their news reports. The Rokusei group was attacked by an unidentified organization. The leader and all members have been confirmed dead, with the vice leader missing. The identity of the unidentified organization is under thorough investigation. Shortly thereafter, Rokusei's vice leader, Dainai Akihiro, was found and publicly exposed the crimes of the Nanai group in front of reporters. Some incriminating documents, transfer records, and accusations that this unidentified organization was indeed the Nanai group surfaced. However, this news vanished from the internet almost as quickly as it appeared, and no matter how much one searched, it could not be found. Subsequently, Dainai Akihiro was charged with defamation and swiftly convicted, ending up in prison. Outsiders may be unaware of the details involved, but H.J. Jun understood that this incident entangled county councilors from Chiba Prefecture. Chiba Prefecture is a highly developed area adjacent to Tokyo, and county councilors are the administrators of this region, just a step away from the power center of the House of Representatives. The strength of their family is evident. Yet this family, which initially stood firmly behind Dainai Akihiro against the Nanai group, suddenly reversed its position for reasons unknown and betrayed Dainai Akihiro, seeking favor with the Nanai group. TSK. ISNT typical of both the political arena and the underworld? Only eternal interests exist, no permanent enemies. Our nation is indeed in utter chaos. As he pondered this, suddenly bang, the door was pushed open, and a figure entered. How is it? Yukino Shida seems intent on sending his daughter to apologize, to preserve his status as a county councilor and ensure a successful candidacy for the House of Representatives. Is that so? So useless? Only you dare to say such a thing, boss. This certainly seems like the backing of someone behind the Nanai group is rather exaggerated. So what should we do now? Who is behind the Nanai group? We are still investigating. Have you prepared the clothes for me? Here. H.J. Jun opened the drawer and retrieved a finely packaged box. When opened, it revealed a meticulously crafted black robe coat of exceptional quality. It fit his physique perfectly. After removing his outer coat, he donned the robe. It was as if he was enveloped in darkness, and combined with Mulin's naturally good looks, his refined short black hair, and those abyss-like dark eyes. It was simply a match made in heaven. The aura he exuded left H.J. Jun momentarily awestruck. It fits perfectly. Boss, who designed this garment? I did. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Have you ensured confidentiality? Naturally. So, what do you plan to do with this outfit? Could you possibly share? There will come a day when you will know. Mulin donned the hood. Instantly, the upper part of his face was perfectly concealed in darkness, making it impossible for anyone crouching down to see him. Only his chin remained exposed. Bang! H.J. Jun turned off the lights. In utter darkness. I can't see you at all. It's too dark here. A little light would reveal everything. I don't think so. Only your eyes can see in this darkness. It doesn't matter. With this outfit, there will be no issues. There's no need to investigate the Nanai group any longer. I will handle it. Just check whether their backers will retaliate. Mulin vanished into the night. Clad in the black robe. Nighttime, Chiba Prefecture, the Riseikai President's residence. With one arm around his newly made-up wife, and the other holding a cigarette. Takigawa Iu lounged on the sofa, crossing his legs as he looked at his underlings. Speak. President. We have already lost 2 bars and 3 entertainment venues. The exact amount is still being confirmed, but it's estimated to be at least 4,000 yen. Takigawa Iu clenched his teeth, crushing the cigarette, pushing away his wife as he spoke in a low voice. Who the hell did this? Amata? Fujitatsu? Or who? It's suspected to be the Nanai group. The Nanai group? Takigawa Iu's expression changed. Why would this organization, which has no connection to us, suddenly come to seize our properties? What do they want? No. We have no grudge against them. Then why are they targeting us? No idea. Bang. A heavy fist slammed onto the table, causing the ashtray to bounce several millimeters. The thunderous sound startled the younger brother. Takigawa Hiro said gloomily, Are they planning to devour us? What shall we do now? What else can we do? Continue to gather intelligence. Understood. The younger brother departed. Takigawa Hiro's expression darkened significantly. Those who navigate this path are well aware of the recent actions of the Nankomo group. This organization, clearly backed by formidable figures, is akin to a rabid dog, biting indiscriminately. It's utterly insane. He cursed vehemently, as if consumed by impotent rage. Yet, the reality was as such. Attaining the position of a leader at such a young age, he possessed both hard and soft power in abundance. Cunningly, he felt an alarming bell ringing in his mind. This was merely the calm before the storm. Others in the company assumed it was just a minor skirmish with a rival organization, believing that peace would soon return. However, Tokigawa Hiro understood they were ensnared in a dire predicament, a predicament that was insurmountable. This trouble would undoubtedly turn his meticulously managed meteor society into a delectable morsel for the tiger's maw. Fighting to the death or seeking peace both lead to ruin. Perhaps seeking peace might allow me to survive, he murmured, instilling fear in his wife's heart. Just then, a loud bang erupted from outside. Several younger brothers were hurled back in anguish. Had they already attacked? So soon? With that thought, Tokigawa Hiro hastily rummaged through the drawer for his gun, disengaged the safety, and looked up, only to find a mysterious figure cloaked in black, obscuring their features, stepping over the fallen younger brothers and approaching him. The visitor bore ill intent, yet had ulterior motives. This caused Tokigawa Hiro not to aim his weapon, but to question, "Who are you?" The other party did not respond, but instead seated themselves on the sofa opposite him. The hood concealed their face, compelling Tokigawa Hiro's gaze to fixate on the weaponry. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt as though he was being scrutinized by a pair of chilling, icy eyes. "I am here to seek your assistance." "Seek our assistance?" Tokigawa Hiro narrowed his eyes, glancing at the younger brothers who had managed to stand, tilting his head to beckon them closer, albeit maintaining a respectful distance. "What exactly do you want?" "The Nankomo Group." Tokigawa Hiro paused, subtly indicating, "The Nankomo Group bears no grudge against us. Stop beating around the bush. You are being devoured in your quest for peace, and both you and your capable subordinates will be submerged in Tokyo Bay. Even so, we still have a chance to escape. If we assist you, it would only heighten the danger. Firstly, I did not say that I am here to assist you. Rather, I am asking you to assist me, which demonstrates my sincerity. Secondly, escape? Do you truly believe that at your young age, having risen to the position of leader of the Meteor Society, you can find a place to flee? Thirdly, here is the accurate information. Tomorrow, the Nankomo Group will meet with Yukinoshita, and the day after, they will mobilize their forces to wipe you out. Well, even if you say that, I find it hard to believe. After all, Tokigawa Hiro was not easily swayed. The dark night enveloped them, and the cicada's cries outside accentuated the silence between the two. They were at an impasse. Ultimately, the mysterious figure reached up to grasp the hood and removed it. A youthful, somewhat innocent face emerged. Yet the distrustful appearance of this young man nearly made Tokigawa Hiro laugh. However, upon noticing the depth of his gaze, his expression stiffened. The abyss-like black eyes possessed the capacity to consume all. "I can help you eliminate the leader of the Nankomo Group, and you will handle the aftermath, ensuring no roots remain." Tokigawa Hiro sat upright, retracting his earlier levity. That is no simple task. It was unclear whether this statement referred to the assassination or the aftermath. "Do you wish for a slow demise, or to fight desperately?" Climbing to this position, you cannot be oblivious to the fact that this is both a crisis and an opportunity, correct? That is indeed true. So what do you truly seek? Why offer us all the benefits? Tokigawa Hiro leisurely took out a cigarette, preparing to light it. "I advise you not to smoke in my presence." His fingers froze around the cigarette, and though he shot a defiant glance, he ultimately nodded, retracting the cigarette while muttering, "Humph, are kids nowadays so health-conscious? The benefits will not be entirely yours. Consider it a favor." "Oh, so you expect us to assist you in the future, then? Why not simply take my position? The role of president is quite advantageous, after all. Would you be willing?" "No, I would not," Tokigawa Hiro replied candidly. Under the silent scrutiny of those black eyes, Tokigawa Hiro began to feel the pressure. Truly terrifying eyes. "I must warn you, in our world, trust is not easily given. Since you believe in us, let us finalize this agreement." Chapter 92. Flames Frustration. Utter frustration. Tokigawa Jinji walked sulkily down the street. Encountering a stone or an empty can, he would kick it away without hesitation. He even sought out a malfunctioning vending machine and kicked it hard, creating a loud noise while obtaining a free drink. In recent days, his quest for dominance over Suzuran had encountered significant setbacks. He had thought that sheer force would conquer all, but to his surprise, the students of Suzuran possessed such tenacity. Even after being bloodied, they refused to submit. They even claimed he lacked any semblance of a leader's demeanor. Moreover, because he had previously allowed a wanted criminal from Suzerain to escape, several of his younger brothers abandoned him, spreading rumors that made it increasingly difficult for him to recruit new followers. What nonsense! Letting two injured individuals go was hardly a grave matter. He hurled the empty can away in anger. What a bunch of fools! They prattle on about strength, yet even after being defeated, they refuse to acknowledge me as their leader. Is this school not one where dominance is achieved through power? How foolish! In a fit of rage, Takigawa Jinji forcefully pushed open the door to his home and stepped onto the pebble pathway of his yard. He exhaled deeply, stretched lazily, and glanced at the group gathered in the living room, dismissing them with indifference. Just as he prepared to head to his room, a youth clad in black robes, seemingly of a similar age, brushed past him. In his home, he was accustomed to being surrounded by older figures he could refer to as uncles. However, the sudden appearance of such a young individual piqued his curiosity. Disregarding the gazes of others, he adopted the capricious demeanor of a young master and called out, "Hey, who are you?" The young man paid him no heed, which irritated Takigawa Jinji, prompting him to step forward and grasp the young man's shoulder. In an instant, the latter executed a shoulder throw, slamming him to the ground. Takigawa Jinji gasped in pain, but his resilience allowed him to quickly rise. His already foul mood was ignited. "You bastard! I'll make you pay," he shouted, charging forward to throw a punch. "Wait!" A heavy voice echoed from the entrance hall. Takigawa Jinji halted, glaring fiercely at his father. "What? Trying to stop me?" Although his son posed the question, Takigawa Hiro paid him no mind, instead fixing his gaze, obscured by shadows, upon the youth who had halted in his tracks. "Are you certain you can accomplish this task? What do you think?" The young man retorted. "Upon reflection, if you succeed in the assassination, we, the Meteor Society, will owe you no favor, but rather." Takigawa Hiro cast a glance at Takigawa Jinji. "How about you take my unworthy son as your apprentice?" "What nonsense!" Takigawa Jinji shouted, only to be sent flying by a slap from Mulin. "You do have quite the calculating mind. Haha, mutual benefit will only strengthen our bond, so why not?" Mulin pondered over Takigawa Hiro's ugly smile for a long moment before responding. "I find myself curious. Why do you place such trust in me? My ascension to this position has always relied on sheer fortune. It seems fortune favors you indeed. Well, it can be so. As for whether my worthless son can acknowledge you as his master, that remains to be seen." With that, Takaguchi Ayu smiled as he watched his son charge at Mulin with clenched fists. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists colliding echoed through the courtyard. The gust of wind stirred the leaves around. In the dim light, under the astonished gaze of Takaguchi Ayu, his son soon lay on the ground, bruised and unable to rise again. Lacking any skill, relying solely on brute strength. Indeed, he is a worthless one. Let him return to me when he has improved. With this assessment, the boy in the black robe vanished into the night. Crack! A flicker of flame danced in the shadowy alley. The fire's delicate veil illuminated the surroundings, tearing through the cold emptiness with sporadic warmth. As the owner waved a lighter, the flame traced peculiar symbols in the air, lingering momentarily like a magic trick. Yet, just as it was completed, "Never mind, it is unnecessary." With a soft sigh, the lighter extinguished, the dull sound indicating it was discarded into a trash bin. The boy in the black robe, perfectly blending into the darkness, glanced at the time and rose to step outside, as if the abyss itself were slowly consuming the vibrant world beyond. Chapter 93. A brush with the abyss. In recent days, a significant event transpired within the Yukino Shida household. As the second daughter, Yukino remained unaware of the specifics. However, her elder sister's radiant smile weighed heavily upon her heart. It felt as though her sister had become more unsettling than ever. Had something profoundly distressing occurred? She speculated, glancing around her surroundings. They found themselves in an opulent hotel room, located on the third floor's VIP suite, with panoramic windows offering a view of the street below. On the table lay an unknown but undoubtedly expensive bottle of red wine, alongside freshly served dishes. Yet, these were secondary matters. Most notably, the Yukino Shida family, usually fragmented, had gathered together. The matriarch, the puppet-like father, several family officials, her sister, and herself. As the second daughter, she possessed a modicum of authority and chose a seat by the window, allowing her to observe the scenery without engaging in conversation, thus avoiding any awkwardness. However, It was a dampener that her sister sat beside her. So what is this about? Yukino Shida, Yukino inquired. Humph, matters of adults need not be questioned so directly. Her sister replied. If that's the case, why call me here? My presence serves no purpose, does it? Well, I had the same thought, but Yukino Shida Haruno shrugged, casting a subtle glance at their mother, who sat poised in her seat. Why not have you here as well? I made an error. There's no need for me to take your place, is there? Ha ha ha, how could that be? Let us just say it's a reminder. Is that so? Yukino Shida Yukino turned her gaze to the vehicles traversing the road. Actually, we are here to apologize to someone. Yukino Shida Yukino's eyes widened in astonishment. As the second daughter, she understood the Yukino Shida family's power. Now they were to apologize to someone? Yet she refrained from voicing her question and instead asked, what have we done wrong? Nothing in itself, yet it bears a fault. Oh, really? Yukino Shida Yukino scoffed, disdainful of the adult's hypocrisy. Yukino Shida Haruno responded with a resigned smile. Your smile grows increasingly terrifying. Haha. At least in front of others, it's a more pleasant smile. I hope you can maintain it. Perhaps it will indeed be so in the future. Upon hearing this, a flicker of concern crossed Yukino Shida Yukino's eyes, but was quickly concealed. Who will represent us? I will. Yukino Shida Yukino fixed a frown on her sister, who wore a sheepish grin. I'll find a reason to excuse myself from here. Cold words warmed Yukino Shida Haruno's heart. Then I must thank my considerate sister. A lengthy silence enveloped the room, the only sounds being the clatter of dishes from the serving staff and the distant commotion of vehicles outside. Strangely, the opposing party dared to keep the Yukino Shida family waiting for so long. Yukino Shida Yukino secretly observed their mother's expression. Although she discerned little, there was at least no sign of dissatisfaction. This only piqued her curiosity about who they were waiting for. Just then, her sister's voice broke the silence. They've arrived. Following her sister's gaze, Yukino Shida Yukino peered through the panoramic window. 3 black luxury cars had come to a halt by the curb. Under the curious gaze of passers-by, a group of suited bodyguards emerged, escorting a well-groomed young man in his 30s. He wore a white knitted undershirt beneath a black woolen coat, and his shoes glistened against the damp pavement. Nangong Jioyun, leader of the Nangong group. Though impeccably dressed, evoking intrigue among many women, Yukino Shida Yukino found him inexplicably repulsive. The man waved leisurely, and one of the bodyguards promptly produced a cigarette, igniting it for him. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled a smoke ring, brushing non-existent dust from his attire before striding toward the hotel. A group clad in black moved with synchronized steps along the road, exuding an imposing aura that compelled others to step aside. In this dim world, they resembled kings, tyrannical and indifferent. Yet, in stark contrast, a figure clad in an even darker robe, their face obscured by a black hood, strode briskly toward them, seemingly melding into the night. Even under streetlight illumination, they appeared an ephemeral presence. The peculiar individual's pace was slow, yet they moved with an eerie swiftness. The low thud of their footsteps echoed in Yukino Shida Yukino's mind, an involuntary imagination conjured by the sight of this strange figure. Soon, beneath her cold, bright eyes, the scene unfolded where the mysterious figure brushed past the Nangong group. At that moment, the bodyguard positioned to the right of Nangong Jioyun had not entirely shielded him, implying there was no barrier between Nangong Jioyun and the enigmatic figure. Time slowed. No, it was as if time had nearly halted, creating a suffocating stillness. Bang! The sound of a soft throat being torn apart resounded vividly on the dim, damp street. Splatter! Warm, foul-smelling blood erupted forth. A writhing chunk of flesh dropped to the ground. Yukino Shida Yukino felt a wave of nausea wash over her before she could even process the pain. The once proud and arrogant man, flanked by bodyguards, transformed into a figure of terror. His throat was a gruesome sight, once sun-kissed skin now marred by a gaping wound. The laceration appeared as if violently ripped away, sending shivers down the spine. This transpired too swiftly for the bodyguards and bystanders. It was as though a timer had detonated within his neck, abruptly exploding from the inside. Thud! The lifeless body crumpled to the ground without a sound. The bodyguards descended into chaos, while pedestrians screamed in frenzy. The once lively street devolved into utter chaos. Yukino Shida Yukino, overwhelmed by a physical unease, bent over and retched, while Yukino Shida Haruno beside her turned pale, bitterness filling her mouth as her stomach churned. Other members of the Yukino Shida family gathered at the window, their expressions frozen in shock as they beheld the lifeless body sprawled in a pool of blood. Call the police, summon an ambulance. The matriarch, Yukino, wasted no time in issuing commands. Yes, her subordinates swiftly retrieved their phones to make the necessary calls. We must go investigate the situation. Terasaki, you take them back first. Yukino stood and stepped outside, a throng of people trailing behind her. Only a man named Terasaki responded with a curt nod, moving to the side of the Yukino Shida sisters. After they were overwhelmed by nausea for a considerable time, he waited outside the restroom until they had composed themselves before escorting them home. Chapter 94. The terrifying mass death incident in Tokyo. The surveillance footage, slowed down 100-fold, revealed a fleeting shadow resembling a black serpent, darting forth to sever the victim's throat. However, the police investigation ultimately concluded that it was the mysterious figure in the black robe who had brutally yanked the victim's throat. This chilling conclusion sent shivers down the spines of the officers, stirring a sense of dread within the precinct. They commenced their pursuit, yet found themselves powerless. The assailant vanished entirely within a dark alley devoid of cameras. The Yukino Shida family firmly denied any involvement in hiring a hitman, and due to their status, the police hesitated to probe further. Meanwhile, the Nango group had already made countless enemies, rendering it impossible for the police to pinpoint the true suspect among them. Some organizations capable of hiring such high-caliber assassins were equally off-limits for investigation. Thus, the case languished within the precinct, forever stalled. Eventually, the police dispatched personnel to the Nango group's headquarters, only to be horrified by the sight of numerous corpses. Unlike the death of Nango Kyun, these victims exhibited no traces of blood. Subsequent forensic reports indicated they had succumbed to internal injuries, such as severe blows to the temples causing cerebral hemorrhage, asphyxiation from broken necks, and fatal impacts to the heart that disrupted its blood supply. Even more chilling was the discovery in the Nango group's medical room. The younger brother of the group leader, Nango Kyun, lay on a hospital bed, a gaping wound in his left chest, the bed soaked in dark crimson. The stench of blood mingled horrifically with the sharp scent of antiseptic. After an exhaustive search, the police finally unearthed the missing heart from the fireplace in the living room, though it was charred to a crisp. This horrifying mass death incident soon instilled terror in the hearts of Tokyo's citizens. The details released in the news were swiftly suppressed by unknown forces, leading to a final explanation that the casualties were simply the result of gang violence, allowing the populace to dismiss the event as normal and thereby quell their fears. Ironically, the residents of Tokyo had come to regard gang conflicts as a commonplace occurrence. Meteor Shower Society, President's Mansion. Satake Takashi observed the news online, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The figure in the black robe seen brushing past the victim in the surveillance footage bore a striking resemblance to the youth from the previous night. While he lacked certainty, seeds of doubt began to sprout within him. Just then, he received a message urging him to meet with the president. After pocketing his phone, he made his way to the designated location. In the heavy atmosphere of the living room, he integrated himself into the neatly arranged line. Catching a glimpse of the president's unusually grave expression and his piercing, icy gaze sweeping over all present. Those of you who were home last night, it was just you, correct? Yes. First, I must clarify that the murderer in the news has no connection to the youth from last night, given the striking similarities. To prevent the police from seizing upon this and launching a thorough investigation into our society, you must bury the matter of that youth deep within your minds. If any fool dares to speak of it, I will annihilate their entire family, parents, children, siblings, all of them, including the little ones. The rare serious demeanor of Takegawa Hideo, laced with murderous intent, sent chills down the spines of everyone present, leaving them trembling. Do you all understand? Understood. The group responded in a unified, resolute roar. Good. Now disperse, organize the personnel, and prepare for action. Yes. The subordinates exited, leaving only the darkly contemplative Takegawa Hideo in the room. If a murderer of such extraordinary caliber were confirmed to be linked to their society, the repercussions would be dire, far exceeding a simple investigation. It would herald an era of unimaginable terror and obliteration. Thus, his earlier words, bordering on threats, were spoken with utmost seriousness. Had he not placed his trust in these individuals, he might have resorted to silencing them permanently. Wait. Takegawa's eyes suddenly sparked with intensity as he gestured for a confidant to approach. Satake Takashi and Nobumoto Katsuya. There are suspicions they may be undercover agents from rival gangs, correct? Indeed. Eliminate them, sink them in Tokyo Bay. But that has yet to be confirmed. What does confirmation matter? If there is any suspicion, they must all be killed. Such matters must remain confined to those we trust. Understood. The confidant bowed slightly, taking a gun and departing. Takigawa then sank into the sofa. Resting his elbows on the table, fingers interlaced beneath his chin, lost in contemplation. Damn it, I should have never let that brat remove his hood. He cursed inwardly, regretting that the moment the youth revealed his true face, their entire meteor shower society had unwittingly boarded a treacherous vessel. Had they been manipulated? What a formidable adversary he was. Old Mori office McCurran entered, only to find an individual trembling in fear behind the desk. What are you doing? So scary. Boss. You're terrifying. Kataho Junichi stared at him, as if entranced by a nightmare. What is so scary? What are you talking about? You nearly wiped out the Nango group. How could that not be terrifying? I did nothing at all, McCurran replied, spreading his hands in mock innocence. Really? Truly? Of course, it was merely coincidence. That person is not me. No, I don't believe it. You have that kind of strength. Believe what you will. Just take this clothing and put it away. McCurran removed the black robe and donned his own coat. Kataho Junichi took it, inhaling the scent like a lovesick fool. Are you a pervert? Why is there no smell of blood? I told you, that person is not me. It was mere coincidence. Kataho Junichi's eyes widened in disbelief, half convinced. So where did you wear that outfit to? For a walk. Huh. I don't believe your nonsense. Well, if you don't believe it, that is your choice. I'm heading home now. Goodbye. Kataho Junichi stared blankly as McCurran waved and departed, leaving the office in silence. After a long pause, Kataho Junichi, skeptical, once again sniffed the black robe like a lovesick fool. After confirming there was no trace of blood, he murmured, could it really not be the boss? Then why is he so indifferent to such terrifying news? Suspicious, exceedingly suspicious. His heart raced as he resisted the urge to pry further, stuffing the robe into a drawer. He retrieved his phone and made a call. Sis, come help me fold some clothes. I just agreed to go shopping with Chica. That's the boss's clothing? I'm on my way. Chapter 95. Returning home, the dark road ahead sent chills down one's spine. Turning back, the path had already vanished from sight. Such a bloody occurrence placed the youth traversing this road at a stark risk of severing ties with his mundane existence. How could he wager the ordinary life he would gladly sacrifice for against such randomness? Yet, this was for the sake of protection. Ordinary individuals encounter such horrors only with the same probability as a plane crash. Regrettably, tragedy seems to linger perpetually in his vicinity. An inconspicuous and melancholic girl yearns for companionship to feel the essence of existence. Fortunately, she is a considerate and kind-hearted soul, possessing a remarkable emotional intelligence. Yet, her feelings for him are so intense that they become nearly impossible to dismiss. A young girl grappling with auditory impairment and depression requires spiritual salvation from others to grasp the concept of self-love. However, her harrowing experiences have plunged her into a profound sense of inferiority, rendering her situation seemingly insurmountable. Undoubtedly, bullying within the school environment serves as the primary catalyst for her plight. As for the secondary cause, Mulan believes it lies within himself. He bears the responsibility to liberate her entirely. At the root of this original sin is Nayun Hisao, who tormented her. This source of all evils, the architect of her current misery, is utterly reprehensible. Consequently, Mulan recklessly annihilated Nayun's group, viewing it as both retribution and an outlet for his mounting frustration. For the sake of his own comfort, he could have chosen to ignore the fates of these two girls and merely survived. Yet, it is precisely his damned kindness that compels him to aid them, despite the fact that countless individuals similar to them exist in the world, providing him with an excuse to refrain from extending a helping hand. Ultimately, however, he cannot resist offering his assistance. In the end, he has superficially resolved their issues at the cost of their emotional dependence on him, leading to an even greater dilemma, their inability to detach from him. This perplexing conundrum leaves him utterly powerless. After enduring all of this, why do I remain so benevolent? Perhaps such ordinary days require this very trait? Perhaps I still harbor a glimmer of hope, believing I could live a simple life, which draws me closer to them. Whispers meander along the path. The youth's demeanor, however, has significantly lowered the temperature of the surrounding atmosphere. Turning back, at least he has gleaned a lesson. In front of the third individual in need of his assistance, he employs a cold approach to prevent the recurrence of such tragedies. Fortunately, he can clarify the situation when the time comes, allowing Shoko to make her own decisions. But he must first eradicate her detrimental habits. With a heavy heart, Mulin finally arrives at his doorstep. A girl, reminiscent of a fairy tale yet obscure, remains seated beneath the eaves, stamping her feet as if awaiting a long-absent husband. This gesture dispels the gloom within the husband's heart. The girl springs up in surprise and rushes to stand before the youth. Upon reaching him, her expression sours, and she complains, "Mo, why have you returned only now? I finally have a break and intended to go shopping with you. I apologize, something came up unexpectedly." Even if Shoko is behaving poorly and doesn't want the chrysanthemum you gave her, she shouldn't be disheartened and refuse to come home. "I'm sorry. Stop with the endless apologies. They are utterly useless. I beg your pardon. What difference does it make? Honestly, I thought you no longer wanted me and only cared for Shoko." At that moment, although the girl's face was clouded with dissatisfaction, the youth could still envision the anxiety she experienced while alone at home. The severity of Shoko's situation is the reason for their need to return home and discuss it together. "I'm at my wit's end with you," Kato K muttered, pulling Mulin inside and squatting down to remove his shoes. Given her current ire, Mulin dared not resist, reluctantly accepting her service. As she led him to the entrance, she inquired, "Are you hungry?" "Yes." "Humph. You didn't even let me know you were coming back. Luckily, I made dinner for you. Go eat. And remember to wash your hands." "All right. Haven't you bathed all day? I'll prepare hot water for you. After dinner, you should take a proper wash." "Okay." The once desolate and lonely room now brims with the essence of life. Although they are merely first-year university students, it feels as if they are already living as an old married couple. No, it is primarily due to the girl's remarkable wifely attributes. The sound of running water echoes from the bathroom. Kato K rushes to the kitchen, retrieving an orange from the refrigerator and preparing a fresh glass of orange juice. Placing it in front of Mulin. "Drink." The simplicity of this command carries an unmistakable tone of authority, yet it overflows with genuine concern. Mulin responds drowsily. Overwhelmed by this series of warm gestures, he finds himself momentarily at a loss for words. After some contemplation, he finally asks, "Aren't your parents worried about you?" "Not really. They don't pay much attention to me. I only need to pass by them once a day." Kato K sits across from him, propping her chin on her hand, gazing tenderly at Mulin as he eats, her mind seemingly elsewhere. "Is that so? Should I merely need to pass by you daily? What nonsense are you spouting?" "Humph. So, have you come up with a solution?" "Not yet." "Then don't think about it for now. Although I'm worried about Shoko, you're currently stuck in a dead end. Much like grappling with a math problem, thinking in the wrong direction. No matter how long you ponder, the answer eludes you. At such times, you need to take a break, step back from the dead end, and adopt a new approach. Can I, like you, ask how to solve this problem? When it comes to problem-solving abilities, how could I possibly compete with you? I can only remind you and provide an optimal environment for contemplation. Thank you. Honestly, just trust Yuzuru to temporarily protect Shoko. We will surely devise a plan. By the way, compared to the chrysanthemum decorations in your room, I feel something is missing in mine." "Missing what?" "Nothing." Kato K pouted. This was her second hint, but this fool, like a simpleton, remains oblivious. "By the way, K, isn't it inappropriate for a girl to live in that shabby room? How about we swap?" "No need." "All right, don't worry. In a few days, it will be our turn, and the renovation company will come to install your bed and wardrobe. But what if Shoko comes over later? Then we can add another bed." That works.